as the sole force-level Celestial Master on the Heavenly Path ranking. Yet, I was looked down upon by my adoptive parents, and my younger brother held me in contempt. Only because you have transitioned into the most undesirable level Taoist class. However, your brother isn't a great professional fire-type sorcerer. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, while the adoptive family celebrated the younger brother, you awakened the heart of a gifted Celestial Master and accomplished a second-class transfer. The acquired skills have automatically evolved into a cataclysmic level. The originally modest lightning spell, which could merely produce a spark, has now transformed into the devastating skill known as the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. You gaze in bewilderment at the introduction of the skill. Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. The supreme secret technique of Taoism, which summons the divine thunder from the nine heavens to cleanse impurities and eradicate evil. Its coverage spans a radius of 100 miles. With an enhancement in attack power. And an increased damage output against spirits and monsters. Friendly reminder. Due to its immense power and extensive coverage, please exercise caution in its usage. This is truly astonishing. Moreover, with such a remarkable talent in the heart of a Celestial Master, does this not imply that any skills acquired in the future will elevate to a level of utter devastation? You cannot help but let out a sigh. A Force-level Celestial Master. Terrifying indeed. You vividly recall that the strongest profession in this world is merely 3th level. Meanwhile, the long-stagnant Tao ranking in the imperial capital erupted with a blinding golden light. The profession that had once held the prestigious first position, an SS-grade vocation, was abruptly displaced to second place. In the wake of this radiant illumination, the first position was inscribed with gilded characters that read: First place, profession, Celestial Master. Rating, SSSS-grade. As a few strokes were completed, the celestial stone tablet radiated a golden light like a cascading waterfall. Above the imperial capital, dark clouds gathered ominously, manifesting extraordinary phenomena of heaven and earth. The following morning, you appeared at the dining table with 2 dark circles under your eyes. The reason was simple: you had been too exhilarated to sleep a wink throughout the night. Anyone blessed with such an extraordinary profession would undoubtedly find themselves wide awake for the entire evening. Hastily finishing breakfast, I stepped outside. With less than 2 months remaining until the federal examination, it is imperative for you to enhance your skills promptly. Every second wasted now diminishes your chances of success in the impending federal assessment. As long as one grows formidable, the upcoming federal examination will undoubtedly be a spectacle for all to behold. Upon witnessing my performance, my adoptive father, Lu Shushan, will likely be left utterly astonished. Go away, Lu Shushan waved his hand impatiently, a hint of dissatisfaction evident in his demeanor. His primary concern remained his beloved son, Lu Ming. Today, refrain from wandering aimlessly. Instead, diligently seek a suitable job. Your younger brother will soon require the resources for his cultivation. Upon hearing your words, you swiftly turned your body and exited without looking back. The young man let out a disdainful snort. Lu Shushan scoffed softly. Lu Ming glanced at the clock on the wall. Alas, time is running short. I have an appointment today with my group mentor, who is to take me into the wilderness for an upgrade. Go ahead. Interact with Tianfeng Group. Be sure to be a bit more courteous. Lu Shushan smiled, recognizing the seriousness of the matter. His son, Lu Ming, has transitioned to an A-level professional position, which has caught the attention of a prominent corporate group. Should he successfully pass their evaluation, they are willing to extend a contract to Lu Ming. Once the contract is signed, resources valued at 20 million will be provided to support Lu Ming's development. In return, Lu Ming is required to serve Tianfeng Group for 3 years. Naturally, Lu Shushan is delighted by such a favorable arrangement. As you stepped out of the Lu family residence, you swiftly exited the Yuling community. Even in broad daylight, the streets were shrouded in a dense, eerie mist. Passers-by traverse with hurried steps. Many are enveloped in gray coats. With heads bowed, they hasten along, avoiding conversation with strangers. This behavior stems from a desire for safety. For numerous formidable spirits lurk nearby. Even in daylight, they may venture forth, disguising themselves as the living, blending into the throng. If one engages in conversation, it is inevitable to visit at night. Only the formidable cultivators remain unconcerned by this matter. Dressed in athletic attire, you stroll along the dimly lit streets with an air of ease. As a celestial master, this vocation endows you with formidable confidence, enabling you to face any spectral entity without fear. After more than 10 minutes, you arrived at a bustling market outside the gates of Ghost Mountain City, where numerous cultivators displayed an array of wares, selling equipment, elixirs, and various artifacts. A monk, too, raised his voice in a fervent call, seeking companions to embark on an expedition into the wilderness. At this moment, the market was suddenly stirred into commotion as the Songming squad appeared, seemingly preparing to apprehend individuals to meet their quota once more. Hasten your retreat. Do not allow them to take notice. To be apprehended as mere numbers would be disastrous. Indeed, the last individual captured for such a purpose was cast into the depths of the wilderness and never returned. It is said that he was devoured alive by malevolent spirits. With the arrival of the four, the marketplace erupted into chaos, as the crowd inexplicably began to retreat in fear of the four individuals. Many of the merchants tending their stalls hastily dismantled their setups and fled in an exaggerated manner. Hurry, young lad, do not attract the attention of the Songming squad. An elderly man, noticing you standing dazed and motionless, gently placed a hand on your shoulder to offer a reminder. You curiously inquired, "Senior, why are you running? Are these four individuals truly that terrifying?" The old man was momentarily taken aback, recognizing you as a newcomer. He offered a wry smile and remarked, "It's more than just terrifying. The Songming team is indeed a premier group of first transformation, level 90 elite players. Each of the four members stands as a formidable first transformation, level 90 powerhouse, ruling the wilderness with impunity. Those who fall into their grasp merely serve to swell their ranks, yet the outcome is seldom favorable." The elderly man's words remained unuttered, as his expression suddenly shifted. This was due to the fact that the four individuals were approaching their direction. Upon realizing this, the old man hastily abandoned all concern for others and swiftly fled. Four figures descended, encircling you. A burly man clad in armor seized the back of your collar and let out a hearty laugh. Not bad. This time it required little effort. I simply used this fellow to fill the gap. The woman in the gray robe cast a cold glance at you and remarked, "Do not linger any longer. The teleportation array requires 5 individuals to activate, and we are but 4. With this young lad, we shall suffice. Once the teleportation array is activated, this young rascal will be cast aside there." "Ha, indeed." The robust man chuckled with a sly grin, casting a glance in your direction, and remarked, "Consider yourself unfortunate, simply serve as a number for us." Moments later, you are led by 4 individuals into a mystical array of the Bagua. The formation glimmers with a faint purple light. Guarded by an aged elder with silver hair, the atmosphere surrounding him is dense and profound, exuding an enigmatic profundity. "Old Joe, I kindly request you to activate the teleportation array." The woman in the gray robe has settled the payment. She bows respectfully, refraining from showing any disrespect to the elder with silver hair. The elderly man with gray hair scanned his surroundings with a fleeting glance, nodding indifferently. Subsequently, he formed intricate hand seals, activating the array of the 8 trigrams. In the depths of the wilderness, beyond a dark forest, a brilliant flash of violet light flickered. Once the luminescence faded, 5 figures descended gracefully onto the ground. "Ha, at last we have arrived." The burly man, Xiaoshan, chuckled heartily as he thrust you forward with a sweep of his hand. "This is the heart of the wilderness. Your gaze is solemn. And you possess a certain understanding of the knowledge pertaining to the great outdoors. Deep within the wilderness, often 500 miles distant from Ghost Mountain City, lurks the perilous realm of fierce spirits. Indeed, such places are not devoid of advantages. The entities present possess exceptionally high levels, and should one possess the capability to vanquish them, the likelihood of obtaining high-quality equipment is significantly enhanced. It is quite frigid. You shuddered, feeling an intense chill permeate the air. Yet the 4 individuals beside them were engaged in lively conversation, completely unaffected by the ominous atmosphere. Their presence was formidable, standing there like a small mountain, exuding an aura of vitality that was remarkably vigorous. Truly, they were formidable beings of the first transition at level 90. The woman in the gray robe exhibited a demeanor of indifference, casting a fleeting glance at you as if you were merely an ant. She then addressed Xiaoshan and the others, stating, "Let us depart, we must not squander any more time. This individual has lost all value to us." Xiaoshan chuckled heartily, striking the golden greatsword against his shoulder. Subsequently, the four donned the art of flight, vanishing in the blink of an eye amidst the dense ghostly fog. You are left standing there all alone, abandoned. You stroke your chin, and in this moment, you come to understand why everyone at the market is in a hurry. This place is a daunting 500 miles away from Ghost Mountain City. The journey back is fraught with the peril of encountering countless vengeful spirits. Without a certain level of combat prowess, one risks being left to perish in this desolate realm, with no hope of ever returning to the land of the living. Your cold smirk betrays little concern. Though the current situation may appear thus, your professional expertise as a master can effortlessly navigate such circumstances. Since you have ventured deep into the wilderness, it seems you have not truly departed. Having witnessed so many formidable warriors, you are eager to become powerful yourself. Lifting your wrist, you gaze upon a spatial bracelet adorning it. This device is distributed freely by the Federation, boasting not only storage capabilities but also functions for communication and navigation, making it exceedingly practical. You activated the electronic map, initially pinpointing your location before surveying the surrounding area. Your gaze swiftly settled upon a particular destination, the village of Jufan. You nodded. Let us proceed to this location. Not too far from here. It is a place where spirits congregate. More than 10 minutes later, you arrived at the desolate village of Kyufan. Standing at the outskirts, you gazed inward, observing that Kyufan was indeed an abandoned settlement. The desolate village stands as an abandoned settlement, long forsaken by its inhabitants. Each household within this forsaken hamlet is marked by a solitary grave at its threshold. At this moment, the village is enveloped in an eerie silence, so profound it feels as if nothing exists. Then, with a gentle call, a stroke upon your brow, a flash of azure light passes by. Heavenly Eye Technique. This is a commonly practiced spell that can be learned in school. It does not require one to be a professional, as anyone can master it. It allows the practitioner to perceive certain impurities. A vertical eye opens at the center of your brow, radiating a luminous glow. Subsequently, you behold a chilling scene that sends shivers down your spine. Before each household's grave, a female ghost clad in white sits weeping, burning white paper with eerie green flames. The once silent village has transformed. A haunting green aura wafts through the air, instilling a profound sense of dread within the heart. You cannot help but narrow your gaze upon witnessing this scene, focusing intently on a female spirit before you. Instantly, the information regarding the ghost in white materializes before your eyes. Creature, white-clad malevolent spirit. Level, first transmutation, level 52. So formidable, truly a testament to the depths of the wilderness. Even the specters encountered casually possess such immense strength. You furrow your brow slightly, dismissing the concern. Here, I shall test the might of the nine heavens' divine thunder, which boasts a terrifying enhancement of power. You gaze upon the eerie, ghostly village. Without hesitation, you utter a soft command. The Celestial Master issues his decree. To transcend your solitary spirit, and to summon the divine thunder from the ninth heaven. Boom! In the next moment, the heavens and the earth transformed in hue. In an instant, countless dark clouds swiftly converged. And within a brief span, a thick layer of ominous clouds was formed, enveloping a radius of 100 miles, casting a shadow over the entire land. A bolt of lightning cleaves the sky, illuminating the world below, and this very lightning is of a resplendent gold divine thunder from the celestial realms. At this moment, you seem to have transformed into another being, radiating an air of majesty, with your eyes unexpectedly filled with golden lightning. Suddenly, dark clouds began to gather in the sky. A fierce wind arose. Countless golden lightning bolts surged forth from the ominous clouds, unleashing an extraordinary spectacle of nature. Meanwhile, deep within a dark forest over 100 miles away, Zongshan led Lu Ming into its depths and began to eliminate the malevolent spirits. Zongshan, a formidable second-tier ghost master from the Tianfeng group, had been dispatched today to assist Lu Ming in his advancement. As powerful specters roared and surged forth from the shadows of the forest, they were effortlessly dispatched by Zongshan with a mere wave of his hand. Lu Ming and Zongshan formed a team, allowing them to share a portion of their experience. At this moment, as Zongshan vanquished these high-level spirits, the experience points soared, and a radiant white light of ascension began to illuminate his form, indicating rapid advancement. In just a brief span of a little over 10 minutes, Lu Ming's level surged from level 0 to level 12. Such a rapid advancement in rank brought an uncontainable smile to Lu Ming's face. At this pace, he feared he would soon reach level 50 and become a minor expert. Lu Ming felt a quiet sense of pride. Thunder rumbled ominously. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered over the forested mountains. The sound of distant thunder echoed, and in an instant, the world was shrouded in darkness, concealed by the ominous clouds. The two instinctively looked up. What is happening? Zongshan halted his actions, his expression one of astonishment. Just moments ago, the sky was clear and serene, yet now it is shrouded in ominous, swirling clouds. Within the darkened heavens, streaks of golden lightning dance with an ethereal grace. The sight is truly awe-inspiring. Even a formidable being of the second-tier Ghost Master rank cannot help but gaze at the sky with a solemn expression. Senior, what has transpired? Lu Ming gazed with curiosity. Looking up at the suddenly overcast sky, especially at the golden lightning dancing amidst the dark clouds, he felt an overwhelming sense of divine majesty. It seems that there are skilled individuals nearby, remarked Zongshan, squinting his eyes. Lu Ming was astonished and immediately widened his eyes. Are you suggesting that this celestial phenomenon is artificially induced? How is that possible? Before he could finish his words, his mouth snapped shut the next moment, for he had just witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory for a lifetime. Golden thunder, after a brief accumulation of energy, descended with the force of 1,000 storms from the brooding clouds. In that fleeting instant, it enveloped a radius of 100 miles, annihilating all beneath it. In that moment, it felt as though the heavens and earth had fallen silent. At this moment, Golden Thunder Center. Your hand strikes with a technique. As if bathed in golden lightning, surrounding you, a dense cascade of golden bolts descends. The white-clad specters surged forward like a relentless tide. It seemed as though they had encountered their nemesis. When the golden thunderbolt struck one of the white-robed apparitions, it was as if it had suffered a cataclysmic blow 1,000-fold. White smoke enveloped its form, and it was unable to emit even a single cry of despair. The formidable level 52 specter was instantaneously reduced to mere ashes, with damage values soaring to unprecedented heights. Yet the golden lightning is not limited to a single strike. It envelopes an expanse of over 100 miles. Any specter within this vicinity falls within the scope of its assault. In an instant, all the specters within a radius of 100 miles were struck by golden thunderbolts. With the extermination of malevolent spirits, an inexhaustible wealth of experience inundates you like a tidal wave. The utterly vacant experience bar fills instantaneously, and your level ascends at an unimaginable velocity. A radiant white light of advancement perpetually envelopes your being. Boom! From level 1 to 100. You have reached your maximum level. In this moment, you are astonished by yourself. The speed of your advancement is truly remarkable. In just 10 breaths, you have ascended to level 100. In this world, the level has reached a staggering 100. No amount of experience can prove beneficial. One must transcend into the next grand realm to continue progressing. In other words, it is imperative to attain the second transformation into the Ghost Master. You shook your head, gazing over the expanse of 100 miles. In an instant, your eyes became awash with crimson. At this moment, vibrant beams of light ascend into the sky within a radius of 100 miles. These radiant shafts are the result of the dazzling auras emitted by the newly acquired equipment. They manifest as luminous pillars, visible from afar. The higher the grade of the equipment, the more brilliant the light it radiates. Each beam of light signifies a piece of equipment. The nine heavens' divine thunder nearly annihilated all specters within a radius of 100 miles, naturally resulting in the emergence of a substantial quantity of gear. As I gaze upon the scene, I behold an array of radiant columns, among which are abundant high-tier equipment. What quickens my breath is the sight of numerous dark golden columns. The dark golden hue signifies the presence of dark gold-tier equipment. In this world, the equipment grades are classified as follows: whiteboard, bronze; silver, gold; whiteboard, paste; dark gold, legendary, mythical. Among them, the golden grade equipment is already remarkable, while the dark gold grade equipment is truly a rare gem among rarities, seldom seen. Yet now, upon a glance, there are unexpectedly more than 10 dark gold beams of light shimmering brilliantly. These are over 10 pieces of dark gold tier equipment, which have been released. Your breathing appears to be somewhat labored. Furthermore, he dared not be negligent. With such an abundance of equipment, it was likely that he had already attracted the envy of numerous formidable individuals nearby. If he did not stow it away soon, he feared he would encounter significant trouble. Chapter 8, Astonishing Harvest. With a mere gesture, Sheng summoned an array of equipment from a radius of 100 miles, as if they were raindrops falling from the sky. Each piece bore Sheng's mark, allowing him to call forth these items at will. In an instant, the heavens were filled with a multitude of gear, densely packed and blanketing the sky. This spectacle indeed left many nearby experts envious, especially as among the countless items were several dark golden orbs of light that made their breaths quicken. Each was hastening toward this scene, eager to witness the extraordinary event. In the desolate village of Kufan, Sheng opened his spatial ring, akin to a bag, capturing the countless flying pieces of equipment within. After a brief span of 10 breaths, as the final items settled into the spatial ring, Sheng exhaled a sigh of relief. He glanced down at the overflowing contents of the ring, a rare smile gracing his lips. Such an abundance of gear represented an immense fortune, including several high-grade items, even some of dark golden quality. Let us depart. Sheng's gaze swept the area. Noting the approaching powerful figures and realizing that lingering any longer would ensnare him in endless troubles. With a swift motion, he leaped into the air, his form vanishing into the distant, dense mist. Not long after Sheng's departure, several figures soared into the area, each exuding formidable energy, including those of the second-tier Ghost Master level. Upon arrival, they cast cold glances over the desolate village of Kufan. Observing the empty surroundings, they lamented their tardiness. Among them, 2 figures landed. Zongshan had arrived with Lu Ming from the direction of the Black Mountain Forest. As a second-tier Ghost Master, he moved with remarkable speed, effortlessly carrying Lu Ming in one hand without any hindrance. However, Zongshan did not pursue the direction Sheng had taken. Elder, aren't we going after him? Lu Ming inquired with curiosity. Zongshan shook his head, his expression grave. He was uncertain of the individual's depth and felt that pursuing recklessly could lead to complications. Indeed, Lu Ming nodded, acknowledging the potential danger of offending such a mysterious and powerful figure. Nevertheless, excitement glimmered in his eyes. Encountering such extraordinary events provided him with ample material to boast about upon his return. Sheng would surely be astonished by the tales he could share. Lu Ming chuckled to himself, knowing his brother was merely an ordinary person lacking in experience. Sharing these encounters with him would likely leave him speechless. Half an hour later, 200 miles away, in a valley engulfed in ghostly flames, numerous Gonyo Gui lay sprawled. These creatures possessed human bodies with bull heads, adorned with a pair of horns. Standing an impressive 3 meters tall, each imposing as a small mountain. Each was a first-tier, level 90 ghost, remarkably powerful, and typical cultivators would hardly dare to provoke them. Their sheer numbers dominated the Gonyo Valley, a forbidden area deep within the wilderness. Even elite teams like the Tsong Ming squad would avoid such a place, steering clear of any conflict. At that moment, a figure leapt into the scene, exuding a formidable aura. Carelessly traversing through the Gonyo Valley, indifferent to the thrones of Gonyo spirits surrounding it. Moo! The appearance of this figure immediately stirred the entire Gonyo tribe, unleashing a cacophony of thunderous bovine bellows. Each Gonyo spirit, standing upright at over 3 meters tall, resembled miniature mountains, instilling an overwhelming sense of pressure. Boom! The figure charged forward, clad in athletic attire, while several robust Gonyo spirits attempted to obstruct its path. Astonishingly, before those spirits could even approach, they were struck down by a single, forceful blow from the figure, their bodies exploding in an instant. Had there been any outsiders present, they would have been utterly astonished. This was a powerful level 90 spirit of the first transition, yet it fell to the might of the figure in athletic wear in just one exchange. This could only indicate that the strength of the figure far surpassed that of a level 90 Gonyo spirit, existing on an entirely different plane. A few minutes later, the figure traversed the entirety of Gonyo Valley, leaving a trail of corpses in its wake. What a thrill! Sheng, having crossed Gonyo Valley, could not help but laugh heartily, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. His level had now reached level 100 in the first transition, achieving complete mastery. Even without employing any skills, his sheer strength was overwhelmingly sufficient to deal with the level 90 Gonyo spirits, capable of dispatching them with ease. Whoosh! Shortly thereafter, in a secluded forest, Sheng came to a halt, finding a sturdy branch to sit upon, intending to tally the spoils from his expedition in Khufu village with no one around. He opened his spatial ring. Upon seeing the mountain of equipment piled within, he felt both elated and overwhelmed. Elated, of course, at the wealth represented by such an abundance of gear. Overwhelmed by the daunting task of inventorying it all. Taking his time, he began to sort through the items one by one, meticulously cataloging each piece. After 2 solid hours of labor, he finally completed this formidable task. The results revealed: 129 pieces of bronze equipment, 488 pieces of silver, 108 pieces of gold, and a mere 12 pieces of dark gold. Yet, even possessing 12 pieces of such high-quality gear was nothing short of extraordinary. Having meticulously counted his haul, Sheng took a deep breath. The drop rates for equipment were indeed quite low. It was not uncommon for cultivators to battle fiercely for days on end in pursuit of a single piece of gear, enduring countless perils along the way. Especially for high-tier equipment, such items were exceedingly rare. Thus, most cultivators would consider it a significant achievement to assemble even a complete set of bronze-level equipment. Silver-level gear was scarce, and as for gold equipment, it was the kind that money could not readily buy. Each time a piece appeared on the market, it would be snatched up in a frenzy. Truly, those who managed to acquire a full set of gold-level equipment were formidable figures in their own right. This alone attested to the remarkable strength of that Song Ming squad, yet these matters were merely the prelude. Sheng directed his gaze towards the 12 pieces of dark gold equipment, inhaling deeply before exclaiming, "These 12 pieces of dark gold equipment are truly treasures. Each piece is worth millions. They could be put up for auction." The sheer quantity of 12 was astonishing. Sheng ceased his contemplation and meticulously scrutinized the 12 pieces of dark gold equipment. With a flourish, he unveiled all 12 items. In the next moment, 12 circular orbs floated before him, radiating hues of white jade, deep black, and vibrant purple, each a manifestation of the intrinsic colors emitted by the dark gold equipment. In the dim light of the black forest, the 12 orbs emanated a gentle glow. Sheng's gaze swept across them, each orb enveloping a piece of equipment, breastplates, crowns, arm guards, and more. After a brief moment, a smile graced his face. Fortune favored him. Remarkably, he had managed to assemble an entire set from the 12 pieces of dark gold equipment. Sheng's eyes sparkled with delight. Chapter 9: Terrifying Surge in Combat Power. The set. A collection of equipment, when assembled, can unleash attributes far surpassing those of individual pieces. In the marketplace, a complete set can command prices that soar to hundreds of times their individual worth. Unfortunately, the challenge of gathering an entire set is formidable. Even assembling a silver grade set is exceedingly difficult, let alone a dark gold grade set. Sheng gazed longingly at 7 luminous orbs among the 12, filled with fervent desire. These 7 orbs constituted an entire set. Each orb radiated a lustrous white jade hue, resembling 7 small suns suspended in the air. And even a mere glance left one entranced. Sheng focused on one particular white orb. In an instant, the information about this dark gold piece of equipment materialized before him. Headpiece, white jade dragon crown level, can be equipped at first transcendence. 90th level quality, dark gold class, physical magic class attack speed, 160 casting speed, 170 critical hit rate, 56 critical effect enhancement, 150 physical penetration, 150 magical penetration, 140 passive effect, intimidation, damage from ghostly entities within 100 meters is reduced by 5. Description: one of the White Jade series, as flawless as White Jade, it is an artifact imbued with immense energy. The wielder's combat power undergoes a transformative evolution. Acquisition difficulty, difficult. The White Jade series? Hiss. The casting speed alone is astonishing. A 170 increase in casting speed. Not to mention the myriad of other effects. Sheng could not help but gasp in awe. Indeed, this was worthy of dark gold grade equipment. He had previously encountered a piece of magical gold grade equipment that merely offered a 30 increase in casting speed. Yet dark gold equipment was nearly 6 times that.
Furthermore, casting speed is of paramount importance.
Previously, when he unleashed the 9 heavens' divine thunder, it took him several minutes for the golden lightning to strike down. Had those ghostly entities possessed any intelligence, that span of time would have sufficed for them to slay him numerous times. Ideally, one would wish for instant casting.
Sheng pondered deeply.
However, with a 170 enhancement in casting speed, his next use of the 9 heavens' divine thunder would indeed be swifter.
Moreover, this was merely a headpiece. In addition to the crown, there were 6 other pieces of equipment. The complete set comprised 7 items.
Each piece contributed to the increase in casting speed,
cumulatively resulting in a staggering enhancement.
Sheng's expression grew solemn, his previous nonchalance towards equipment had vanished. For the first time, he recognized the significance of such gear. He indeed possessed devastating skills.
Yet, only equipment could provide this crucial casting speed.
Subsequently, Sheng turned his attention to the remaining 6 items of the White Jade series.
They were White Jade Dragon Sword, White Jade Robe, White Jade Bracers, White Jade Leggings, White Jade Battle Boots, and White Jade Belt. Together with the White Jade Dragon Crown, it constituted a complete set, none missing.
This stroke of luck seemed almost divine, as he had managed to uncover an entire set of equipment. Sheng stored away the remaining 5 pieces of dark gold equipment. Only 7 pieces of white jade dark gold gear remained, encircling him like 7 small white suns. Each of these radiant orbs harbored immense energy, distorting the void as they danced around him.
Come.
Sheng inhaled deeply and gestured with his hand.
Boom.
One of the 7 pieces, soaring around him, shot toward his body like a cannonball. Upon approaching, it seamlessly adorned his figure.
In that instant, Sheng's aura surged dramatically.
With a thunderous roar, his aura skyrocketed tenfold. Sheng was astonished. As a first circle level 100 powerhouse, his presence was already formidable. Yet, donning just 1 piece of white jade dark gold equipment amplified his aura by an astonishing 10 times.
Could a single piece of dark gold equipment truly elevate one's power by tenfold?
Sheng was incredulous, the enhancement was simply monumental. This was an augmentation beyond the foundation of a first circle level 100.
Another.
Sheng beckoned again, and another piece of white jade dark gold equipment flew towards him.
After equipping it, his aura surged once more. Boom. Another tenfold increase.
His aura reached 20 times that of his previous first circle level 100 strength. Sheng's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he commanded, "Return to me." Whoosh! 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 The remaining 5 pieces of white jade dark gold equipment shot toward him like projectiles,
colliding with his body. Crack! Crack! Crack!
As all 7 pieces adorned his figure, Sheng's aura began to swell. 30-fold. 40-fold. 50-fold. Each piece of white jade dark gold equipment propelled his aura to new heights, ultimately culminating in a staggering 70-fold increase. The sheer power radiating from Sheng was overwhelming.
Yet, the transformation was not complete.
Upon donning the 7th piece, the set attributes activated, causing an additional 30-fold surge within him. Ultimately, his power reached an astonishing 100-fold.
What?
Sheng was astounded, and he swung his white jade longsword with a single, unembellished strike.
This simple slash, devoid of any skill enhancements,
unleashed a white sword light that hurtled toward a nearby hill. With a thunderous impact, the power, 100 times that of an ordinary first circle level 100 powerhouse, obliterated the hill in a single blow, reducing half of it to rubble.
As the debris flew,
Sheng gazed at the astonishing result, left utterly speechless. How powerful! He stood in awe, realizing that after reaching first circle level 100, he had indeed undergone a profound transformation.
No longer was he the inexperienced novice he once was. He now possessed a complete dark gold set. Moreover, he possessed strength that surpassed the ordinary by 100-fold.
Akin to a formidable warrior at level 100. At this moment, should he encounter that Songming squad again, he could easily annihilate them. A flicker of malice glimmered in Sheng's eyes. He had become exceedingly powerful. For him, the Songming squad resembled mere insects, easily crushed beneath a single finger. Had it not been for his formidable trump card, he would not have survived being inexplicably taken to the depths of the wilderness. This grudge must be settled, no matter the cost. First, he needed to attend to other matters. Specifically selling the equipment within his spatial ring, which represented a veritable fortune. Yi Sheng collected his thoughts and turned his gaze toward the spatial ring, which was now brimming with gear. If he did not dispose of these items, any subsequent acquisitions would leave him with no place to store them, an undeniable inconvenience. Bronze, silver, all of these items were ripe for sale, and he had no use for the golden equipment either. Furthermore, the remaining 5 pieces of dark gold gear were also redundant. Yi Sheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. 1 set of dark gold equipment sufficed for his needs. Retaining the 5 pieces would render them as nothing more than scrap metal. It would be far more practical to sell them for currency. Each piece of dark gold equipment could fetch millions. With this thought in mind, Yi Sheng swiftly opened the Federation trading platform using his spatial ring, which boasted an array of functionalities, including this one. Soon, he established contact with an equipment merchant. Chapter 10, a profound profit of 100 million Federation coins. The equipment merchant. As the name suggests, this is a business dedicated to the trade of equipment. Typically, they possess substantial capital and an extensive inventory, making them ideal partners for such transactions. There is no need to sell items individually. With a flourish, a spatial bracelet projected the image of an equipment merchant, while on the opposite side, the visage of Yi Sheng was cast. However, both figures appeared remarkably indistinct, concealing their true identities. Their anonymity would remain intact unless both parties willingly chose to meet. Upon the merchant's arrival, he regarded Yi Sheng with a casual glance, assuming it to be a trivial transaction. Particularly upon observing Yi Sheng's youth, he became even more convinced of this notion, presuming that producing a single piece of silver-grade equipment would be a commendable feat. He had encountered many eager young individuals eager to trade even a single item. "Hurry up, I have other matters to attend to after this deal," the equipment merchant urged. Yi Sheng furrowed his brow and sent over a list of the equipment he intended to sell. Initially, the merchant paid little heed. But as his gaze swept over the list Yi Sheng had provided, his jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. Goodness! So many? The merchant gaped in disbelief at the inventory. The list contained 129 bronze-grade items, 488 silver-grade items, and 108 gold-grade items. Especially noteworthy were the 108 gold-grade pieces, which even a seasoned merchant could not help but salivate over. Gold-grade equipment is exceedingly rare in the market, often unattainable even with wealth. To encounter such a quantity at once is truly extraordinary. Are you intending to sell all of this to me? The merchant stared at Yi Sheng, a look of sheer astonishment and a hint of obsequiousness in his eyes. Of course. Yi Sheng frowned, finding the merchant's chatter tiresome. He had no time to seek out another buyer. All right. The merchant hastily repeated his agreement, his demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. Now exuding utmost politeness towards Yi Sheng. Such a significant patron is a once-in-a-century occurrence for him. The merchant's hands moved with remarkable agility as he began appraising the items. Ultimately, the valuation reached over 46 million. Upon Yi Sheng's nod, the merchant was ecstatic. The delivery process was equally straightforward. A miniature teleportation array would suffice to transfer the equipment to Yi Sheng, with the funds directly credited to his account. The entire transaction was endorsed by the Federation trading platform, ensuring no risk was involved. This transaction method is widely utilized and has matured significantly. Naturally, constructing a miniature teleportation array incurs costs. However, in light of Yi Sheng's substantial patronage, the merchant willingly absorbed the expense. "Sir, it was a pleasure doing business." Once the transaction was completed, the merchant's cerulean virtual visage bore a smile, having reaped immense rewards. Yet, Yi Sheng interjected, "I have 5 pieces of dark gold equipment, will you accept them?" "What?" The merchant stumbled slightly at the revelation, disbelief etched across his features as he looked at Yi Sheng, having not anticipated that the young man possessed such treasures, dark gold equipment. "This is genuinely a rarity. It is infinitely more valuable than gold-grade equipment. Will you accept them?" Yi Sheng pressed, his brow furrowed. "Of course, I'll take it." The equipment merchant, sensing Yi Sheng's impatience, stammered in response. The transaction proceeded swiftly. The 5 pieces of dark gold equipment were valued at over 60 million, far exceeding the price of the thousands of items previously dealt. After a nod of agreement from Yi Sheng, the deal was sealed. With a flourish, the merchant's pale blue silhouette dissipated upon completion of the transaction. However, before departing, he thoughtfully left a business card for Yi Sheng, repeatedly urging him to seek him out for future dealings, promising to offer premium prices.
Over 100 million federal coins?
Once the merchant had left, Yi Sheng found himself staring blankly at the numbers in his account, utterly astonished.
He had never anticipated such an immense gain, over 100 million federal coins.
Such a fortune would have been inconceivable to him in the past. This world truly belongs to the strong, Yi Sheng mused. Ordinary office workers, toiling from 9 to 5, are fortunate to earn a few thousand a month. Yet, for cultivators, a single piece of equipment can easily be worth tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands. This realization deepened Yi Sheng's understanding of the ease with which cultivators acquire wealth. Taking a deep breath, he felt a renewed confidence in his future as he closed his bank account. Just as he was about to rise, his attention was suddenly drawn to a lively group chat filled with messages. It was a classmates group. More precisely, it was a chat established among Yi Sheng's high school classmates. Gazing at the group, Yi Sheng felt a moment of nostalgia. Since graduating, he had not shown his face there, not for lack of desire, but because none of his high school peers were ordinary. Each one had remarkable family backgrounds or had achieved professional success at a young age. In this world, ordinary individuals must wait until they turn 18 to naturally transition into their professions, while the affluent can purchase transition items at exorbitant prices, artificially advancing their careers before reaching adulthood. Among his classmates, many came from wealthy and powerful families, with some having transitioned as early as 8 or 9 years old. Now, it was evident that several of his former classmates had become formidable experts. As a mere ordinary student, Yi Sheng found it challenging to integrate into that elite circle, maintaining only a handful of friendships. He hesitated for a moment, contemplating the flurry of messages in the group, but ultimately could not resist clicking to enter. Now that he had embarked on the path of cultivation and reached level 100 in his first transition, he felt he had earned the right to engage with his peers on equal footing. Inside the classmates group, a lively discussion was underway, with messages popping up incessantly. Someone help me. I'd been stuck at level 100 for a year. How do I overcome the tribulation to transition into a second-tier ghost master? A male classmate lamented within the chat. Yi Sheng recognized him as Zhou Ming, who hailed from a well-off family and had transitioned early at the age of 15. Now, he too was a level 100 expert. Just like Yi Sheng. To advance to the second-tier ghost master realm, Zhou Ming would need to successfully navigate the tribulation. In order for this world to transcend to a greater realm, one must endure the tribulation of thunder. First, one must pass through the perilous threshold of life and death, which is none other than the thunder tribulation. Only by enduring this can one ascend smoothly. However, this thunder tribulation is extraordinarily perilous. Although Yi Sheng has not yet faced this thunder tribulation, he has heard others speak of it with trepidation, their faces paling at the mention. During the tribulation, even the slightest misstep can lead to one's annihilation, turning one to ashes. It is indeed a life-threatening ordeal. Consequently, many first transformation warriors at level 100 remain stagnant at this stage, too fearful to confront the thunder tribulation and evolve further. It is evident that Zhou also harbors a sense of dread. At this moment, someone responded to Zhou Ming's message. That mere thunder tribulation? It's quite simple, I have a way, a classmate jested. Zhou Ming, assuming he possessed some secret technique, hurriedly inquired, what method do you have? Chapter 11, The Pressure from a Group of Extraordinary Classmates. One classmate chuckled, suggesting that acquiring a full set of dark gold level equipment would surely allow one to transcend the tribulation. A full set of dark gold level equipment? Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming's expression immediately soured. If he possessed such gear, he would have already confronted the tribulation, rather than lamenting in the group chat. A complete set of dark gold level equipment is worth at least tens of millions. If it were a full set, the value would be even more astonishing, easily reaching over 100 million Federation coins. Moreover, it could only be procured through connections.
Although his family was affluent, they had yet to indulge in such extravagance.
Get lost. Zhou Ming cursed, realizing that the fellow was merely teasing him.
At that moment, another classmate shifted the topic, gossiping, "Have you heard? Recently,
an unidentified expert appeared in the wilderness, reportedly obliterating all specters within 100 miles with a single strike. Many boss-level specters were said to have been defeated instantaneously."
Is that true? A single strike eliminating all specters within 100 miles?
Some widened their eyes, incredulity etched on their faces.
What nonsense! Could it possibly be a fifth-tier powerhouse?
The group of classmates began to chatter excitedly, intrigued by this piece of gossip.
The one who initiated the topic thumped his chest, asserting, "It's absolutely true. I have a video. It was captured by someone who happened to be there and posted it on a secret forum. Quick, share the video so we can see if you're just boasting,"
someone urged. Yi Sheng, observing the sudden shift in conversation, felt a moment of bewilderment, accompanied by an ominous premonition.
Moments later, the classmate indeed shared a video in the group.
Yi Sheng clicked to view it, and his expression changed drastically. His premonition was confirmed. The video depicted his own display of 9 heavens divine thunder in the desolate grave village. The person filming was positioned not far from him, seemingly over 10 miles away,
capturing the entire event from a hillside.
It even recorded his figure sitting cross-legged in mid-air within the grave village.
However, due to the distance, the video was exceedingly blurry.
Coupled with the intense golden lightning striking down, causing strong vibrations, the footage was shaky and nearly unrecognizable.
In the group chat, many classmates erupted in astonishment after watching the video.
It appeared the boy had not been exaggerating. They were all taken aback by this revelation.
Good heavens! What kind of skill is this? A storm of golden lightning, annihilating everything within 100 miles? Overkill. Why would such a powerful spell be cast in a low-level map?
One figure in the video seemed to be clad in sportswear.
Which powerhouse from Ghost Mountain City is this? Do great powers wear sports attire?
It sounds a bit far-fetched.
Furthermore, would a great power have the time to venture into such a low-level area to demonstrate such abilities?
The group buzzed with speculation.
Someone solemnly inquired, "Does anyone recognize this technique?" No idea.
I've never seen any powerhouse from Ghost Mountain City wielding such astonishing thunder magic.
At that moment,
a classmate named Zheng Gang spoke up.
Unlike Zhou Ming, who was still at the first level of the second transition and awaiting the thunder tribulation,
Zheng Gang had already transcended the thunder tribulation and was a genuine power at the second transition of the Ghostmaster realm, holding a respected position among his peers. In a detached tone, he remarked, "The power of this thunder technique is quite formidable. In the entire Ghost Mountain City, I can only recognize Mr. Yin Sheng as someone capable of wielding such might. His mastery of thunder techniques is astonishing. It cannot be anyone else."
Mr. Yin Sheng? Some faces momentarily froze. This Mr.
Yin Sheng was a formidable figure at the fifth transition of the Ghost King realm. His profession was a hidden lightning-type vocation, and indeed, his thunder techniques were extraordinary.
Zhou Ming voiced his skepticism, but if the person in the video is wearing sportswear, how could he possibly resemble Mr. Yin Sheng?
Ah, that's a valid point. Many were momentarily taken aback, acknowledging Zhou Ming's reasoning. Even Zheng Gang fell silent upon hearing this. Yi Sheng, listening to the discussions, broke into a cold sweat. He had not anticipated that his affairs would be the topic of conversation among his classmates.
There were even recordings of him. Zheng Gang spoke up? Upon Zheng Gang's statement, Yi Sheng's gaze sharpened. Among his classmates, Zheng Gang was indeed quite notable.
Successfully transcending the thunder tribulation to become a second transition Ghostmaster indicated an exceptional vocation.
However, Zheng Gang was merely one among many,
as at least a dozen of his classmates had also reached the second transition Ghostmaster realm.
Furthermore,
among them were even individuals at the third transition Ghost General and fourth transition Ghost Sect levels. While their numbers were not vast, they were sufficiently impressive.
Particularly,
the fourth transition Ghost Sect practitioners were individuals of considerable standing within the cultivation community. Indeed, after Zheng Gang spoke, several second transition Ghostmaster classmates chimed in.
joining the discourse.
The third transition ghost general classmates remain silent, seemingly uninterested in the matter.
Is our class beauty present? We should ask her. Zheng Gang chuckled. Someone echoed. Indeed. Our class beauty, Sheng Guaning, possesses unfathomable abilities.
She reached the fourth transition ghost sect level a year ago. Only she can connect with the fifth transition ghost king.
She should know the origins of this unknown master. Laughter ensued among the classmates.
Yi Shang's expression grew complex.
Sheng Guaning. Not only was she the beauty of their class,
but she was also the campus belle. Furthermore, she was renowned among the younger generation in Ghost Mountain City,
having attained the fourth transition ghost sect level at such a young age.
During their time at school, Yi Shang had only spoken to her once. Such goddesses were typically unattainable, possessing both striking beauty and astonishing cultivation levels, commanding respect even from their mentors.
At that moment, Sheng Guaning indeed spoke up.
Her voice cool and measured. Everyone, instead of idly chatting here, it would be more prudent to focus on preparing for the upcoming federal examination.
Gaining admission to Fengdu University is the true path.
As she spoke, an immediate hush fell over the class.
After a brief silence, Zheng Gang concurred, yes. Everyone should devote their efforts to preparing for the imminent federal examination. That is of utmost importance.
Zhou Ming lamented, you all are seasoned veterans of the second and third transitions. While I am merely a first transition at level 100, I fear this may prove quite challenging. Zheng Gang replied, the federal examination assesses potential and overall performance.
You still have a chance.
The mention of the federal examination elicited a dismissive reaction from Yi Shang, who promptly exited the class group, choosing to disregard it. As Sheng Guaning aptly stated, preparing wholeheartedly for the federal examination is the true path, all else is but triviality. In stark contrast to his peers, the fleeting pride Yi Shang had felt upon reaching level 100 in his first transition dissipated almost instantly. Among his classmates, even the weakest, Zhou Ming, had achieved the same milestone, merely awaiting the opportunity to undergo the thunder tribulation. And then there were formidable figures like Zheng Gang, a second transition ghost master, alongside numerous others, with several third transition ghost generals and Sheng Guaning, a fourth transition ghost sect master. In comparison to them, his modest achievements seemed utterly inconsequential, hardly worthy of boasting. The journey ahead remained lengthy. They had the advantage of early transitions, allowing ample time for growth. Yi Shang, too, was not without merit. Despite the shorter duration, he possessed the world's top-ranked profession, the Celestial Master. It was only a matter of time before he caught up to them. With a deep breath, he steeled himself, swiftly dispelling any remnants of arrogance.
See you all at the federal examination,
he mused with a smile.
Pondering the expressions of his classmates when they reunited at the examination, an amusing thought indeed.
In the stillness of the forest, Yi Sheng collected his thoughts, stroking his chin as he began to contemplate his next steps. It was imperative to swiftly break through to the second transition ghost master realm.
However,
achieving this breakthrough would not be an easy feat. He pondered the conditions necessary for transcending to the second transition ghost master realm.
Chapter 12, Traversing the Depths of the Wilderness.
To transcend into the second transition of the ghost master realm, two conditions must be fulfilled.
The first is to locate the profession-specific transition artifact. The second is to endure the tribulation of thunder.
The so-called transition artifact serves as a catalyst. One must procure this artifact to summon the thunder tribulation.
Yi Sheng pondered, stroking his chin, and remarked, the transition artifact can only be obtained from a boss.
With a stroke of luck, it could be acquired swiftly.
The true challenge lies in withstanding the thunder tribulation. However, with his dark gold-grade armor, he should have no issue overcoming the first transition's thunder tribulation.
Yi Sheng contemplated, his gaze shimmering with anticipation. Although the thunder tribulation is perilous, once survived, it heralds a significant surge in power as one ascends to the next grand realm.
To assess
the strength of an initiator of the second transition ghost master realm is 50 times that of an ordinary first transition level 100 individual.
Indeed,
it is a staggering 50 times.
A nascent second transition ghost master can effortlessly vanquish a typical first transition level 100 adversary. The disparity between the two is monumental.
Even a dozen level 100 first transition fighters combined would falter against a fledgling second transition Ghost Master.
Yet, exceptions exist. Equipment represents a significant variable.
An anomaly like Sheng, adorned in dark gold grade gear, may still be a level 100 first transition. Yet his power has reached an astonishing 100 times that of an ordinary level 100 first transition warrior. This is even more exaggerated than the 50 times of an initiator of the second transition Ghost Master realm.
Of course, this comparison is merely against a fledgling second transition Ghost Master.
Should he encounter a seasoned second transition Ghost Master clad in golden grade equipment, they would undoubtedly overpower Sheng. Despite his own dark gold grade armor,
transcending to a grand realm is the true path.
Sheng's eyes blazed with fervor. Upon breaking through to the second transition Ghost Master realm, he could don even more formidable second transition equipment.
The power enhancement of second transition gear would be immensely terrifying, far surpassing that of first transition equipment.
Sheng rose, clenched his fist, and declared, "Enough pondering, I must first acquire the transition artifact." With that, he leaped, vanishing into the vast ghostly mist, journeying deeper into the wilderness in search of a boss-level specter. Days later, within a toxic mist swamp, the green poisonous fog surged like a tangible entity. Yet, under a deluge of golden divine lightning, the swamp regained its clarity, as countless specters were reduced to ashes. Deep within the toxic mire stood a colossal 10-meter-tall skeletal figure, which crumbled and collapsed under the onslaught of golden divine lightning, scattering an array of equipment across the ground. Should anyone witness this scene, they would be utterly astonished. This towering skeletal figure was a level 100 first transition boss, one that ordinary individuals could not hope to confront. It would likely take 100 warriors working in unison to have any chance of defeating it. Yet now, it was obliterated instantly by the golden divine lightning. With a swish, Sheng's silhouette appeared, standing amidst the swamp, gazing at the scattered equipment from the colossal skeletal boss. Still, nothing had been found. Sheng cast a sweeping glance over the scattered equipment, furrowing his brow. After vanquishing the boss, he still failed to obtain the coveted class change item. How unexpectedly challenging this endeavor turned out to be. Sheng exhaled a heavy sigh, taken aback by the elusiveness of the class change item. Over the past few days, he had been relentlessly hunting bosses, eagerly anticipating the drop of the class change item to aid him in overcoming the Thunder Tribulation. Relying on an extraordinary power that surpassed that of an ordinary level 100 first transformation warrior by a staggering hundredfold, Sheng traversed the depths of the wilderness with scarcely any opposition. Even the most formidable level 100 bosses in this region struggled to withstand the onslaught of his nine heavens divine thunder.
Alas!
Sheng's current strength was nothing short of extraordinary, 100 times greater than that of a typical level 100 first transformation warrior. Coupled with the fearsome enhancement of the nine heavens divine thunder skill, his power could reach an astonishing 200 times. This rendered the depths of the wilderness akin to his own backyard, where he moved freely and effortlessly. Even the mightiest bosses fell before him in mere seconds. In just a few days, he had dispatched over 20 bosses. Yet, despite this triumph, the elusive class change item remained just out of reach.
Time for a brief respite.
Sheng furrowed his brow and settled upon a black stone slab, beginning to restore the energy within him.
The enhancement of the nine heavens divine thunder skill was indeed terrifying.
However, it was not without its drawbacks.
The energy consumption was alarmingly high. After each casting,
Sheng felt as if his very essence had been drained. In the short term, he could not summon it again.
He entered a brief period of weakness.
Continuing down this path was not a viable solution.
Sheng frowned.
While relying on the nine heavens divine thunder to annihilate spectral beings was manageable, engaging in combat with humans would prove perilous. After casting a wave of the nine heavens divine thunder, he would enter a state of vulnerability, leaving him utterly defenseless.
This was a fatal flaw.
Over the past few days, he had sought ways to resolve this issue, hoping to control the attack range of the nine heavens divine thunder to mitigate energy expenditure.
However, the nine heavens divine thunder was inherently an area of effect attack skill.
It was impossible to control. Once unleashed, it would cover a radius of 100 miles, releasing boundless energy and depleting his reserves in one fell swoop. Sheng had attempted numerous times to reduce the coverage area, but all efforts had been in vain. While unleashing a devastating skill was relatively straightforward,
Controlling it proved to be an insurmountable challenge. With a look of helplessness, Sheng concluded that he should perhaps learn a new skill. Controlling the nine heavens' divine thunder seemed a distant goal. He opened his spatial bracelet and began rummaging through it. Over the past few days, he had amassed a considerable collection of skill books, which now formed a small mountain in one corner of the bracelet. Fireball? No, that is a fire-type ghost skill, which a celestial master cannot learn. Sheng tossed aside a crimson skill book and picked up another. Barbaric charge? Also not viable. That is a ghost warrior skill book, which he cannot acquire either. Sheng meticulously sifted through the books, discarding those he could not learn. After traversing half a small hill, Sheng finally uttered a soft exclamation. Oh! A Taoist skill book? This is a swordsmanship, the demon-slaying sword? In his hands lay a golden skill book, which, although a Taoist skill, displayed the option learnable. Indeed, although he was currently a Celestial Master, he had transitioned from a Taoist. The Celestial Master is, after all, a more formidable existence among Taoists, thus the skill book could be learned. Sheng's gaze filled with delight as he regarded the skill book titled, Demon-Slaying Sword. Detected learnable skill, Demon-Slaying Sword. Would you like to learn it? Yes, no? Without hesitation, Sheng chose to learn this Taoist skill, the Demon-Slaying Sword. Ding! Demon-Slaying Sword learned successfully. Common skill, Demon-Slaying Sword, LV1, one of the ordinary sword techniques of Taoism. Attack power increased by 5. Damage to ghostly entities increased by 2. Note, as the skill level rises, the percentage of damage can gradually increase. So weak? Sheng frowned after merely glancing at it. The enhancements offered by the Taoist Demon-Slaying Sword were decidedly mundane. An attack power increase of only 5. While there was an increase in damage to ghostly entities, it was a mere 2. Sheng felt quite dissatisfied, unaware that this was merely the standard level for most. Just as his discontent brewed, a notification echoed in his mind once more. Ding! New skill detected. The passive talent heart of the Celestial Master is triggered. Demon-Slaying Sword automatically upgrades to the destruction level. Chapter 13, the new cataclysmic skill. The passive talent heart of the Celestial Master has activated, and the Demon-Slaying Sword automatically upgrades to the cataclysmic Vajra Demon-Slaying Sword. The Vajra Demon-Slaying Sword? Indeed. The passive talent heart of the Celestial Master has triggered once more, much to Sheng's delight. Yet, he pondered the effects of this new cataclysmic skill, the Vajra Demon-Slaying Sword, with great anticipation. Sheng swiftly accessed the skill's description. Cataclysmic skill, Vajra Demon-Slaying Sword, LV1, a single-target attack skill, one of the pinnacle Taoist demon-slaying techniques. Attack power increase 15,000. Damage to spectral entities increase 25,000. A single-target attack skill? As Sheng's gaze swept across the description, the phrase single-target attack skill ignited a wave of exhilaration within him. Such skills are far less resource-intensive than their area of effect counterparts. This undoubtedly alleviated a significant concern of his. The enhancement in power is astonishing as well? Sheng gasped in astonishment. The attack power of Vajra Demon-Slaying Sword boasts an incredible increase of 15,000. Moreover, damage to spectral entities escalates to a staggering 25,000. In stark contrast to the Taoist skill, Demon-Slaying Sword, which only provides an attack power increase of 5 and a mere 2 damage boost against spectral entities. This new skill has surpassed expectations. It is simply outrageous. Sheng was left astounded. Additionally, he noted that due to Vajra Demon-Slaying Sword being a single-target skill, its attack power augmentation far exceeds that of Nine Heavens' Divine Thunder. The latter offers only a 10,000 increase in attack power, whereas the former achieves a remarkable 15,000. However, this does not imply that the Vajra Demon-Slaying Sword surpasses Nine Heavens' Divine Thunder, rather, it indicates that each excels in different realms. The Vajra Demon-Slaying Sword is formidable for single-target engagements, while Nine Heavens' Divine Thunder specializes in area attacks. In that respect, the Vajra Demon-Slaying Sword cannot compete. Now I will be much more agile, free from any period of weakness. Sheng laughed heartily. After a brief interval of over 10 minutes, as the energy within him replenished significantly, he resolved to continue his journey. He was eager to test the might of the Vajra demon-slaying sword. With this single-target cataclysmic skill at his disposal, vanquishing bosses would become a far simpler task. There would be no need to unleash the grand-scale Nine Heavens divine thunder each time, which often caused considerable commotion. Where to next? Sheng opened his electronic map and swiftly pinpointed a location. The Headless Ghost Valley. This shall be the destination, as it is rumored to harbor a Headless Ghost King boss. Defeating it may yield the necessary transitional items for his tribulation. With his objective set, Sheng rose and proceeded towards the Headless Ghost Valley. The Headless Ghost Valley lies deep within the wilderness. The entire valley is shrouded in ghostly flames, with countless headless specters drifting ominously throughout. These headless ghosts are all first transmutation. Level 90 entities, rendering the valley exceedingly perilous. However, this is merely a secondary concern. Deep within the Headless Ghost Valley, there resides a formidable first transformation top-tier boss known as the Headless Ghost King. This is the true reason that instills fear in countless cultivators, preventing them from approaching. At this moment, it appears that the valley has recently endured a fierce battle. Numerous cliffs have crumbled into rubble, and a significant amount of white powder remnants of the slain headless ghosts scatters the ground. In the innermost depths, a towering figure of over 10 meters, the Headless Ghost King, is roaring with fury. It paces back and forth, its colossal feet thundering against the ground, causing the entire valley to tremble slightly. True to its name, the Headless Ghost King lacks a head upon its broad shoulders, possessing instead a robust and imposing ghostly form. Its eyes, mouth, and nostrils are grotesquely situated upon its chest, reminiscent of the legendary figure Sheng from myth. With crimson eyes and a massive maw filled with razor-sharp fangs, the Headless Ghost King relentlessly assaults a golden protective shield, within which 4 figures are huddled, desperately clinging to life. This golden shield, quite remarkable in its resilience, withstands the onslaught of the Headless Ghost King for the time being. Yet, a discerning observer could easily notice the myriad cracks that mar its surface, indicating that it may not endure much longer. Should the golden shield shatter, the 4 individuals within would undoubtedly meet a gruesome fate, swiftly devoured by the Headless Ghost King without any hope of escape. At this moment, had Sheng been present, he would have recognized the 4 encased within the shield. They are none other than that Songming team, the very group that had captured him and brought him to this desolate wilderness. For reasons unknown, they find themselves ensnared within the Headless Ghost Valley, unable to extricate themselves, with danger looming ever closer. What to do? I do not wish to perish. Xiao Shan, a robust figure clad in golden grade armor, now bears a visage of terror as he gazes at the pacing Headless Ghost King, sensing the approach of doom. The grey-robed woman, Li Ying, has lost her previous composure, her hair is disheveled, and her complexion is pale, exhibiting a state of utter disarray. Observing Xiao Shan's panic, she forces herself to maintain a semblance of calm and chastises. What are you so flustered about? There will surely be a way to escape. Xiao Shan, on the verge of collapse, stares at the Headless Ghost King and begins to weep, exclaiming, "Escape? It is impossible. We are trapped in a dead end. The Songming team is doomed." With these words, his expression twisted in rage, he turns to Li Ying and accuses, "This is all your fault. You insisted on confronting the Headless Ghost King. Now look where we are, none of us will survive." In a fit of anger, Xiao Shan lunges to grasp Li Ying by the throat. This alarming scene terrifies the other 2 members of the team, who hastily intervene to restrain him. Although Xiao Shan is stopped, the encounter leaves Li Ying looking extremely distressed. Once he calms down, one member of the Songming team, wearing a bitter smile, remarks, "Who could have anticipated that the Headless Ghost King would mutate? It possesses 30 times the strength of an ordinary first transformation level 100 expert. The boss of level 1 to 100 possesses a strength that often surpasses that of an ordinary level 1 to 100 warrior by 10-fold. More formidable bosses can reach a staggering 20-fold. Those that attain 30-fold are undoubtedly mutated, extremely rare. Upon encountering such a creature, evasion is the only recourse. Yet, despite its rarity, they found themselves face to face with it. It is indeed a stroke of misfortune. This time, the Songming team had made meticulous preparations to confront the Headless Ghost King. By a stroke of luck, they acquired a premium ghost-suppressing talisman worth 3 million, capable of weakening the Headless Ghost King's power. With their combined formidable strength, they believed they could vanquish it and obtain superior equipment.
However, they did not anticipate that the Headless Ghost King had just completed a mutation,
elevating its strength to 30-fold. Even with the premium ghost-suppressing talisman, they found themselves outmatched.
This resulted in their entrapment within the Headless Ghost Valley. The golden light array plate was on the verge of collapse. One team member cast a glance at the golden array plate clutched in the arms of the gray-robed woman, Li Ying, his eyes filled with despair. The reason they had survived thus far was solely due to Li Ying's protective treasure, the golden light array plate.
Yet now,
under the relentless assaults of the Headless Ghost King, the array plate was riddled with cracks and appeared to be on the brink of failing.
Chapter 14, Encountering the Tsangming Team Again.
The gray-robed woman, Li Ying, bit her lip, casting a glance at the cracked golden array disc in her hand, her expression equally grim.
Suddenly,
a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the entrance to the Headless Ghost Valley, sending shockwaves through the air, accompanied by a cloud of dust billowing forth. It seemed that a formidable presence had arrived at the Headless Ghost Valley, forcefully charging in. This unexpected scene left Li Ying and the other 3 members of the Tsangming team momentarily stunned, instinctively turning their gazes toward the valley entrance.
In the distance,
a powerful figure surged into the Headless Ghost Valley, unleashing a brutal onslaught. The sword light that was casually slashed forth lacked finesse.
Yet it effortlessly annihilated the first-turn level 90 headless ghosts in an instant.
The sheer ferocity of the aura was astonishing.
Upon witnessing this,
Sheng was the first to react, his eyes brimming with ecstasy as he exclaimed, "A master has intruded into the Headless Ghost Valley, we are saved." The other 2 members of the Tsangming team also felt an overwhelming surge of excitement at this unexpected turn of events. Who would have thought that amidst despair,
a glimmer of hope would emerge?
Li Ying, taken aback, gazed toward the valley entrance, her eyes sparkling with intrigue as she marveled at the audacious figure breaching the Headless Ghost Valley. What kind of master is this,
daring to venture alone into the Headless Ghost Valley?
The other 2 members of the Tsangming team solemnly remarked, "This individual is extraordinary."
Indeed.
Anyone capable of effortlessly slaying first-turn level 90 headless ghosts must be at least a perfected first-turn level 100 master, otherwise, such strength would be unfathomable. The 2 displayed keen insight, recognizing that the intruder was undoubtedly a powerhouse beyond the capabilities of their Tsangming team.
Sheng laughed heartily, "It's a master. This is our chance to escape." Indeed.
The other 2 members of the Tsangming team smiled in response, feeling a renewed sense of hope.
It was truly a moment of unexpected fortune.
After a day's journey, Sheng finally arrived at the Headless Ghost Valley.
Upon reaching the entrance,
he charged straight in. Unfazed by the tide of first-turn level 90 headless ghosts surging toward him, Sheng began his slaughter. Possessing a strength 100 times greater than that of an ordinary first-turn level 100 master, he could effortlessly reap a swath of headless ghosts with a mere swing of his sword, even without utilizing any skills. After effortlessly dispatching a swarm of advancing headless ghosts, Sheng turned his gaze deeper into the Headless Ghost Valley, pondering, "My objective here is the Headless Ghost King. I wonder if this beast has already been slain?" With his thoughts barely spoken, a deafening ghostly howl reverberated through the valley, accompanied by a surge of sinister energy rolling forth from within.
It was still alive.
Upon hearing this, Sheng felt a surge of joy rather than fear. He recognized that the ghostly wail emanated from the Headless Ghost King.
Elated, Sheng quickened his pace, delving deeper into the valley with formidable intensity.
Moments later, he stormed into the innermost depths with overwhelming power. Upon penetrating the depths of the Headless Ghost Valley, Sheng's gaze swept across the surroundings, and his expression quickly turned to one of astonishment. Deep within this enigmatic realm, apart from the colossal Headless Ghost King towering over 10 meters, there were indeed other individuals. A golden protective shield shimmered before him, albeit marred by numerous cracks. Within its confines, it appeared there were 4 beleaguered figures seeking refuge.
At this moment, upon his arrival, those 4 figures were gazing at him with palpable hope. However,
as Sheng discerned their faces, he found himself momentarily taken aback.
"The Tsangming squad. Is it truly you?"
Sheng was in a daze, astonished to encounter the Tsangming squad here. Moreover, it seemed they were on the verge of being devoured whole by the Headless Ghost King. It was at this moment that recognition dawned upon all. As Sheng recognized the 4, they too evidently recognized him.
The quartet was equally dumbfounded.
Merely a few days had passed, and they had certainly not forgotten Yi Sheng, the very individual they had initially captured to bolster their ranks. How had he transformed into such a formidable powerhouse? The combat prowess he displayed was utterly unfathomable, far surpassing that of the Tsangming squad. This was indeed astonishing. Am I not dreaming? Xiaoshan was in a stupor, particularly struck by Yi Sheng's transformation. He recalled vividly how he had once grabbed Yi Sheng by the collar and brought him to the teleportation array. Back then, Yi Sheng was merely a novice. Effortlessly picked up like a feather, how could he have evolved into an unimaginably powerful warrior in such a short span? I must be dreaming, this is too surreal. Xiaoshan pinched his thigh sharply. The intense pain jolted him back to reality, affirming that this was no dream, but a tangible truth. How could this be? Li Ying was equally taken aback. She too recognized Yi Sheng, the boy they had once captured. Yet now, how had he morphed into such a fearsome warrior? Even she found herself looking up to him. The swiftness of this transformation was bewildering. The other two members of the Tsangming squad were equally dazed. Surely, they had mistaken him for someone else. In unison, they voiced their disbelief, convinced they were seeing merely two individuals who bore a resemblance. After all, how could an inconspicuous novice evolve into a master in just a few days? This felt like a myth come to life. Indeed, it must be a case of mistaken identity. Xiaoshan nodded vigorously. Even Li Ying could not help but privately endorse this notion. However, Yi Sheng's next words shattered the flicker of hope that lingered in their hearts. Everyone, it is good to see you all. Yi Sheng spoke. His tone laden with profound significance as he regarded the four with a playful glint in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the quartet felt as though they had been struck by a thunderbolt. This single utterance unequivocally confirmed their worst fears. It is truly you. Li Ying gazed at Yi Sheng in disbelief. Xiaoshan's jaw nearly dropped. Who else could it possibly be? Yi Sheng shrugged his shoulders, a mischievous smile gracing his features as he observed the four. After all, they had previously treated him as if he were an insignificant insect, dragging him along to the teleportation array. Now, he has reached the pinnacle of the first transformation, at level 100, far surpassing the few level 90 experts of the Tsangming squad that. Esteemed elder, it is all a misunderstanding. Xiaoshan, with an intense will to survive, swiftly shifted his stance and began to plead submissively to Yi Sheng. Observing this, the other two members of the Tsangming squad prostrated themselves in desperation. In the face of survival, even the slightest shred of dignity could be cast aside. Although they were unaware of how Yi Sheng had become so formidable in such a short span, he had now become their sole hope for survival. Yi Sheng cast a glance towards Li Ying, who was clad in a grey robe. Li Ying's demeanor was resolute, her pride forbidding her from bowing before Yi Sheng. Yet, under the fervent pleas of Xiaoshan and his companions, her expression flickered between shades of ashen and flushed. Ultimately, Li Ying found her voice. Esteemed elder, please, help us escape. She offered Yi Sheng a smile more painful than tears, her beautiful face flushed with embarrassment. The disdain she once held for Yi Sheng now turned into a profound contempt for herself. Chapter 15, The Might of the Diamond Demon-Slaying Sword. Rescue you? What a whimsical dream. Yi Sheng scoffed coldly, intending first to deal with the headless ghost king, his gaze fixed upon it. Has it mutated? Upon closer inspection, Yi Sheng discerned that this headless ghost king exuded an exceptionally formidable aura. He estimated its combat power to be 30 times that of an ordinary first transformation level 100 warrior. In contrast, the bosses he had previously encountered typically possessed only 10 to at most 20 times the strength. Roar! The headless ghost king bellowed, charging towards Yi Sheng with great strides. Come forth! Yi Sheng's expression remained indifferent, regarding the headless ghost king with utter disdain. His own combat power far surpassed that of the headless ghost king, reaching an astonishing 100 times. Moreover, when augmented by the apocalyptic skill, the diamond demon-slaying sword, his final combat prowess could soar to an incredible 260 times. Indeed, 260 times. Excluding the 100 times granted by his dark gold equipment. The apocalyptic skill alone could elevate Yi Sheng's strength by an additional 160 times. The sum of both was a staggering 260 times.
260 times against 30 times. It was akin to a complete annihilation.
The ground trembled as the headless Ghost King charged forth, resembling a small mountain. Its advance triggered a minor earthquake across the entire Headless Ghost Valley, accompanied by a torrent of ominous energy rolling towards Yi Sheng like ominous clouds.
A sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring.
In response, Yi Sheng's expression remained utterly unperturbed.
Yet, under such overwhelming force, the 4 members of the Tsangming team fell silent.
Whether Yi Sheng could save them hinged entirely on whether he could contend with the Headless Ghost King.
If not, all would be in vain.
And they would perish together in this Headless Ghost Valley. With a sudden flourish, the white jade longsword in Yi Sheng's hand erupted into blinding golden light.
Beneath his feet, a colossal diamond bagua formation unfurled.
The formation pulsated with radiant golden light, intricate and profound in its design.
In an instant, as Yi Sheng stood upon the bagua formation, bathed in golden illumination, clad in his white robe, he appeared transcendent and ethereal.
Li Ying gazed at him anew, her eyes widening in astonishment. This was hardly the novice she had known. Roar! The Headless Ghost King accelerated with remarkable swiftness, closing the distance to Yi Sheng in the blink of an eye. With a deafening roar, its palm, as massive as a rooftop, descended upon him, the chilling wind swirling, even the gust alone could shatter boulders.
Boom! Yi Sheng unleashed a single strike.
With one swing, countless diamond demon-slaying runes danced through the air, accompanied by a colossal beam of golden sword light soaring forth. It cleaved toward the valley before him. Viewed from the skies, it resembled a celestial swordsman clad in white, unleashing a magnificent golden sword light that engulfed the entire valley. Within the valley, as the sword light descended, the Headless Ghost King bore the brunt of the attack.
The mountainous form began to disintegrate upon contact with the sword light.
First its arms, then its legs, all melted away. In the blink of an eye, this boss, possessing 30 times the combat power, was utterly reduced to nothingness.
Boom! A resounding explosion echoed.
After vanquishing the Headless Ghost King, the remaining sword light descended into the valley behind, causing the entire Headless Ghost Valley to tremble violently and raise clouds of dust. Countless Vajra demon-slaying runes danced in the air, purifying the dense ghostly mist surrounding the area. For a fleeting moment, profound silence enveloped the valley. As the dust settled, Li Ying and her companion stared in disbelief at the flattened terrain of the Headless Ghost Valley.
What? Xiao Shan's expression was one of utter astonishment.
What had he just witnessed? With a single strike, Yi Sheng had slain the Headless Ghost King,
a foe boasting 30-fold battle prowess. Li Ying was equally dumbfounded.
She had anticipated a fierce battle, yet it ended so abruptly. This was a mutated boss with 30 times the combat strength, a challenge their team could scarcely contend with. Yet Yi Sheng had dispatched it with a mere flick of his sword.
What an immense disparity!
Li Ying was lost in thought, realizing that Yi Sheng's level of power had ascended to an unimaginable realm.
Indeed.
Yi Sheng paid no heed to the four. Instead, gazing at the spot where the Headless Ghost King had evaporated, a smile spreading across his face. He was highly satisfied with the might of the Vajra demon-slaying sword, which had granted him an astonishing 260 times the battle strength, marking him as an anomaly among anomalies. Even donning a full set of first-turn legendary gear would scarcely compare. Yi Sheng chuckled. Furthermore, in terms of single-target combat, the Vajra demon-slaying sword far surpassed the heavenly thunder of 9 heavens in both power and efficiency. He felt within himself the energy consumed by a single strike of the Vajra demon-slaying sword was merely about 20% of his total energy.
This meant he could unleash 5 consecutive strikes.
Yi Sheng was quite pleased with this. With such formidable power at his disposal,
he was confident no one could endure the onslaught of 5 strikes without perishing. On another side, with a resounding boom, the Headless Ghost King was obliterated. And an explosion of equipment ensued, as if it were raining gear from the heavens. Hundreds of items cascaded to the ground,
erupting in vibrant beams of light that illuminated the once silent Headless Ghost Valley. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors dazzled the eyes of Li Ying and her companions.
It was an explosion of loot. As they beheld the deluge of equipment, their eyes turned crimson with envy.
All of this had originally belonged to them.
Now, it had fallen into Yi Sheng's possession. Heavens! There were dark gold items,
Xiao Shan's eyes widened as he spotted several dark gold beams emerging, shooting forth astonishingly brilliant light.
This realization quickened the breaths of the four.
In that moment, even Li Ying's eyes glistened with longing. Although each of them possessed a full set of golden equipment, they had never owned a single dark gold item, which had always been a source of regret. One dark gold piece could enhance battle strength by tenfold, far surpassing the power of golden equipment. Xiao Shan's mouth watered as he fixated on those dark gold beams, wishing to etch their brilliance into his very eyes.
Yi Sheng,
however, merely cast a glance and remained indifferent. It was but a first-turn dark gold item. He had long since assembled a complete set.
No amount of additional loot would be of any use to him.
Suddenly, a brilliant orange beam of light soared into the sky. This astonishing beam was so striking that it dispersed the dark clouds above, revealing a truly remarkable phenomenon. The unexpected turn of events caught Yi Sheng's attention.
What? Legendary equipment.
Li Ying and her companions were nearly left speechless, their faces reflecting disbelief.
The emergence of this orange beam took everyone by surprise. How could this be possible?
Li Ying exclaimed, as if caught in a dream. The Headless Ghost King had actually dropped a piece of legendary equipment.
Legendary equipment?
Yi Sheng was also taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. He never anticipated that fortune would smile upon him in such a way, resulting in the acquisition of a legendary item.
Legendary equipment.
It not only offers unparalleled attributes but also has an exceedingly low drop rate, rendering it incredibly precious. For the Headless Ghost King to yield such a treasure could only be described as an extraordinary stroke of luck.
For a moment,
Yi Sheng found himself at a loss for words.
Chapter 16, This lad seems to be in grave danger.
How fortunate I am, Yi Sheng mused.
Ding! At that moment,
a white orb rolled forth, emitting a melodious ding sound that caught Yi Sheng's attention.
Upon closer inspection, his expression transformed into one of sheer delight.
For within the orb lay a solitary white feather. The feather was immaculate, radiating a soft, milky glow. The sight of this white feather brought Yi Sheng greater joy than the discovery of legendary equipment.
A class transition item. At last, it had materialized.
Yi Sheng erupted into hearty laughter.
This class transition item was something he had long coveted. For days, he had tirelessly sought it. Once acquired, it would allow him to summon the heavenly tribulation and ascend to the realm of the second transition Ghost Master. The ethereal glow of the transition item was unmistakably white, confirming its identity beyond doubt. Excellent, excellent, excellent!
Yi Sheng exclaimed thrice in jubilation. This moment was indeed a bountiful harvest.
Then,
amidst the envious gazes of Li Ying and her companions, Yi Sheng strode confidently towards the equipment.
Lad, I advise you not to move.
A chilling laugh suddenly echoed, laced with mockery. Yi Sheng's steps faltered, and instinctively he turned to look. There, atop a distant slope, stood two figures, having appeared unbeknownst to him. The two stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, grinning sinisterly as they fixated on Yi Sheng in the valley below. Their eyes greedily locked onto the legendary orange beam of light. Their intentions were evident. They were drawn by the allure of this legendary equipment.
Could they be two second transition Ghost Masters?
Yi Sheng's gaze sharpened as he recognized their formidable presence.
Second transition Ghost Masters.
They had undoubtedly entered the ranks of the elite, having successfully endured a heavenly tribulation.
Within various factions, second transition Ghost Masters could easily serve as esteemed guests, earning annual salaries in the millions. For any power, second transition Ghost Masters represented a cornerstone of strength. Previously, his brother Lu Ming had boasted of having a second transition Ghost Master assisting him in leveling up. Such privileges were exceedingly rare. These two must have been lured by the soaring orange beam of light. Yi Sheng cast a glance at the radiant pillar, which was visible even from 100 miles away. With the speed of a second transition Ghost Master, they could reach him in the blink of an eye.
This was troublesome. Yi Sheng furrowed his brow. Though he felt somewhat perturbed by their presence, he remained composed.
Currently, his combat prowess,
when wielding the devastating Skilvidry Demon Subduing Sword, could reach an astonishing 260 times. In contrast, these two second transition Ghost Masters exuded a power level of approximately 80 times. Compared to his own 260 times, they were significantly outmatched. Despite being second transition Ghost Masters, they were still easily crushable.
2 second transition Ghost Masters.
Not far away, Li Ying and her companions exchanged glances, astonished by the unexpected arrival of these two powerful foes.
This lad is in trouble, Xiao Shan murmured.
The other two members of the Tsangming team nodded in agreement.
In an instant, the trio's gazes became animated, occasionally darting towards the scattered equipment not far away.
Kid, your luck seems to be quite favorable, Bai Ziliang remarked with a sinister smile, standing with his hands behind his back, casually appraising Yi Sheng from head to toe.
Brother,
it must be our fortune that shines. Bai Zishu chuckled to the side. He had discerned that Yi Sheng was merely a first-tier cultivator. A first-tier cultivator stood no chance against the might of a second-tier Ghostmaster, let alone two of them.
Although the legendary equipment had emerged from Yi Sheng,
since they had stumbled upon it, it rightfully belonged to them. Thus, rather than attributing luck to Yi Sheng, it was more accurate to say that fortune favored them. Yi Sheng had no opportunity to reclaim the items from their grasp.
Hand over the goods, and I might spare your life.
Bai Ziliang extended his hand,
mockingly regarding Yi Sheng.
He was overtly taking advantage of Yi Sheng's inferior rank. Bai Zishu's eyes gleamed with desire.
A piece of legendary equipment warranted attention,
even from second-tier Ghost Masters like themselves.
Humph.
Yi Sheng scoffed, disinterested in the two, and turned to gather the equipment. Suddenly, a flash of a blade surged from behind, striking with remarkable precision. Yi Sheng swiftly dodged, avoiding the lethal strike.
A tremendous crash resounded as the blade struck a distant mountain,
causing it to crumble and send clouds of dust billowing into the air. That blade strike was exceedingly treacherous. Had Yi Sheng not evaded in time, he would have surely been cleaved in twain. Bai Ziliang sheathed his blade, stroking the edge with a smirk. I warned you, that treasure belongs to us.
You seek death. Yi Sheng's eyes flickered with a fierce intensity. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Xiao Shan, Li Ying,
and the others suddenly sprang into action, seizing the opportunity while Yi Sheng was momentarily occupied, dashing towards a pile of equipment with remarkable speed. Each person snatched a piece of equipment and turned to flee from the valley.
Their movements were fluid and decisive.
Furthermore, the four were astute, deliberately avoiding the legendary equipment, fully aware that the two second-tier Ghost Masters would not allow it to slip away. They opted instead for the relatively precious dark gold equipment. Li Ying, however, had different intentions, choosing the white orb of light. She had discerned through Yi Sheng's gaze that he held it in high regard.
Her intent was to work Yi Sheng by absconding with the class-changing item.
The four moved with incredible swiftness. As first-tier cultivators at level 90, they surged forward, and within less than a second, they had vanished from the valley. This scene ignited a surge of nameless fury within Yi Sheng. Especially Li Ying, her actions were infuriating. She had made off with the class-changing item he had labored for over several days. You seek death, Yi Sheng bellowed, his voice reverberating through the valley. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had never been so enraged, nor had he encountered such shameless individuals as the Tsangming team, who persistently tested his limits.
Yi Sheng turned, intending to gather the equipment and pursue them. Upon witnessing the scene, Bai Ziliang and his companion exchanged knowing smirks and moved to intercept Yi Sheng.
Youngster, I have warned you, relinquish your belongings. Bai Ziliang's eyes glinted with derision as he obstructed Yi Sheng's path.
In that moment,
the countenances of these two men appeared equally loathsome to Yi Sheng.
Die!
Yi Sheng's patience had evaporated entirely, his eyes darkening with fury. He unsheathed his sword in a swift motion. Meanwhile, outside the Headless Ghost Valley, Xiao Shan erupted in laughter, exuding exhilaration and a sense of having narrowly escaped a perilous fate. The other two companions mirrored his delight. Not only had they evaded capture, but one of them had also acquired a coveted dark gold equipment. What a gratifying endeavor! Their journey had not been in vain. That young man is likely to be driven to despair. The effort was futile. The mere thought of Yi Sheng elicited uproarious laughter from them.
Li Ying,
gazing at the white orb in her hand, smiled and remarked, whether he survives is still debatable. Indeed, they were facing two formidable second-tier Ghost Masters.
The odds were decidedly against that young man. The two concurred. Let us depart, lingering may invite unforeseen troubles.
Li Ying, ever the cautious one, urged.
Just then,
a thunderous roar erupted from the direction of the Headless Ghost Valley. The group instinctively turned to look, only to have their faces drain of color as they beheld a scene that filled them with despair.
Chapter 17, Slaying Four Wretched Beings.
Before the astonished gaze of Li Ying and her companions, a magnificent golden sword light erupted from the direction of the Headless Ghost Valley, instantly causing the entire valley to collapse. Subsequently, an eerie silence enveloped the valley, rendering it hauntingly quiet.
In a fleeting moment,
a figure clad in white robes leaped forth from the depths of the Headless Ghost Valley.
Who else could it be but Yi Sheng?
As for the two second-tier Ghost Masters, by Zilliang's companions, they seemed to have vanished from existence, leaving no trace behind.
What transpired? Where had those two second-tier Ghost Masters gone? Xiao Shan and his companions were utterly astounded. Had this concluded far too swiftly? Was Yi Sheng not supposed to be entangled with the two second-tier Ghost Masters, perhaps even facing their demise? Yet, how was it that he had emerged from the valley in the blink of an eye while the two masters remained silent?
A flicker of dread appeared in Li Ying's eyes. Those two must have perished.
What?
Xiao Shan was aghast, unable to comprehend.
Li Ying's speculation was indeed correct.
Just moments ago, Yi Sheng had dispatched Bai Ziliang and his companion with a single stroke of his sword. Even in their final moments, they wore expressions of disbelief. How could there exist such a freak as Yi Sheng in this world, possessing strength that reached an astounding 260 times? By the time the two masters grasped the situation, it was already too late. They were obliterated by Yi Sheng's sword.
Run! Fear was evident in the eyes of Xiao Shan and his companions. At that moment, the trio was genuinely terrified, their bodies trembling uncontrollably.
Especially upon witnessing the figure in white, akin to a demonic deity, pursuing them at great speed, a sense of despair surged within them.
What opponent could withstand a being capable of annihilating second-tier Ghost Masters? Alas!
Yi Sheng's speed was unparalleled, his profound energy coursing through him, even without employing any movement technique. He surged forward with incredible swiftness. In the blink of an eye, he obstructed the path of the four, his gaze icy and unyielding.
Spare us!
Xiao Shan and his companions fell to their knees, prostrating themselves on the ground, weeping uncontrollably.
It was over.
Li Ying, however, stood there in despair, motionless. She understood all too well that Yi Sheng would not allow them to leave.
Death!
Yi Sheng, filled with rage, struck forth. A golden sword light flashed, engulfing the four figures, as he deemed it a waste to exchange words with these wretched beings.
Boom! In the aftermath of his strike, a deep chasm was carved through the forest.
The four were utterly obliterated, leaving behind nothing but four space rings.
With a wave of his hand, Yi Sheng collected the rings.
As he searched through Li Ying's space ring, he discovered a white orb of light. Noticing that the job transfer item remained intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. This journey had not been in vain. It was time to depart. Yi Sheng scanned his surroundings and leapt away,
swiftly vanishing into the woods.
With the job transfer item, he would be able to summon a thunder tribulation and ascend to the second-tier Ghost Master realm. Half an hour later, a figure approached the Headless Ghost Valley at great speed, exuding the aura of a second-tier Ghost Master.
Boom!
The figure cast a shadow in the Headless Ghost Valley, its formidable power causing the ground beneath to crack and fissure.
This presence was exceptionally formidable. Upon standing upright,
it revealed itself to be a middle-aged man clad in resplendent battle armor.
Each piece of his equipment radiated a dark golden glow,
indicating that he was adorned in dark golden-grade gear of extraordinary opulence.
Notably, this armor was not merely of the first transition but astonishingly of the second transition,
amplifying his combat prowess 100-fold, remarkably, compared to the strength of a second transition Ghost Master, not a first transition warrior. In contrast to Yi Sheng, this man was on an entirely different level. Should Yi Sheng find himself here, even with his devastating skill, the diamond-conquering demon sword, he would likely find himself at a disadvantage against this individual, as their realms and equipment were worlds apart.
At this moment,
Bai Tingyu surveyed the chaotic scene within the Headless Ghost Valley, his expression darkening.
Just moments earlier,
He had brought along 2 young disciples of the Bai family, Bai Ziliang and Bai Zishu, whose life signals had inexplicably vanished. The disappearance of their life signals indicated their demise, otherwise, such signals would never cease. It was here that the life signals of Ziliang and Zishu had flickered out. The storm clouds of despair gathered ominously upon Bai Tingyu's face. His esteemed disciples had been slain right under his nose. The Bai family had dominated Ghost Mountain City for decades, and never had they encountered such a calamity. Typically, the mere mention of the Bai family would compel others to steer clear. After a thorough search, Bai Tingyu indeed discovered a severed head among a pile of rubble. The visage of the head was smeared with blood, and upon closer inspection, Bai Tingyu recognized it as that of Bai Ziliang, whose expression was frozen in terror evidently. He had witnessed something unfathomable in his final moments.
Ziliang. Bai Tingyu could no longer contain his grief.
Bai Ziliang and Bai Zishu were individuals he had watched grow up. And he had harbored great expectations for them. They had lived up to those expectations,
successfully overcoming the tribulation at a young age and shining brightly as rising stars of the Bai family. Yet now all was lost.
With a heavy heart, Bai Tingyu collected himself and retrieved a rune inscribed with intricate symbols, from which a chilling aura emanated. He let a drop of his blood fall upon the crimson rune. As he rubbed his hands together, the soul-searching rune ignited with an eerie green ghostly flame, enveloping the remnants of Bai Ziliang's head.
In a moment,
the visage of Bai Ziliang flickered to life, revealing the final memories before his death. In this fleeting vision, a figure clad in white wielded a sword of tremendous might, surrounded by swirling 8 trigram symbols. The blade struck true, and with a sudden flash, the scene vanished, leaving behind only a profound darkness. Bai Tingyu gazed at the vision, his expression darkening further. This soul-searching rune could extract the last memories of the deceased, forming a fleeting image. However, there was a time limit beyond an hour.
The remnants would fade forever.
Even the soul-searching talisman valued at millions proves ineffective. Nearly half an hour has passed since Bai Ziliang's demise. Still within the confines of this temporal span,
the figure clad in white?
Bai Tingyu furrowed her brow, as that silhouette appeared strikingly unfamiliar. Regrettably, the golden light obscured the individual's visage, rendering it almost indistinct. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for this tracking talisman is capable of capturing the essence of this person. Bai Tingyu summoned forth another talisman.
The tracking talisman floated in the void, emitting a faint glow as it gathered the surrounding auras and inscribed them within. Should she encounter the recorded essence again, the talisman would illuminate.
It would ascertain the identity of the pursued.
Furthermore,
the tracking talisman could indicate the general direction of the fleeing individual. Once oriented towards the escapee, the talisman would also emit a subtle light,
guiding one towards the path of pursuit. Of course, the efficacy of the tracking talisman is contingent upon its quality.
The tracking talisman in Bai Tingyu's possession clearly boasts superior craftsmanship,
likely worth tens of millions.
Humph.
You shall not evade. Those of the Bai clan are not so easily slain.
A glint of malice flickered in Bai Tingyu's eyes.
Chapter 18, Legendary Equipment.
A day later, deep within the wilderness, a 5-member squad was advancing with utmost caution. This formidable team comprised individuals who had reached the pinnacle of their first transition, each boasting a level of 100. Yet, even such a powerful group must tread carefully in the depths of the wilderness, ever vigilant against the onslaught of formidable spirits and ghostly tides.
Let us take a moment to rest,
commanded the squad leader, a robust figure whose breath was slightly ragged from the prolonged journey that had drained his energy significantly. Zhang Kuei waved his hand and settled onto a large black stone, commencing the process of restoring his inner energy.
The other 4 members sighed in relief,
as they too were nearing their limits. In this treacherous terrain, their spirits had remained taut, and prolonged tension was inevitably exhausting.
Captain, we have been in the deep wilderness for half a month now. When shall we return?
One of the young members, Wang Yu, complained as he sat down. He was on the verge of exhaustion. Over the past 2 weeks, the team had vanquished 4 bosses and faced 2 sudden waves of ghostly tides.
On one occasion,
they nearly succumbed to a passing army of spectral soldiers. The remaining 3 members also turned their gazes toward the captain, clearly contemplating retreat.
Zhang Kuei stroked his bearded chin,
glancing at his weary companions with a wry smile.
In 2 days we shall return.
He understood that if they did not withdraw from the deep wilderness soon,
the squad could encounter dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the 4 members collectively exhaled, their bodies relaxing.
Wang Yu even chuckled in delight. They had acquired a considerable amount of high-tier equipment, which could fetch a handsome sum in Ghost Mountain City, ample enough for him to indulge for a while. Lost in thoughts of his impending lavish lifestyle, Wang Yu felt a sense of relief wash over him.
Be cautious. Someone is approaching.
Zhang Kuei suddenly bellowed, alerting his comrades. Instantly, the previously relaxed bodies of the 4 tensed once more.
In a fleeting moment, a figure emerged from the thicket.
The young man appeared unremarkable, his aura ordinary. Although he too was a level 100 expert of the first transition, his presence showed no enhancements, merely an average practitioner of that level.
Ha! I thought we encountered a formidable opponent.
Wang Yu scoffed upon seeing the newcomer, allowing his body to relax once again.
Each member of Zhang Kuei's squad had an aura amplified by 20 or even 30 times.
Even the weakest among them, Wang Yu, had an amplification of 10 times.
Bolstered by a piece of dark gold equipment.
The young man's aura, however, was devoid of any enhancements, marking him as an ordinary level 100 expert.
Hey, you startled us. Aren't you going to make amends? Wang Yu called out as the young man prepared to continue on his way.
The young man furrowed his brow and turned to regard Wang Yu and his companions. However, Zhang Kuei waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he addressed the young man.
It's a misunderstanding. Please, carry on. The young man nodded, disregarding Zhang Kuei and his companions, and leapt gracefully into the depths of the distant mountains.
After his departure, Wang Yu expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Captain, why let that young man go?"
It was a splendid opportunity to exploit.
Zhang Kuei reprimanded him. In this remote wilderness,
do not create unnecessary complications.
Wang Yu, unconcerned, merely thought his captain overly cautious.
In the mountains, Sheng was on his way. The very young man with an unremarkable aura. The disguise bracelet proved to be quite effective. As he traveled, he glanced at the golden bracelet adorning his wrist.
This golden bracelet was the recently revealed legendary level equipment, known as the Disguiser's Ring.
It possessed numerous functional attributes.
Firstly, the Disguiser's Ring was a spatial bracelet. With an interior space vast enough to accommodate 10 football fields, far superior to the cheap spatial bracelets previously distributed by the Federation. With such ample space, Sheng would no longer be troubled by the inability to store his gear. Secondly, the Disguiser's Ring boasted the divine skills of disguise and concealment. The disguise feature allowed the wearer to mask their aura as any desired form. Sheng had tested it and found he could simulate the aura of a third-tier ghost general, anything beyond that was unattainable, seemingly limited by his own level. Just moments ago, Zhang Kuei and his group perceived him merely as an ordinary first-tier 100-level cultivator, all thanks to the Disguiser's Ring.
The concealment ability was even more extraordinary.
Enabling the wearer to enter a temporary state of invisibility, rendering them imperceptible to the naked eye and eliminating their aura for 3 seconds. Though this brief invisibility might seem insignificant, it was a deadly skill for assassins.
3 seconds was a fleeting moment.
Yet it was ample time for a powerful individual to eliminate a target multiple times over. Regrettably, while the Disguiser's Ring was an artifact for assassins, it held less value for him. Sheng shook his head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, it was still a piece of legendary equipment, immensely valuable. He was not far from Thunder Mountain Gorge now, having confirmed his direction.
His objective was to reach Thunder Mountain Gorge for his tribulation. The environment of Thunder Mountain Gorge was exceptionally unique, possessing a mysterious magnetic field that could disturb the tribulation lightning, thereby diminishing its potency to some extent.
Many formidable cultivators sought such special terrains to enhance their chances of success during tribulations. Given the perilous nature of tribulation lightning, caution was paramount. Sheng preferred to travel for a day to reach Thunder Mountain Gorge rather than arrogantly attempt the tribulation directly. After all, it was his first time facing a tribulation. And lacking experience, it was wiser to proceed with caution. Half an hour later, Sheng finally arrived at Thunder Mountain Gorge. The gorge appeared desolate, with charred rocks strewn about, a result of countless strong cultivators undergoing tribulations here, as the lightning strikes obliterated the surrounding trees and vegetation into ash. The gorge was eerily silent. Upon seeing no one around, Yi Sheng sighed in relief. He wished to avoid any disturbances during his tribulation. The dangers of tribulation lightning were already formidable,
and any interruption could prove fatal.
This shall be the place, he resolved. Yi Sheng casually found a large black stone slab to sit upon, and his expression immediately turned solemn. As he extended his hand, a sphere of white light materialized within his palm.
The halo of the white sphere was gentle and soothing.
Yi Sheng focused his gaze upon it and noticed a white feather floating within the luminous orb.
This was the job transfer item that had emerged from the Headless Ghost King. Could this truly be the job transfer item for a Celestial Master?
Yi Sheng pondered with curiosity.
Job transfer items are uniquely varied, each more peculiar than the last. For instance,
a warrior's transfer item might manifest as a broken longsword or perhaps a shattered axe. There is no limit to their forms.
What significance could this white feather possibly hold?
Yi Sheng mused, unable to tear his gaze away from the feather.
Never mind, he thought, it would be wise to hasten his ascension to the second-tier Ghostmaster realm.
With this in mind, Yi Sheng took a deep breath. He had long yearned for the second-tier Ghostmaster realm.
Chapter 19, A Single Sword Strike to Obliterate the Thunder Tribulation? Once the class transfer item is shattered, the process of the second transformation will commence.
Yi Sheng gazed intently at the white feather in his hand. The class transfer was, in fact, remarkably simple.
As long as 1's level reached 100 at the first transformation, shattering the class transfer item would initiate the metamorphosis, evolving towards the second transformation of the Ghostmaster realm. However,
such a transition from weakness to strength defied the natural order, transgressing the laws of the universe. Should the supreme rules sense this, a thunder tribulation would descend,
obliterating any life form that dared to defy the heavenly principles, thus maintaining the cosmic balance.
This was the origin of the thunder tribulation. To extinguish me is no trivial task. Yi Sheng chuckled, resolutely shattering the white feather.
As the feather fragmented,
it transformed into countless specks of white light that permeated Yi Sheng's being. In an instant, his form was enveloped in a myriad of white luminescence. The influx of white light seemed to dissolve a certain barrier within him. With this barrier removed, Yi Sheng's body began its transformation. His flesh and bones grew increasingly robust under the nurturing energy. His blood surged like boiling magma, continuously expelling impurities and becoming ever more pure. His internal organs emanated a faint glow, heralding the onset of evolution. As Yi Sheng underwent this metamorphosis, dark clouds of tribulation began to gather above the Thunder Mountain Gorge. The supreme rules had sensed the evolution of a life form. The ominous clouds thickened, gradually turning as black as ink, shrouding an area of 100 miles in darkness. With the emergence of the tribulation clouds, countless spirits lay in wait, rendering the vicinity eerily silent.
Boom! A resounding thunderclap echoed from the depths of the tribulation clouds. Crack!
Accompanying the thunder, torrential raindrops the size of beans plummeted from the darkened sky, crashing down into the Thunder Mountain Gorge. A single droplet struck a piece of charred wood, exploding into a spray of water that seeped into the parched earth surrounding it.
Is it here?
Yi Sheng raised his gaze to the ominous clouds looming above,
feeling the overwhelming might of the heavens. The thunder tribulation. Countless formidable experts had faltered before it.
His classmate, Zhou Ming, had procrastinated for an entire year,
never daring to face the tribulation. Yet now, Yi Sheng stood resolute before it. Bring it on!
His eyes sparkled with determination. At this moment, his transformation was underway, striving towards the second transformation of the Ghostmaster realm. However, the metamorphosis required time, it could not be completed in an instant. Should he falter midway, succumbing to the thunder tribulation, his body would turn to ash, and all would be lost. But if he successfully navigated the thunder tribulation and ascended to the second transformation,
he would enter an entirely new realm. Everything would change. Crack!
Suddenly, after a moment of brewing, the tribulation clouds unleashed the first bolt of heavenly lightning. This bolt slithered down like a colossal serpent, illuminating the entire darkened expanse.
Several dozen miles away, someone was undergoing the tribulation. Zhang Kuei gasped in astonishment,
witnessing the sudden descent of darkness across the land. Wan Yu and the others were equally taken aback, rising in unison, unable to afford any further rest.
Several individuals, all at level 100 in their first transformation, were no strangers to the tribulation.
Their next ambition was to ascend into the realm of the second transformation as Ghost Masters.
A challenge that required them to overcome this hurdle. They were acutely aware of the impending thunderstorm. It was in the direction of Thunder Mountain Gorge. Wan Yu exclaimed in astonishment, turning his gaze towards Thunder Mountain Gorge. Who was daring to face the tribulation? Zhang Kuei, visibly shaken,
stared at the cloud of tribulation enveloping the gorge, his eyes reflecting a mix of surprise and admiration. He was astonished to encounter someone undergoing a tribulation in pursuit of a higher realm, while simultaneously feeling a profound respect. For it was common knowledge that thunder tribulations were perilously treacherous and not easily surmountable.
Once initiated, there was no turning back.
Without thorough preparation, only one fate awaited: death.
Reduced to nothingness amidst the thunder's wrath.
It was precisely this danger that had deterred countless first transformation level 100 experts from taking that fateful step. Take Zhang Kuei and his companions, for instance. They were all formidable level 100 fighters, fully prepared for the tribulation, even possessing the necessary transformation items. Yet, they hesitated to shatter these items and confront the moment. They always felt a lingering inadequacy, perpetually seeking further preparation.
Especially Zhang Kuei,
who had lingered at level 100 for 5 long years, his combat prowess reaching 30 times that of an ordinary level 100 expert.
Nevertheless,
the fear within him prevented him from facing the thunder tribulation and ascending to a higher realm. It was akin to a psychological demon, tormenting him day and night.
Yearning to transcend yet paralyzed by fear.
At this moment, Zhang Kuei gazed towards Thunder Mountain Gorge, his expression intricate.
Seeing this individual daring to confront the thunder tribulation,
a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. This bravery alone far surpassed his own.
Who was this person facing the tribulation? Wan Yu, equally astonished, watched intently.
He had been trapped at level 100 for a year, paralyzed by fear of the tribulation.
Could this person succeed?
One member of their party spoke gravely, "It is difficult."
Another shook his head, expressing skepticism.
"Indeed, it is challenging," Zhang Kuei remarked with a bitter smile. "Out of 10, perhaps only 2 managed to successfully pass the thunder tribulation." Though this individual possesses courage, reality tends to unveil the harsh truth. Indeed, the others echoed, reflecting on how, had the thunder tribulation been so easily navigable, they would have attempted it long ago. Over the years, they had witnessed numerous peers perish beneath the thunder's fury.
How many tribulations can this person withstand? Zhang Kuei pondered.
The thunder tribulation comprised 9 heavenly bolts.
Only by enduring all 9 could the storm clouds dissipate. Once successful,
the tribulation bearer would ascend to the second transformation as a Ghost Master.
Wang Yu chuckled, "I doubt even one will be manageable." At that moment,
a serpentine bolt of heavenly lightning surged from the clouds, illuminating the darkened sky, plunging towards Thunder Mountain Gorge.
It has begun.
Zhang Kuei and his companions' gazes sharpened,
recognizing the onset of the tribulation.
Soon after, as the tribulation descended, a brilliant golden sword light erupted from the direction of Thunder Mountain Gorge. The golden radiance was breathtaking, accompanied by swirling trigrams that collided with the heavenly thunder. Remarkably, it had chosen to confront the thunder head-on.
Then, to the incredulous gazes of Zhang Kuei and his companions,
that awe-inspiring heavenly thunder was astonishingly cleaved asunder by a single stroke of swordlight.
Indeed, it was directly obliterated, following the annihilation of the thunder.
Even the calamity clouds fell into a moment of silence, as if in a stupor, unable to fathom that someone could vanquish the tribulation lightning.
What?
A single sword strike extinguished the tribulation?
Zhang Kuei and the others were left bewildered.
They had witnessed grand spectacles before.
Yet witnessing the annihilation of a tribulation lightning was an unprecedented sight in their lives.
Typically, when one undergoes tribulation, the strategy is to devise a means of defense.
Who would dare to launch an offensive?
Yet, within the Thunder Mountain Gorge, this individual not only attacked but also vanquished the first bolt of tribulation lightning.
How could this be possible?
Zhang Kuei was utterly stunned, having never encountered such an approach to overcoming tribulation before. Just as the group remained in their daze,
the calamity clouds seemed to be provoked.
After a moment of brewing, the second bolt of heavenly thunder descended with a resounding crash. This bolt of thunder surged in might, instantly multiplying by several times, and struck fiercely toward the Thunder Mountain Gorge.
Chapter 20, What a Strange Creature. Crossing the tribulation as easily as drinking water? The second heavenly thunder descended with tremendous might.
The lightning tribulation was severed, seemingly inciting the wrath of the calamity clouds.
In the Thunder Mountain Gorge,
a golden sword light sword in response to the tribulation.
The descending heavenly thunder was once again obliterated, appearing to be an effortless feat.
This scene nearly left Zhang Kuei and the others agape, as it felt less like a tribulation and more like a leisurely vacation for the one undergoing it. Then came the third bolt of heavenly thunder.
The fourth. The fifth.
Each was vanquished by the creature within the Thunder Mountain Gorge with a single strike.
Each time, it seemed remarkably effortless.
Minutes later, Zhang Kuei stared in astonishment at the direction of the Thunder Mountain Gorge, having witnessed the annihilation of 8 bolts of heavenly thunder.
Only one remains, he exclaimed. If the creature in the gorge could withstand this final bolt, the tribulation would conclude. Boom! The ninth heavenly thunder roared mightily.
The individual in the Thunder Mountain Gorge seemed to take this seriously.
A dazzling golden sword light erupted,
as if it had summoned all its strength to collide with the ninth bolt of heavenly thunder.
Boom!
The golden sword light soared like a magnificent phoenix.
Before Zhang Kuei and his companions, an unbelievable spectacle unfolded.
This single strike not only extinguished the ninth bolt of tribulation but also disrupted the calamity clouds above.
In utter disbelief, Zhang Kuei and his companions were left speechless.
They had never heard of a situation where the calamity clouds could be dispersed.
What?
Wang Yu was stunned, momentarily believing that this tribulation was trivial, feeling that he could handle it just as easily.
Fortunately,
he remained composed enough to recognize the overwhelming power of the creature in the Thunder Mountain Gorge. If it were him, it would hardly be so simple.
What manner of creature lurks within the Thunder Mountain Gorge?
After a long pause, the other 3 members of the team finally found their voices, overwhelmed by the shock.
Zhang Kuei's expression turned serious.
Let us go see what kind of anomaly resides in the Thunder Mountain Gorge. Without waiting for a response from his companions, he leaped forward,
heading toward the gorge.
Wang Yu and the others were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly followed suit, equally curious about this formidable being in the Thunder Mountain Gorge. The group moved swiftly, as they were all formidable beings at the pinnacle of the first transition to level 100.
In just a few minutes,
they caught sight of the Thunder Mountain Gorge from a distance. Zhang Kuei slowed his pace, regarding the gorge with caution, hesitant to rush in. The creature had just completed its tribulation and was likely in the midst of cultivating its power. Should they recklessly disturb it, none of them might survive. Wang Yu and the others mirrored his caution, trailing behind Zhang Kuei. Had it not been for their overwhelming curiosity, they would never have dared to investigate. After a brief moment, they emerged from the forest, gazing at the scorched expanse of the Thunder Mountain Gorge. Particularly, Wang Yu widened his eyes, eager to witness the prowess of this extraordinary individual who traversed the tribulation with such ease. Such a person must be renowned even in Ghost Mountain City. Through the trees, Zhang Kuei, Wang Yu, and the others beheld the charred landscape of the Thunder Mountain Gorge. The thunderstorm has just subsided, and many charred stones still emit wisps of smoke. Countless strands of fragmented lightning dance across the ground, lingering without complete dissolution. Amidst the scorched landscape of the Thunder Mountain Gorge, several individuals gazed upon a figure seated upon a large stone.
This figure, still enveloped in arcs of lightning, had its eyes closed in deep cultivation.
The aura of a first-level cultivator had vanished from him, replaced instead by an enviable presence of a second-level ghost master, continuously radiating outward.
Though this aura merely marked the initial stage of the second-level ghost master realm, there was no mistaking its authenticity.
However, upon recognizing the visage of the seated figure,
Zhang Kuei and the others were momentarily taken aback.
They were indeed familiar with this peculiar individual. No, to be precise, they had encountered him not long ago.
How could it be him?
Wang Yu could not restrain a gasp, his eyes nearly bulging in astonishment as he beheld the figure upon the black stone.
Zhang Kuei and the others were equally stunned.
They had seen the figure on the black stone just a short while ago when he passed by their resting spot. Wang Yu had been ready to provoke him, but was halted by Zhang Kuei, thus avoiding any conflict. Wang Yu had regarded him with disdain, believing him to be merely an ordinary first-level, 100-level cultivator. Yet, this so-called ordinary first-level, 100-level cultivator had turned out to be an astonishing anomaly, surviving the thunder tribulation as easily as one might sip water. How could it be him? Zhang Kuei, too, was in disbelief, having recognized Yi Sheng. He distinctly remembered that when he last saw Yi Sheng, the latter was even weaker than the most feeble member of their team, Wang Yu. Yet now, this seemingly ordinary first-level, 100-level cultivator had transformed into an extraordinary prodigy. In the Thunder Mountain Gorge, Yi Sheng crackled with thunder, exuding the aura of a second-level Ghost Master. He closed his eyes, savoring the changes within his body, his heart brimming with joy. In that moment, he felt an unprecedented strength. After successfully breaking through to the second-level Ghost Master realm, the shackles that had long plagued him finally dissipated. His body felt as if it had been completely emptied. If previously his body resembled a water-filled bottle, unable to contain more energy to grow stronger, now this bottle was not only emptied but had expanded to 10 times its original capacity. It could continue to hold more water, accumulating greater energy to become even more formidable. Is this truly the essence of the second-level Ghost Master realm? Yi Sheng was elated, akin to a child discovering something wondrous. Upon entering the second level, the transformations were overwhelming. It felt as if everything had begun anew. His strength could rise once more. He could hunt monsters to accumulate experience and level up. His skills could grow even more powerful. Most importantly, he could equip second-level gear. This was undoubtedly a qualitative leap. Equipment holds immense significance, especially high-quality gear. This had already been validated at the first level. Moreover, second-level equipment far surpasses that of the first level. Wasn't a full set of first-level dark gold equipment already formidable? 100-fold increase in power. Truly terrifying. Yet, a full set of first transformation dark gold equipment may not necessarily rival the power bestowed by a single piece of second transformation golden gear. This disparity lies in the levels. Quantity cannot compensate for quality. Second transformation equipment harbors greater energy, resulting in enhanced combat prowess. Previously, Yi Sheng's ability to vanquish 2 second transformation Ghost Masters was indeed a stroke of luck, as those two had only just stepped into the second transformation realm. Their levels not exceeding second transformation 10th rank, and many of their equipment remained unwearable. Only upon achieving the second transformation does one experience a fundamental increase in combat strength. It was unfortunate for them to encounter an anomaly like Yi Sheng. Despite his dark gold equipment, combined with his apocalyptic skills, his power amplification reached a staggering 260 times. Survival was nearly impossible. Second transformation equipment can only be donned by individuals who have surpassed the second transformation, granting him immense potential for further enhancement. Yi Sheng expressed his delight. With a swift motion, Yi Sheng opened his eyes. Having already sensed the presence of individuals approaching Thunder Mountain Gorge, lurking at a distance to observe him. However, after ascending to the second transformation Ghost Master realm, his perceptive abilities had significantly strengthened. He discerned that those observing him from afar were merely a few first transformation level 100 cultivators, posing no real threat to him, and thus chose to disregard them. Chapter 21, The Bounty. A grave mistake. Do you have business here? In the depths of Lishanjian, Yi Sheng opened his eyes and cast a cold gaze at the 5 individuals not far away. He recognized them from a previous encounter in the forest. They had likely come to investigate the commotion surrounding his tribulation. And no, nothing at all. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Kuei and the others appeared visibly tense, hastily waving their hands. In the presence of Yi Sheng, they felt an overwhelming pressure. Only Wang Yu's complexion was pale. He had intended to create trouble for Yi Sheng. But if it weren't for Zhang Kuei's intervention, he feared it would have resulted in a grave disaster. To provoke such an anomaly, who could traverse tribulations as easily as one drinks water, was tantamount to courting death. Zhang Kuei clasped his hands in respect, stating, "We merely came to witness and to congratulate you on successfully overcoming your tribulation. Some individuals invite friends and family to witness their tribulations. But Yi Sheng had not extended such an invitation to them. Leave this place. Yi Sheng's voice was frigid. After ascending to the second level of the Ghostmaster realm, his demeanor had transformed into one of profound steadiness and depth. He regarded the individuals before him as mere insects, lacking any interest in engaging them further. Let us depart. Let us depart. Zhang Kuei breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He discerned Yi Sheng's disdain for them. This revelation filled him with a mix of sorrow and relief, leaving him in a state of internal conflict. The sorrow stemmed from the realization that they, being fully realized practitioners at level 100 of the first tier, were viewed as insignificant by Yi Sheng. The relief, however, was rooted in the fact that they could leave this place alive. In this world, once one steps into the wilderness, there are no laws to adhere to. Only the principle of the survival of the fittest prevails. Whether one survives an encounter with a formidable opponent rests entirely on the mood of the stronger party. In these desolate areas, one could easily be killed without a trace, and the remains might never be discovered. After a brief moment, Zhang Kuei and his companions turned and fled into the forest, distancing themselves. For Yi Sheng, these five were merely a trivial interlude, not worthy of further contemplation. Now, I have ascended to the second level of the Ghostmaster realm. Yi Sheng exhaled deeply, feeling that this journey had been quite arduous. He had certainly endured numerous tribulations. No wonder many find it exceedingly difficult to transcend significant realms. With a swift motion, Yi Sheng opened the group chat with his classmates. During this period, he had remained deep in the wilderness, either engrossed in leveling up or relentlessly hunting bosses for job transfer items, followed by the tribulation. He had been in a perpetual state of busyness, feeling as though he was on the verge of becoming a hermit, disconnected from the outside world. Yi Sheng glanced at the other messages and noted that only Lu Ma had sent him a single message, inquiring about his whereabouts during this time and why he had not returned home. As for Lu Shushan and Lu Ming, it was unsurprising that they had never bothered to check on him. This realization left Yi Sheng with a twinge of disappointment. He felt he would never experience the warmth of familial bonds in this lifetime. Alas! Fortunately, he had not lacked such connections in his previous life. He shook his head. In his past existence, his family had been quite harmonious. Subsequently, Yi Sheng sent a message to Lu Ma, informing her that he had found employment but would be traveling for an extended period and would not return home for a while. After completing this task, he finally turned his attention back to the open group chat with his classmates, wishing to stay abreast of current events and avoid becoming utterly out of touch. I find myself observing the vibrant discussions within my classmates group. Among them, Zhou Ming stands out as the most active participant. He has been stagnant at the first transformation, level 100, for quite some time and is fervently seeking advice from his peers regarding techniques and precautions for the tribulation. He is voraciously gathering theoretical knowledge about the tribulation. Some of the classmates who have attained the second transformation in the Ghostmaster realm, out of camaraderie, generously share insights and intricate details with him. Indeed, he has gleaned a wealth of information. Zhou Ming's delight is palpable. Witnessing this, Yi Sheng chuckles softly. In contrast to Zhou Ming, the theoretical expert, he has already taken the practical step forward, successfully navigating the tribulation and emerging as a formidable second transformation Ghostmaster. He now stands among his peers at the same level. With a smile, Yi Sheng disregards Zhou Ming and turns his attention to the conversations of others, eager to glean more about the current affairs. Soon, he notices two girls engaged in lively gossip. The Bai family has recently issued a bounty, one exclaims, her voice tinged with excitement. The reward amount is a staggering 200 million federal coins. The other girl gasps in astonishment. Such a high sum? That's a considerable reward. Zhou Ming interjects, intrigued, who would dare provoke the Bai family to the extent of prompting them to issue a bounty? This is indeed a remarkable event. The girl responds, someone has killed two of the Bai family's descendants. This has infuriated them. It is said that the outrage among the Bai family's higher-ups led to the issuance of the bounty, declaring their intent to find the perpetrator and exact severe retribution. Is that so? Zhou Ming exclaims, taken aback. Is there truly someone bold enough to kill members of the Bai family? Yi Sheng casts a glance, his brow slightly furrowing. The Bai family. He possesses some understanding of their formidable status, they are a premier power within Ghost Mountain City. Their influence is vast, boasting several strong individuals even at the 4th Transformation Ghost Sect level, along with an esteemed ancestor at the 5th Transformation Ghost King level. The Bai family's dominance in Ghost Mountain City is unquestionable, their reach extending into all facets of society, with no one daring to provoke them. Typically, encounters with members of the Bai family compel others to take a wide berth, who would dare to kill them. Sheng shakes his head, choosing to dismiss the matter. The Bai family's stature is far beyond his current reach. Although he has achieved the 2nd Transformation Ghost Master level, he remains a considerable distance from the 4th Transformation Ghost Sect and even further from the 5th Transformation Ghost King. However, his composure soon begins to wane. The girl giggles. The Bai family has released a portrait, and it bears an uncanny resemblance to one of our former classmates. Really? Quickly share it with us. Zhou Ming eagerly urges, finding the situation quite amusing. In an instant, the group shares an image, drawing the attention of numerous classmates. They exchange glances, each one of them struck by the likeness. The portrait indeed resembles one of their peers. Sheng's gaze sweeps across, and his expression shifts dramatically. The individual in the portrait bears an astonishing resemblance to him. Upon closer inspection, it is as if he is gazing at his own likeness. The posture and aura are remarkably similar. How could this be? Sheng's expression shifted dramatically. His gaze fixated on the portrait before him, while his mind raced with contemplation. The Bai family. 2 young disciples. The more he pondered, the graver his countenance became. Suddenly, he recalled a recent encounter in the Headless Ghost Valley, where he had indeed taken the lives of 2 individuals. Both were relatively youthful and possessed the strength of 2nd-tier Ghost Masters. They sought to seize the legendary grade equipment he had unleashed, only to be dispatched by his sword with ruthless efficiency. He had dismissed the incident entirely, but now it appeared. These 2 were disciples of the Bai family? Sheng's lips twitched involuntarily. He realized he had likely stirred up a significant predicament. The combination of various characteristics left little doubt that the Bai family was indeed seeking a bounty on him. Especially that portrait, which was evidently crafted by a skilled hand, meticulously piecing together features to ultimately resemble him by 70%. Had he unwittingly incurred the wrath of the Bai family? Sheng mused. He was well aware of the formidable influence wielded by the Bai family. Such a colossal entity was far beyond what he could contend with at present. Chapter 22. Do you really think it's Sheng? In the student group, someone remarked, "Hey, you know, this portrait bears an uncanny resemblance to that fellow Sheng." Zhou Ming chuckled heartily as he pointed at the image. Indeed, it was strikingly similar to Sheng. Many classmates chimed in, having spent 3 years together in high school. They were all quite familiar with one another. It was evident that no one could dismiss the bond of camaraderie among classmates. Could it truly be Sheng? Zhou Ming teased, wearing a peculiar grin. A female classmate replied with a laugh, "Well, that's hard to say, considering how much it resembles him." Another girl nodded in agreement, adding, "Yes, what a coincidence that would be." Zhou Ming, widening his eyes, exclaimed, "Hey! You genuinely don't think it's Sheng, do you? Just based on that?" His expression was exaggerated. To the group, Sheng was as inconspicuous as a mere passerby, struggling to fit into their circle. The group fell silent. For everyone knew that Sheng was just an ordinary person, and their awareness of his current status, whether he had advanced in his profession, was limited. The notion that the bounty from the Bai family was on Sheng was something they would never believe, attributing it merely to coincidence. Suddenly, Zhang Gang interjected, having scanned the portrait, confidently asserting, "It's definitely not him." Zhang Gang, a formidable 2nd-tier Ghost Master, held considerable weight in the group. If he said it wasn't, then it certainly wasn't. Moreover, the idea of Sheng having slain 2 2nd-tier Ghost Masters seemed almost fantastical. Zhang Gang then shifted the topic, inviting several 2nd-tier Ghost Master classmates to venture into the Yin Ming Ghost realm. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ming wisely fell silent. The Yin Ming Ghost realm was a high-level ghost domain teeming with 2nd-tier ghost entities, not to mention the presence of 3rd and even 4th-tier spirits, making it extremely perilous. A 1st-tier cultivator would hardly be considered a novice in such a place. One would need to be at least a 2nd-tier Ghost Master to navigate it safely.
Is anyone interested in accompanying me?
Let us meet in Yinming City, Zheng Gang inquired, his brow furrowed as he noticed that all his invitations had been declined.
Alone.
He felt a tinge of uncertainty, for even second-tier ghost masters regarded the Yinming ghost realm as a treacherous place.
It would be best to have companions for the journey. After a brief moment, all the second-tier classmates had offered various excuses to decline his invitation.
Prompting Zheng Gang to sigh, it seemed he would embark on this journey alone.
At that moment, a prominent figure made an entrance, a third-tier ghost general classmate named Jiang Hao.
Jiang Hao replied in a deep voice, Zheng Gang, come to Yinming City and seek refuge with me, I shall protect you.
Hearing this, Zheng Gang was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude profusely.
Jiang Hao, a third-tier ghost general, was significantly more powerful than Zheng Gang.
From what Zheng Gang understood,
Jiang Hao was quite well established in Yinming City, holding an important position within the Yinming Pavilion.
With his protection, Zheng Gang felt reassured against any potential bullying from others. Zheng Gang continued to express his thanks. Jiang Hao waved dismissively, exclaiming, "We are all classmates.
It is only right that we look out for one another, no need for such formality."
With that, Jiang Hao exited the group chat.
His sudden appearance and equally swift departure left one in awe, truly a formidable presence of the third-level ghost general realm. The group of classmates, numbering in the dozens, naturally formed their own circles. Individuals like Jiang Hao, a third-level ghost general, predominantly mingled with peers of similar standing, while those of the second-level ghost master realm found it exceedingly difficult to engage him in conversation. Alas, in this world, everything is dictated by power. With Jiang Hao's assurance,
Zheng Gang joyfully exited the group chat.
Meanwhile, on the other side, Yi Sheng became burdened with thoughts upon learning of his enmity with the Bai family, leading him to withdraw from the chat as well. In the depths of Leishan Gorge, after leaving the group chat, Yi Sheng sat in solitary contemplation.
Unintentionally, he had incurred the wrath of the Bai family.
His expression darkened momentarily, but after a brief reflection, he shook his head. If given another chance during the Headless Ghost Valley incident, he would undoubtedly have slain those two again. They had attempted to seize the legendary equipment he had unleashed, and there was no reason to yield.
Even knowing their identities,
Yi Sheng's temperament would likely not have permitted compromise. So be it, he had provoked them, and what of it?
With a deep exhale, a hint of relaxation appeared on his face.
His philosophy had always been to confront challenges head-on, even in the face of troubles, he was unafraid.
As resolution was the key.
Although the Bai family was powerful, they were not insurmountable. They boasted an elder of the 5th-level Ghost King realm, and numerous strong individuals of the 4th-level Ghost Sect realm, not to mention the sheer number of 3rd-level Ghost generals. Yi Sheng pondered strategies while stroking his chin. After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that there was no alternative but to continue strengthening himself. That was the true path to supremacy. If he could ascend to the 4th-level Ghost Sect realm, or even the 5th-level Ghost King realm, all his problems would dissipate.
At that point, even the Bai family would be powerless against him. Ultimately, it was his own weakness that hindered him. Yi Sheng sighed.
Acknowledging the brutal reality of a world governed by the survival of the fittest, only strength reigns supreme.
Moreover, despite the might of the Bai family,
he did possess formidable trump cards, ones of a terrifying caliber, his status as a Celestial Master. This was the profession ranked first in the world, with each move capable of annihilation. In his current realm, he would be invincible. Once he stepped into the 4th-level Ghost Sect realm, no one within that tier could rival him. And upon entering the 5th-level Ghost King realm, even the Bai family elder would have to submit to him. A glimmer of ferocity flickered in Yi Sheng's eyes. In his past life, he had harbored an indomitable spirit, and this life was no different. No matter how powerful the forces arrayed against him, he would not bow his head. However, until he grew stronger, it was prudent to remain discreet. The ring of the impostor would serve him well for the time being. Yi Sheng glanced at the legendary bracelet on his wrist, which possessed the ability to disguise. Since it was a disguise, it could alter his appearance. Although the bounty image of him bore only a resemblance of 70%, it was sufficient to bring him endless trouble. If he were to venture out bearing his current visage, he would undoubtedly be recognized as the individual depicted in that image, swiftly plunging him into a quagmire of complications. Yi Sheng is neither an inflexible individual nor a person so straightforward to the point of endearment.
Disguise.
Yi Sheng uttered softly, activating the camouflage feature of the ring of the disguiser, and his visage began to transform visibly. In a fleeting moment, Yi Sheng's appearance morphed into that of an entirely unfamiliar stranger.
This new countenance would undoubtedly baffle even those like Lu Shushan and Lu Ming, who were intimately acquainted with him, rendering them incapable of recognizing him. Let alone those who were not familiar with him at all.
After the transformation, Yi Sheng felt considerably more at ease.
Where to next? Yi Sheng pondered, contemplating his forthcoming objectives.
Having recently transcended the tribulation, he had now attained the realm of a second-tier Ghost Master. However, he remained at level 0 of the second tier,
merely taking his initial steps into this new echelon. He needed to find a place to continue his ascension. Yi Sheng remarked.
There was no need for further contemplation. To resolve the issues with the Bai family, he must grow stronger. Additionally, the impending federal examination loomed ever closer.
If he could gain admission to Fengdu University, the matters concerning the Bai family could also be addressed.
The students of Fengdu University are not to be trifled with.
Even a mere ordinary instructor from Fengdu University possesses the power to stir the entirety of Guishan City.
And as for his classmates,
he would confront them at the federal examination.
The condescension from his peers left Yi Sheng feeling quite uncomfortable.
Chapter 23, The Ghostly Canoe.
An encounter with Zhang Gang. Days later, deep within the wilderness, a figure was racing forward with remarkable speed. This figure resembled a fierce dragon, exuding an overwhelming aura as it surged ahead at 236 meters per second, stirring up violent gusts of wind along its path. When encountering spectral entities, this figure would charge through them effortlessly, leaving them shattered as if struck by a meteor, vanishing in an instant, oblivious to the manner of their demise.
Boom!
Yi Sheng abruptly halted, casually selecting a large stone slab to sit upon, seeking to replenish his internal energy. The relentless journey over the past few days, coupled with maintaining such an elevated pace, had drained his energy considerably. Panting heavily, Yi Sheng chuckled wryly, "At this rate, I might just exhaust myself to death." Although he muttered his complaints, he found no better means of traversing the terrain. There were merely 3 methods to travel. The first method was the teleportation array. However, such arrays were not ubiquitous, and they did not guarantee access to every location. The second option was the flying magical artifact. These artifacts were particularly adept at covering distances. When wielded by a cultivator, one simply needed to channel their internal energy into the artifact, allowing it to traverse swiftly. This not only conserved the cultivator's energy but also offered remarkable speed with high conversion efficiency. Yet, Yi Sheng possessed no flying magical artifact. He had contemplated purchasing one. Yet their exorbitant prices were daunting. A casual search on the Federal Trading Platform revealed that even the most affordable flying artifact was valued at 500 million coins.
This left Yi Sheng astounded.
With merely 100 million federal coins in his account, he was far from affording it. Previously, he had considered himself wealthy with 100 million coins. But now, in the face of such exorbitance, it seemed woefully inadequate.
Upon reaching higher realms, 100 million coins could scarcely facilitate any endeavor. Even a piece of second-tier dark gold equipment surpassed that sum.
As for the third method, Yi Sheng could scarcely entertain the thought. It involved ascending to the third-tier Ghost General realm.
At that stage, one would possess immense internal energy, enabling flight.
Yet, Yi Sheng was merely at the nascent stage of the second-tier Ghost Master realm, still a substantial leap away from the third-tier Ghost General realm.
He resolved to patiently restore his energy and continue his journey.
Sitting cross-legged upon the stone, he earnestly recuperated, realizing that none of the 3 methods were available to him. His destination was the Netherworld Ghost Domain, after much contemplation days prior. Yi Sheng had ultimately decided to venture toward the Netherworld Ghost Domain, believing it to be the most suitable place for his upcoming ascension.
The Netherworld Ghost Domain.
It is an expansive secret realm, where the spectral beings are far more formidable than those in the highest tier of the wilderness.
In this domain,
the first tier level 100 spectral entities are merely the lowest tier. Even second-tier entities are as common as the tide, scarcely noteworthy. Third-tier Ghost General entities abound. And there are even numerous fourth-tier Ghost Sect and fifth-tier Ghost King entities. The Nether Ghost Domain, a grand and enigmatic realm, is home to countless factions, teeming with a mix of individuals, yet dominated by formidable powerhouses. As Yi Sheng has come to understand, numerous classmates have ventured into this Nether Ghost Domain, including a group of third-tier ghost generals, among them Jiang Hao. Remarkably, even the illustrious fourth-tier ghost sect Belle, Sheng Guaning, finds herself within this domain. In comparison to the wilderness, which seems rather rustic, the Nether Ghost Domain is the true arena for competition. Yi Sheng reflects on his previous minor skirmishes in the wilderness, realizing that this realm, brimming with strength and influence, is the genuine battleground. Suddenly, a streak of light swiftly approaches Yi Sheng. He hears the commotion, looks up, and gasps in surprise. Is that a flying magical vessel? Indeed. A ghostly wooden boat glides through the air, the most common form of aerial transport, valued at 500 million. Even the most ordinary ghostly wooden boat makes travel significantly easier than traversing on foot. Watching this vessel, Yi Sheng cannot help but feel envious, wishing he possessed one to spare himself the exhausting journey. In the sky, the ghostly wooden boat transforms into a streak of light as it speeds along. A figure sits cross-legged within, continuously channeling energy into the vessel, guiding it through the air. Fortuitously, he has the protection of Jiang Hao. Zhang Gang smiles, feeling a slight relief, but soon his expression darkens with concern. However, traversing the Nether Ghost Domain to reach Nether City is no simple feat. Zhang Gang feels a headache coming on. Arriving at the Nether Ghost Domain does not equate to reaching Nether City. There remains a treacherous journey of 3,000 miles to this renowned destination. This stretch is fraught with peril. Well known as a dangerous territory where second-tier ghost tides are commonplace, and the occasional encounter with third-tier ghost generals is not unheard of. Although Zhen Gang is a second-tier ghost master, he knows that facing a third-tier ghost general could spell doom. A moment's carelessness could lead to his demise. The path to Nether City is indeed fraught with challenges. The most prudent approach would be to travel in a group, providing mutual support along the way. Yet, his classmates have inexplicably declined to join him for various reasons, leaving Zheng Gang feeling helpless. HM? Is there someone below? Zheng Gang senses a presence, detecting a fellow practitioner seated amidst the forest below. From his perception, this individual appears to be a novice in the second-tier Ghostmaster realm. Although not as powerful as his own level 50 in the second tier, this person is undeniably a genuine second-tier Ghostmaster, a rare sight in the wilderness. It seems he, too, is on a journey. Zheng Gang peers down, astonished to realize, however, it appears he lacks a flying magical vessel? Zheng Gang is puzzled. Generally, those who advance to the second-tier Ghost Master realm possess sufficient wealth to acquire a flying magical vessel for travel, particularly in such long journeys. The cost of teleportation arrays can be exorbitant, while flying artifacts represent the most economical means of travel. Even the most inexpensive ghostly wooden boat should suffice. However, the individual below appears to be in dire straits, not possessing even a single ghostly wooden boat. He sits cross-legged, recuperating his energy, seemingly relying solely on his own speed for travel. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Gang's eyes sparkled with inspiration. Although this two-turn Ghostmaster is merely at the nascent stage of his transformation, he remains a formidable two-turn Ghostmaster. If Zhang Gang were to take him along, he would have a companion to rely on upon reaching the Nether Ghost Domain, facilitating a smooth arrival at Nether City to reunite with his old classmate, Jiang Hao. Resolving to bring him along, Zhang Gang maneuvered the ghostly wooden boat down towards the forest below. Chapter 24, Yi Sheng, a name shared. It has descended. Yi Sheng looked up at the ghostly wooden boat passing by, but suddenly it made a turn and flew towards him, causing a flicker of wariness to rise within him. Those who possess a ghostly wooden boat are rarely ordinary individuals. At the very least, a first-tier cultivator cannot afford such a vessel. Whoosh! In an instant, the ghostly wooden boat landed swiftly in the forest, stirring up a powerful gust of wind that rustled the surrounding trees and leaves. Yi Sheng rose to his feet, the white jade longsword already in hand, his expression calm as he regarded the approaching figure. In the wilderness, acts of murder and robbery are commonplace. It is wise to remain vigilant. Do not misunderstand, I harbor no ill intentions. A voice emanated from the ghostly wooden boat, seeking to alleviate Yi Sheng's suspicions. Shortly after, the boat came to a halt before Yi Sheng, and a young figure descended from it. Clad in battle armor, he exuded a profound aura indeed. A formidable second-tier ghost master.
As the young man stepped down from the ghostly wooden boat, Sheng was momentarily taken aback. For the figure descending was someone he recognized. Zhang, his former classmate from high school.
He had ascended to the second-tier ghost master realm early on, and unexpectedly, they encountered each other here.
Just recently,
Sheng had seen him post in their group, mentioning a journey to the netherworld ghost domain, which coincidentally aligned with Sheng's own destination. Sheng's gaze momentarily froze, taken aback by the sheer coincidence. However, upon Zhang Gang's descent, he failed to recognize Sheng.
At this moment,
Sheng had already disguised his appearance, transforming into an entirely new visage that bore no resemblance to his former self. Even Lu Shushan could not identify him. Let alone Zhang Gang, who merely regarded Sheng as an unfamiliar second-tier ghost master.
"Greetings, I am Zhang Gang. I happened to pass by and thought to meet you,"
Zhang Gang said with a smile, sensing Sheng's wariness and offering a courteous salute.
I am Sheng. Sheng snapped back to reality, speaking without adopting an alias.
Since his appearance had changed, the name seemed inconsequential.
Sheng?
Zhang Gang paused, scrutinizing Sheng with newfound curiosity.
"What? Is there a problem?"
Sheng raised an eyebrow, feigning innocence, eager to ascertain whether others could recognize him. After a moment of examination, Zhang Gang waved his hand in clarification. "Do not misunderstand.
It is merely that you share the same name as a classmate of mine." I was momentarily stunned.
Clearly, Zhang Gang had not recognized Sheng, smiling as he spoke.
Sheng felt a twinge of embarrassment within.
The ring of disguisers truly is astonishing, he mused, as Zhang Gang exhibited no semblance of realization, completely failing to identify him.
What a fortuitous circumstance!
Sheng touched his nose and chuckled softly.
Indeed, it is rather fortunate.
Zhang Gang smiled, merely perceiving them as two individuals sharing a name,
never once considering them to be the same person.
This was quite understandable. In Zhang Gang's memory, Sheng was merely an ordinary individual.
Even after changing professions,
one remains merely a novice of the first transition.
How could one possibly be the formidable figure exuding the aura of a second transition ghostmaster right before my eyes? That is simply unrealistic. What brings you here?
Sheng inquired curiously, noticing that Zhang Gang had descended from his journey, evidently with a purpose.
Are you intending to head towards the underworld ghost domain? Zhang Gang asked. Indeed.
Sheng nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Zhang Gang's expression shifted.
And he began to elucidate. It's nothing.
I merely wish to extend an invitation for you to accompany me. Zhang Gang clarified his intentions, expressing his desire to invite Sheng to travel together to Ghost City, for companionship along the way would be advantageous.
After all, two second transition ghost masters journeying together would surely enhance their safety. Heading to Ghost City?
Sheng pondered for a moment. His objective was solely the underworld ghost domain, and he had not intended to visit Ghost City. However, with Zhang Gang possessing the Ghostwood boat, traveling together seemed quite fitting. It would spare him the arduous trek. If he were to undertake the journey alone, reaching the underworld ghost domain might take nearly 7 days, and such a prolonged travel would undoubtedly exhaust him,
leaving little energy to slay monsters and level up.
Yet with the Ghostwood boat, they could presumably arrive in 3 days, allowing for a far more leisurely journey.
Why not seize the opportunity? Visiting Ghost City would also provide an intriguing experience.
With this thought, Sheng looked up at Zhang Gang and smiled. Brother Zhang,
I shall impose upon you then.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Gang's face lit up with joy. Sheng had agreed to accompany him.
No imposition at all. Please, Brother Yi.
Zhang Gang quickly made room on the Ghostwood boat, inviting Sheng aboard. Sheng did not hesitate, leaping onto the Ghostwood boat in a single bound. Moments later, the Ghostwood boat transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the sky towards the underworld ghost domain at an accelerated pace.
With the aid of the Ghostwood boat, their speed increased exponentially.
3 days later, not only had Sheng and Zhang Gang entered the underworld ghost domain,
but they were also nearing Ghost City.
Their journey had been relatively smooth, despite encountering several challenges along the way, all of which they managed to navigate successfully.
Brother Yi. We are merely 100 miles from Ghost City now, we are almost there.
Zheng Gang beamed with a smile, feeling particularly pleased at the prospect of reaching Ghost City without incident. Additionally, through their days together, Zheng Gang had come to understand Yi Sheng's character somewhat, finding him quite agreeable and amiable. Furthermore, as fellow second transition Ghost Masters, a bond had formed between them.
Indeed, we are close.
Yi Sheng also relaxed his demeanor. He sensed the dangers inherent in the underworld ghost domain, with second transition ghost tides lurking everywhere.
On one occasion,
they even caught sight of a third transition ghost general in the distance, howling through the heavens, emanating waves of ominous energy, sending sand and stones flying as if a malevolent spirit roamed freely. Fortunately, Zheng Gang, being experienced, swiftly concealed the ghostwood boat within a secluded valley and activated the concealment array inscribed on the boat, thus preventing the third transition ghost general from detecting their presence. Otherwise, should they have been discovered, escaping would have proven exceedingly difficult for the two. The specters of the three-turning ghostly class possess the ability to soar through the skies with remarkable speed, evading even the ghostly wooden vessels.
Zheng Gang smiled and said,
Brother Yi, our temperaments align splendidly, we must certainly look out for one another in this city of Hades. Yi Sheng nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed.
However,
Zheng Gang then spoke with utmost seriousness, Brother Yi, the city of Hades is unlike any other place.
Its factions are intricately woven, a convergence of myriad powers and influences.
Upon our arrival, it would be wise for us to tread cautiously. Otherwise, should we offend a formidable force, we may find ourselves in dire straits. Yi Sheng chuckled softly,
neither confirming nor denying.
He was somewhat familiar with the city of Hades, recognizing it as the very heart of the ghostly domain, a place where countless powerful factions converge,
boasting a population in the millions far surpassing that of Ghost Mountain City. Chapter 25, The City of Shadows. Classmate Jiang Hao. Undoubtedly,
the influence of Ghost Mountain City is also present in the City of Shadows.
However,
the power of Ghost Mountain City is merely a minor faction within the City of Shadows, hardly significant at all.
This is one of the reasons why Yi Sheng chose to come here.
If Ghost Mountain City is inconsequential, then the Bai family holds even less importance in the City of Shadows. There are certainly numerous forces far more formidable than the Bai family within this realm.
Nevertheless,
Yi Sheng found himself in agreement with Zheng Gang's words, it is indeed necessary to exercise caution in the City of Shadows. In such a grand city teeming with formidable individuals, even a second-tier Ghost Master is merely at the starting line.
The number of third-tier Ghost Generals is exceedingly high.
Only those who have reached the fourth-tier Ghost Sect can act with considerable audacity. Speaking of the fourth-tier Ghost Sect, Yi Sheng involuntarily recalled the school belle and classmate,
Shang Guaning.
During their school days, she had already ascended to the fourth-tier Ghost Sect. Presently, her power must be unfathomable. It is likely that even in a grand city like the City of Shadows, her status would be quite ordinary.
Brother Yi, do you have a specific destination upon your arrival in the City of Shadows? Zheng Gang inquired.
Not yet. Yi Sheng shook his head. He was a complete newcomer in the City of Shadows, unfamiliar with anyone, thus lacking a specific destination. Zheng Gang chuckled upon hearing this, since that is the case,
why not join the Xuanming Pavilion like I did? Xianming Pavilion?
Yi Sheng was taken aback, evidently unaware of what this Xianming Pavilion was, having heard of it for the first time. Zheng Gang elaborated, the Xianming Pavilion is a significant faction in the City of Shadows. Do not underestimate the Xianming Pavilion, it is a first-rate force, truly a behemoth. Unlike other groups or martial arts factions, the Xianming Pavilion operates with a loose structure, comprised of various individuals.
On ordinary days,
one can undertake tasks within the pavilion and engage in trade with other strong individuals, allowing for a high degree of freedom. Zheng Gang turned to Yi Sheng and said, as you are new to the City of Shadows, it may be somewhat challenging to join the Xianming Pavilion without a recommendation.
However, with my endorsement, you can gain entry smoothly.
After seeing Yi Sheng still hesitating, he added, entering the City of Shadows without an identity will result in expulsion by the city guards at night, but with the identity of the Xianming Pavilion, you need not worry about that anymore. Hearing this, Yi Sheng could only smile and say, then I shall trouble Brother Zhang.
Zheng Gang laughed heartily.
Then with a mysterious expression, he continued, "Moreover, one of my classmates is a third-tier ghost general and currently holds a key position in the Xianning Pavilion.
I am going there to seek his support. With my classmate backing you, life in the Xianning Pavilion will be quite comfortable. Brother Yi.
If you join me under my classmate's wing, you will have a foothold in the City of Shadows and will not be subjected to bullying."
Yi Sheng looked at him, realizing that the third-tier ghost general he mentioned must be Zhang Hao.
He had seen their previous conversation in the class group.
Zhang Gang's purpose for this trip was indeed to seek Zhang Hao.
As they conversed, they swiftly approached a monumental city, appearing in Yi Sheng's sight, propelled by the rapid speed of the ghostwood boat. The city of Netherworld boasts imposing walls that tower hundreds of meters high.
From a distance,
it resembles a colossal beast ensconced within the realm of shadows, its walls a deep ebony, perpetually emanating an eerie glow. Countless incantations and intricate sigils are inscribed upon the walls, forming a complex array of formations that render this grand city akin to an impenetrable fortress,
capable of withstanding any tide of spirits.
As one approaches, it becomes evident that patrolling the ramparts are squads of soldiers clad in pitch-black uniforms.
Yi Sheng, observing these soldiers,
was taken aback. Even they were formidable second-tier ghost masters, their auras far surpassing his own.
This realization deepened Yi Sheng's understanding of the extraordinary nature of Netherworld City.
Before the city gates, Zheng Gang stowed away his ghostwood boat. To enter the city, he could no longer wield the vessel. Attempting to fly directly over the walls would result in merciless fire from the city guards, who were armed with formidable crossbows. Only a fifth-tier ghost king could dare to traverse the walls without trepidation.
Brother Yi, shall we head directly to the headquarters of the Xianming Pavilion and see my classmate? Zheng Gang proposed once they entered the city.
That sounds good, Yi Sheng replied, nodding in agreement. With Yi Sheng's assent, Zheng Gang led him straight to the headquarters of the Xianming Pavilion. The headquarters stood as a towering edifice, over 100 stories high. True to its reputation as a premier force within Netherworld City, the building occupied a prime location in the city center, exuding an air of prominence. The individuals entering and exiting were either sharply dressed in suits or donned in chic skirts, all members of high society. Naturally, the majority of visitors were powerful cultivators. Upon entering the building, Zheng Gang and Yi Sheng were greeted by an attendant who welcomed them warmly to the Xianming Pavilion.
I seek Elder Zhang Hao, Zheng Gang stated directly. Do you have an appointment? The attendant's demeanor shifted to one of respect upon hearing Zhang Hao's name. Yes, Zheng Gang affirmed. The 46th floor. Please follow me. The attendant bowed slightly and escorted them to the elevator. The 46th floor was notably serene.
Zheng Gang and Yi Sheng were led into a tea room. After a half-hour wait, Elder Zhang Hao had yet to appear.
Zheng Gang, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "Well, my classmate is an elder of the Xianming Pavilion.
And he has many responsibilities.
Let us wait a bit longer." No rush,
Yi Sheng replied with a smile.
After another 10 minutes, footsteps echoed from outside the tea room, drawing nearer.
A moment later, a young man of similar age to Zheng Gang and Yi Sheng entered, with short hair and a demeanor as sharp as a blade. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Upon entering the tea room, Yi Sheng and Zheng Gang instantly recognized him as their classmate, Zhang Hao.
Zhang Hao. Zheng Gang's eyes lit up,
though he appeared somewhat reserved and did not approach immediately. The status of this old classmate had transformed significantly. He was now an elder of the Xianming Pavilion and a third-tier ghost general, while Zheng Gang was merely a second-tier ghost master, their standings vastly different.
Old classmate.
Upon seeing Zheng Gang, Zhang Hao chuckled heartily, immediately perceiving the latter's awkwardness. He graciously opened his arms and embraced Zheng Gang, an act that swiftly dissolved the barrier between them.
Zhang Hao patted Zheng Gang on the shoulder, exclaiming, "We are classmates, 3 years of camaraderie should not be taken lightly. There is no need for such formality between us." Zheng Gang laughed heartily in response, feeling considerably more at ease.
He sensed that Zhang Hao had not changed much and truly valued their friendship, which was indeed a rare treasure.
Who might this be? After reminiscing,
Zhang Hao finally turned his gaze towards Yi Sheng, noticing the unfamiliarity of the latter's appearance, and promptly inquired of Zheng Gang.
Zheng Gang hurriedly introduced. He is a friend I encountered on the road.
We share similar temperaments, so I invited him to join me in seeking you out.
He added, interestingly. This gentleman shares the same name and surname as one of our former classmates.
Oh?
Is that so?
Zhang Hao smiled, looking at Yi Sheng with curiosity,
eager to discover which classmate he was named after. Chapter 26, The Bronze Steward. I am Yi Sheng.
Yi Sheng clasped his hands, his gaze intricate, as he felt compelled to conceal his identity under the pressure from the Bai family.
Yi Sheng?
Zhang Hao paused in surprise upon hearing the name, then burst into laughter.
Recalling that young man,
Yi Sheng had always left an impression on Zhang Hao as someone with a proud spirit.
Though merely an ordinary person during his student years,
he never sought to ingratiate himself with his fellow cultivators or forge alliances. This distinctiveness set him apart from others. He focused solely on his own endeavors, occasionally exhibiting an unexpectedly profound gaze that belied his youth. This air of mystery had piqued Zhang Hao's curiosity. Unbeknownst to Zhang Hao, Yi Sheng had lived two lives, possessing remarkable life experience and a maturity far beyond his years.
What a coincidence!
Zhang Hao shook his head, chuckling.
He glanced at Yi Sheng, who now bore an unfamiliar expression, unlike the classmate he once knew.
For the remainder of the time, Zhang Hao and Zhang Gang reminisced, paying little attention to Yi Sheng, who, in turn, did not intrude upon their conversation.
A half-hour later, Zhang Hao departed. As a third-tier ghost general and an elder within the Xianming Pavilion, his schedule was exceedingly hectic, making it a challenge to spare even half an hour for their gathering. Zhang Gang and Yi Sheng exited the tea house.
Zhang Gang smiled and said, "Brother Yi, I apologize for my earlier neglect. I hope you can forgive me. I was so engrossed in catching up with Zhang Hao that I nearly forgot you were here."
"It is of no consequence. Your reunion with an old friend is far more important."
"I, as an outsider, am merely intruding," Yi Sheng replied.
Zhang Gang laughed heartily,
taking hold of Yi Sheng's hand.
"Enough of that.
Let me guide you to register your identity within the Xianming Pavilion. With Elder Zhang Hao vouching for you,
you are almost certain to gain admission.
Once you acquire this status, you will be free to navigate the underworld city without fear of expulsion by the city guard." As they conversed, they left the 46th floor. With Zhang Hao's endorsement,
Yi Sheng quickly registered as a member of the Xianming Pavilion and ascended to the position of a steward.
Zhang Gang patted Yi Sheng on the shoulder and said, "You are a second-tier ghost master, unlike the first-tier members who are ordinary.
According to the rules, you are eligible to become a steward. This position offers numerous conveniences within the Xianming Pavilion. However, since you are newly initiated into the second tier,
your rank shall be Bronze Steward." Yi Sheng lowered his gaze to the bronze token in his hand, which bore the inscription Xianming Pavilion on one side and Steward on the reverse.
This token represented both his affiliation with the Xianming Pavilion and his position within it.
According to Zheng Gang, stewards in the Xianming Pavilion are classified into three ranks: bronze, silver, and gold. As a bronze steward, he was only slightly superior to a first-tier cultivator among the pavilion's members.
Nonetheless, he wielded certain authority, enabling him to mobilize 10 first-tier members for various tasks within the pavilion.
Yi Sheng turned to Zhang Gang and inquired, "Brother Zhang, what rank of steward do you currently hold?"
"I am a silver steward." Zhang Gang chuckled, saying, "Once your cultivation reaches the threshold of level 50 in the second transition, you may apply to become a silver steward."
"Level 50 in the second transition?"
Yi Sheng pondered. This is indeed a minor watershed, akin to level 50 in the first transition.
Reaching level 50 signifies the mid-stage of this realm. What about the golden stewards?
What are the requirements?"
Yi Sheng inquired,
raising his head.
Zhang Gang replied, "Naturally, only those who have achieved perfection at level 100 in the second transition can become golden stewards."
When mentioning golden stewards,
Zhang Gang did not forget to advise, the status of golden stewards within the Xianming Pavilion is quite exalted. "Brother Yi, should you encounter them, be sure to tread carefully."
"Of course."
Yi Sheng nodded in agreement. Zhang Gang continued, "According to the regulations of the Xianming Pavilion, you will be assigned to a small team."
Upon hearing this,
Yi Sheng furrowed his brow. He was not keen on being constrained. Typically, a team comprises 5 members.
And the prospect of teaming up with 4 strangers was unappealing to him. Do not fret, allow me to elaborate. Seeing Yi Sheng's concern, Zheng clarified. The team only convenes during the execution of tasks for the Xianin Pavilion. Once the task concludes, should you wish to remain with them, you may do so. If not, you are free to act independently.
After all, the Xianin Pavilion is not a charitable organization, members are expected to contribute. Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng ceased his objections. Since he had accepted the esteemed identity of the Xianin Pavilion, it was only fitting to make some contributions. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Zheng assured him, rest assured, executing tasks will yield contribution points. These points are extremely valuable and can be exchanged for items in the contribution pavilion.
Do not underestimate this pavilion, with sufficient contribution points. One could even redeem legendary grade equipment of the second transition.
Furthermore, as a steward, albeit the lowest rank of bronze steward,
the Xianin Pavilion will arrange a residence for you in the underworld city.
Seeing Yi Sheng's indifferent demeanor, Zheng laughed. Do not underestimate this residence.
In underworld city,
land is worth its weight in gold. A simple dwelling is valued at over 5 billion federal coins, a sum most cannot afford.
Over 5 billion federal coins for a single residence?
Yi Sheng was taken aback.
With only 1 billion federal coins to his name, he had assumed acquiring a home in underworld city would be straightforward.
However, hearing this, he realized he was woefully short.
Zheng sighed, indeed.
This is the price in the remote corners, in central locations, it starts at hundreds of billions.
Moreover, in the underworld ghost domain, federal coins are exceedingly cheap. The hard currency is ghost spirit stones. Transactions among cultivators rarely utilize federal coins, instead, they employ ghost spirit stones.
As he spoke, Zheng turned his palm,
revealing a stone emanating ethereal light.
Yi Sheng gazed down, intrigued. It was his first encounter with a ghost spirit stone. He sensed an exceptionally pure energy seemingly contained within this stone. Seeing Yi Sheng's confusion, Zheng continued to explain, the ghost spirit stone has numerous functions. It can be used to arrange formations, refine elixirs, and temper equipment.
Most importantly, it can enhance experience points. Enhance experience points?
Yi Sheng was taken aback,
questioning how this could be possible. Aren't experience points typically acquired from slaying monsters? How can they be derived from a mere spirit stone?
Zheng replied earnestly, within the ghost spirit stone lies pure energy, absorbing this energy will transform it into experience points. If one possesses an ample supply of ghost spirit stones, one can elevate from level 0 to level 100 seamlessly.
However, the cost is exorbitant. Furthermore,
ghost spirit stones are highly valuable, and generally, no one would squander them in such a manner.
Yi Sheng posed a pressing concern. Does this mean that the federal currency is rendered useless? Is it only applicable within Ghost Mountain City?
Given that cultivators in the Nether Ghost domain engage in transactions using ghost spirit stones, the federal currency has indeed become rather superfluous.
Chapter 27, The Art of Summoning Spirits. Zheng remarked, not quite. Allow me to clarify.
100 million federal coins can be exchanged for 100 spirit stones.
What? So inexpensive? Yi Sheng was utterly taken aback.
The value of his 100 million federal coins diminished in an instant. Zheng patted Yi Sheng on the shoulder, saying, Brother Yi, should you require any assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out.
Thank you. Yi Sheng responded with gratitude. After parting ways,
Yi Sheng arrived at the accommodation arranged for him by the Xianming Pavilion. It was a modest residence of over 100 square meters, yet its location was impeccable. Situated in the city center and in close proximity to the Xianming Pavilion building. Inside the abode, Yi Sheng exhaled a sigh of relief. Indeed, the steward had its advantages, sparing him the hassle of searching for housing like a first-tier member of the Xianming Pavilion, who would have to endure exorbitant rental prices. The rented properties were often located in the remote corners of Yuming City, which proved to be exceedingly inconvenient. As night fell, Yi Sheng stood by the window, gazing at the vibrant scene of Yuming City. The city truly lived up to its reputation as a metropolis of millions, far surpassing the bustling nature of Ghost Mountain City.
As night descended, neon lights flickered and towering skyscrapers became a common sight. Unlike the eerie silence of Ghost Mountain City, where no one dared to venture outside at night for fear of vengeful spirits, the nights in Yuming City were filled with extraordinary liveliness and a palpable sense of warmth. The entire city resembled a forbidden realm for spirits, primarily due to the presence of formidable cultivators. Should spirits dare to intrude into such a territory? They would scarcely make it a few meters before being dealt with by passing practitioners. Even spirits of the fourth-tier ghost sect would not dare to step foot within Yuming City. Subsequently, Sheng took a hot shower and enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Upon waking the next day, he felt rejuvenated, his spirit restored to its pinnacle. Sheng stepped outside, had breakfast, and then settled into a CAF. Savoring a cup of coffee while gazing through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the bustling crowds outside. In that moment, Sheng seemed to transcend the realm of cultivation. Returning to the life of an ordinary person, free from conflict, and experiencing a familiar warmth. However, glancing at a nearby information display, Sheng was quickly drawn back into the world of cultivators. The display continually scrolled through various job postings. Security guard wanted, must be a first tier. Level 100 cultivator to qualify, salary, 1 spirit stone per month. Academy instructor wanted, minimum requirement, second tier ghost master cultivator, salary, 3 spirit stones per month. The job postings continued to scroll. Sheng couldn't help but be astonished. Indeed, Yuming City was outrageous. A first tier Level 100 cultivator could only work as a security guard. Although the pay was decent, with 1 spirit stone each month, it felt as though he had squandered 50 years of effort, prematurely adopting a life of leisure. Never mind, I shall look away. If I were to apply, I could at best become an academy instructor, earning 3 spirit stones monthly. Sheng withdrew his gaze and shook his head. It is time for me to exert more effort. Being at the initial stage of the second-tier Ghost Master realm is hardly significant. Sheng reflected as he opened his skill attribute panel. Destructive skill, 9 Heavens Divine Thunder, LV1, upgradable. One of the supreme secret arts of Taoism. The summoning of the 9 Heavens Thunder is designed to expel filth and vanquish evil, with a coverage radius of 100 miles. The attack power is increased by a staggering 10,000. Damage inflicted on malevolent spirits is enhanced by 20,000. Note, this skill has evolved from the Thunder summoning technique. Due to its immense power and extensive range, it should be used with caution. Destruction level skill, the Diamond Demon Subduing Sword, LV1, upgradable, a single target attack technique. Ranks among the pinnacle of Taoist demon-slaying sword arts. Its attack power is boosted by 15,000. The damage against malevolent spirits is augmented by 25,000. Sheng glanced over and noticed a significant difference. Now, both destruction level skills were marked with the indication of being upgradable following his ascension to the second-tier Ghost Master realm. This implies that the potency of these two formidable skills can be further enhanced. They have the potential to become even more powerful and exaggerated. This is the advantage of elevating one's realm, allowing oneself to grow stronger in every aspect. However, to upgrade these two destruction level skills, proficiency is required. Sheng observed that beneath the two skills, a proficiency progress bar had appeared. Currently, the progress bar for the 9 Heavens Thunder stands at a meager 2. This is likely due to the fact that he had only employed it once before. Conversely, the proficiency progress bar for the Diamond Demon Subduing Sword has reached 12. Reflecting its frequent utilization in his past endeavors. Yet, there remains a considerable gap before it can be upgraded to LV2. It seems that increased usage will enhance proficiency, which is not overly difficult. He wonders just how powerful these destruction level skills will become once upgraded to LV2. Sheng rubbed his chin, filled with anticipation. The magnitude of these LV1 destruction level skills is already so extraordinary, one can only imagine how potent they will be upon further enhancement. With the 2 destruction level skills tucked away, Sheng activated the Ring of the Disguised One. The previous spatial bracelet had been replaced. The current spatial ring, the Ring of the Disguised One, boasts a significantly larger capacity. Equivalent to 10 football fields, ample enough for Sheng to store numerous items. The spoils from his previous encounters are all contained within. Sheng delved into the ring, eager to sift through his collection. He wondered if any new Taoist skill books had emerged.
After rummaging through a plethora of skill books for over 10 minutes, he indeed discovered a learnable Taoist skill book amidst the clutter.
What skill is this? The art of spirit control?
Sheng examined the dark green cover of the skill book with curiosity.
Common skill, spirit control, one of the Taoist arts of spirit manipulation. Allows for the capture of malevolent spirits and compels them to fight.
Success rate of capturing malevolent entities, 3. Maximum capture capacity, 3 spirits.
Note, can only capture spirits of a lower level than oneself. How disappointing.
Sheng glanced around and couldn't help but scoff.
Not to mention that the number of captures is limited to merely 3.
The restriction of only being able to capture spirits of a lower level renders this spirit capturing technique utterly futile.
What utility do spirits of a lesser level possess? Their assistance can be described as negligible.
To level up, one must vanquish higher level spirits, and if one were to bring along lesser spirits to confront formidable foes,
it is likely that they would be torn apart in an instant. Utterly useless. So weak.
Sheng shook his head, dismissing this spirit capturing technique.
Ding. Detected new skill spirit capturing technique, would you like to learn it? Yes, no? Despite his disdain, Sheng opted to learn it. After all,
he possessed the formidable passive skill Heavenly Master's Heart. It could elevate ordinary skills to a state of devastation.
Upon successful acquisition,
it invariably activated the innate passive Heavenly Master's Heart.
Ding.
Detected new skill spirit capturing technique, innate passive Heavenly Master's Heart triggered, spirit capturing technique automatically upgraded to the level of devastation.
Chapter 28, Summoning Spirits and Commanding Generals. Sheng gazed in astonishment.
He witnessed a brilliant white light illuminating the skill bar as the innate passive heart of the Celestial Master was triggered.
Once the white glow faded,
the information within the skill bar had transformed. Sheng focused intently, and his breath quickened. Destruction level skill, Spirit Summoning and Commanding, LV1, one of the advanced Taoist secret arts.
An upgraded version of the ghost binding technique. Success rate for capturing spirits, 100. Capture limit, 10 spirits. Note, evolved from ghost binding technique. Capable of capturing spirits that are one major realm above oneself. Caution, spirits exceeding one major realm may be excessively violent. What?
Sheng's eyes widened.
Particularly fixating on the final enhancement.
The ability to capture spirits one major realm above himself.
What did this signify? Currently, as a second-tier Ghost Master,
being able to capture entities from the third-tier Ghost General realm was revolutionary. This meant he could enlist the aid of third-tier Ghost Generals to fight alongside him.
The capture limit remained at 10. The success rate stood at an astounding 100.
This implied a near certainty of success. Even if confronted by a third-tier Ghost General, he could directly bind the spirit and utilize it for his own purposes. Sheng was rendered speechless.
This, spirit summoning and commanding, was utterly extraordinary. To be able to bind third-tier spirits at the second tier and command 10 of them, was this not invincible?
He had encountered third-tier Ghost Generals on his journey to the city of the underworld.
Such spirits could traverse the skies, leaving a trail of chilling energy in their wake. Powerful enough to make even second-tier ghost types retreat.
Had it not been for Zhang Gang's timely escape with him, he might have perished at the hands of a third-tier Ghost General.
But now, he could actually summon such formidable spirits?
Sheng found it hard to believe. After a prolonged moment, he exclaimed, "Truly, the Celestial Master is deserving of their title.
Each skill is remarkably potent." After this realization,
he understood that it was only natural. The Celestial Master ranked first on the Heavenly Tao list. Overpowering numerous SSSS-grade extraordinary professions, it was far from a simple vocation. Each destruction-level skill was worthy of the Celestial Master's identity. Next, he would summon 10 third-tier Ghost Generals.
And his ascension would be effortless, he wouldn't even have to lift a finger.
The mere thought of having 10 third-tier Ghost Generals working for him for free made Sheng chuckle heartily, finding it immensely amusing.
He finished his cup of coffee. His eyes sparkling with determination, it was time to set forth.
First, he needed to strive for a complete ascension to the 100th level of the second tier.
Achieving this would yield significant benefits. He could directly become a golden steward of the Swanming Pavilion.
Golden stewards possessed numerous privileges, far surpassing those of the current bronze stewards.
Zhang Gang,
now a silver steward, enjoyed far greater benefits than Yi Sheng, and he had previously mentioned this to him. He urged him to diligently enhance his realm,
as this would solidify his standing within the Xianming Pavilion,
especially within the city of the underworld, where power dictated everything. Such matters, even without Zheng Gang's urging, Yi Sheng would undertake.
He is now eager to become formidable.
He cannot perpetually dwell in the shadow of the Bai family.
Just then,
as Yi Sheng prepared to rise and leave the CAF, a notification sound echoed.
Was it the bronze steward token from the Xianming Pavilion?
Yi Sheng let out a soft exclamation, retrieving the bronze token. He discovered that someone had used the steward token to contact him.
Was it the small team he had been assigned to?
Yi Sheng glanced over and furrowed his brow.
After joining the Xianming Pavilion, he was randomly grouped with 4 individuals.
At this moment, this small team had reached out to inform him that they were about to commence their mission, urging him to meet at the Xianming Pavilion headquarters.
So soon to begin a task?
Yi Sheng frowned, but quickly reconciled with the thought. Zheng Gang had mentioned that new members would receive a mission shortly after joining the Xianming Pavilion.
This task must be completed.
Firstly, it requires new members to contribute to the Xianming Pavilion promptly.
Secondly, it serves to assess the abilities of the new members. Failure to meet the standards would result in immediate expulsion. Although the Xianming Pavilion is loosely organized, it does not tolerate incompetence. Otherwise, how could it maintain its status as a premier force in the underworld city?
Nonetheless, completing the task would also yield contribution points, so it is not an endeavor without reward. Yi Sheng gathered his thoughts, glanced at the meeting location agreed upon with the 4 individuals, and departed the CAF, heading straight for the Xianming Pavilion headquarters. At the Xianming Pavilion headquarters, within a lounge, 4 figures awaited with impatience.
All 4 exuded a formidable presence, each at the second transition of the Ghostmaster realm.
They included a burly man, a balding elder, a young man silently gripping a long blade, and a woman emanating an aura of chilling cold.
At that moment, a beautiful server entered with a tray of tea and snacks, cautiously glancing at the 4. Recognizing them as the silver stewards of the Xianming Pavilion, she said, "Please take your time."
After placing the items down, the server bowed respectfully and exited the lounge, careful not to disturb the 4.
Such arrogance.
He has kept us waiting for so long, the burly man remarked, his expression darkening. The bald elder chuckled, "We shall all be part of the same team in the future, a little waiting is of no consequence." He then turned his gaze toward the taciturn young man with the blade and the cold woman. The woman, radiating an aura of frost, swept her gaze over the 3 and coldly retorted, "Whether we can form a team depends on your strength. If you are unqualified, it would be better for us to operate separately."
Ha! Such bravado. Shall we have a contest now?
The burly man challenged defiantly. The bald elder swiftly intervened, saying,
"Let us not be hasty, we can assess each other's strengths once we venture into the underworld city.
There is no need for discord here."
Meanwhile,
the young man with the blade kept his eyes closed, not sparing a glance at the others, remaining profoundly silent. The bald elder continued, "Once our final companion arrives,
we shall embark."
As a few individuals engaged in conversation, a figure gracefully entered the lounge, capturing the attention of several onlookers.
Even the young man,
who had been silently meditating with his sword, opened his eyes to gaze upon the newcomer.
"Esteemed guests, I apologize for the wait,"
Yi Sheng declared with a warm smile, clasping his fists in greeting as he stepped into the lounge. This very room was indeed the agreed-upon meeting place for the 4 individuals present, each of whom was a formidable second-tier Ghostmaster. Yi Sheng felt assured that he had not made an error in his selection. The 4 individuals scrutinized Yi Sheng with keen interest. The burly man among them was the first to speak, inquiring, "Where is your steward token?"
As he spoke, he retrieved his own steward token, a means to confirm Yi Sheng's identity.
The bald elder and the others followed suit, producing their own steward tokens. Yi Sheng glanced at them, his gaze shifting subtly. He noted that all 4 tokens were of the silver steward rank. Subsequently, under their watchful eyes, Yi Sheng presented his own steward token.
Chapter 29, Enhanced Proficiency. A bronze steward?
Upon Yi Sheng producing the steward token, the four burly men were momentarily taken aback. Their gazes fixated on the token in his hand.
You have merely stepped into the realm of a second transition Ghost Master?
The burly man expressed disbelief.
At that moment,
Yi Sheng concealed his aura, and they could only perceive him as a second transition Ghost Master, yet the precise level remained elusive.
Indeed. Yi Sheng nodded, unashamed of his status. He was indeed a novice at the second transition Ghost Master level.
This. The burly man fell silent. The icy woman scoffed derisively.
What is the meaning of this? Why has the Xianming Pavilion assigned us a bronze steward? Is this not merely a burden upon us?
Her words were blunt. Her gaze directed at Yi Sheng with cold mockery, offering him no semblance of respect. The balding elder was at a loss for words. Though there existed some disparity in their strengths, all four were silver stewards, their realms having surpassed level 50 in the second transition. Each of them had endured considerable trials within the second transition Ghost Master realm. A fledgling like Yi Sheng, just stepping into this level, was not even on the same tier as them. The icy woman continued her derision. Our task is to venture to the Blood Moon Valley. The malevolent spirits there are approximately level 50 in the second transition. A novice like him is merely courting death. More crucially, he would hinder our progress. She regarded Yi Sheng as nothing more than a liability. At this juncture, the taciturn youth, armed with a blade, spoke up, in my opinion. The four of us suffice. After uttering this, he closed his eyes once more. His words startled the balding elder. It seemed they intended to abandon Yi Sheng.
Proceeding as a quartet. I concur.
Shortly thereafter, the burly man was the first to express agreement, deeming this a commendable plan.
Four of us?
The icy woman sneered, indeed.
That is sufficient to accomplish the task in Blood Moon Valley, I too agree.
The three then turned their gazes towards the balding elder.
He glanced at Yi Sheng, sighed in resignation, and nodded in acquiescence.
In matters such as these, the majority prevails.
The icy woman directed her gaze at Yi Sheng, coldly stating, Boy, you shall have to undertake this alone.
Should you fail and be expelled from the Xianming Pavilion, that misfortune rests solely upon your shoulders, do not blame others.
With that,
she was the first to rise and exit the lounge. The burly man and the armed youth followed suit, not casting a glance at Yi Sheng as they departed. Before leaving, the balding elder offered Yi Sheng a sympathetic glance but uttered no words, exiting the lounge. In a moment, Yi Sheng found himself alone in the lounge.
Have I been cast out of the team?
Yi Sheng mused, rubbing his nose, then remarked, This may be for the best, acting alone is decidedly more convenient. A smile spread across his face, the prospect of solo action delighted him. With his annihilation-level skills, he had no need for a team. Any task posed no challenge for him. Yi Sheng glanced over the task assigned by the Xianming Pavilion. The mission required him to journey to Blood Moon Valley to collect 100 stalks of blood moongrass. After reading the task details, Yi Sheng pondered deeply. The mission further elaborated that this blood moon grass was intended for a prominent figure of the fourth transition ghost sect within the pavilion, hence the issuance of the task. It fortuitously fell upon their small team. Truly, it was a case of those above issuing commands while those below ran tirelessly. Moreover, they were to venture into such perilous territory solely for a handful of blood moon grass. Yi Sheng couldn't help but lament the privileges possessed by the powerful in this world. Whenever they desired something, those beneath them had no choice but to risk their lives to comply. Only by becoming the strongest could one truly reign supreme. Yi Sheng came to understand this principle. Thus, he resolved to set forth. Although Blood Moon Valley was teeming with second transition level 50 ghostly creatures, it posed little threat to him. Yi Sheng rose and departed from the lounge. The Nether Ghost domain was immensely vast. After leaving Nether City, Yi Sheng did not immediately choose to head to Blood Moon Valley to fulfill the task. Instead, he delved deeper into the Nether Ghost domain. Amidst the dark forest, as he leaped forward, he contemplated, this Nether Ghost domain is rife with second transition ghost tides. Perfect for honing my skills and refining my two ultimate destruction grade abilities. The density of the ghost tides here is unparalleled. Yi Sheng had entered the Nether Ghost domain intending to first upgrade his Nine Heavens Divine Thunder and Vidra Demon Slaying Sword skills. He aimed to elevate both skills to level 2, thereby amplifying their power significantly. Otherwise, his combat strength would be severely compromised. This first transition Dark Gold level gear had already fallen behind now that he had entered the second transition. At present, he would have to rely on his destruction-grade skills for any increase in combat power. Yi Sheng declared. As for the Blood Moon Valley task, completing it later would suffice. With clarity of thought, he set his objective and leaped onward. Continuing deeper into the Nether Ghost domain in search of second transition ghost tides to enhance the proficiency of his two ultimate destruction-grade skills. A day later, in a certain region of the Nether Ghost domain, dark clouds suddenly gathered ominously. Countless golden bolts of lightning danced within the clouds. After a brief moment of brewing, they cascaded violently down upon the dense throng of ghost tides below. At this moment, the ghost tide being struck consisted of second transition ghostly entities, numbering in the thousands. Each entity was akin to a powerful second transition ghost master, incredibly ferocious. The facts corroborated this notion. As many second transition specters managed to withstand several bolts of lightning without perishing, roaring as they surged forth. Yet, the density of the golden lightning was overwhelming. Ultimately, the entire ghost tide composed of thousands of second transition entities was obliterated. The spectacle of the entire process was nothing short of astounding. Whoosh! Following a round of Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, Yi Sheng's figure emerged. At this moment, the air was particularly humid. Each manifestation of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder seemed to summon torrential rain. Simultaneously, the area was left scorched and blackened from the onslaught of lightning. Yi Sheng gazed at the area still shrouded in wisps of smoke. Stroking his chin and murmuring, truly remarkable for a second transformation specter to withstand the onslaught of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder. He found it somewhat astonishing. The offensive potency of the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder was augmented by an astounding 10,000. Yet, that was not the most terrifying aspect. The most alarming factor was its inherent restraint on specters, inflicting a staggering 20,000 increase in damage against them. This was indeed lethal. Typically, ordinary specters could hardly endure such force. Yet, the second transformation specters were somehow able to endure several strikes of lightning, which genuinely caught Yi Sheng off guard. After vanquishing thousands of these second transformation specters, Yi Sheng summoned his attribute panel to glance at his current level. Quite satisfactory. Having eradicated these thousands of foes, he had ascended to the 10th level of the second transformation. He nodded in approval, only to subsequently shake his head. He sensed that after achieving the status of a second transformation Spectre Master, the ascent in levels had become exceedingly arduous. Even the experience required to advance by a single level was outrageously disproportionate, far surpassing the earlier stages of transformation. In the span of a day, he had only managed to elevate his standing from level 0 to level 10 of the second transformation. Chapter 30, A Rapid Ascension. Yi Sheng shook his head, pondering the considerable difficulty encountered in leveling up after reaching the second transition. Possessing the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder and overwhelmingly destructive skill with an extensive coverage, he found his own progress arduous. One could only imagine the plight of ordinary cultivators, who must rely on the slow passage of time to accumulate strength. The perils faced while battling ferocious ghostly entities during this period were beyond reckoning. Yi Sheng mused, it appears that those who attain level 50 in the second transition are not to be underestimated. They likely possess their own means of survival. No wonder they can serve as silver stewards of the Xianin Pavilion. At this moment, Yi Sheng truly appreciated the exceptional nature of those silver stewards. His thoughts drifted to the burly man, the bald elder, the taciturn sword-wielding youth, and the frosty woman. It seemed that each of these four possessed formidable abilities hidden beneath the surface. Shaking off these thoughts, he decided to check the proficiency of his two destructive skills. Yi Sheng focused his mind and pulled up the skill panel. He discovered that the proficiency of Nine Heavens Divine Thunder had surged from 2 to 23. Meanwhile, Vidra Demon Slaying Sword had risen from 12 to an impressive 46. The progress was encouraging. In just one day, he had achieved such a significant increase in proficiency, quite remarkable indeed. Yi Sheng stowed away the skill panel and exhaled a breath of determination, saying, "Let us persist. I must hasten to elevate these two destructive skills to level 2. He raised his head, orienting himself towards the domain of the ghostly underworld, and leaped forth to continue his search for the ghostly tide.
In this realm,
the ghostly entities surged like a relentless tide, far surpassing the wilderness beyond Ghost Mountain City.
3 days later, within a valley, tens of thousands of ghostly entities fell before Yi Sheng's successive strikes of the nine heavens' divine thunder.
Following this, a blinding white light enveloped his body, heralding an upgrade.
Ha ha! Level 50 in the second transition.
Yi Sheng laughed heartily, his joy resounding.
After 3 days of relentless effort and the annihilation of countless ghostly beings,
he had finally ascended to level 50, standing on equal footing with the burly man and his 3 companions.
At level 50 in the second transition,
he had reached a mid-stage equivalent, displaying a remarkable maturity compared to the instability of his earlier state.
His strength had surged tremendously.
Yi Sheng's expression radiated delight as he turned his gaze to the skill panel once more.
Upon inspection, his spirits soared even higher.
The Vajra demon-slaying sword had upgraded to level 2 a day prior, its might substantially enhanced.
As for the nine heavens' divine thunder, though it had been somewhat troublesome, its proficiency had now reached 100.
The option to enhance it appeared. Without hesitation, Yi Sheng clicked the button, and the nine heavens' divine thunder successfully ascended to level 2. Eagerly, he examined the transformations of his 2 destructive skills. Destructive skill, Nine Heavens Divine Thunder, LV2, one of the highest Taoist secret arts. Summons the divine thunder of the nine heavens to purify and vanquish evil, covering a radius of 100 miles. Attack power increased by 20,000. Damage to ghostly entities increased by 40,000. Note, upgraded from lightning summoning technique, due to its immense power and extensive coverage, use with caution. Devastating skill, Vajra demon-slaying sword, LV2, a singular attack skill, is among the pinnacle of Taoist demon-slaying sword techniques. Its attack power is augmented by an astonishing 30,000. Furthermore, its damage against supernatural entities is enhanced by a staggering 50,000.
Is it truly this formidable?
Yi Sheng's eyes gleamed with delight. The original attack power of the nine heavens divine thunder was merely increased by 10,000. Now it has escalated to 20,000. The damage against supernatural beings has also risen from 20,000 to 40,000. With such a significant boost in power,
exterminating second-tier specters will be a far more effortless endeavor, Yi Sheng remarked.
Previously, eliminating second-tier specters proved somewhat strenuous. The formidable second-tier entities necessitated several bolts of golden lightning to be obliterated.
However, with this newfound potency, it seems feasible to achieve instant annihilation. Consequently, the efficiency of advancing from second-tier level 50 to level 100 may even accelerate. The Vajra demon-slaying swords might has multiplied exponentially.
Yi Sheng noted that its attack power has reached a remarkable 30,000. The damage against supernatural entities is alarmingly high at 50,000. Such elevated damage ensures that no second-tier specter can withstand a single strike from this weapon. The Vajra demon-slaying sword is a terrifying single-target attack, a veritable weapon for confronting boss-level adversaries. Yi Sheng was thoroughly pleased with its power. Regrettably, he had yet to encounter any second-tier boss-level entities in recent days, only numerous second-tier elite beings.
Moreover, aside from these 2 cataclysmic skills, there exists spirit binding and summoning, however.
Yi Sheng had not been able to utilize this skill in recent days. Spirit binding and summoning can capture third-tier ghost generals, showcasing tremendous strength. Yet, Yi Sheng had not encountered such formidable entities lately.
Using it merely to capture second-tier beings would be an underutilization of its potential.
It would be prudent to await an opportunity to capture a third-tier ghost.
Second-tier level 50.
Yi Sheng mused. Realizing he could now apply to become a silver steward, with a flick of his hand, a bronze steward token materialized in his palm.
The bronze steward token was coarse in quality, its dull hue far inferior to the elegant silver steward tokens held by the bald elder and his companions. Most importantly,
upon becoming a silver steward, he would gain considerable privileges within the Xianming Pavilion. After applying for silver steward, he would stand on equal footing with the brawny man and formidable figures like Zheng Gang. Yi Sheng toyed with the bronze steward token, deep in thought. His qualifications for applying for the silver steward were met, and the application process was remarkably straightforward. Requiring no return to the Xuanming Pavilion building, he merely needed to leverage the Bronze Steward token to contact a Steward Elder of the Xianming Pavilion.
The process was uncomplicated. The challenge lay in reaching second-tier level 50.
After a moment's reflection, Sheng decided to stow away the Bronze Steward token. He resolved against applying for Silver Steward now, opting instead to wait until he reached the pinnacle of second-tier level 100 before directly applying for Gold Steward. Taking a single step to achieve his goal would spare him the hassle. Sheng smiled, altering his thoughts. Achieving the pinnacle of a second transformation at level 100 might pose challenges for others. However, for Sheng, it was merely a matter of a few days. Especially with both of his devastating skills having ascended to level 2, their power significantly amplified, the pace quickened even further. Rather than making 2 requests, it would be far more efficient to accomplish it in one go.
It would also spare any elder from the Xianming Pavilion from having to make the journey twice, wouldn't it?
With a smile, Sheng, after a brief pause, set off towards the depths of the Nether Ghost domain. 5 days later, at the Fierce Ghost Slope. The Fierce Ghost Slope, even within the Nether Ghost domain,
is renowned as a perilous location.
Few cultivators dare to tread here, for the spirits inhabiting the Fierce Ghost Slope are all second transformation level 100 malevolent ghosts. Even a solitary ghost could effortlessly annihilate robust men or balding elders from a small team of level 50 second transformation cultivators. Furthermore, the relentless influx of ghostly beings, akin to the ebb and flow of tides, renders this place even more unwelcoming to the living.
In days past, the Fierce Ghost Slope lay in eerie silence, seldom visited.
Yet, in recent days, a formidable figure has appeared here, treating this place as a sanctuary for monster hunting.
Chapter 31, The Haunted Ridge. An abundance of experience points. Ever since this individual arrived, ominous clouds have gathered incessantly above the Haunted Ridge.
Within a mere 5 days, under the relentless bombardment of golden lightning, numerous areas of the ridge have been scorched to a charred black.
Boom!
At this moment, following a wave of divine lightning from the heavens, the tempestuous clouds in the sky have yet to dissipate, and once again, a new gathering of thunderclouds begins to form.
The interval between these successive waves is remarkably brief.
Merely a few minutes, which is quite astonishing. Before long, after a brief period of brewing, another cascade of golden lightning descends like raindrops, cleansing the Haunted Ridge.
Vast swaths of level 100 second-turn malevolent spirits are harvested as if they were mere grass, transforming into an immense bounty of experience points. True to its notorious reputation, the Haunted Ridge is besieged by an unrelenting tide of spirits, ceaselessly surging forth, rushing towards a figure clad in white. Expeditiously, Sheng sits cross-legged in mid-air, his energy radiating with unparalleled strength. Subtly, an aura of impending perfection emanates from his being. Should a top-tier second-turn expert be present, they would undoubtedly be astonished to recognize that this is the aura of one nearing the completion of the second turn at level 100. This signifies that his level has already surpassed 98, possibly reaching 99. After a span of over 10 minutes, an astonishing beam of white light erupts from Sheng's body. Boom! An aura of completion finally bursts forth from him. Ha ha ha! As the aura of perfection envelopes him, Sheng lets out a resounding laugh.
After 5 days of relentless effort, he has ascended from level 50 to the pinnacle of level 100 in the second turn.
This indeed seems incredible.
It is worth noting that Sheng has traversed from level 0 to level 100 in less than 10 days. While others might struggle to gain merely a single level in 10 days, Sheng has soared a staggering 100 levels. Such a feat is difficult to believe. The Haunted Ridge certainly lives up to its reputation.
Sheng laughs heartily.
The malevolent spirits of the Haunted Ridge are all at level 100 in the second turn. And vanquishing such formidable foes undoubtedly yields the highest experience points. Moreover, Sheng has not teamed up with anyone, partaking in the entirety of this experience on his own. His experience points are maximized. In just 5 days, he has achieved the pinnacle of level 100 in the second turn.
Of course, this remarkable ascent is largely attributed to the enhancement of the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning to level 2.
Additionally, with the elevation of his level, the energy within Sheng flows like a mighty river, having long since escaped the previous state of frequent exhaustion. Now, he exists in a state of energy overflow. Sheng can unleash the Nine Heavens Divine Lightning consecutively twice without succumbing to fatigue.
This undoubtedly accelerates his leveling speed even further. However,
there are no more experience points to be gained. Sheng glances at his experience bar and realizes that hunting malevolent spirits no longer yields any experience. He understands that this is a phenomenon following his ascension to level 100 in the second turn, akin to the situation at level 100 in the first turn.
The next course of action is to extract a class-changing item from a boss and summon the second turn lightning tribulation.
Only by overcoming the second transcendence thunder tribulation and ascending to the third transcendence ghost general realm can one continue to advance. It is astonishing that Sheng is already on the verge of breaking into the third transcendence ghost general realm. The rapidity of this progression is quite unbelievable.
How long has it been since his job transition? Less than a month.
To be poised for such a leap into the third transcendence ghost general realm is a notion that, if spoken of, others would likely find hard to believe.
It seems utterly unrealistic.
Yet, when attributed to the world's foremost profession, Celestial Master, it becomes entirely plausible. Among the top 100 peculiar professions on the Heavenly Tao ranking, there are certainly individuals capable of achieving such feats. Sheng has never underestimated the bizarre professions listed on the Heavenly Tao ranking. To be among the top 100 in the world is no trivial matter. Sheng is acutely aware that his future competitors will likely be these individuals.
He departs from the menacing ghost slope. Turning away,
Sheng makes his way out of the menacing ghost slope.
Even after 5 consecutive days of relentless combat, fierce ghosts continue to emerge from the depths of the slope.
It is as though there exists a ghost nest within, perpetually spawning these entities. While Sheng does not fear these ghosts, their incessant disturbances can be rather bothersome. After leaving the menacing ghost slope, Sheng finds a tranquil spot to sit in meditation.
He can now apply to become a golden steward. Sheng contemplates.
According to the regulations of the Xianming Pavilion, one can become a golden steward upon reaching the second transcendence, level 100, in a perfected state. The status of a golden steward within the Xianming Pavilion is quite respectable.
It denotes a person of considerable standing. After all, the number of individuals at this level is beginning to dwindle. Each second transcendence, level 100 powerhouse is exceedingly valuable to the Xianming Pavilion.
They serve as a vital source of combat strength.
Many matters that cannot be resolved by the second transcendence, level 50 silver stewards must be handled by the second transcendence, level 100 golden stewards.
Thus, the Xianming Pavilion extends significant privileges to golden stewards, affording them many more rights than their silver counterparts. Sheng retrieves his bronze steward token. This token has now become unworthy of his status.
Subsequently, he utilizes the bronze steward token to activate a luminous screen.
The screen contains an introduction to the various privileges of golden stewards, which Sheng needs to familiarize himself with.
After a brief moment,
Sheng finishes reading the introduction and exclaims, "The privileges of the golden steward are indeed plentiful." Sheng is somewhat astonished.
Upon becoming a golden steward,
one is entitled to a 500 square meter standalone villa in the underworld city, complete with a butler and servants at one's service.
Sheng recognizes the extraordinary value of such a villa in the underworld city.
Most importantly, such a spacious villa cannot easily be purchased, even with wealth. This is because the land in underworld city is predominantly controlled by various major factions, who monopolize it.
Once developed,
it is only made available for the use of their internal members.
Wealth alone does not guarantee access. However, this standalone villa is merely the foundation.
Many of the privileges Sheng has read about leave him in awe. At last, Sheng's gaze settled upon the most tangible privilege of all, a salary.
Indeed.
Upon becoming a golden steward, he would receive a monthly remuneration of 100 ghost spirit stones. Alternatively, he could opt for an advance on his annual salary of
200 ghost spirit stones.
This was no trifling sum. Given the exchange rate of 100 ghost spirit stones for 100 million federal coins, the monthly income for a golden steward would amount to a staggering 100 million federal coins. This represented a steady revenue stream without necessitating any exertion.
The advantages were indeed plentiful.
Sheng mused while stroking his chin. Without further hesitation, he resolved to submit his application.
There was no downside in aspiring to become a golden steward of the Xianming Pavilion. In the realm of Yuming City,
The protection of such a formidable force would instill trepidation among many powerful beings, deterring them from recklessly extinguishing his life.
To do so would invite enmity with the Xian'an Pavilion,
while the ordinary members of the Xian'an Pavilion might be disregarded.
The assassination of a golden steward would undoubtedly warrant the pavilion's serious attention.
This concern was intrinsically tied to the pavilion's prestige, should they fail to recover their honor. It would embolden others to act against the Xian'an Pavilion with impunity in the future.
Chapter 32, Almost Dropping the Elder's Jaw. Applying.
Yi Sheng gazed at the bronze steward token in his hand, utilizing it to contact an elder steward from the Xian'an Pavilion.
Moments later,
a figure materialized upon the bronze token, composed of a luminous veil, representing a form of remote communication technology. The figure was an elderly man, clad in loose martial attire. Exuding a formidable aura, a powerful figure at the third transformation of the Ghost General realm.
What is it?
Li Zhengtang, with his hands clasped behind his back, yawned lazily. Casting a casual glance at the bronze steward token in Yi Sheng's grasp, his demeanor indifferent.
For someone of his esteemed position,
a mere bronze steward hardly warranted a second glance. He assumed the matter at hand was trivial. Youngster, summoning an elder at will could lead to repercussions if it turns out to be a trivial issue. Li Zhengtang shot Yi Sheng a warning glance, laden with implications. With a smile, Yi Sheng articulated his purpose. Senior, I wish to apply for the status of a golden steward.
Li Zhengtang, caught mid-yawn, was taken aback.
His mouth agape in astonishment as he turned to Yi Sheng.
What did you say?
He asked, clearing his ears in disbelief. A mere bronze steward, who had yet to ascend to silver, was audaciously petitioning for the position of a golden steward?
Was this young man jesting with him?
I wish to apply for the status of a golden steward,
Yi Sheng reiterated, exasperated.
Li Zhengtang's expression darkened. Youngster, are you toying with me? He presumed he was dealing with an impetuous youth attempting to provoke him. However, in the next instant, Li Zhengtang's jaw nearly fell in shock.
Yi Sheng, in an act of desperation, emanated the aura of a fully realized second transformation at level 100. Second transformation, level 100. It is indeed true.
Li Zhengtang stood dumbfounded,
realizing that Yi Sheng was not jesting.
A second transformation at level 100 certainly qualified him to apply for the status of a golden steward within the Xian'an Pavilion. After a brief pause, Li Zhengtang's demeanor underwent a complete transformation, looking at Yi Sheng with a mix of admiration and reprimand. With such strength,
how did you end up as a bronze steward?
Yi Sheng's prowess, even prior to reaching level 100, should have warranted him the title of a silver steward.
Yet, perplexingly,
he remained merely a bronze steward. This discrepancy baffled Li Zhengtang, leaving him at a loss for explanation. Yi Sheng, too, was uncertain how to clarify his situation. He couldn't very well disclose that he had recently ascended from level 0 to level 100 in the second transformation. Such a revelation might indeed be astonishing.
Well, your strength is sufficient.
Your identity is appropriate, as you are indeed one of us from the Xian'an Pavilion.
Li Zhengtang then earnestly verified Yi Sheng's identity.
The bronze steward token was authentic, and coupled with Yi Sheng's prowess at level 100, he was undeniably qualified to become a golden steward.
Suddenly,
a miniature teleportation array materialized before Yi Sheng, courtesy of Li Zhengtang.
Soon, a resplendent golden steward token was transmitted over, landing in Yi Sheng's hands.
As he gazed at the golden steward token, a smile blossomed on his face.
Upon obtaining the golden steward token,
it signifies the acquisition of various privileges within the Xian'an Pavilion.
This bronze steward token has become redundant, thus I shall reclaim it,
Li Zhengtang remarked, directing his gaze towards the bronze steward token in Yi Sheng's hand.
Naturally,
Yi Sheng tucked away the golden steward token and handed over the bronze steward token to him. After concluding this exchange, Li Zhengtang prepared to take his leave. However, before departing, he turned to Yi Sheng with a beaming smile and said, "Young friend, I am Li Zhengtang, an elder of the Elder Hall in the Xian'an Pavilion. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to seek me out.
Let us cultivate a closer rapport." With that, Li Zhengtang's figure dissipated into light.
Yi Sheng smiled, discerning Li Zhengtang's intent to forge an alliance with him. The number of golden stewards in the Xian'an Pavilion is limited, and each golden steward aligns with a particular elder. The more golden stewards an elder commands,
the stronger their influence becomes, solidifying their position within the Xianming pavilion.
These elders also stake their claims within the pavilion, and in the face of conflicts over interests, they assess each other's strength. Yi Sheng was well aware of this dynamic. Becoming a golden steward is merely the initial step in Yi Sheng's grand design. He accessed the contribution pavilion, which resembles a Federation trading platform. However, it is exclusively reserved for internal dealings within the Xianming pavilion. Featuring numerous rare treasures absent from the Federation trading platform, in addition to exchanging contribution points, the contribution pavilion also facilitates the trade of ghost spirit stones. Many of the treasures listed are provided by the powerful within the Xianming pavilion, including those of the third and fourth transitions, who similarly require ghost spirit stones as a form of currency. Presently, Yi Sheng lacks ghost spirit stones. Yet, upon becoming a golden steward, he can advance a year's salary, amounting to 200 ghost spirit stones, which should suffice to acquire several items within the contribution pavilion. Leveraging the golden steward token, Yi Sheng opened the contribution pavilion, revealing a pale blue light screen before him. Upon examination, he discovered a plethora of treasures within the pavilion, including equipment suitable for the third transition Ghost General realm and even the fourth transition Ghost Sect realm, with a notable presence of dark gold grade gear. However, the prices were extraordinarily exorbitant. Additionally, there were even more options for second transition dark gold grade equipment. Yi Sheng scrutinized them one by one, noting the second transition dark gold grade chest piece black demon armor priced at 320 ghost spirit stones, and the second transition dark gold grade weapon firecloud spear priced at 480 ghost spirit stones. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Sheng furrowed his brow, realizing that the costs of these second transition dark gold grade items were indeed steep. To assemble a complete set of second transition dark gold grade equipment, one would need no less than 10,000 ghost spirit stones. Furthermore, even if he managed to gather the requisite amount, it would consist solely of disparate second transition dark gold grade items, lacking a cohesive set. Glancing at the contribution pavilion, he acknowledged the formidable challenge of assembling a complete set, as even within the pavilion, it proved to be exceedingly arduous. Such exorbitant prices! Yi Sheng lamented. He had been brimming with confidence moments ago, but upon glancing at the prices, he realized that his annual salary of 200 ghost stones was utterly inconsequential. He could not even afford a single piece of second transformation dark gold grade equipment. This was somewhat absurd. As for a complete set of second transformation dark gold grade gear, that was a mere fantasy. He felt impoverished. Yi Sheng was at his wits' end. Furthermore, his luck had been rather dismal lately, as he had yet to encounter a single second transformation boss. The drop rate for dark gold grade equipment was remarkably low among ordinary ghostly entities, making it exceedingly difficult to obtain. Only boss-level ghostly beings had a relatively higher drop rate. However, during this period, Yi Sheng had not encountered any second transformation boss-level entities. Oh well. With the Vajra demon-slaying sword in his possession, acquiring dark gold grade equipment was not an immediate concern. Yi Sheng collected his thoughts. For the time being, he would refrain from purchasing dark gold grade gear. The enhancement provided by the destruction grade skill, Vajra demon-slaying sword, was sufficiently formidable. It surpassed the amplification of an entire set of dark gold grade equipment. Even without a single piece of second transformation dark gold grade gear, he remained invincible in the realm of second transformation. The destruction grade skill was indeed his greatest reliance. Chapter 33, The Spectral Vessel valued at 2 billion. No longer was Yi Sheng interested in the second-tier dark gold grade equipment. He cast a fleeting glance at other grades of gear, finding little appeal. While such items could indeed enhance his combat prowess, for one endowed with cataclysmic skills like Yi Sheng, they were rather superfluous. Purchasing them would merely squander his precious spectral stones. It was far wiser to conserve his resources for critical moments. Ah! A flying artifact? Yi Sheng rummaged through the inventory and was delighted to discover an array of flying treasures. While equipment could wait, these flying artifacts were indispensable. For far too long, Yi Sheng had traversed the realm on foot, a method that severely hampered his efficiency. A full day had been wasted on the journey to Ghostly Slope. Most importantly, relying solely on his legs was utterly exhausting. He had long coveted Zheng Gang's ghostly wood boat, which required 450 spectral stones to procure.
Upon visiting the contribution pavilion,
Yi Sheng spotted a ghostly wood boat for sale, significantly cheaper than purchasing it with federal currency.
However,
Yi Sheng found himself somewhat dismissive of the ghostly wood boat at this stage. It was merely a rudimentary means of transport, achieving a speed of only 300 kilometers per hour. In the contribution pavilion, Yi Sheng encountered numerous flying artifacts, many boasting speeds of up to 800 kilometers per hour, with some even surpassing 1,000. The Black Fiend boat could reach an astounding speed of 2,000 kilometers per hour. Yet, its price was exorbitant, 6,000 spectral stones. Yi Sheng gasped in astonishment. Despite his longing, he could not afford such a luxury with his current means. Thus, he resolved to purchase the ghostly vessel, which could attain a speed of 850 kilometers per hour. It was spacious and inscribed with a ghostly fog formation that concealed its presence, offering the highest cost-performance ratio. Yi Sheng glanced at the ghostly vessel, priced at 1,200 spectral stones, exactly a year's salary. In comparison to the basic ghostly wood boat, it was undeniably superior. Furthermore, the ghostly vessel was a sought-after item. Zheng Gang had once boasted to Yi Sheng about accumulating wealth to secure one for himself. Now, the opportunity had come to Yi Sheng first. After deciding to purchase the ghostly vessel, Yi Sheng used his golden steward's order to contact the Xianming Pavilion, requesting an advance on a year's salary totaling 1,200 spectral stones. Subsequently, he made the acquisition directly in the contribution pavilion. Moments later, a miniature teleportation array materialized before him. With a flash of light, a ghostly vessel, no larger than the palm of his hand, was transported to him. Yi Sheng marveled at the miniature vessel, likening it to a model, and found it truly wondrous. Although the ghostly vessel appeared small, resembling a mere toy, once cast into the air, it would instantly expand, functioning on the same principle as Zheng Gang's ghostly wood boat. Such flying artifacts were not mere products of chance, they were meticulously crafted by skilled artificers. Yi Sheng noted that aside from combat professions, the world was replete with auxiliary vocations, with artificers being among the most esteemed. Indeed, high-ranking artificers often held greater status and wealth than their combat-oriented counterparts.
For instance, the ghost mist ship, once crafted, can yield substantial profits.
Numerous factions typically sustain such skilled artisans. Yi Sheng fondled the ghost mist ship, unable to part with it. In terms of Federation currency, this vessel far surpasses any luxury car in value, amounting to an astonishing
2 billion.
With the ghost mist ship at his disposal,
travel would be significantly expedited.
As the prospect of swift journeys invigorated Yi Sheng's thoughts, a brilliant idea dawned upon him. With the ghost mist ship, he could venture deep into the nether ghost domain to capture several 3RD transition ghost general entities for his own purposes.
This notion, once ignited, proved irresistible.
The combat prowess of the third transition ghost general entities is immensely formidable. Moreover, the spirit binding and commanding technique guarantees a 100 capture success rate, allowing for the acquisition of 10 such entities. As long as he identified a third transition ghost general entity, he could instantly seize it. Should he manage to capture 10 third transition ghost generals, he would undeniably gain 10 powerful allies. Should he encounter a second transition formidable opponent, he would effortlessly dominate them, perhaps without needing to lift a finger. With the ghost mist ship in tow, delving into the depths would require little time. Contemplating this, Yi Sheng resolved to set forth. He tossed the ghost mist ship skyward. Upon ascending, the vessel expanded in the wind, swiftly transforming into a towering ship measuring 12 meters in height and over 20 meters in length. The hull of the ghost mist ship, shrouded in inky blackness, was adorned with intricate array patterns. These patterns continuously emitted tendrils of ghostly mist, cloaking the ship in an aura of mystery. Yi Sheng understood that this was the ghost mist formation inherent to the ship. Once activated, the mist would thicken to the point of rendering the vessel nearly invisible. Ascending into the sky would elude the gaze of the ghostly entities, disguising his passage as mere clouds, thereby enhancing safety considerably.
Indeed,
Yi Sheng leaped aboard the deck of the ghost mist ship and settled into a meditative position,
subsequently activating the vessel.
Whoosh! Although the ghost mist ship was cumbersome, its speed was anything but slow, instantly transforming into a streak of light. soaring through the skies at a velocity of 850 kilometers per hour. 2 hours later, Sheng arrived at the depths of the nether ghost domain, where the ghost mist ship slowed, adopting a more cautious demeanor. At this juncture, encountering second transition ghostly entities became increasingly rare. Any such entities would likely be of the third transition ghost general caliber, posing significant danger. It would be wise to merely circle the periphery. Sheng remained exceedingly vigilant. The third transition ghost general represented a monumental leap in power. Having undergone another metamorphosis, their life essence had ascended to a higher tier, resulting in an extraordinary combat capability. If quantified, their strength is 1,000-fold that of a second transition ghost master. 1,000-fold. This is no exaggeration. The third transition ghost generals, endowed with vast internal energy, can even traverse the skies. Such feats are utterly unattainable for a second transition ghost master. As entities of the same third transition ghost general rank, their combat strength is equally terrifying. With such a staggering disparity, even possessing annihilation-level skills would render him no match. Sheng's mind was remarkably clear as he cautiously navigated the ghost mist ship, skirting the periphery of the netherworld. After a span of over 10 minutes, his eyes sparkled with excitement upon witnessing a dark cloud sweeping across the distant sky, reminiscent of a ghostly sovereign emerging. Strands of terrifying hair billowed forth from the ominous cloud. It was a female spectre known as 3,000 silken tresses, each strand of her hair measured several hundred meters in length, with 3,000 dark tresses swirling chaotically in the air. Wherever she passed, a chilling aura enveloped the surroundings. Sheng recognized this female ghost. Her long, flowing hair served as her weapon, more formidable than the sharpest of blades. With a resounding crash, the long hair of the spectral woman swept across a small mountain, instantly shredding it to pieces. This was the one. Sheng's eyes gleamed with determination as he resolved to capture this third transformation ghost general. Chapter 34, Conjuring Spirits and Dispatching Generals. 3,000 Silken Threads. With a swift motion, Sheng steered the ghost fog ship, propelling himself at high speed towards the 3,000 silken threads. It was precisely because of the ghost fog ship that Sheng could keep pace with such a formidable entity at the third transition of the ghost general realm. Not only could it traverse the skies, but its velocity was also astonishing. After a brief span of 10 minutes, Sheng found himself unharmed as he sat cross-legged upon the ship, a small gray orb swirling around him. This gray orb was none other than the 3,000 silken threads, a being of the third transition, level 10 ghost general realm. Under the might of conjuring spirits and dispatching generals, this entity had no opportunity to resist before being effortlessly captured. Ha ha! This is a powerful combat force. Sheng laughed heartily. The 3,000 silken threads was a formidable entity, steeped in heavy energy. However, one was not sufficient. Sheng stowed the gray orb away, wary of releasing the 3,000 silken threads too hastily, for its appearance was quite terrifying and not pleasing to the eye. With 9 more slots available for capture, Sheng chuckled and continued to navigate the ghost fog ship in search of more entities. Soon, he found himself nearing the gathering place of the 3,000 silken threads. One after another, he encountered 9 more of these beings. He grew indifferent to pursuing any other third transition ghost generals, opting instead to utilize conjuring spirits and dispatching generals to capture each one. In the span of half a day, Sheng had amassed 10 gray orbs surrounding him, all representing the third transition 3,000 silken threads. That is sufficient. Sheng beamed with satisfaction, gazing at the 10 gray orbs encircling his form. Should he encounter formidable foes ahead, releasing these 10 3,000 silken threads would undoubtedly render him invincible against any threats beneath the third transition. Having accomplished this task, Sheng refocused his thoughts, declaring, "I must complete the mission at Blood Moon Valley." The mission at Blood Moon Valley did not vanish with Sheng's promotion to Golden Steward. It remained an obligation to fulfill. However, with his current strength at the second transition, level 100, completing this task would be a breeze, requiring little time. "Let us set forth," he resolved, eager to return to the city of Nether after completion. Sheng adjusted his course, directing the ghost fog ship straight towards Blood Moon Valley. Blood Moon Valley, named for the blood-red moon that hung high day and night, was suffused with a sinister atmosphere, the valley awash in a crimson hue. Within its depths, blood shadows shrieked and darted about, Should any living soul dare to enter, they would be swiftly possessed by these shadows and drained of their life essence,
meeting a grim fate.
At this moment, 4 disheveled figures stumbled out from Blood Moon Valley. The instant they crossed the threshold, they collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, each visage reflecting a profound sense of relief at having survived. These 4 were none other than members of Yi Sheng's small team, who, deeming Yi Sheng a burden, had chosen to venture forth into Blood Moon Valley alone to complete their mission. Yet, they had nearly perished within its treacherous confines. It is indeed fortuitous to emerge alive from the Blood Moon Valley. The bald elder collapsed to the ground, laughing heartily as if he had survived a calamity. The taciturn young man, clutching a blade, bore an odd expression, alternating between pallor and a sudden flush. This was a consequence of being possessed by the blood shadow ghost within the valley. The lingering, dense blood aura within him could not be dispelled easily.
Moreover,
the long knife in his embrace bore a gash, a testament to the brutal battles endured in the Blood Moon Valley, leaving him in such a dire state. It is all the fault of the Xianning Pavilion for assigning us a bronze steward. The ice-cold woman, her face like frost, had her shoulder pierced by a ghostly hand. Were it not for her formidable physique, bolstered by the second-tier Ghostmaster realm, she would have surely bled to death by now. She lamented the Xianning Pavilion for matching them with someone like Yi Sheng, a mere bronze steward. The burly man remarked, "This Blood Moon Valley mission was designed for 5 participants. With 1 less, the difficulty naturally escalates. Yet, we have completed it, cough cough." As he spoke, a fit of violent coughing erupted from him, expelling several mouthfuls of blood. He too bore significant injuries.
"Friends,
regardless of the circumstances, we have accomplished our mission and emerged alive," the bald elder said with a smile. Flipping his palm to reveal over 20 Blood Moon herbs, these were precisely the objective of their mission. They needed over 100 Blood Moon herbs in total, which would amount to over 20 herbs per person. Collectively, they had nearly 90 herbs, and the remaining deficit was Yi Sheng's concern, not theirs.
They only needed to return their allocated share.
"This place is not safe for prolonged stays, we should depart swiftly." The burly man stood,
having regained some energy from a brief rest.
The others nodded, aware that the area was perilous. The young man, wounded the most severely, felt the encroaching darkness consuming his body yet forced himself to stand. The ice-cold woman enveloped herself in a layer of chilling energy, which proved devastating to ghostly entities.
"Let us go,"
she commanded, leaping ahead. The others followed closely behind. Not long after they departed the Blood Moon Valley, a swirling mass of ghostly mist rushed through the distant sky. Upon reaching the Blood Moon Valley's expanse, the mist abruptly halted. It then dispersed to reveal a pitch-black ghost ship. Yi Sheng sat cross-legged on the deck of the misty vessel, and upon sighting the Blood Moon Valley below, a smile crept across his face. "The speed of this ghost ship is indeed impressive. How short a time has it taken to return from the depths? If I had to travel on foot, it would have taken days, haha." Yi Sheng laughed heartily, retracting the ghost ship and leaping gracefully towards the Blood Moon Valley. Moments later, Yi Sheng's feet touched the ground, and he gazed into the valley. The Blood Moon Valley was now shrouded in a sanguine moonlight, with blood shadows flitting about, emitting chilling wails.
The entire valley appeared exceedingly eerie and foreboding. However, Yi Sheng remained largely unconcerned by the ominous atmosphere.
The Blood Moon Valley is merely a perilous realm for those at the second transformation, level 60.
For a formidable being like Yi Sheng,
who has attained the pinnacle of the second transformation at level 100, the Blood Moon Valley can only be regarded as a low-level danger,
having no effect on him whatsoever. The 4 individuals should have departed by now.
Yi Sheng cast a glance into the depths of the Blood Moon Valley but did not spot the burly men. It is only natural to consider that nearly 10 days have elapsed. They must have long since completed their mission and returned. He should hasten to finish the task in Blood Moon Valley and return to the city of Netherworld. Yi Sheng took a step forward but paused after only a few paces. Unbeknownst to him, the golden token of the steward he held began to radiate intense heat.
Astonishingly so. Yi Sheng understood that this signal could only be emitted by the Xianning Pavilion in the event of an urgent matter. What could have transpired?
Yi Sheng furrowed his brow and retrieved the golden steward token.
Chapter 35, The Crimson Missive. A shakedown?
Yi Sheng beheld a letter of blood-red hue, This scarlet correspondence emanated a blinding crimson light, signaling the urgency of the matter at hand, demanding immediate attention.
Upon opening the email, Sheng scrutinized its contents. After a brief moment, he appeared contemplative. This was an urgent mission, designated solely for him. He was instructed to hasten to the Icewind Valley with utmost speed. The message indicated that he was the only golden steward in the vicinity of Icewind Valley, hence the burden of the task fell squarely upon his shoulders. Furthermore, the reward was exceedingly generous. An astonishing 2,000 contribution points. Truly remarkable. To put things in perspective, within the contribution pavilion, 1 contribution point equated to 1 ghost spirit stone. Thus, 2,000 contribution points were tantamount to 2,000 ghost spirit stones. A piece of second transition dark gold equipment was valued at merely 1,500 ghost spirit stones, illustrating the lavishness of the reward offered. What could have transpired to necessitate the urgent summons of a golden steward? Sheng pondered deeply. Typically, golden stewards enjoyed a rather leisurely existence, rarely disturbed by significant matters. However, the fact that a solitary golden steward was being called into action hinted at the gravity of the situation. Moreover, the bountiful reward suggested that the task's difficulty was considerable. Perhaps even perilous. Should he accept this mission? Sheng reflected. This task was not obligatory, it was issued by a prominent figure within the Xianin pavilion. He had the option to accept or decline. Just as Sheng wavered, the reward astonishingly escalated to 3,000 contribution points. This underscored the urgency of the request. What? Sheng gasped. The initial 2,000 contribution points were already substantial, equivalent to a piece of second transition dark gold equipment. Yet now, after merely a moment's hesitation, the reward had surged to 3,000 contribution points. Clearly, the individual issuing the mission was exceedingly anxious. Sheng mused. Considering that he was the sole golden steward near Icewind Valley, should he wait a little longer? Given the urgency displayed, the reward might further increase. Sheng stroked his chin. He was not particularly apprehensive about the task's dangers. With his combat prowess, he could manage any threat short of a third transition ghost general. Upon seeing the initial 2,000 contribution points, he had already resolved to accept the mission. Now that it had risen to 3,000 points, he found no justification for rejection. One must act with integrity. The urgency displayed by the requester might be seen as an opportunity to foster goodwill. Sheng shook his head, deciding against any attempt to exploit the situation. The individual who issued the task could very well be a formidable figure of fourth transition ghost sect within the Xianin pavilion. While it might be gratifying to take advantage in the present, it could lead to enmity with such an influential person, which would not be prudent in the long run. For the time being, Sheng had no intention of departing from the Xianin pavilion. There was no necessity to create animosity. Thus, he resolved to accept the mission without further deliberation. However, before proceeding, he must first complete the task at Blood Moon Valley. The task in Blood Moon Valley required little effort. Sheng leaped forward, making his way into the depths of the Blood Moon Valley. Upon entering, he was besieged by countless blood shadow ghosts. Sheng paid them no heed, charging through with reckless abandon toward the heart of the valley. For the burly man and the bald elder, as well as their companions, the perilous Blood Moon Valley posed a grave threat, yet for Sheng, it felt akin to his own backyard. Although the blood shadow ghosts were indeed sinister, they were merely second-tier, level 60 entities, posing no threat whatsoever to Sheng. The elusive blood moon grass could only be found deep within the valley. Sheng ventured into the depths, effortlessly collecting more than 20 stalks of blood moon grass. In just over 10 minutes, he emerged from Blood Moon Valley, having completed his task. Should the burly man and the bald elder, along with their companions, have witnessed this scene, they would have surely been infuriated to the point of vomiting blood. Their arduous journey, fraught with danger and spanning nearly 10 days to complete the task, paled in comparison to Sheng's mere 10 minutes. The disparity was nothing short of astronomical. Having secured the 20-plus stalks of blood moon grass, Sheng wasted no time, lest he jeopardize the mission. The urgency of the task's issuance suggested that the situation was dire. Off to Icewind Valley he must go.
This location was a mere 1,000 miles from Icewind Valley, and with the speed of the ghost mist ship, he would arrive swiftly. Sheng cast the ghost mist ship into the air, where it swelled with the wind, transforming into a towering vessel of 12 meters, hovering in midair. Sheng leaped onto the deck of the ghost mist ship, urging it to morph into a streak of light, racing toward the Icewind Valley in the northwest.
Meanwhile,
as Sheng sped toward Icewind Valley, the burly man, the bald elder, and their companions were on their way back to the city of Hades.
Gentlemen, fortunately, we faced no real danger this time,
the bald elder said with a relaxed expression, having recovered somewhat from his injuries. The burly man wore a satisfied grin, indeed.
Upon our return, we shall complete the task and earn 100 contribution points.
100 contribution points equated to 100 ghost spirit stones, which could be exchanged for a staggering 100 million federal coins. The reward was quite generous, compensating for the peril they had endured. The burly man declared. From now on, the four of us shall form a small team. We must grow closer.
Naturally,
the bald elder concurred.
This time, even the Ice Maiden's demeanor softened,
as she refrained from dissenting. Their experiences in Blood Moon Valley had earned mutual respect among the group's strength. She was a practitioner of ice-based ghost magic,
possessing a frail physique.
Throughout their ordeal in Blood Moon Valley, the burly man and his companions had shielded her remarkably well.
Notably,
the sword-wielding youth had sustained significant injuries while defending her from the blood shadow ghosts.
The Ice Maiden turned to the sword-wielding youth and gently inquired, "How is your injury?"
"It's nothing to worry about," he replied, shaking his head with a rare smile, "just a trifling bit of negative energy. I've already dispelled it."
"That's good to hear. I owe you a favor," the Ice Maiden said, biting her lip.
"We are all part of the same team. There is no need for such formality,"
the sword-wielding youth responded, shaking his head.
The burly man lamented, "Alas, we are but four. How much stronger we would be with a fifth member.
And how much more effortlessly we could execute our mission."
The icy woman scoffed, "That young man will undoubtedly fail to complete the Blood Moon Valley task. Should he be unable to fulfill it, he will be expelled from the Sheng Pavilion.
At that point, the pavilion will naturally provide us with a new teammate." The balding elder chuckled, "Indeed, as long as we can recruit another silver steward, our team's strength will suffice."
Having endured a life and death experience together, the bond among the four had significantly deepened. However, amidst their conversation, their expressions suddenly shifted in unison. The silver steward order they held began to emanate heat simultaneously. They were compelled to halt their progress, each extracting their silver steward order for inspection.
It was an urgent summons.
The burly man glanced at it, then raised his head, his face paling drastically. The other three shared a similarly grave countenance. They had intended to return to the Nether City for rest, yet were unexpectedly confronted with such an urgent directive.
"Is ignoring it not an option?"
the icy woman inquired.
Chapter 36. Let us proceed to meet the esteemed Golden Steward. No. This is an emergency summons, mandatory and cannot be declined.
Should one refuse, expulsion from the Sheng Pavilion is inevitable. The burly man spoke with a grave expression,
effectively dispelling the icy woman's thoughts.
The balding elder added, "Indeed, we are but silver stewards. Only the golden stewards possess the privilege to choose whether to accept or decline. As silver stewards, upon receiving an emergency summons, we must hasten at once, without the luxury of delay.
Yet, our current combat strength only reaches 70% of its peak."
The icy woman's countenance darkened. Observing the serious expressions of her companions, the burly man raised a hand to calm them. "Please do not panic. The task notification indicates that a golden steward will lead this mission. With such a figure present, we shall bear less pressure."
"Indeed." The balding elder nodded,
his heart somewhat eased at the prospect of a golden steward's leadership. Golden stewards are all second transition, level 100, fully realized experts. They stand merely a step away from the third transition, Ghost General realm, far surpassing our second transition, level 50 Ghost Master ranks. The burly man urged, "Friends, we must hasten to meet the Golden Steward.
If we delay, we may face accountability."
"Very well." The icy woman sighed in resignation.
"In matters such as these, compliance is obligatory."
Thus, they turned and made their way toward the gathering place, the Icewind Valley. The Icewind Valley, perpetually ravaged by frigid winds, maintains a temperature around -70 degrees Celsius. Such astonishingly low temperatures render the area inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Should one carelessly intrude, they would be frozen into a mere ice sculpture, unable to escape.
Moreover, the valley is teeming with groups of second transition, level 70 ice spirits, their numbers overwhelming.
At this moment, along the route to the Icewind Valley, powerful figures soared swiftly toward their destination. Each of these individuals was a silver steward of the Xianming Pavilion. Boasting a level above 50, their essence profound, and their gazes icy. In the outside world, they would hold significant status. Shortly thereafter, more than 30 silver stewards had gathered in a frost-laden mountain forest, sitting quietly amidst the chill, awaiting the arrival of others. Whoosh! 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 4 figures approached, entering the frost-laden woods and gazing in astonishment at the 30-plus seated silver stewards. These 4 were none other than the burly man and his companions. So many silver stewards? The icy woman was taken aback as she entered the frost-laden woods, witnessing such a remarkable assembly for the first time. The scene was indeed astonishing. The balding elder's expression grew serious. What could have transpired? Why were so many silver stewards urgently summoned here? Moreover, it appeared that even more silver stewards were on their way. This perplexity was shared not only by the 4 but also by every silver steward in the frost-laden woods at that moment. The assembly buzzed with fervent discussions. Ladies and gentlemen, please calm down. A silver deacon rose, gesturing for silence. Once everyone has arrived, we shall unveil the objective of our mission. Gradually, the crowd quieted. The balding elder, upon entering the frosty forest, spotted several old acquaintances among the throng and approached them with greetings. Old Zhao, you've been summoned too. A silver deacon chuckled upon seeing the elder. The balding elder forced a smile, leaning closer. Indeed. I just completed a task in Blood Moon Valley. Hardly had a moment to catch my breath before being dispatched to Icewind Valley. This is truly exhausting. He lamented, patting his shoulder, which ached subtly. The silver deacon responded with a grin. Those summoned this time are the closest to Icewind Valley. Clearly, the situation is dire, and we have a golden deacon leading us. Old Zhao, there is no need for concern. With this golden deacon at the helm, our safety is assured. The strength of the golden deacon was well understood by the silver deacons present. The balding elder glanced towards Icewind Valley and nodded. Indeed. This Icewind Valley is a perilous locale for second transformation, level 70. My role as a second transformation, level 50 silver deacon is quite limited. I was merely summoned to assist this golden deacon. You seem to have a clear understanding of your position. The silver deacon laughed heartily. The balding elder surveyed the surroundings. His curiosity piqued. Has the golden deacon arrived? Not yet, the silver deacon replied, shaking his head. We must be patient. Moments later, 2 figures leaped into the frosty forest, gathering 50 silver deacons in total. Such a formidable assembly could only be orchestrated by the mystic Pavilion in such a short span. Once the count reached 50, the deacons' tokens began to radiate warmth, indicating they had received the details of their mission. Curiosity sparked among them, and soon, bewilderment clouded their faces. Is it truly merely to rescue a junior trapped in Icewind Valley? One silver deacon spoke gravely. The mission was quite explicit, to rescue a junior ensnared within Icewind Valley. Yet, this junior was no ordinary individual. He was the grandson of a formidable figure within the mystic Pavilion, a 4th transformation ghost sect master. His innate talent was exceptional, boasting an S-grade occupation. Due to a conflict, he had slain a young lord of the Shura sect and found himself cornered in Icewind Valley by 2 powerful Shura sect enforcers. These 2 enforcers were both at the pinnacle of the second transformation. Were it not for the intervention of 2 other factions, he would likely have perished already. A silver deacon stood, his expression serious. Everyone, this mission involves 2 second transformation masters, we must proceed with utmost caution. Upon hearing this, many silver deacons murmured anxiously. They were merely silver deacons, while the second transformation masters were akin to golden deacons of the mystic Pavilion. Facing such formidable opponents left them with little hope. 2 second transformation masters? Upon comprehending the task at hand, the balding elder and the burly man exchanged glances. While they felt somewhat confident in dealing with the Frostwind Valley's chilling specters, they held no hope against the two formidable individuals at the pinnacle of the second transformation. The balding elder remarked, "Do not fret, we are merely adopting a strategy from the sidelines.
The one who will truly strike is the Golden Steward, yet to arrive."
The burly man nodded in response, feeling somewhat reassured.
"Let us proceed.
The mission details indicate that we are to rendezvous with the Golden Steward at the outskirts of Frostwind Valley."
As he spoke, several silver stewards had already set off towards the valley's periphery.
The four of them hurriedly followed suit. Frostwind Valley lies nestled between two towering mountains,
accessible only through a single narrow entrance, flanked by sheer cliffs resembling blades.
A relentless, frigid wind howls through the valley, slicing through the air like icy daggers,
causing sharp pain to the skin.
At this moment, two factions stood in a tense standoff at the valley's entrance.
Chapter 37, The Arrival of the Golden Steward of the Xianming Pavilion.
At the entrance of the Icewind Valley, two factions stand in a tense standoff. On one side are two formidable second transformation perfected realm experts from the Shura sect, seated in meditation at the valley's mouth. They have also set up a grand formation, from which swirling black mist emanates, seemingly possessing an irresistible allure for countless ghostly entities that howl and dive into its depths.
Within the formation,
a colossal ghostly figure slowly begins to coalesce, as if striving to materialize a being of even greater power. Opposing them are two forces cornered by the Shura sect at the valley's entrance, the Bai family and the Guyu Tower. Together, they muster over 100 individuals, each led by a second transformation perfected realm expert. Yet, despite their formidable strength, they find themselves trapped outside the Icewind Valley, unable to penetrate its defenses to rescue their comrades.
Where are the people from the Xianming Pavilion?
Gu Wuqing furrows her brows, an expression of dissatisfaction creeping into her demeanor. "Patience," replies Bai Tingyu with a smile.
"Patience?"
Gu Wuqing shoots him a cold glance. "It is one of my direct descendants trapped within the Icewind Valley." Among those ensnared are not only a junior from the Xianming Pavilion but also a direct descendant from the Guyu Tower and a member of the Bai family. The three had ventured into the Icewind Valley together, only to encounter a conflict with a young master of the Shura sect. They subsequently joined forces to slay that young master, inadvertently inviting catastrophe upon themselves. Now, a cadre of Shura sect elites has descended upon them,
intent on claiming the lives of the trio.
Inside the Icewind Valley, numerous Shura sect experts assail the three,
while the entrance is blocked by the two second transformation perfected realm experts. Bai Tingyu lets out a hearty laugh, his voice robust. "Gu Wuqing, do not forget that a member of my Bai family is also trapped inside. I share your urgency."
"Humph."
Gu Wuqing scoffs,
her gaze fixed on the entrance of the Icewind Valley where the two Shura sect experts, clad in black robes, stand resolute,
the black mist of their formation thickening ominously behind them. Bai Tingyu discerns her intentions, saying, "With just the two of us,
it will be exceedingly difficult to break through their blockade. The Shura formation they have deployed leaves us with little hope of entry."
He squints, continuing,
"This formation has been set for some time now. It is likely that a third transformation ghost general has already materialized within it. If we recklessly charge in, those two Shura sect experts will be formidable enough, but if we also face a third transformation ghost general, we may very well meet our demise."
A third transformation ghost general?
Even Bai Tingyu and Gu Wuqing would find it a considerable challenge.
After all,
the disparity in power between a second transformation ghost master and a third transformation ghost general is staggering thousands of times greater.
It represents a vast chasm that is nearly insurmountable.
Bai Tingyu smiles reassuringly. "Miss Gu Wuqing, let us await the arrival of the Golden Steward of the Xianming Pavilion. With the combined strength of the three of us,
our chances of breaching the formation will be significantly enhanced."
Bai Tingyu seeks to calm Gu Wuqing, who understands the wisdom in his words. Yet her inner turmoil leaves her restless and anxious.
The speed of the Xianming Pavilion felt unbearably slow, just as Ji Yuqing was becoming increasingly impatient. Figures began to leap forth from the distant forest.
There were over 50 silhouettes, all silver stewards of the Xianming Pavilion. Upon their arrival outside the Icewind Valley, they congregated in one place, exuding a formidable aura.
Bai Tingyu, noticing this, turned to Jiu Qing with a smile and said, "Isn't Su Enming Pavilion finally here?"
Jiu Qing cast a sweeping glance and coldly scoffed. "They are merely silver stewards, the golden stewards of Su Enming Pavilion have yet to arrive."
Bai Tianyi, reminded by Jiu Qing, also realized the absence of the golden stewards and furrowed his brow. The arrival of Su Enming Pavilion's personnel was evident.
Many formidable figures from the Bai family and Jiu Tower turned their gazes towards the silver stewards, creating a cacophony of voices. They had been waiting for Su Enming Pavilion for quite some time, and now that they had finally arrived, why were the golden stewards still missing?
Could it be that Su Enming Pavilion had only sent a handful of silver stewards?
What use are silver stewards? They cannot possibly breach the blockade set by the Shura sect.
What is Su Enming Pavilion playing at?
Numerous mighty individuals from the Bai family and Jiu Tower expressed their grievances. After waiting for so long, they had only received an assembly of useless silver stewards. One strong figure from the Bai family shouted at the silver stewards, "Hey!
Does Su Enming Pavilion not possess even a single perfected second transformation expert?" Another added, "Indeed. This is quite disheartening.
How dare they still claim to be a top-tier force in Wyoming City?" Even the individuals from Jiu Tower began to murmur in discontent.
In the distance, the silver stewards of Su Enming Pavilion, upon hearing these remarks,
felt their faces flush with indignation. They exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for words. The absence of their golden stewards was undeniable, only they, the silver stewards, had arrived.
"Nonsense! Who says we lack golden stewards?"
One silver steward could no longer contain his frustration and retorted.
On the other side, seeing Su Enming Pavilion daring to respond,
the people from the Bai family and Jiu Tower immediately began to mock. With over 50 silver stewards present, a verbal clash ensued between the two factions. Amidst the turmoil, a burly man and a bald elder exchanged glances, observing the chaotic scene. The bald elder inquired,
"Why have our golden stewards from Su Enming Pavilion still not arrived?"
The burly man, engaged in a heated argument across from him, replied,
"Perhaps they are delayed due to some unforeseen circumstance."
The sword-wielding youth remained his usual taciturn self, refraining from participating in the farce. He occasionally opened his eyes, gazing into the distance, seemingly awaiting the arrival of the golden stewards. Jiu Qing, watching the commotion unfold, chose not to intervene,
wishing to express his dissatisfaction with Su Enming Pavilion. Bai Tianyi also observed without a word of restraint. Amidst the chaos, a mist finally appeared in the distant sky. "Look! A ghostly mist ship is approaching!" someone exclaimed loudly. Could it be the golden stewards of Su Enming Pavilion? Who could tell? It might not be.
Many from the Bai family and Jiu Tower turned their attention toward the mass of fog. The silver stewards of the Xianing Pavilion eagerly awaited the arrival of their superior. Merely their presence was insufficient to maintain the atmosphere. "Surely it must be our golden steward who has arrived," thought the silver stewards with hopeful expressions.
During the recent verbal altercation, their esteemed Xianing Pavilion had been disparaged as lacking any formidable experts, which was an unbearable humiliation. After all, the Xianing Pavilion was a leading force within the Yuming city. Such disgrace could not be tolerated.
They had never endured such indignities in the realm of the Yuming ghost domain. It must undoubtedly be our golden steward. The burly man and the bald elder both widened their eyes, gazing intently at the swirling mist, their expressions filled with anticipation.
Even the young man, who had remained silent with his eyes closed, now opened his gaze towards the same enigmatic cloud. Chapter 38, How could it be him? I must be dreaming. Is it the golden steward of the Xianming Pavilion?
Gu Wuqing gazed into the distant sky, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Bai Tingyu, with his hands clasped behind his back, also looked towards the misty clouds and remarked with a smile, "We'll find out soon enough."
In the far distance,
the ghost mist ship was shrouded in a layer of fog, swiftly making its way to the Icewind Valley. On the deck of the ghost mist ship, Yi Sheng sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed upon the Icewind Valley.
To think that this mission was merely a rescue operation?
Yi Sheng's eyes flickered. Along the journey to the Icewind Valley, he had uncovered the full details of the mission.
It involved rescuing a young man, who was no ordinary individual.
but the grandson of a formidable fourth transition ghost sect master within the Xianning Pavilion, possessing an S-level occupational talent. He was cherished beyond measure. No wonder they were willing to pay a high price. A grandson with S-level occupational talent is indeed worthy of cultivation. Yi Sheng smiled. An S-level occupation. Such talents are exceedingly rare. If he were to grow successfully, his future combat prowess would be formidable. His potential might even surpass that of the fourth transition ghost sect master of the Xianning Pavilion. However, his opponents were two second transition perfect realm experts from the Shura sect. Yi Sheng stroked his chin, retrieving a grey orb and toying with it in his palm. This grey orb was none other than a third transition ghost general entity known as 3000 Silks. Yi Sheng possessed as many as 10 of these grey orbs. With these 10 third transition ghost generals, he could effortlessly deal with any second transition ghost master. A chuckle escaped his lips as he envisioned the moment he would unleash all 10 3000 Silks. At last, the ghost mist ship descended swiftly, arriving at the Icewind Valley in the blink of an eye. Ha! There are still quite a few people below? And dozens of silver stewards? Yi Sheng's gaze swept downward, taking note of the multitude present. He also observed the numerous silver stewards. The mission outline had indeed indicated that several silver stewards would assist him. He had thought there would be merely a dozen. Little did he expect nearly 50 silver stewards to arrive at once. Truly, the Xianning Pavilion is a top-tier force within the city of Netherworld. It is remarkable that they could gather such a number of skilled individuals in such a short span. Yi Sheng shook his head. Whoosh! Steering the ghost mist ship downwards, he approached the entrance of the Icewind Valley. At the valley's mouth, all eyes were drawn to the descending ghost mist ship, which came to rest before the cluster of silver stewards from the Xianning Pavilion. This spectacle sparked intrigue among the onlookers. As the ship came to a halt, the fog enveloping it dissipated, revealing a figure on the deck. A young man clad in a white robe, his expression serene, surveyed the gathering with a gaze that exuded the aura of a second transition perfect realm master. Upon witnessing this, everyone confirmed without a doubt that the visitor was indeed the golden steward of the Xianning Pavilion. Yi Sheng's arrival was akin to a stabilizing anchor, instantly igniting excitement among the silver stewards. Their golden steward had finally arrived. Numerous silver attendants displayed expressions of delight as they cast their gazes towards the nearby Bai family and the Guyu Tower. It seemed they were silently proclaiming, "Did you not assert that our Xianning Pavilion lacked formidable experts? Behold! Our golden attendant has indeed arrived. It would be prudent for you to cease your chatter. Greetings, esteemed sir." Over 50 silver attendants bowed in unison, their voices resonating like thunder. Nearby, the individuals from the Bai family and Guyu Tower fell into a hushed silence, assessing Yi Sheng, the golden attendant. Among the silver attendants, a robust man, after bowing, let out a hearty laugh, feeling a surge of confidence. Earlier, he had engaged in a fierce exchange of insults with the Bai family and Guyu Tower. Yet deep down, he felt somewhat uncertain. The arrival of the golden attendant instantly bolstered his resolve, akin to finding a solid ally. The balding elder wore a smile as well. After the four of them saluted, they collectively raised their eyes to behold the golden attendant. However, upon doing so, they were all rendered momentarily speechless. They recognized Yi Sheng's visage. How could it be him? The cold-faced woman turned pale, instantly identifying Yi Sheng as the bronze attendant they had deemed a liability and expelled from their team. How had he transformed into the golden attendant of Xianning Pavilion? Now standing above them in status? They had perceived him as a mere support. This must be an illusion. The robust man stammered, rubbing his eyes vigorously, unable to believe what he saw. The sword-bearing youth's gaze narrowed, his pupils dilating in astonishment, clearly struggling to accept the reality before him. How could this be? The balding elder nearly dropped his jaw in shock, also recognizing Yi Sheng. Am I dreaming? How did he become the golden attendant of Xianning Pavilion? The cold-faced woman seemed entranced, her entire being lost in disbelief. The balding elder shook his head, focusing intently on Yi Sheng. After a moment, he discerned the aura of a perfected second-tier realm emanating from him. Indeed. The balding elder muttered to himself. At this moment, Sheng had not concealed his aura, and the unmistakable presence of a perfected second-tier realm expert was palpable. Yet, this only deepened the confusion in the elder's eyes. How had Sheng ascended to the rank of golden attendant in merely 10 days? Was this not too fantastical? Had he misjudged him from the beginning? Had he failed to recognize a mountain of greatness? Was it possible that Sheng had always been a golden attendant but merely wielded a bronze attendant's token? Various conjectures raced through the minds of the 4 individuals. However, their expressions soon shifted dramatically. Particularly the cold-faced woman, whose complexion turned ashen, biting her lip in trepidation, realizing she may have stirred up considerable trouble. Previously, she had ridiculed this golden attendant profusely and was the first to vote to cast him aside. This undoubtedly had gravely offended him. The robust man's trio also displayed unease, their gazes darting away, heads bowed, fearful that Sheng would notice their presence in the crowd. Sheng retracted the ghost fog ship and descended slowly from the sky, casting a sweeping glance over the 50-odd silver stewards, observing the throng of skilled individuals. A complex expression crossed his face. Just 10 days prior, he had merely been a lowly bronze steward, a neophyte within the Xianming Pavilion. Figures like Zhang Gang, a silver steward, had seemed utterly unattainable to him. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he had not only surpassed them but had ascended to the rank of a golden steward within the Xianming Pavilion. His status was now far beyond that of these silver stewards. At this moment, they were compelled to rely on his formidable prowess. From their gazes, Sheng discerned that these silver stewards regarded him as a pillar of support. Reflecting on this, he scanned the crowd. Suddenly, he let out a soft exclamation, his attention drawn to a group within the throng. Were they? He noticed 4 silver stewards with their heads bowed, desperately avoiding eye contact, as though evading someone. Despite their lowered gazes, Sheng recognized them at once. They were the 4 burly men who had once deemed him a burden. Chapter 39, Identity Exposed. Everyone harbors hidden motives. What a remarkable coincidence! Sheng sneered, momentarily withdrawing his gaze from the 4 individuals, choosing to disregard them for the time being. Are you the golden steward of the Xianming Pavilion? A cool, clear voice emerged from behind. Sheng turned to see an exceptionally beautiful woman. Her gaze directed at him with a frosty demeanor, tinged with a hint of displeasure, as if reproaching him for arriving so late. Indeed. Sheng replied with a slight bow. May I inquire as to your esteemed name? The task details mention not only the Xianming Pavilion but also 2 other factions involved in this conflict. However, the specifics of these factions were not disclosed, leaving Sheng unaware of the identity of the woman before him. Guyu Tower, Guyu Qing. She snorted softly, yet still revealed her lineage. I am Bai Tingyu, from the Bai family. On the other side, Bai Tingyu smiled and returned the gesture. Sheng turned his gaze towards him, and upon hearing his affiliation with the Bai family, his eyes involuntarily narrowed, prompting him to cautiously inquire, which Bai family do you speak of? Bai Tingyu puffed out his chest proudly. The Bai family of Ghost Mountain City. The Bai family of Ghost Mountain City is considered a top-tier power in the underworld city, boasting a formidable presence with a 5th transition Ghost King level expert overseeing it, perhaps even more than one. Their strength is remarkable, and even the underworld pavilion holds them in great apprehension. Upon hearing Bai Tingyu's declaration of the Ghost Mountain City Bai family, Sheng's mind erupted in a cacophony of thoughts. While there may be numerous Bai families, there is only one from Ghost Mountain City. He had not anticipated encountering a member of the Bai family, who had placed a bounty on his head, in this very location. After a moment of surprise, Sheng lifted his gaze to Bai Tingyu, maintaining an unruffled demeanor to avoid revealing any signs of his astonishment. Simultaneously, he scrutinized Bai Tingyu. The latter was quite robust, clad in battle armor that emanated a dark golden sheen. This indicated that Bai Tingyu's entire ensemble was of dark gold grade, and it was possible that it comprised a complete set rather than mere individual pieces. Given the Bai family's influence, it was quite plausible for Bai Tingyu to possess a full dark gold grade set. As Sheng assessed Bai Tingyu, the latter was also appraising Sheng, particularly intrigued by the equipment adorning Sheng. Although Sheng's gear shimmered with a dark golden hue, it exuded an aura that suggested it was merely of 1st transition level.
How peculiar it seemed for a second transition perfected realm expert to don a complete set of first transition dark gold equipment. In an instant,
Bai Tingyu found himself perceiving the golden steward of the Xianning Pavilion as rather impoverished. Not only Bai Tingyu, but Gu Yuqing also wore a look of astonishment. All three were second transition perfected realm experts. With Bai Tingyu outfitted in a complete dark gold grade set, Gu Yuqing similarly donned a second transition dark gold grade ensemble. In contrast, Yi Sheng appeared exceedingly destitute, clearly not on the same level as the two. It seems you harbor quite an interest in my Bai family? Bai Tingyu observed Yi Sheng's continued scrutiny, coupled with his probing inquiries into his background, prompting further curiosity. Yi Sheng chuckled lightly, retracting his gaze, and evasively remarked,
I am merely curious. The Bai family is quite numerous in the city of the underworld. Bai Tingyu laughed heartily and said, But I am yet to learn your esteemed name. You appear quite unfamiliar to me. There are many golden stewards in the Xianning Pavilion. Yet I have never encountered you among them.
Bai Tingyu was well acquainted with numerous golden stewards, yet he had never crossed paths with Yi Sheng.
I am Yi Sheng. Having recently joined the Xianning Pavilion.
Yi Sheng clasped his hands, his expression serene.
I have met Brother Yi. We must grow closer in the future. Bai Tingyu chuckled again. Being quite sociable and having many friends.
As the Xianning Pavilion is a prominent force in the city of the underworld, he naturally wished to forge connections.
However,
Bai Tingyu's laughter abruptly faltered. This was due to a tracking talisman in his spatial ring suddenly illuminating. This talisman had been crafted from the aura of a mysterious powerful figure he had encountered in the Headless Ghost Valley. It would light up when nearing that enigmatic figure,
pinpointing the individual he sought to track.
He had lingered in the Icewind Valley for quite some time, and the talisman had remained dormant. Yet now, upon approaching Yi Sheng,
it flickered with a faint glow. What could this imply?
There was no need for further explanation. Yi Sheng was indeed the mysterious powerhouse from the Headless Ghost Valley. Bai Tingyu's gaze momentarily flashed with a lethal intent as he looked at Yi Sheng.
However,
he quickly masked the glint of malice in his eyes. Now was not the opportune moment to strike down Yi Sheng. He would still need to leverage Yi Sheng's strength to break through the obstacles posed by the Azura sect and rescue the Bai family members trapped in the Icewind Valley. Engaging in conflict with Yi Sheng at this moment would not only diminish his chances of retaining Yi Sheng but also delay their urgent mission. After all, Yi Sheng was a genuine and formidable second-tier perfected realm expert, a peer among them. Yet, Bai Tingyu was perplexed as to why Yi Sheng, a distinguished second-tier perfected realm expert, would lay hands on two juniors of the Bai family. The reasons remained unclear.
Brother Yi.
Bai Tingyu maintained his smile, once again clasping his hands, intending to placate Yi Sheng for the time being.
Nevertheless,
the fleeting glimpse of fierce intent in Bai Tingyu's eyes did not escape Yi Sheng's notice. Although he was unaware of the method by which the other party had discerned his identity, he comprehended that he had likely been exposed.
Yi Sheng,
observing the continued facade of amiability on Bai Tingyu's face, also smiled and clasped his hands, subtly responding, Brother Bai.
For a moment,
while both appeared calm on the surface, beneath their tranquil facades, they were already plotting ways to eliminate one another.
Meanwhile, Gu Yuqing, oblivious to the undercurrents between the two, urged, now that everyone is present, what are we waiting for? Let us eliminate these two from the Azura sect and hasten into the Icewind Valley to rescue our kin.
Indeed. Bai Tingyu replied with a smile, narrowing his eyes as he cast a glance at Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng nodded in agreement. Bai Tingyu then turned his attention to the mouth of the Icewind Valley, now shrouded in black mist, and added, however, the Azura formation has likely coalesced into a third-tier ghost general. Though the three of us can suppress the two members of the Shura sect, the three-turn fierce spirits present a considerable challenge. We need to employ certain tactics to swiftly penetrate their defenses.
The Shura formation?
Yi Sheng raised his head, directing his gaze towards the entrance of the Icewind Valley. He had heard of this Shura formation. It is a renowned ghost consolidating array. It has the capacity to amalgamate countless low-level spirits into a formidable high-ranking fierce spirit. Once the formation is established, it exerts a powerful allure over malevolent spirits, compelling them to uncontrollably rush into its confines.
Subsequently, these spirits, influenced by the formation, will devour one another, ultimately culminating in the emergence of a more potent ghost. This is indeed the Shura sect's signature technique. However, the Shura formation is not devoid of weaknesses. The forcibly consolidated three-turn fierce spirits possess limited combat prowess, far inferior to genuine three-turn ghost generals. At the very least, their strength pales in comparison to the 3,000 silken threads I have captured, falling short by a significant margin. Chapter 40, The Blood Summoning Technique. The Fierce Battle Before the Icewind Valley. Naturally, facing a third-tier ghost general is quite a formidable challenge for a second-tier ghost master. Even the likes of Guyuaching and Baitingyu, who are formidable experts, would find their chances of victory against a third-tier ghost creature rather slim. The overwhelming disparity in combat power, exceeding 1,000-fold, is exceedingly difficult to bridge. Guyuaching turned to Baitingyu and inquired, "Do you have any methods?" "We must not delay further, those inside may not be able to endure much longer." Her expression was one of urgency. The blood summoning technique. Baitingyu's lips moved. Yet no sound emerged. Only Guyuaching and Yi Sheng caught his whispered words. Whispering transmission? Yi Sheng was taken aback, listening intently to Baitingyu's voice. Whispering transmission is a unique skill that requires no particular profession, merely a skill book to learn. However, such skill books are exceedingly rare and hold significant value. The blood summoning technique? Upon hearing this, Guyuaching's countenance became somewhat unnatural. Yi Sheng, however, was puzzled, not fully grasping the nature of this technique. Nevertheless, Baitingyu's mention of it suggested its potential utility in the current predicament. Baitingyu glanced at both Guyuaching and Yi Sheng. Recognizing Yi Sheng's lack of understanding regarding the blood summoning technique, and proceeded to elucidate further through whispering transmission. After listening, Yi Sheng's expression shifted slightly. As it turned out, the blood summoning technique involves using a person as bait. Once applied to an individual, it creates a significant allure for ghostly entities. The pursuit would be relentless, continuing until either the ghost is slain or the bait is killed, a truly sinister strategy. Baitingyu's plan was straightforward, to utilize individuals as bait, drawing the third-tier ghost general into the Shura formation, thereby facilitating a rescue operation. Yet, all three were acutely aware that being pursued by a third-tier ghost general posed an exceedingly high risk, with little hope for survival. The question of who would take on the role of bait remained a pressing issue. A cruel smile crept across Baitingyu's lips as he proposed. Let each of our three factions dispatch 5 individuals as bait. I shall apply the blood summoning technique on them. Once we eliminate the 2 elite members of the Shura sect, we can allow them to enter the Shura formation to divert the third-tier ghost general. Upon hearing this, Guyuaching's face revealed a look of reluctance. Should this course of action be taken, those individuals would undoubtedly meet their demise. Observing her reluctance, Baitingyu urged, Miss Yuaching, your Guyu Tower has an abundance of guest elders, sending out 5 individuals is not a significant loss. Our factions support these guest elders precisely for such purposes. As he spoke, Baitingyu's cold smile revealed his intentions. He had no intention of sacrificing members of the Bai family, rather, he would send forth the Bai family's servants. The loss of a few of these servants would be of little consequence to the Bai clan, as they could simply recruit more. Inner turmoil gripped Guyuaching, but ultimately, she acquiesced. After all, it was the direct descendants of Guyu Tower who were trapped in the Icewind Valley. Brother Yi, what are your thoughts? After her agreement, Guyuaching turned to Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng nodded. He already had candidates in mind, but his curiosity prompted him to ask, why must it be 5 individuals? Baitingyu chuckled softly, aware that if a person were to be absent, the delay in confronting the 3 transformation ghost generals could not be prolonged for too long. It was this concern that lingered in his mind. Yi Sheng sneered coldly, recognizing the callous disregard for human life exhibited by these influential families. In a brief moment, 5 individuals emerged from the Bai clan, while the ancient Moon Tower also sent forth 5 of its own. These were merely the followers of the 2 factions, lacking any core disciples. Upon their emergence, a sense of confusion washed over them, yet they felt compelled to comply with their leader's orders. Additionally, with 3 formidable second transformation perfected realm experts present, they did not perceive any imminent danger.
On the side of the Xianning pavilion, a robust man, a bald elder, a frost-haired woman, and a youth wielding a sword stepped forth. The expressions on their faces were far from pleasant, as an inexplicable sense of foreboding settled in their hearts. Although they were uncertain as to why Yi Sheng had singled them out, given their past grievances, they feared it was not a harbinger of good tidings. They had contemplated refusal, but given Yi Sheng's status as a golden steward, defiance could lead to dire consequences.
Why are there only 4? Bai Tingyu frowned.
Yi Sheng replied nonchalantly, there are simply 4.
With a wave of his hand, Bai Tingyu chose not to pursue the matter further.
One less participant would not hinder their plans. Subsequently, Bai Tingyu quietly employed the blood summoning technique on the 14 individuals,
failing to inform them of their next course of action, instructing them merely to await orders. Commence! Commanded Gu Yueqing,
her beautiful eyes glinting with malice as she directed her gaze towards the 2 elite members of the Shura sect.
Engage!
Bai Tingyu was the first to leap into action, laughing heartily as he charged towards a second transformation-perfected realm expert from the Shura sect, followed closely by Gu Yueqing. Yi Sheng's gaze shifted,
realizing this was not the time to linger, and he stepped forward to join them.
The 3 surged forward, prompting a cold snort from the 2 Shura sect experts, who were already prepared for battle and rose to meet the challenge.
In an instant, 5 second transformation-perfected realm experts were embroiled in a fierce clash.
The entrance of the Icewind Valley reverberated with the sounds of combat. Gu Yueqing deftly unleashed a fiery red silk ribbon, which blazed with an intense flame,
emanating an aura of terrifying heat.
Though it appeared delicate, as it whipped through the air, it possessed the ferocity of a powerful whip.
Boom!
The fire-red ribbon collided with the mountainside, shattering it instantly with an overwhelming force. Yi Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment. It was evident that this fiery silk was a second transformation dark gold grade weapon, coupled with Gu Yueqing's complete second transformation dark gold grade armor. The aura she exuded was nothing short of terrifying. Even without his cataclysmic abilities, Yi Sheng could not match her presence. The second transformation dark gold grade armor significantly amplified her combat prowess. The Shura sect expert, clad in a black robe, hastily struck out with a palm,
countering the fiery ribbon with a black handprint. He too was adorned with a second transformation dark gold grade glove and a complete set of second transformation dark gold grade armor, rivaling Gu Yueqing's equipment.
As for Bai Tingyu, there was no need for elaboration, he too donned a complete set of second transformation dark gold grade armor. His robust physique exuded a vibrant earthy glow, drawing upon the earth's elemental forces. In a short span, countless rocks surged towards his arms, forming 2 massive stone appendages. With a powerful swing, he struck forward, accompanied by a thunderous roar of earth elemental force, akin to the might of 1,000 mountains.
Witnessing this scene,
Yi Sheng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. The 4 combatants engaged in this fierce confrontation were clad in splendid second-tier dark gold armor, while he remained pitifully underdressed, still donning a first-tier dark gold set. Yi Sheng executed a symbolic strike with his sword, a golden beam of light arced through the air, adorned with shimmering hexagrams, yet its power was disappointingly feeble. A master from the Shura sect effortlessly parried the blow. The reason for this lack of strength was that Yi Sheng had only exerted a mere 10% of his power. After reaching level 2 with the Vajra demon-slaying sword, he had gained adept control over its might. Yi Sheng was acutely aware that his true adversary was Bai Tingyu. A genuine life-and-death battle between the 2 was inevitable, one that would not relent until one of them lay lifeless. He needed to conserve his strength for this confrontation. Moreover, should he unleash his full power at this moment, it would be impossible to conceal his true capabilities, thus arousing the enemy's vigilance. Suddenly, an unforeseen twist occurred. Chapter 41, The corpse of the Ice Maiden Bai Tingyu and Gu Yueqing seized the moment while Yi Sheng detained an adversary, successfully deceiving a formidable expert from the Shura sect. In a sudden assault, they struck with unanticipated ferocity, catching their target off guard. The individual was sent hurtling backward, crashing against a mountain wall, and he violently coughed up blood, glancing down to discover that his breastplate lay shattered. His expression shifted dramatically. The breastplate was a second-tier dark gold grade artifact, now destroyed, which attested to the ruthlessness of the duo intent on claiming his life. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of relief. For had it not been for their intervention, he might have perished at their hands.
However, with the destruction of his breastplate, the set's attributes dissipated,
significantly diminishing his combat prowess and widening the gap between him and White Tingyu and Gu Yuqing. Battles among the strong are inherently volatile. Even the slightest disparity in power can lead to an adversary seizing the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow.
Retreating into the Shura formation,
he summoned a third-tier ghostly general to launch a surprise attack on the three adversaries.
The Shura expert, with a fierce shout,
called upon his companion who was engaged by Yi Sheng.
"Good!"
he exclaimed, breaking through Yi Sheng's defenses and rejoining his ally.
Both retreating into the swirling black fog of the Shura formation. In an instant, the two Shura experts vanished into the depths of the ominous array.
White Tingyu finally turned his gaze to the 14 individuals ensnared by the blood induction technique. Their expressions shifted alarmingly. It was clear they were being commanded to enter the Shura formation first.
Was this a death sentence?
White Tingyu's expression softened as he coaxed, "Do not worry. We will follow closely behind, you merely need to scout the path." As he spoke, a subtle threat lingered in his demeanor,
suggesting that refusal would lead to their immediate demise.
Defiance in such a critical moment was intolerable to any high-ranking official.
Reluctantly, the 14 complied, rising to leap into the Shura formation.
During this, the burly men appeared pallid. "We shall enter as well,"
Gu Yuqing declared upon witnessing the 14's entry.
"Yet." White Tingyu raised a hand to halt her, a cruel smile forming on his lips. "There is no rush, let these 14 draw the third-tier ghosts away first." Gu Yuqing opened her mouth to protest but ultimately refrained.
Yi Sheng's gaze swept across the scene, his expression unyielding.
The fate of the 4 burly men was of no concern to him. They had previously cornered him, and had it not been for his own capabilities, he might have been forced into a precarious situation. Yi Sheng was far from a benevolent soul. In his past life, he adhered to the principle of retribution. If others dared to insult him, they could not expect him to respond with kindness. After several breaths, White Tingyu felt it was time and slowly spoke, "It is time.
Let us proceed."
With that, he led the charge into the Shura formation, followed closely by Gu Yuqing and Yi Sheng.
Inside the Shura formation,
surging black mist enveloped the entrance of the Icewind Valley, drawing countless malevolent spirits into its depths. Suddenly, 3 figures pursued. And Yi Sheng's eyes narrowed as he scanned the area, noting the absence of any third-tier ghostly generals within the Shura formation. It must have been those 14 individuals subjected to the blood summoning technique who were led away.
The whereabouts of the 2 formidable masters from the Azura sect remain unknown. Follow me.
White Tingyu seemed to possess the ability to pinpoint the locations of those 2 Azura sect experts, stepping forth decisively into the depths of the Azura formation. Gu Yuqing and Yi Sheng trailed closely behind.
As they ventured deeper, Yi Sheng's gaze flickered.
Along the way, he encountered 4 or 5 corpses. The remains of the cultivators among those 14. These bodies were mutilated, having been torn apart by ghastly claws. Among them, Yi Sheng spotted the corpse of the Ice Maiden. Her chest pierced by a ghostly claw, her heart ripped from her body, lifelessly collapsed by the roadside. Her eyes were wide open in terror, as if she had witnessed some horrific presence before her demise, unable to accept that her life had come to such an end. Yi Sheng merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his eyes. In this world, the survival of the fittest is a harsh reality. Countless cultivators perish daily. As for the bald elder and his companions, Yi Sheng had yet to see them, likely having fled deeper in pursuit of evading the relentless third-tier ghostly beings. After a brief while, the number of corpses increased. These individuals were merely second-tier cultivators, making it nearly impossible for them to escape the pursuit of third-tier ghostly entities. Soon enough, Yi Sheng came across the bodies of the sword-wielding youth and the bald elder, their forms ravaged, leaving behind only blood-soaked heads.
Yi Sheng's expression hardened as he continued to follow Bai Tingyu deeper into the fray.
In a moment, the trio was met with a cacophony of ghostly roars, the oppressive aura swirling violently ahead.
A fearsome ghost, towering over 3 meters, was relentlessly pursuing the few remaining fleeing figures. Not far off, the expressions of the 2 Azura sect experts turned grim.
They attempted to halt the advance of the third-tier ghost, but it was beyond their control. Realizing that Bai Tingyu and his companions were closing in, they understood that all hope was lost. With the third-tier ghost now preoccupied, the 2 lacked the strength to confront Bai Tingyu's group. Should they linger, they risked falling here today. The two Azura sect experts never anticipated that the formation they had meticulously arranged would be dismantled so easily. Your methods are truly vicious, you have sacrificed 14 lives. One of the Azura sect masters sneered at Yi Sheng and his companions. Let us depart. With that, the two Azura sect experts made a swift decision, recognizing the futility of their situation and abandoning their mission. Do not pursue. Gu Yuqing interjected, stopping Bai Tingyu. Her objective this time was to save lives, not engage in battle. Particularly since the two Azura sect masters were second-tier perfected cultivators, if they were determined to flee, they would not be easily detained. Very well. Bai Tingyu halted, a smile gracing his face, relieved that the crisis had been averted. Shall we rescue those individuals? Gu Yuqing inquired, glancing at the few remaining figures being hunted by the third-tier ghost. Bai Tingyu shook his head. No, we must rely on them to hold off the third-tier ghost. All right then. Gu Yuqing bit her lip, mourning the fact that all 5 from her Guyu Tower had already perished. At this moment, the remaining individuals were those from the Bai family in the Xianning Pavilion, of whom she had no concern. Whoosh! The two set off, delving deeper into the Icewind Valley. Yi Sheng followed closely behind, placing considerable importance on this task. Not only did it promise 3,000 contribution points, but it also afforded the opportunity to have a favor owed by a formidable figure from the 4th-tier ghost sect, making the reward quite substantial. Help me! As they passed by a 3rd-tier vengeful spirit, a disheveled figure looked towards Yi Sheng, crying out in terror. Yi Sheng turned to see that the burly man was still alive, albeit severely wounded, covered in blood and on the verge of collapse. With a cold snort, Yi Sheng averted his gaze, harboring no intention of providing assistance. This burly man was no innocent. He had only himself to blame for his misguided intentions in the past, reaping the consequences today. As a netizen from a previous life might put it, he had narrowed his own path. Chapter 42. Where are the experts of your Xianning Pavilion? Deep within the Icewind Valley, 3 youthful figures, seemingly no older than 12 or 13, stood back to back, fiercely battling their adversaries. Surrounding them were dozens of ruthless masters from the Shura sect, intent on eliminating the trio in the shortest time possible to avenge their young master. They were on the verge of succumbing. Bai Ziyu's complexion was pale, his lamentations echoing through the air. Beside him, Song Xiaotian gritted his teeth, resolutely stating, "We must endure. For help will surely come." Gu Yuejiao, clad in pink attire, shot a glance at Bai Ziyu and retorted coldly, "Even I, a mere girl, have not complained, yet you, a grown man, wail incessantly." As they conversed, a hearty laughter resounded from beyond the valley. "Ziyu, your 8th uncle has come to rescue you." The laughter was robust and thunderous. Upon hearing this, Bai Ziyu's expression brightened, and he turned to gaze towards the valley's entrance. A towering figure, enveloped in earthy energy, charged forth, accompanied by several members of the Bai family. Seeing this, Bai Ziyu laughed heartily, exclaiming to Gu Yuejiu and Song Xiaotian, "The Bai family has arrived. We are saved. In critical moments, one must rely on my family." Bai Ziyu's demeanor radiated pride. Gu Yuejiao, unable to bear his smugness, kept glancing towards the valley's entrance, refusing to believe that no one from the Gu family would come to her aid. Indeed, following Bai Tingyu, a woman adorned in flame-like silks appeared, exuding a similarly formidable aura, a perfected practitioner of the 2nd transformation. It's Sister Yuqing. Gu Yuejiao's face lit up with joy, her eyes sparkling. Bai Ziyu turned to Song Xiaotian, exaggerating, "Xiaotian, where are your people from the Xianning Pavilion? Have they abandoned you? This time, you've truly benefited from our presence." Gu Yuejiao chuckled in agreement. Song Xiaotian's expression dimmed, he had yet to see anyone from the Xianning Pavilion. Yet, he remained confident that his grandfather would not forsake him and would undoubtedly send help. Moments later, trailing behind Bai Tingyu and Gu Yuqing, a figure clad in white robes approached leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, radiating an aura of a perfected practitioner of the 2nd transformation. Song Xiaotian, puzzled, realized he had not encountered this individual within the Xianning Pavilion. Just as Song Xiaotian pondered the identity of this figure, a throng of silver-clad stewards from the Xianning Pavilion appeared behind him. "It is indeed one of our own. exclaimed a golden steward.
Song Xiaotian's face lit up with joy. Once Bai Ziyu and the others arrived, the dozens of Shura sect masters were swiftly vanquished.
The trio, having escaped peril, each sought out their respective elders.
Are you Song Xiaotian? The grandson of Elder Song Tianhui?
Yi Sheng inquired, looking at Song Xiaotian.
Indeed. Song Xiaotian nodded,
his face brimming with joy as he gazed at Yi Sheng, feeling an immense gratitude towards this elder brother who had rescued him from danger.
My name is Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng smiled, sensing Song Xiaotian's goodwill. Brother Yi. Song Xiaotian called out obediently.
He is merely 12 years old this year, yet possesses extraordinary talent.
Holding an S-class occupation with limitless potential ahead.
The crowd engaged in conversation, each one relaxing. Particularly, the silver attendants of the Xianin Pavilion, though the mission was perilous,
ultimately managed to complete it successfully. Suddenly, the entire Icewind Valley trembled.
A resplendent yellow light erupted, and boundless earth energy surged from beneath the ground,
coalescing into towering yellow pillars, causing the very earth of the Icewind Valley to quiver. This unforeseen event caught everyone off guard, prompting them to turn and look. To their astonishment, Bai Tingyu was inexplicably arranging a formation.
The earth energy surged around him as he thrust several invaluable yellow talismans into the nearby rocks, harnessing the power of the earth to craft a formidable array.
The Earth Spirit Formation. Bai Tingyu, what are you doing?
Gu Yuqing exclaimed angrily, fixing her gaze upon him. This Earth Spirit Formation was designed to ensnare enemies. Once successfully established, it would be exceedingly difficult to break free. Bai Tingyu's actions were so abrupt that even she could not react in time, and the formation was already more than halfway complete.
But Gu Yuqing was perplexed. Who exactly was he targeting?
The members of the Shura sect had already retreated.
Boom! In an instant, the Earth Spirit Formation was successfully set, trapping everyone within.
Once the formation was in place, those inside felt an oppressive weight, as if a tremendous gravity had descended upon them,
making even the simplest movement an arduous task. This undeniably restricted everyone's speed.
With the Earth Spirit Formation deployed, Bai Tingyu felt he had the upper hand. Laughing heartily as he addressed Gu Yuqing, "This matter has nothing to do with you." He then turned his gaze upon Yi Sheng, eyes gleaming with cold intent. The moment to reveal his dagger had finally arrived. Yi Sheng's expression remained calm, having anticipated this very scene, his heart unfazed.
Even if Bai Tingyu did not act, he would seize the opportunity to eliminate his opponent.
Bai Tingyu seemed to possess considerable knowledge.
You.
Gu Yuqing realized that Bai Tingyu was targeting Yi Sheng and was momentarily taken aback. However, upon confirming that this matter did not concern her, she decided not to interfere, withdrawing with the members of Guyu Tower to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Once at a safe distance, she turned to Yi Sheng and shook her head. She did not have a favorable view of this golden attendant from Xianin Pavilion.
Despite being a golden attendant, he was quite weak. Not only did he possess first-tier dark gold equipment, but his earlier display of strength in confronting the Shura sect had also been feeble.
He was simply not on the same level as her and Bai Tingyu, both equipped with second-tier dark gold sets.
Sister Yuqing, what is happening? Gu Yuejia inquired,
puzzled as to why a confrontation was imminent. This has nothing to do with our Guyu Tower.
Do not meddle. Gu Yuqing patted her head, instructing her. Ha ha. A spectacle is about to unfold. Uncle Bai is about to make his move. Bai Ziyu withdrew to a distance,
exhilarated at the prospect of his uncle confronting a fully realized second-tier powerhouse.
His gaze towards Song Xiaotian was filled with intrigue. "Bai family, what are you planning to do?"
The silver attendants of the Xianin Pavilion quickly realized that Bai Tingyu intended to ambush their golden attendant, leaving them all in astonishment. Such an unforeseen turn of events was indeed alarming. One silver attendant, with a grave expression, remarked on the dire situation. It was evident to the silver attendants that their golden attendant was significantly outmatched. Should a confrontation ensue, it would likely culminate in the demise of their golden attendant. The uncertainty of whether they would be implicated in the aftermath weighed heavily on their minds, instilling a sense of panic among them.
"Brother Yi." Song Xiaotian looked up at Yi Sheng with a face full of concern.
Yi Sheng responded with a reassuring smile. patting his shoulder and instructing him to seek out the other silver attendants. Once he had calmed Song Xiaotian, Yi Sheng turned his attention back to Bai Tingyu, revealing 10 gray spheres in his palm, which he began to manipulate with a playful demeanor. His gaze towards Bai Tingyu took on a more mischievous quality. Chapter 43, The Terror of 3,000 Silken Threads. Yi Sheng's gaze was filled with intrigue. The 10 captured 3,000 silken threads at the third transition of the ghostly general realm were still undergoing experimentation, yet Bai Tingyu eagerly rushed forward to test his blade. One could only wonder what expression Bai Tingyu would wear when besieged by the 3,000 silken threads at the third transition. A playful smile crept onto Yi Sheng's lips, his demeanor betraying no hint of anxiety. Not far away, Gu Wuqing observed the scene, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. She truly could not fathom the source of Yi Sheng's confidence. Even at this moment, he remained unfazed. "Young man, what a delightful surprise it is to encounter you!" Bai Tingyu roared with laughter, offering no explanations to the onlookers before launching his assault. He feared delays might lead to unforeseen changes. In an instant, a surge of earth energy enveloped Bai Tingyu, elevating his stature to an astonishing 2 meters, his entire body clad in a layer of rocky armor. He began to stride purposefully toward Yi Sheng, a bloodthirsty grin gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the Earth Spirit formation generated immense gravitational force, impeding Yi Sheng's speed, yet exerting no effect on Bai Tingyu. Many closed their eyes, unable to bear the sight. Yi Sheng was merely an ordinary expert at the second transition, lacking the necessary equipment despite his realm. In contrast, Bai Tingyu possessed a complete set of second transition dark gold gear, his combat prowess skyrocketing several hundred times. The disparity between the two was insurmountable. Bai Tingyu alone could obliterate 10 Yi Shengs. Brother Yi. In the rear, Song Xiaotian, hiding behind a group of silver deacons, wore an expression of horror. Gu Wuqing shook her head, convinced that this time, Yi Sheng was doomed. Yi Sheng appeared as if paralyzed by fear, standing motionless, devoid of any intent to fight. However, quite suddenly, as Bai Tingyu closed in on him, Yi Sheng cast aside the 10 gray spheres he had been toying with. Whoosh! 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 The 10 gray spheres shot forth like arrows, leaving trails of gray afterimages in their wake. What was happening? Gu Wuqing was momentarily stunned at this sight. Faced with the ferocious Bai Tingyu, Yi Sheng seemed to forego any defensive strategy, instead hurling 10 enigmatic gray spheres. What was his intention? To crush the advancing Bai Tingyu? Not only Gu Wuqing failed to comprehend Yi Sheng's actions, but the others were equally perplexed. Throwing out 10 seemingly powerless gray spheres seemed utterly childish. Was he truly rendered senseless by fear? Bai Tingyu laughed heartily, casting a disinterested glance at the 10 gray spheres hurtling toward him, recognizing their lack of threat and dismissing them entirely. He could hardly be bothered to defend against them. These 10 gray spheres, though whistling toward him, bore no potency. They likely wouldn't even shatter his rocky armor. Young man, have you truly lost your wits? A trace of malice flickered in Bai Tingyu's eyes as he prepared to take Yi Sheng's life. Yet in the next moment, an astonishing spectacle unfolded, leaving everyone in shock. Bai Tingyu's expression turned to one of dread. The 10 gray spheres, mid-flight toward Bai Tingyu, began to transform dramatically. Transformed into a multitude of long-haired, wildly thrashing specters, their visages twisted in grotesque fury, the 10 malevolent spirits shrieked as they charged towards Bai Tingyu. With their emergence, an overwhelming aura of dread engulfed the Icewind Valley, as an expanse of sinister energy surged forth like a tidal wave, obscuring the heavens and the earth. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a voice cried out in terror, feeling their body plunge into an abyss of frigid terror. The malevolent energy exuded by these 10 spirits was so formidable that it felt almost tangible, invading the very essence of those present. A chilling wave swept over everyone, inciting deeper dread within their hearts. What manner of beings are these? Specters of the third transformation? Fearful exclamations erupted as onlookers beheld the terrifying phantoms barreling towards Bai Tingyu, their bodies growing cold with the sense of impending doom. Impossible. Gu Wuqing's complexion paled. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed upon the 10 manifestations of 3,000 silken tresses. She recognized them all too well. Genuine third transformation specters, incomparable to the one that had been trapped at the valley's entrance, which was merely a patchwork of numerous second transformation spirits, inherently weak. But these 3,000 silken tresses were the real deal, authentic third transformation specters, and there were 10 of them. How could he possibly command such power? The realization struck Gu Yuqing with overwhelming force. A second transformation spirit master subduing third transformation specters? This was an unfathomable feat. Was it related to his profession? A thought flickered through her mind. Brother Yi. Song Xiaotian's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed Yi Sheng unleash 10 third transformation specters. It was truly astonishing. Those were third transformation specters, their combat prowess thousands of times that of a second transformation cultivator. Although Bai Tingyu was formidable. Donning a complete set of second transformation dark gold armor, his battle power could at most be several hundred times greater, leaving a vast chasm in comparison to the thousandfold might of the specters. He would likely struggle against even one of them. Danger! Bai Tingyu's expression turned ashen as he saw 10 gray orbs morph into 10 third transformation specters charging at him. In an instant, his complexion drained of color. No amount of scheming had prepared him for the revelation that Yi Sheng possessed such an extraordinary ability. Not only could he command third transformation specters, but he did so with 10 at once? How could he possibly contend with that? With 10 third transformation specters, was he not invincible among second transformation cultivators? Retreat! Bai Tingyu reacted swiftly, a surge of earthy energy coursing through him as he attempted to fall back. Alas, had he faced any other third transformation specters, he might have stood a chance, but he was up against 3,000 silken tresses. Masterfully adept at ensnaring foes, the moment Bai Tingyu initiated his retreat, the long hair of the 10 specters surged violently, cascading like a waterfall towards him. In but a heartbeat, Bai Tingyu found himself ensnared. His body entangled in a multitude of strands, swiftly encased like a massive rice dumpling. No! A terrified scream erupted from the Zongzi, followed by a thunderous roar. Countless strands of hair tightened, slicing through Bai Tingyu's body like sharp steel wires, shattering him into innumerable pieces. The heavens wept a crimson rain. The entire ice-wind valley fell into a profound silence. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the blood-colored droplets, splattering them onto Bai Ziyu's face and hair. Eighth uncle. Bai Ziyu dazedly wiped the blood from his face, his body trembling involuntarily. He was filled with disbelief. His own eighth uncle had perished in battle just like that. In less than a breath, he had been annihilated. For a moment, Bai Ziyu felt as though he were ensnared in a dream, unable to accept that this was reality. Not only him, but others too seemed to have fallen into a trance, standing there in stunned silence, unable to utter a word. Chapter 44, Yi Sheng. The existence of invincibility. Everything unfolded with astonishing swiftness, occurring in the blink of an eye. The formidable Bai Tingyu, a complete master of the second transformation, was unexpectedly annihilated in an instant. Torn to shreds by 10 fearsome third transformation ghost generals. Following Bai Tingyu's demise, the 10 ghostly figures did not relent, they proceeded to wreak havoc upon the Bai family. Moments later, the stench of blood pervaded the entire Icewind Valley. In the rear, the silver attendants of the Xianin Pavilion, witnessing this horrific scene, swallowed hard. Their gazes towards Yi Sheng now brimming with dread. Particularly upon observing the massacre of the Bai family by the 10 third transformation ghost generals soaring above the Icewind Valley. Their hearts sank further into fear. Invincible realm. A lament escaped the lips of someone within the Xianin Pavilion. With the presence of these 10 third transformation ghost generals, their golden attendant had undoubtedly ascended into the second transformation of invincibility. With 10 formidable allies by his side, who among the second transformation could possibly rival him? Simultaneously, the members of Guyue Tower appeared pallid, their eyes fixed upon the 10 third transformation ghost generals shrieking and soaring in the sky. These specters had just slaughtered the Bai family. Moreover, third transformation spirits possessed the ability to traverse the skies. Should Yi Sheng harbor any intent to kill, none would escape unscathed. Brother Yi. Gu Yuqing forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. She, too, feared that Yi Sheng might eliminate witnesses. After all, he had slain Bai Tingyu, a direct descendant of the Bai family, who would undoubtedly seek vengeance. Yi Sheng flashed her a grin. Upon witnessing this, Gu Yuqing nearly cried out in fright. Yi Sheng's expression bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a grim reaper. Especially when he smiled, it became even more chilling. Gu Yuqing vowed that she had never been so terrified of a person in her life. Silenced by her trepidation, Gu Yuqing remained mute. Yet Yi Sheng paid her no mind. He was not a bloodthirsty maniac. He held no grievance against Guyue Tower, and thus had no reason to strike without cause.
To slay these individuals would only forge enmity with the tower.
Yi Sheng leapt gracefully back to face the silver attendants of the Xianin pavilion.
"Brother Yi!" Song Xiaotian exclaimed joyfully, his eyes sparkling with delight as he gazed at Yi Sheng.
This battle had clearly revealed that everyone had underestimated their esteemed brother Yi. "Sir!" The silver attendants of the Xianin pavilion bowed in unison, their expressions revealing profound respect. Their previous deference towards Yi Sheng had been but a superficial courtesy. Now, their reverence stemmed from the depths of their hearts. Yi Sheng was undeniably a powerful being of the second transformation of invincibility.
The invincible realm. This was an exceedingly rare phenomenon.
Many possessed the second transformation dark gold level armor, like Gu Yuqing and Bai Tingyu, with combat prowess multiplied by hundreds. Yet, those who could truly be regarded as invincible at the second transformation were exceedingly scarce.
For it was a daunting feat. Who dares to casually claim invincibility among peers?
Only a select few could achieve such a status, often through extraordinary means, allowing them to stand invincible at this tier. Yi Sheng was precisely one of them. In the realm of the second transformation, one can wield 10 formidable third transformation ghost generals, rendering oneself nearly invincible.
It is a genuine claim to supremacy.
Others will harbor no dissent, only profound reverence will emanate from their hearts. Such is the nature of this world, the strong are revered. Everything is dictated by sheer might. With a swift motion, Yi Sheng raised his hand, summoning the 10 strands of azure silk that danced in the air towards him. A chilling aura surged forth, causing Song Xiaotian, who stood beside Yi Sheng, to shiver involuntarily. In a moment, the 10 strands of azure silk transformed into 10 gray orbs, swirling around Yi Sheng, dissipating the coldness that had previously enveloped them. This brought some relief to the surrounding silver guardians.
Yet their gazes towards Yi Sheng were imbued with even greater awe as they witnessed his effortless control over the 10 orbs. "Let us depart," Yi Sheng commanded, stowing the 10 gray orbs away.
After casting a glance at the people from the ancient moon tower, he led the way out of the Icewind Valley,
with Song Xiaotian and the silver guardians following closely behind.
This time, they could proudly hold their heads high before the members of the ancient moon tower.
Half a day later, in the ethereal ghost domain, a ghostly mist ship glided steadily through the sky.
On the deck, Yi Sheng sat cross-legged in his white robes,
while Song Xiaotian lounged nearby in a state of ennui.
After departing from the Icewind Valley, they had dismissed the silver guardians, and Yi Sheng was now returning to the city of Netherworld with Song Xiaotian. As long as he delivered his companions safely, his mission would be deemed complete, and he would successfully acquire 3,000 contribution points. As Yi Sheng sat in contemplation, a furrow appeared on his brow as he pondered the unfolding circumstances.
Bai Tingyu was dead,
and he had been slain before the eyes of many.
While the situation seemed calm for now, a tempest was undoubtedly brewing on the horizon. This matter would not simply fade away. Given the Bai family's vengeful nature, how could they possibly let him go? The last time he had killed 2 of their younger members, they had issued a bounty, how much more so for a figure as significant as Bai Tingyu? They would surely not rest until retribution was exacted. The rift between him and the Bai family was deepening. Yi Sheng shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. Entering the cultivation world inevitably leads to entanglements with others. Yet the ultimate outcome remains clear: survival belongs to the strongest. If one is weak, they must brace themselves to be trampled upon by their adversaries. What course of action should he take next?
Yi Sheng pondered how he would navigate the impending storm from the Bai family.
The banner of the Xianning Pavilion was finally poised to play its role. He reflected deeply. This situation was indeed unique.
Although he had killed Bai Tingyu in plain sight, it was precisely this visibility that facilitated a resolution.
For everyone had witnessed Bai Tingyu strike first. Moreover, there appeared to be no apparent reason for his assault. Onlookers knew not why Bai Tingyu had acted with aggression.
They had only seen him suddenly attack, intent on eliminating Yi Sheng. It was only in self-defense that Yi Sheng had retaliated, resulting in Bai Tingyu's demise. Thus, Yi Sheng found himself occupying the moral high ground.
Is it not absurd to think that one could attempt to kill him while denying him the right to defend himself?
Such reasoning is incomprehensible in this world. Even if this matter were to reach the Bai family, they would find themselves at a loss for words.
When one is outmatched and falls victim to another's prowess, whom can one blame? Moreover, the Xianming Pavilion cannot passively allow itself to be targeted by the Bai family.
They embarked on this mission to fulfill the pavilion's objectives, only to be unjustly attacked. Now, with such turmoil arising,
is the Xianming Pavilion merely going to retreat into its shell, indifferent to the fate of its subordinates? To act like a timid turtle?
If the Xianming Pavilion were to truly adopt such a stance, it would become the subject of mockery throughout the entire underworld city.
Who would dare to ally with the Xianming Pavilion then? The repercussions of such actions would be immense.
All these considerations were precisely why Yi Sheng chose without hesitation to eliminate Bai Tingyu in the Icewind Valley. He could not only rid himself of those pursuing him but also use the Xianming Pavilion to suppress this incident.
It was a twofold advantage. Why would Yi Sheng not seize such an opportunity? Brother Yi.
At that moment, Song Xiaotian interjected, breaking Yi Sheng's train of thought.
Whom?
Yi Sheng looked at him in confusion.
Chapter 45, Zheng Gang on duty. Song Xiaotian grinned and said, "There is a way station of our Xianming Pavilion ahead. Let us rest for a while. I am exhausted."
Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. They still had a journey of 7,000 or 8,000 miles to return to Yuming City. Moreover, having been trapped in the Icewind Valley for so long,
Song Xiaotian was indeed weary and in need of a respite.
Even Yi Sheng, after such an extended period away, felt a bit fatigued. It would be wise to rest at the way station for the night and set off again the following day. The way station serves as a temporary stop in the wilderness, allowing travelers to recuperate briefly. Powerful factions often establish these way stations in remote areas for their elite members to rest. Additionally, these stations function as intelligence gathering points, transmitting valuable information back to their headquarters daily, serving multiple purposes. As a premier force in Yuming City, Xianming Pavilion naturally has numerous way stations scattered throughout the wilderness. The Ghost Fire Way Station is a small establishment located at Ghost Fire Mountain, manned year-round by several individuals on rotating shifts.
At this moment,
beneath a withered tree outside the station, two individuals were engaged in a game of chess.
A dried leaf fell from the tree, landing precisely on the chessboard and obstructing one player's piece.
The player removed the leaf with a smile and looked across at his opponent, saying, "Brother Zheng Gang,
how long have you been stationed at the Ghost Fireway Station?"
Zheng Gang sighed and placed a piece on the board, replying, "It has been nearly half a month. However, my duty shift ends tomorrow, and I can return to Yuming City." Sun Jue complained, "You and I, as silver stewards, lead rather miserable lives. We are only slightly better off than those bronze stewards." Both were silver stewards assigned to guard the Ghost Fireway Station. Although Ghost Fire Mountain was not particularly perilous, it still required at least 2 silver stewards of level 50 or above for its protection. Besides the 2 responsible for security,
several service staff managed the daily operations of the station.
The 2, feeling bored, passed the time with chess, as the silence of Ghost Fire Mountain could be quite unbearable.
Indeed. Zheng Gang nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly endorsing this sentiment.
After reporting to Yuming City with Yi Sheng some time ago, he had been dispatched to carry out this duty at the Ghost Fire Way Station for half a month.
Once the time was up, he would be free to return. After moving his piece, Zheng Gang suddenly thought of someone and murmured, "I wonder how Yi Sheng is faring now? It has been half a month,
and there hasn't been a whisper of news." He stroked his chin, recalling that Yi Sheng had initially entered Xianming Pavilion as a mere bronze steward. Life for bronze stewards within the pavilion was hardly easy. The more arduous tasks that silver stewards were reluctant to undertake often fell upon them. Zheng Gang speculated that Yi Sheng must have been assigned a mission as well. In the past fortnight, he had reached out to Yi Sheng multiple times, yet received no response. It was surmised that Yi Sheng must be exceedingly occupied, unable to attend to his messages. Sun Jue remarked, "Brother Zheng Gang, you are in a better position, having Elder Jiang Hao as your backing. Many arduous tasks do not fall upon you.
I, however, Fear that my next assignment may very well be a matter of life and death.
Upon hearing this, Sheng chuckled.
In any place, having support and lacking it are two entirely different matters.
With a patron, many affairs become considerably easier, particularly when benefits are to be had,
as one is among the first to enjoy them. Yet without such support, the situation is starkly different.
Every perilous task is thrust upon you.
Even in death, no one will advocate on your behalf.
The disparity was profound, and Sheng was acutely aware of it.
Zhang Hao,
a formidable figure at the third transition of the Ghost General realm and a distinguished elder of the Xianming Pavilion, held a respectable position.
With his support, Sheng felt an immense sense of relief. Numerous silver stewards within the Xianming Pavilion envied him for this.
Sheng secretly contemplated the prospect of securing a fourth transition ghost sect powerhouse as a patron in the future.
Zhang Hao was an old classmate of mine,
Sheng declared with pride, a hint of boasting in his tone. Sun Zhuo indeed looked at him with envy, exclaiming, "I truly envy you for having such a powerful classmate as your support."
As the two continued their leisurely conversation while playing chess, Sun Zhuo casually remarked, "Have you heard?
Recently, 4 silver stewards perished all at once." He was quite the gossip enthusiast, often indulging in the latest news circulating within the internal groups of the Xianming Pavilion.
Sheng's expression morphed into one of astonishment.
4 silver stewards perished at once? I find that hard to believe. After all, silver stewards were elite individuals, at least at level 50 in the second transition.
It was not so simple for them to fall. The occurrence of 4 silver stewards dying simultaneously was indeed rare, unless it was amidst a fierce conflict between factions.
Such a number of silver stewards would rarely be lost. Generally, it was uncommon to witness the demise of silver stewards. Those who achieved the rank of silver steward were seasoned and typically avoided perilous locales.
When did this happen? Where? Sheng inquired with curiosity. It is said to have occurred in the Ice-Wind Valley. This news has just surfaced, and details remain uncertain.
Sun Zhuo replied.
Ice-Wind Valley? That is a treacherous place at level 70 in the second transition. What could those 4 silver stewards possibly be doing there? Are they courting death?
Sheng shook his head in dismay. The underworld ghost domain is rife with dangers. Though they are silver stewards above level 50 in the second transition, they are hardly significant within the underworld ghost domain. Recklessly venturing forth could easily lead to loss of life. Sometimes, one is simply compelled by circumstances.
Sun Zhuo interjected.
As they conversed, Sun Zhuo received a message. Upon reading it, he was taken aback and hastily looked up at Sheng, saying, "Brother Sheng, prepare yourself quickly. A golden steward is passing through our ghost fire post. Accompanying him is a young master from the Xianming Pavilion. These are not individuals we can afford to provoke."
A golden steward is coming?
Sheng was momentarily stunned. The ghost fire post, a desolate place, was unexpectedly graced by the presence of a golden steward. As they had not yet informed the staff at the station, the two suddenly spotted a ghostly mist ship soaring toward them from the distant sky.
Upon seeing the vessel,
Sun Zhuo's expression shifted to one of alarm. "There's no time," he exclaimed. "We should greet it promptly, lest we be perceived as disrespectful by this esteemed individual."
"Indeed.
It is wise to extend our welcome. We must present ourselves appropriately," Sheng concurred, nodding in agreement.
The two advanced to the front of the ghost fire station,
standing with hands clasped and gazing reverently at the approaching mist ship. In the air, Song Xiaotian, filled with excitement, sat on the deck of the ghostly vessel,
peering down toward the mountains below.
"Brother Yi, ahead lies the ghost fire station at Ghost Fire Mountain." He observed the ancient station nestled within the hazy surroundings, accompanied by a gnarled and withered old tree standing sentinel at its entrance.
Chapter 46, It Hit Hard. I must be dreaming.
Yi Sheng remarked, "The sky has darkened.
We shall rest here for the night and commence our journey to the city of Netherworld on the following day. A single night suffices." Song Xiaotian nodded in satisfaction.
As cultivators, a night's rest would restore their energy to its zenith, and he felt immensely content.
"Thank you, Brother Yi." Song Xiaotian expressed his gratitude with utmost politeness. The ghost mist ship traveled with remarkable swiftness, gliding through the vast expanse as if it arrived in the blink of an eye. Soon, they reached the skies above the ghost firepost, gradually descending. "They're here." In front of the ghost firepost, Sun Jua and Zhang Gang looked up to see the ghost mist ship landing. The vessel was enveloped in thick mist, obscuring the figures on board. Sun Jua's expression was one of excitement. A golden steward was alighting at the post he was tasked to guard. This was an excellent opportunity to ingratiate himself. Should he succeed, he might be able to curry favor with this esteemed steward. Sun Jua had endured the hardships of lacking connections and had strained his intellect in hopes of aligning himself with a significant figure. Beside him, Zhang Gang maintained a relatively calm demeanor. With Jiang Hao as his support, he had no need to flatter others unless, of course, a formidable figure of the fourth transition in the ghost sect were to appear. Nevertheless, Zhang Gang's expression was still marked by deference. The golden steward's status within the Xianming pavilion far surpassed that of a silver steward. He was a complete second transition cultivator, someone who could not be easily offended. Ah! The second transition! Zhang Gang gazed at the descending ghost mist ship with a sense of wistfulness. Once upon a time, he had fervently hoped to reach the second transition. But the path was arduous. After attaining level 50 of the second transition, even a single level up would require several years of effort. To leap from level 50 to the complete second transition demanded an exceedingly lengthy span of time. Absent extraordinary circumstances, one might accumulate enough strength only in old age. Whoosh! The ghost mist ship descended, and the mist gradually dissipated. Subsequently, two figures emerged from the deck. "Greetings, my lord." Sun Jua and Zhang Gang bowed their heads, refraining from looking up immediately. As Yi Sheng stepped down from the ghost mist ship and surveyed the humble ghost firepost, his gaze eventually fell upon the two silver stewards. He was aware that each post was manned by silver stewards. However, upon recognizing one of them, he was momentarily taken aback. "Zhang Gang?" Yi Sheng exclaimed in astonishment, not expecting to encounter Zhang Gang, whom he had not seen for half a month. In such a place. Ha! Zhang Gang was puzzled, as this golden steward had called his name, and the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Instinctively, he lifted his head to look. Yi Sheng? Upon realizing it was indeed Yi Sheng before him, Zhang Gang could not help but exclaim in surprise. He stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance. He could hardly believe that the person standing in front of him was Yi Sheng. "Do you two know each other?" Sun Zhuo inquired, observing their apparent familiarity. "Not just acquaintances." Zhang Gang forced a smile and then spoke. "Brother Sun Zhuo, it appears we are mistaken about our expectations. My companion, Brother Yi Sheng, is merely a bronze steward. The person we await is likely someone else." After saying this, Zhang Gang relaxed. Having initially thought that a golden steward had disembarked from the ghost fog ship, only to find it was Yi Sheng instead. Moreover, that ship must belong to the young man beside him, for with Yi Sheng's financial standing, he could hardly afford such a flying artifact. Sun Zhuo was momentarily taken aback. "Mistaken? How could that be? Are you certain?" he inquired. Zhang Gang, with utmost conviction, waved his hand dismissively. "Absolutely. He is not the person we are waiting for." "What are you two discussing?" Song Xiaotian interjected, unable to contain his curiosity as he looked at Zhang Gang and Sun Zhuo with a puzzled expression. These two silver stewards seemed rather peculiar, speaking in hushed tones about someone not being the individual they awaited. Was this not a form of condescension? Who were they looking down upon? This thought ignited a spark of indignation within Song Xiaotian. He straightened his posture, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Zhuo and Zhang Gang. "Hey, the message for your reception came from me, relayed through Xianming Pavilion. The individuals you are to await are none other than myself and Brother Yi. Furthermore, Brother Yi is not the bronze steward you speak of." Song Xiaotian shot a warning look at Zhang Gang, incensed that he would belittle Brother Yi in such a manner. Was there truly such a powerful bronze steward in existence? "Zhang Gang, what on earth is happening?" Sun Zhuo was thoroughly perplexed. Zhang Gang, equally bewildered, glanced at Song Xiaotian and then at Yi Sheng, his eyes filled with confusion. Sensing the need for clarification, Yi Sheng offered a wry smile. He reined in his aura.
knowing that Zheng Gang could not perceive his true strength.
Zheng Gang, the person you are waiting for is indeed me.
As he spoke, he ceased to suppress his aura,
gradually allowing it to flow forth.
As Yi Sheng's presence enveloped the room, the others felt as though a mountain had descended upon them.
It was indeed the aura of a second-tier perfected practitioner.
Sun Juo's gaze flickered. Despite his ignorance of Zheng Gang's predicament, doubt evaporated, and he respectfully addressed Yi Sheng as Sir. Zheng Gang, overwhelmed by the aura emanating from Yi Sheng, widened his eyes in disbelief, nearly losing his composure.
How is this possible? Yi Sheng, when did you ascend to the second-tier perfected realm? Zheng Gang was utterly stunned.
His mind buzzed,
akin to tumultuous waves crashing within him.
He vividly recalled when he first met Yi Sheng, who had only just entered the second-tier Ghostmaster realm.
How could he have ascended to the perfected realm in the blink of an eye? Am I perhaps dreaming?
Zheng Gang pinched his cheek, feeling a sharp sting, which assured him he was not in a dream. Yet, all of this felt so surreal.
Meanwhile,
Sun Juo disregarded Zheng Gang's bewilderment and turned to Yi Sheng with a beaming smile, extending an invitation.
Sir, please enter the inn.
Yi Sheng glanced at Zheng Gang, aware that he needed time to process the revelation, and chose not to engage further. Under the invitation of Sun Juo, he led Song Xiaotian towards the Ghostfire Inn, while Zheng Gang trailed behind in a daze. That night, the Ghostfire Inn was illuminated by a faint glow. Inside the hall, several tables were arranged for dining. At one table, Zheng Gang sat, still looking bewildered, with only Sun Juo keeping him company.
Brother Zheng Gang, do you truly know this golden steward?
Sun Juo asked incredulously. It seemed this brother Zheng had quite the acquaintance with formidable individuals. Having known Elder Jiang Hao, a formidable figure of the third transition in the Ghost General realm, was one thing, but now another golden steward emerged. Sun Juo felt a tinge of envy.
Yes, Zheng Gang responded, nodding stiffly,
still struggling to accept that Yi Sheng had surpassed him to become a golden steward. Sun Juo glanced around and whispered, I heard this person has just returned from the Icewind Valley.
Icewind Valley?
Zheng Gang inquired, puzzled.
What about it? Do you not know?
Sun Juo's eyes widened. A significant event has transpired in the Icewind Valley, and it is likely connected to this individual.
Chapter 47, The God of Death. Unprecedented events in the Icewind Valley. What monumental event transpired in the Icewind Valley?
Zheng Gang turned his head to look at him.
Sun Juo, with wide eyes, exclaimed, You haven't heard? Not long ago,
a brutal battle erupted in the Icewind Valley, leading to the slaughter of dozens of esteemed members of the Bai family. Furthermore, the 4 silver stewards I mentioned to you earlier met their demise there as well.
Dozens of esteemed members of the Bai family perished? Zheng Gang was taken aback.
Those who could attain such a status were all formidable second-order Ghostmasters. The mass extermination of so many second-order Ghostmasters indeed constituted sensational news. Sun Juo continued. The slaughter of dozens of esteemed members is merely the tip of the iceberg. There is something even more explosive.
Something even more explosive? Zheng Gang was left dumbfounded.
Sun Juo glanced around before leaning closer to Zheng Gang, lowering his voice, Bai Tingyu has been killed. He was one of the core figures of the Bai family, mercilessly slaughtered in the Icewind Valley.
What?
Zheng Gang was shaken, his eyes narrowing in disbelief.
Who could possibly be responsible for this? As he posed the question, he instinctively looked up at a guest room, trembling, and pointed, You can't be implying it was him, can you?
Indeed, it was this esteemed golden steward.
Sun Juo nodded,
his expression revealing lingering fear as he gazed at the guest room. The act of wiping out dozens of second-order Ghostmasters is not an achievement just anyone can attain. One must possess immense strength, and moreover be utterly deranged.
This.
Zheng Gang stammered, his words failing him.
He raised his gaze to the guest room,
as if he were seeing Yi Sheng in an entirely new light. This individual undoubtedly epitomized the essence of a god of death. The stench of blood lingered upon his hands. Sun Juo patted Zheng Gang's shoulder, saying, To have such a friend, one cannot discern whether it is a blessing or a curse.
The following morning,
after a night of restful sleep, Yi Sheng and Song Xiaotian appeared revitalized.
shedding their previous exhaustion.
Especially Song Xiaotian, who had regained the vigor characteristic of youth.
At the entrance of the ghost fire station,
Yi Sheng and Song Xiaotian stepped aboard the ghostly mist vessel. This time, they were joined by Zhang Gang, who opted to accompany them back to the underworld city. His watch had concluded, and returning with Yi Sheng aboard the ghostly mist vessel would certainly ease his journey.
"Take care, my lord." Sun Zhuo wore a broad smile,
cupping his hands in a gesture of respect towards Yi Sheng.
Moments later, the ghostly mist vessel ascended into the sky, soaring into the vast expanse. Phew! Finally! That harbinger of calamity has departed. Upon witnessing the vessel's departure, Sun Zhuo let out a sigh of relief.
He had initially intended to curry favor with Yi Sheng,
recognizing the advantages of aligning with a golden steward.
However, after learning of Yi Sheng's actions in the Icewind Valley, he promptly dismissed that thought.
Indeed, this individual is a god of death. Yet, having caused such a tremendous catastrophe in the Icewind Valley, whether he would survive the aftermath remains uncertain.
With so many members of the Bai family slaughtered, it is evident that they would not let this transgression go unpunished.
At this moment,
aligning oneself with Yi Sheng seemed akin to courting disaster.
To voluntarily entangle oneself in such a tumultuous storm? Sun Zhuo was not so foolish. This matter had escalated.
Shaking his head, Sun Zhuo cast a glance at the receding ghost fog ship before turning back to the ghost fire station.
In the skies,
the ghost fog ship soared at an astonishing speed of 850 kilometers per hour. On the deck, Yi Sheng sat cross-legged, clad in white garments, accompanied by Song Xiaotian and Zhang Gang. Zhang Gang observed the transformation in Yi Sheng, feeling somewhat disoriented by the stark change.
"Yi Sheng, why did Bai Tingyu suddenly strike at you?" Zhang Gang inquired, a hint of curiosity evident in his voice. Unable to contain his intrigue,
he broached the topic of Icewind Valley, seeking to ascertain whether Yi Sheng was indeed involved.
Yi Sheng, with a gentle smile,
recounted the entire sequence of events without reservation.
After listening to the account,
Zhang Gang was both in awe of Yi Sheng's formidable prowess, capable of commanding 10 formidable third-tier ghost generals, but remained puzzled as to why Bai Tingyu had inexplicably attacked him. Yi Sheng shook his head, fully aware that he could not disclose the underlying reasons. His identity must remain concealed.
Should it be revealed, the Xianming Pavilion would likely perceive it as a personal vendetta between himself and the Bai family, providing them with justification to abandon him. By keeping his identity hidden,
he remained a golden steward of the Xianming Pavilion. The conflict arose solely from his duties to the pavilion, thus compelling them to protect him.
"I do not comprehend." "Perhaps only Bai Tingyu knows the truth," Yi Sheng remarked with a smile.
"It is indeed curious." Zhang Gang scratched his head and said, however, "The ensuing events may prove troublesome. If the Bai family pursues this matter, it remains uncertain how the higher-ups of the Xianming Pavilion will regard it."
Yi Sheng nodded. Although his plan appeared flawless, its success ultimately hinged on the opinions of the pavilion's leadership.
If they disregarded the repercussions and insisted on delivering him to the Bai family to quell their fury, all his plans would be in vain. Song Xiaotian thumped his chest confidently, declaring, "Brother Yi, the Xianming Pavilion would never resort to such an action.
Moreover, my grandfather is also a factor." "Who is your grandfather?"
Zhang Gang inquired curiously. He had long sensed that Song Xiaotian's identity was extraordinary, yet the specifics of his background remained elusive to him.
"My grandfather is Song Tianhui." Song Xiaotian replied proudly. "Song Tianhui? A formidable fourth-tier ghost sect master of the Xianming Pavilion?" Zhang Gang was momentarily taken aback. Half a day later,
with the ghost fog ship as their swift conveyance, they arrived at the majestic walls of Yuming City in no time. The city walls loomed like a colossal mountain, dark as ink, adorned with countless inscriptions of formations, rendering it nearly impossible for any ghostly entity to breach its defenses. Whoosh! Yi Sheng and his companions navigated the ghost fog ship towards Yuming City. In such a grand city, opulent flying artifacts were ubiquitous, making the ghost fog ship appear rather humble and unremarkable. Yi Sheng even witnessed a 100-meter-long ghost dragon soaring overhead, descending towards Yuming City, atop which stood a powerful figure, exuding an aura that suggested he was at least a fourth-tier ghost sect master. Yi Sheng shook his head, feeling as though he were still a simpleton, with a long journey ahead of him. Soon, upon reaching a short distance from the city gate, Yi Sheng stowed away the ghost mist ship. Upon entering the city of the underworld, daring to navigate with a flying artifact would only result in being shot down by the archers stationed atop the city walls. The guards on the walls were, at the very least, at the second transition of the Ghostmaster realm, with numerous third transition ghost generals patrolling. Only those at the fifth transition of the Ghost King realm could brazenly defy the defensive forces of the city of the underworld and soar through the skies unimpeded. Otherwise, one could only comply and enter the city of the underworld on foot. Let us proceed. After landing, Yi Sheng led the two companions through the city gates and into the grand metropolis. Yi Sheng felt a twinge of nostalgia. The last time he departed from the city of the underworld, he had merely just stepped into the second transition of the Ghostmaster realm. Now, upon his return, he had already attained the full second transition. Chapter 48, Becoming a Notable Figure in the Xianming Pavilion. The Xianming Tower stands majestically, towering over 100 stories high. In front of the building, an array of luxury vehicles are parked, with numerous affluent individuals and white-collar workers coming and going. Among them are the formidable warriors of the Xianming Pavilion. Yi Sheng, accompanied by Song Xiaotian and Zhang Gang, stepped into the grand edifice. The lobby on the first floor was bustling with activity, an abundance of skilled practitioners visible throughout, including several formidable figures at the third transformation of the Ghost General realm. As Yi Sheng entered, he became the focal point of attention for many. Is he not Yi Sheng? Within the hall, numerous individuals paused, their gazes fixed upon him. Some recognized him. Indeed. I have perused the internal records of our Xianming Pavilion, and the photographs confirm it is he. Ah! He is a deity of death. Truly remarkable. I admire his character. You admire him? He has stirred quite the trouble. Someone scoffed, remarking on this golden steward's audacity in slaughtering dozens of the Bai family's esteemed members, along with a core figure. Whispers circulated among the crowd, clearly indicating that news of the incident at Icewind Valley had reached the Xianming Pavilion, creating quite a stir. As if the entire pavilion was aware of the events. Yet, some were more intrigued by Yi Sheng's prowess. This individual is a rare second transformation invincible master. A serious observer scrutinized Yi Sheng, as if he were examining a rare species. The term invincible realm not only describes a level of mastery but also serves as a mark of respect, for very few can attain such heights. And it is exceedingly difficult to achieve. Who would dare to claim invincibility? However, once one reaches this pinnacle, they possess unparalleled means. Among the elite forces like the Xianming Pavilion, there are but a handful of such second transformation prodigies. It is a meager number indeed. Now, the Xianming Pavilion boasts yet another figure of renown, Yi Sheng. It is nearly impossible to remain inconspicuous in such circumstances. It is said that his invincible prowess lies in commanding 10 third transformation ghost generals. Is that truly the case? To control 3 transformation ghost entities as a second transformation master is already extraordinary, yet to command 10? Eyes widened in disbelief. If it were true, he could genuinely be deemed invincible, perhaps even outmatching those few already established in the invincible realm. A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd. Commanding 10 third transformation ghost generals is an ability that defies the heavens. No wonder he could effortlessly vanquish a master like Bai Tingyu and annihilate numerous members of the Bai family. His power is indeed formidable. Zheng Gang, standing behind Yi Sheng, listened intently to the surrounding discussions, his gaze filled with envy as he regarded Yi Sheng's silhouette. The invincible realm. Though merely a second transformation, it is still the invincible realm. If he could achieve such a milestone, it would be a lifetime of boasting for him. Especially among his peers. He would stand tall with pride. Alas, Zheng Gang felt he lacked such talent. Brother Yi, it seems you have already gained fame within the Xianming Pavilion. Song Xiaotian exclaimed. His excitement palpable as he absorbed the conversations around them, feeling elated for Yi Sheng. Simultaneously, he spurred himself on, vowing to reach the heights attained by Brother Yi. The second transformation invincible realm. He too could achieve it. After all, he possessed an S-level profession. Even grandfather Song Tianhui held high hopes for him. Yi Sheng listened to the discussions around him, frowning. He had no desire to become the center of attention. This was in stark contrast to his usual low-profile demeanor. Furthermore, the matter of having killed Bai Tingyu and slaughtered numerous members of the Bai family seemed far more severe than he had initially anticipated. Let us go. Yi Sheng stepped forward, making his way into the Xianming Tower. Upon returning to the Xianming Pavilion, Zhang Gang departed. Yi Sheng safely escorted Song Xiaotian back, marking the successful completion of his task and earning himself 3,000 contribution points. In the following 3 days, Yi Sheng remained in the quarters assigned by the Xianming Pavilion, diligently refining his cultivation while keeping a close watch on the developments in Icewind Valley. As Yi Sheng had surmised, the Bai family was not willing to let the matter rest. Instead, they aggressively pressured the Xianming Pavilion for retribution. The Xianming Pavilion's response was divided into 2 factions. One faction chose to staunchly defend Yi Sheng, vociferously denouncing the Bai family. The reasoning was quite straightforward. Yi Sheng had clashed with the Bai family while executing a mission for the Xianming Pavilion, initiated by Bai Tingyu's unwarranted attack on him. A fact that was evident to all. Not only over 50 silver stewards witnessed the incident, but even those from Gaiwalu were aware. This was later confirmed, leaving the Bai family with no grounds for rebuttal. In such circumstances, should they hand over Yi Sheng, where would that leave the Xianming Pavilion's reputation? Who would dare to ally with them in the future? The faction advocating for Yi Sheng's protection believed that not only should they refuse to surrender him, but they also demanded an explanation from the Bai family regarding Bai Tingyu's unprovoked aggression towards their golden steward. The Bai family needed to provide answers. Conversely, the opposing faction, unable to withstand the Bai family's pressure, argued that it was not worth incurring the wrath of such a powerful family over a single golden steward. They warned that the repercussions for the Xianming Pavilion could be substantial, even suggesting that their external members might face pursuit by the Bai family. If that were to happen, the sacrifices would extend beyond just one golden steward. For 3 consecutive days, the 2 factions engaged in relentless debate, yet no resolution emerged. The Bai family's pressure intensified. Regardless of the outcome, Yi Sheng had become a prominent figure within the Xianming Pavilion, known to all. In his room, Yi Sheng felt a sense of heaviness. He rose and walked to the window, gazing out at the scenery. He detested the feeling of being unable to control the situation, especially when his life and death were subjects of discussion among others. His strength was still insufficient. Yi Sheng's eyes flickered as he looked outside. Although he currently possessed the strength of a perfected second transformation, he felt like an ant when confronted with the colossal Bai family. Were it not for the protection of the Xianming Pavilion, they could easily crush him at will. He needed to transcend this predicament swiftly and step into the 3rd transformation of the Ghost General realm. That was the true path. After a long while, Yi Sheng exhaled a heavy breath. Relying on the Xianming Pavilion was merely a temporary measure. Regardless of whether he could navigate through the current crisis, even if he did, it would not be a sustainable solution. Only by becoming stronger could he ensure his safety. Suddenly, a knock echoed at the door. Enter. Yi Sheng gathered his thoughts, striving to appear more composed. His character had always been thus: the greater the pressure, the more he concealed his emotions, unwilling to let outsiders perceive his turmoil. Suddenly, the door creaked open. The first to enter was Zhang Gang. For the past 3 days, Zhang Gang had made it a point to visit daily, fretting over Yi Sheng's predicament and exhausting every possible means to assist him. This gesture deeply moved Yi Sheng. In contrast, the others from the Xianming Pavilion would recoil at the sight of him, eager to avoid entanglement in his troubles. Yi Sheng, look who I brought. Zhang Gang chuckled, stepping aside to reveal another figure behind him. Zhang Hao? Upon hearing the name, Yi Sheng turned to see that it was indeed Zhang Hao standing behind Zhang Gang. Zhang Hao sighed upon seeing Yi Sheng. He was well aware of Yi Sheng's circumstances and had initially intended to remain uninvolved. Considering Yi Sheng merely a friend Zhang Gang had made on the road, with little personal connection. Yet, after 3 days of Zhang Gang's persistent coaxing, he had finally acquiesced to meet Yi Sheng. Chapter 49, Coveting the Spirit Conjurer. You truly took me by surprise. Zhang Hao sat across from Yi Sheng, his gaze laden with complexity. When he first encountered Yi Sheng, he was merely a novice practitioner at the initial stage of the second transition to Ghost Master. He had not deemed it significant at all. Yet, merely a few days had passed, and Yi Sheng had transformed into a formidable being at the perfected level of the second transition. No. To be precise, he had ascended to the invincible realm of the second transition. The art of spirit manipulation was something Jiang Hao himself coveted intensely. To command 10 third transition ghost generals as a second transition practitioner was indeed a remarkable feat, bordering on the extraordinary. This also elucidated why Yi Sheng could elevate himself to the perfected second transition in such a short time, with 10 third transition ghost generals at his disposal. His progression would naturally be swift. In recent days, numerous powerful figures within the Xianin Pavilion had engaged in discussions regarding this matter. Beside him, Zhang Gang listened to Jiang Hao's words, his expression equally complex. It was fortuitous. Yi Sheng chuckled softly. He possessed numerous hidden cards, far beyond the mere spirit conjuring. Jiang Hao inquired, "Is your spirit manipulation a secret technique?" "A secret technique. It differs from a skill. A secret technique can be learned by anyone." Jiang Hao's inquiry stemmed from his desire to ascertain whether Yi Sheng's spirit manipulation was a secret technique or a professional skill. If it were a secret technique, as long as Yi Sheng was willing to divulge it, it could easily compel several prominent figures within the Xianin Pavilion to intervene on his behalf, rendering the Bai family powerless. However, if it were a professional skill, there would be no recourse. It was well known that professional skills could not be imparted. To be frank, even Jiang Hao found himself envious of Yi Sheng's spirit manipulation. He did not articulate this but instead regarded Yi Sheng with a veiled intensity. Yi Sheng, perceiving his gaze, understood his implication. Not to mention that spirit conjuration was his professional skill, even if it were a type of secret technique. He would never relinquish it to navigate this crisis. "I apologize, but it is indeed my professional skill." Yi Sheng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Jiang Hao fixed his gaze upon Yi Sheng for a couple of seconds before letting out a despondent sigh. He discerned that Yi Sheng was not lying. The spirit manipulation was undoubtedly a professional skill. This left no alternative. Professional skills could not be transferred, and even killing Yi Sheng would be futile. This, without a doubt, extinguished the hopes of many powerful figures within the Xianin Pavilion. Jiang Hao cleared his throat and returned to the matter at hand, stating, "Yi Sheng, your situation is quite precarious. I can only promise to do my utmost to mediate on your behalf. However, whether it bears fruit depends on your own fortune." "Thank you." Yi Sheng smiled, treating the matter lightly. Frankly, Jiang Hao was merely an elder within the Xianin Pavilion. His influence was limited, and he could not sway the decisions of the higher echelons of the pavilion. The fact that he was willing to consider this was already commendable. After Jiang Hao finished speaking, he rose to take his leave. Zhang Gang opened his mouth, expressing his helplessness. "Yi Sheng, this is the utmost I can do." Zhang Gang felt a twinge of shame, realizing that his capabilities only allowed for this much. Yi Sheng patted his shoulder and smiled, "I shall remember this favor." In the following 2 days, the Bai family intensified their pressure, demanding that the Xianin Pavilion surrender the individual in question. The upper echelons of the Xianin Pavilion were embroiled in endless debates, unable to reach a decisive conclusion. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, an unexpected figure emerged to advocate vigorously for Yi Sheng, declaring that he must not fall into the hands of the Bai family. This individual was none other than Song Xiaotian's grandfather, Song Tianhui, a formidable presence within the Xianin Pavilion and a powerful figure at the 4th level of the Ghost sect. His declaration undoubtedly settled the matter, rendering the opposing factions speechless. As a prominent member of the pavilion's hierarchy, his endorsement carried significant weight, compelling others to show him respect. The initial inclination to surrender Yi Sheng arose from his seemingly insignificant background, rendering him expendable to the pavilion. However, with a high-ranking official willing to vouch for him, the dynamics shifted dramatically. Nevertheless, while Song Tianhui's intervention safeguarded Yi Sheng from being handed over, it merely ensured his safety within the pavilion and did little to alleviate the animosity between him and the Bai family. If Yi Sheng were to step outside the sanctuary of Xianin Pavilion, he would still be hunted by the Bai family. This predicament was beyond even Song Tianhui's capabilities.
Despite his strength, the Bai family was not devoid of equally formidable opponents.
His influence would not suffice to compel the Bai family to relent.
Indeed, following these events,
the Bai family issued a scathing proclamation suggesting that unless Sheng chose to remain hidden within the Xianin pavilion like a turtle in its shell, the moment he dared to step outside, it would signify his demise.
In a high-end lounge within the Xianin Tower, a white-haired elder reclined on the sofa,
leisurely flipping through channels on the television. His demeanor was calm and unassuming, betraying none of the might associated with a fourth-level ghost sect master.
"Grandfather, please think of another way. We cannot allow Brother Yi to be trapped in the Xianin pavilion for eternity," Song Xiaotian implored, shaking Song Tianhui in a bid to persuade him.
Although Yi Sheng's situation appeared to be resolved, it still felt precarious to Song Xiaotian, who was reluctant to accept the outcome. Song Tianhui, slightly disoriented from the shaking, responded with a wry smile, "Xiaotian, securing his safety against the Bai family is the utmost I can achieve. As for the threat of them pursuing him outside the pavilion, I am powerless.
Even if I were to intervene, the Bai family would not afford me any consideration."
"Surely, they must respect you, being a fourth-level ghost sect master,"
Song Xiaotian retorted,
unwilling to concede defeat, convinced that there was nothing his grandfather could not accomplish.
With a resigned expression,
Song Tianhui felt compelled to clarify the gravity of the situation to his grandson.
"Xiaotian, the one slain was Bai Tingyu, a core member of the Bai family. How could they simply overlook such an affront? Do they not have any sense of honor?"
"Unless a fifth-level ghost king intervenes, no one's influence will bear any weight." Upon hearing that a fifth-level ghost king would need to intercede, Song Xiaotian fell silent, realizing the absurdity of the situation.
A fifth-level ghost king? What a jest! How could he possibly enlist the aid of such formidable individuals?
The Xianming Pavilion indeed possesses two, yet they are figures of ancestral stature.
It is unimaginable that they would be roused for such trivial matters. Song Xiaotian, resembling a deflated balloon, wore a despondent expression and lamented, "Is there truly no way out? Brother Yi has found himself in this predicament solely to rescue me. I have brought this upon him." Song Tianhui replied, "If it were not for you,
I would not have intervened. However, should I continue to engage, it would lead to an irreconcilable conflict with the Bai family.
At that point, I might even face my own demise."
He added gravely, "Do not underestimate the Bai family, as a first-rate power. They possess not only a fifth-tier ghost king but also a considerable number of fourth-tier ghost sect experts.
I, your grandfather, am not in a position to challenge such a prominent lineage." Chapter 50, Is he throwing caution to the wind? Song Tianhui sighed and remarked,
"As long as this young man remains in the Xianming Pavilion, his life will be secure. Given a little more time, circumstances may yet change.
The Bai family cannot possibly keep a constant watch over him."
He then retrieved the remote control and continued to flip through the television channels.
Song Xiaotian,
upon hearing his grandfather's analysis, wore a look of resignation. It seemed that the situation could only unfold in this manner.
Unfortunately,
it would mean that Brother Yi would have to remain in the Xianming Pavilion and refrain from venturing outside. They could only hope that the Bai family would eventually forget this matter. Yet, everyone knew how formidable that task was, perhaps even impossible. On the 46th floor of the Xianming Tower, inside an office, Zhang Gang paced back and forth, pondering if there were truly no alternatives. Zhang Hao shook his head, asserting that this was indeed the best outcome achievable. As long as he stayed in the Xianming Pavilion, his life would not be in jeopardy. With the passage of time, perhaps the Bai family would cease their scrutiny of him. Beyond that, there were no other options. Remarkably, Zhang Hao's perspective aligned perfectly with Song Tianhui's.
Zhang Gang sighed,
realizing he could assist no further. Zhang Hao smiled and said, "I will need to step out for a while. Do exercise caution while you remain in the Xianming Pavilion."
"You're going out? Where to?" Zhang Gang inquired, taken aback. Zhang Hao nodded, "I must visit the ancient land. There have been numerous events occurring there lately. The Xianming Pavilion has requested my assistance." "The ancient land?"
Zhang Gang gasped, taking a deep breath. If one were to pinpoint the most perilous location within the netherworld,
it would undoubtedly be the ancient land.
Such a place typically only permitted those who had attained the third tier of strength to tread upon its grounds.
Of course, many second-tier cultivators ventured there in pursuit of fortune. If fortune favored them, they might uncover extraordinary treasures. These treasures referred to legendary grade equipment. The ancient land also bore an alternate title, the Land of Ancient Treasures. This was due to its exceptionally high probability of yielding high-tier equipment. Even the notoriously rare legendary grade items appeared with surprising frequency within the ancient land. It was even rumored that one could stumble upon red mythical grade equipment. This allure drew countless experts to its depths. Zheng Gang remarked, "I have heard that Shang Guaning is currently in the ancient land." At the mention of Shang Guaning, Jiang Hao's expression turned intricate. Shang Guaning was one of their classmates, one of the few who had ascended to the fourth-tier ghost sect.
Her talent was remarkable. Her combat prowess was exceedingly formidable. During their school days, she was not only the belle of their class but also one of the campus's most celebrated figures.
Undeniably a person of influence. Even Jiang Hao could only look up to Shang Guaning with admiration.
"Indeed, she is also in the ancient land," Jiang Hao said. His gaze tinged with complexity. He had always aspired to keep pace with Shang Guaning. Yet ascending to the fourth tier of the ghost sect proved to be an arduous endeavor. Scaling such heights felt akin to climbing to the heavens. Especially the fourth tier Thunder Tribulation, which was fraught with peril. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a figure hurriedly entered the office.
Elder Jiang. A significant event has transpired. The newcomer, Jiang Hao's assistant, entered the office, speaking urgently. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. "What is the rush?"
"Speak slowly." The assistant replied. "Your friend, Yi Sheng, has left the Xianming Pavilion."
"What?"
Zheng Gang, upon hearing the news, nearly sprang from the sofa, exclaiming in shock. "Has Yi Sheng truly left the Xianming Pavilion? How is that possible? Is he courting death?" However, Jiang Hao remained unperturbed, glancing at his assistant with a look of astonishment. "Are you certain?"
"Absolutely.
It just happened," his assistant affirmed emphatically. In truth, Yi Sheng had not only departed from the Xianming Pavilion but had done so with remarkable audacity. Leaving no effort to conceal his whereabouts, he brazenly stepped out of the Nether City, leaving many formidable figures of the Xianming Pavilion in a state of disbelief. They all mused silently that he must have lost his mind.
Without the protection of the Xianming Pavilion, the Bai family would undoubtedly take action.
A mere second-tier cultivator, though formidable, would be swiftly subdued by a genuine third-tier ghost general.
Zheng Gang felt a surge of anxiety.
Yet, Jiang Hao shook his head.
A knowing smile gracing his lips. "I have indeed underestimated him."
For the first time, Jiang Hao viewed Yi Sheng through a different lens. Under such pressure, Yi Sheng had not retreated into the safety of the Xianming Pavilion. Instead, he boldly chose to leave the Nether City. This revealed his indomitable spirit. He was clearly unwilling to bow to the Bai family, opting instead for a head-on confrontation. Yet, what source of confidence did he possess? Jiang Hao pondered. While Yi Sheng's courage was commendable, this course of action was undoubtedly a perilous one. Did he truly believe that the 10 third-tier ghost generals would suffice? Jiang Hao could not help but chuckle. While those third-tier ghost generals were indeed formidable, they were primarily effective against second-tier cultivators. When faced with a true third-tier ghost general, Yi Sheng would stand no chance. Meanwhile, Song Tianhui had also received the news, his expression one of surprise. "Your brother Yi is truly remarkable," he remarked with a smile. Yet, Song Xiaotian appeared utterly astonished. He had not anticipated that Yi Sheng would make such a choice, facing the colossal Bai family alone.
"Grandfather." Song Xiaotian glanced at his grandfather.
Before he could voice his thoughts, Song Tianhui interjected, "I have done all I can. Since he has chosen this path, we can only await the outcome of his fate." Yi Sheng's choice had even caught the Bai family off guard. By the time they processed this information, Yi Sheng had already vacated the Nether City. Their immediate reaction was to assume that he was attempting to escape. Nearly half an hour after Yi Sheng's departure, the Bai family's response was swift. 3 figures emerged from the Bai group's building, their lips curling into cruel smiles.
Among them were 2 genuine third-tier ghost generals and a second-tier unrivaled prodigy from the Bai family.
As the trio departed, they took to the skies in pursuit of Yi Sheng. Many witnesses observed the scene, and the members of the Xianin pavilion shook their heads, having resigned themselves to the belief that Yi Sheng could not possibly survive being hunted by 2 authentic third-tier ghost generals. A mere second-tier ghost master had no hope of survival. Upon hearing the news, the higher-ups of the Xianin pavilion expressed only mild surprise before shifting their attention elsewhere. Yi Sheng is, at best, merely a second-tier practitioner, hardly worthy of their excessive attention. Since this is Yi Sheng's own choice, his life and death are no longer the concern of the Xianin pavilion. Outside the city of Netherworld, after departing alone, Yi Sheng summoned the ghost mist ship, transforming into a streak of light as he ventured deeper into the city. Escape? That was simply out of the question. His intention in leaving the Xianin pavilion was straightforward, to directly break through to the third-tier ghost general realm. Once he stepped into this domain, even the Bai family would find it challenging to deal with him. As for remaining cooped up within the Xianin pavilion, that was utterly impossible. It was simply not in his nature. On the deck of the ghost mist ship, Yi Sheng glanced back at the city of Netherworld, letting out a cold chuckle. The Bai family, is it? I await you deep within the Nether ghost domain. Let us see whether you, Bai family, can slay me, or if I shall vanquish your formidable members. With those words, Yi Sheng erupted into a hearty laugh, steering the ghost mist ship onward. Chapter 51, Upgrading the Spirit Binding and Commanding Technique. In the following days, 2 formidable third-tier ghost generals from the Bai family, alongside a second-tier invincible prodigy, relentlessly pursued Yi Sheng. This young man proved to be quite elusive. Bai Jinping furrowed his brow. As a third-tier ghost general, his status within the Bai family was quite respectable. This time, the Bai family dispatched both Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu, 2 third-tier ghost generals, to hunt down Yi Sheng, determined to eliminate him. Uncles, this individual cannot escape, Bai Zedong remarked with a cold smile, his expression brimming with arrogance. As a second-tier invincible prodigy of the Bai family, he possessed unparalleled abilities at this level, rendering him virtually invincible. Achieving such a feat granted him considerable prestige among the younger generation. The Bai family held him in high regard, recognizing that this promising talent would eventually ascend to the third-tier ghost general realm, surpassing his peers in combat prowess. He might even aspire to reach the third-tier invincible realm. Upon learning that Yi Sheng was also a second-tier invincible figure, Bai Zedong's competitive spirit ignited, and he eagerly volunteered to join the hunt, eager to determine who truly was the unrivaled one. Bai Jinping chuckled, indeed, with this tracking talisman, he cannot evade us. However, I find it surprising that this young man has not fled the Netherworld ghost domain, but instead is wandering within it? Bai Jinping frowned, puzzled. Logically, when being pursued by 2 third-tier ghost generals, Yi Sheng should have sought refuge outside the Netherworld ghost domain. Yet, this young man chose otherwise. As Bai Jinping manipulated the tracking talisman, it pointed southwest, immediately glowing with a faint yellow light. Seeing this, Bai Jinping smiled slightly. He is in the southwestern direction. Let us pursue him. Excellent. Bai Jinyu nodded in agreement. Bai Zedong's eyes gleamed with battle intent as he declared, "Uncles, when we encounter this individual, be sure to deliver him to me. He shall serve as a stepping stone on my path to invincibility." As he spoke, a dazzling light radiated from his eyes. Meanwhile, Yi Sheng had been traversing the outskirts of the depths of the Netherworld ghost domain over the past few days. He sought to locate a second-tier level 100 boss ghost, hoping to obtain a class change item, thereby summoning a thunderstorm to transcend to the third tier. Concurrently, he diligently worked to enhance his proficiency in the spirit binding and commanding technique, aspiring to elevate it to level 2. Boom! In a certain area, a third-tier ghost tide surged, shrouding the sky in ominous energy. 10 third-tier malevolent spirits were engulfed by the ghost tide, instantly torn to shreds. In a shadowy corner, Yi Sheng concealed his presence, and upon witnessing the 10 third-tier spirits being annihilated, he stealthily captured another 10 malevolent spirits within the ghost tide. Subsequently, those 10 spirits met the same fate. This cycle repeated, rapidly increasing his proficiency in the spirit binding and commanding technique. After more than 10 minutes, Yi Sheng gazed in delight as the proficiency of the spirit binding and commanding technique reached 100.
That is sufficient.
Yi Sheng chuckled, then proceeded to initiate the upgrade.
In the next moment, this devastating skill successfully advanced to level 2.
Yi Sheng looked on.
Upon upgrading to level 2, the number of captured spirits surged to a staggering 50.
This figure is a remarkable fivefold increase from the previous count of 10.
Gasping in astonishment,
Yi Sheng was taken aback by the magnitude of this enhancement. 50 third-tier malevolent spirits could indeed trigger a qualitative change through sheer quantity, akin to a wave of third-tier ghostly entities.
How intriguing!
Yi Sheng glanced back, sensing that his pursuers were drawing nearer once again.
He decided to capture this giant axe bull demon.
With his gaze averted from behind, he surveyed the approaching tide of third-tier spirits. Among this horde were numerous third-tier, level 20-foot giant axe bull demons, each towering at 3 meters, wielding rusted, decaying axes, and possessing immense strength. As for the 3,000 silken threads, they had long been torn apart by the ghostly tide during Yi Sheng's endeavor to hone his skills.
Capture!
Yi Sheng's reflexes were sharp. This time, he aimed to ensnare a total of 50 third-tier malevolent spirits.
Even with a guaranteed success rate, the task required considerable stamina. After several minutes of vigorous effort,
he finally amassed the required number. In an instant, he was surrounded by 50 gray orbs, emanating an eerie aura.
Let us depart from this place.
Yi Sheng rose and ventured into the distance. The proximity to the third-tier ghost tide posed a risk of entanglement, making escape exceedingly difficult.
Half a day later,
within a secluded canyon, Yi Sheng sat cross-legged, appearing to rest while seemingly awaiting someone. Moments later, 3 figures approached at high speed. 2 of them traversed the air with formidable presence, while one carried a young man effortlessly. Despite the burden, his speed remained unaffected. Such was the overwhelming strength of a third-tier ghost general, eclipsing the battle prowess of a second-tier cultivator by thousands of times.
Entering this realm signified a remarkable qualitative leap.
The vast disparity rendered second-tier cultivators mere spectators.
Boom! The 2 figures, holding the young man, arrived in the blink of an eye,
their formidable aura stirring the air and whipping up a tempest within the canyon.
"Why have you ceased your flight, young one?"
Bai Zhangping scoffed, casting a curious glance at Yi Sheng, sensing something amiss. It appeared as though this youth had been awaiting their arrival.
"He surely cannot escape now," Bai Zhengyu remarked,
arms crossed behind his back. Bai Zidong scrutinized Yi Sheng with piercing eyes.
"You are Yi Sheng?"
he inquired, a disdainful smile gracing his lips.
Finding nothing extraordinary about Yi Sheng. "How can someone like you dare to claim invincibility? Is this not a mockery of the term?" With a haughty demeanor, Bai Zidong,
still being held, addressed his uncles, "Kindly hand him over to me, and witness how I claim his head. Let him understand what true invincibility entails."
Bai Zhengyu laughed heartily, acknowledging Zidong's audacity.
"Very well, this youth is yours to handle.
By the way, could you set me down?"
Bai Zidong squirmed slightly, feeling a touch awkward. At this moment, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu remained suspended in midair, with Bai Jinping holding the latter like a chick, which was somewhat embarrassing. Bai Jinping released his grip,
and Bai Zidong leaped down to the ground.
Yi Sheng opened his eyes and glanced at the 3 of them. Blocked by 2 powerful figures at the 3rd rank of the Ghost General realm, he maintained an air of composure, revealing not a hint of panic.
Observing this scene,
Bai Jinping frowned slightly. Setting aside other matters, this level of calmness unsettled him. He felt that this individual could not be allowed to live, he must be eliminated, lest he become a source of turmoil for the Bai family in the future.
"I've waited for you for quite a while, you are indeed slow."
Yi Sheng yawned,
adopting a casual demeanor. This, however, infuriated Bai Zidong. "You brat, are you seeking death?"
A glint of malice flickered in Bai Zidong's eyes. Yi Sheng looked at him with surprise and remarked, "Your words are rather peculiar, are you not here to kill me?"
Such unnecessary chatter. Bai Zidong was momentarily taken aback, struggling to find words in response. Chapter 52, Stand Firm. Strike. Enough with the pleasantries, let me witness your prowess.
A sinister smile crept across Bai Zedong's face as he stepped forward, and suddenly, a roaring, ethereal blue flame ignited around him. Behind him, a pair of ghostly wings,
wreathed in the same otherworldly blue fire, unfurled majestically. With the emergence of this ghostly blue flame, the temperature in the surroundings plummeted drastically. As if the very light had been obscured, rendering Bai Zedong's vicinity eerily reminiscent of another world.
Yi Sheng, witnessing this spectacle, narrowed his eyes, a flicker of wariness igniting within them. The ghostly blue flames that enveloped Bai Zedong were exceptionally unnerving, devoid of searing heat, they instead exuded an extreme chill. As the ghostly flames ascended from him, a layer of frost visibly spread across the ground, making Bai Zedong appear as if he had emerged from the depths of the underworld. Bai Jinping and Bai Zhenyu hovered above, arms crossed, observing the ghostly flames with a sense of admiration. Bai Zhenyu remarked with a smirk, "Zedong's ethereal ghost fire has become increasingly refined." Bai Jinping nodded, his smile broadening. "This ethereal ghost fire is an unparalleled technique. Once it touches its victim, there is no escape. It will incinerate the flesh and blood of the afflicted until nothing but skeletal remains remain, extinguishing only then. It is particularly devastating against ghostly entities." "Is this truly his invincible technique?" Yi Sheng furrowed his brow. "Those who attain the invincible realm are not to be underestimated. Each possesses a unique power that secures their dominance within the same tier, receiving focused cultivation from various factions. This extraordinary ability can be sustained, achieving invincibility upon the second transformation and maintaining it through the third. Especially upon the fourth or fifth transformations, should one continue to attain invincibility, the rewards would be astonishing. Consider the significance of a fifth transformation being in the invincible realm for a faction." Bai Zhenyu turned to Yi Sheng, caution evident in his voice. "It is said this lad is also in the invincible realm. He wouldn't pose a threat to Zedong, would he?" "Rest assured," Bai Jinping responded with calm confidence. "With the two of us here, Zedong shall encounter no peril." "Indeed." Bai Zhenyu relaxed slightly. With two powerful beings of the third transformation present, even if Yi Sheng wielded an invincible technique, he would hardly stir a tempest. Should any complications arise, the two could swiftly subdue Yi Sheng and rescue Bai Zedong. This was a testament to their absolute confidence in their own formidable strength. In the valley, Bai Zedong took a step forward, his gaze fixed on Yi Sheng. A wicked grin plastered on his face. "Boy, do not say I have not granted you a chance. Unleash your abilities. I've heard you can command 10 third transformation ghost generals, summon them forth and let me see whose invincible technique reigns supreme, yours or my ethereal ghost fire." As he spoke, he advanced, exuding an indomitable fighting spirit, confident that within the second transformation, he had no rival. Even if his opponent possessed an invincible technique, he believed he could suppress it effortlessly. In the realm of true invincibility, Bai Zedong reigns supreme. The ethereal ghostly flames possess the capacity to incinerate any adversary. Yi Sheng rose to his feet, contemplating Bai Zedong while stroking his chin. "Who claimed that I possess but a singular invincible technique? His arsenal is not limited to just spirit binding and commanding. Recently, he had relied heavily on this skill, leading others to mistakenly believe it to be his ultimate trump card. It was time to test this young man with the Vajra demon-slaying sword. This technique has yet to taste the blood of the fallen." Yi Sheng mused. The might of the Vajra demon-slaying sword is truly formidable. It is a devastating single-target skill. Particularly after reaching LV2, its power escalates dramatically, boasting an increase of 30,000 in attack strength. Who could withstand such force? At the very least, within the realm of second transition, none could stand against it. It is yet another means of invincibility. However, the disparity in power becomes ludicrously vast, over 1,000-fold, when facing the strengths of a third transition ghost general, leaving Yi Sheng at a loss. Nevertheless, within his own realm, if Yi Sheng claims the second position, no one would dare assert they hold the first. He embodies the essence of true invincibility. Should he unleash the sword upon a second transition prodigy of invincibility, the Bai family would surely feel the sting of loss. Yi Sheng maintained his composure, casting his gaze towards the two third transition ghost general powerhouses nearby. He knew that his strike could be withstood by either of them. Yet if caught off guard, they might not react in time. Bai Zedong advanced, his entire being ablaze with ghostly azure flames, leaving a thick frost in his wake. A peculiar smile graced his lips, as though he reveled in the imminent slaughter of an invincible foe, filling him with a sense of accomplishment.
Is he not releasing those 10th transition malevolent spirits? Bai Zedong drew closer to Yi Sheng, step by step. Yi Sheng regarded him with an odd expression, internally questioning this young man's eagerness to comply. Did he fear that Yi Sheng could not reach him? Drawing so near, was he not inviting his own demise? The position was chosen with deliberation.
Thus, Yi Sheng decided against any further pleasantries, manifesting a long sword in his hand, its blade shimmering with radiant light.
As Bai Zedong approached,
Yi Sheng wasted no time. The Vajra demon-slaying sword was unleashed in a sudden, decisive strike.
Ha! A sword strike? Bai Zedong was momentarily taken aback,
as he awaited the arrival of Yi Sheng's 10th transition malevolent spirits. Yet, before he could react, the world before him was engulfed in a brilliant golden radiance.
Boom!
This strike was executed with all of Yi Sheng's might.
Upon descending, the entire gorge trembled. The mountainsides crumbled, and countless boulders tumbled, echoing with a thunderous roar.
From an elevated vantage, the gorge appeared to be illuminated by a golden sun, transforming into a resplendent sword light that cleaved through the entire ravine.
The sight was utterly terrifying.
As the sword light gradually dissipated, the gorge fell into a profound silence. Yi Sheng waved his hand, dispersing the lingering dust, and peered into the clearing before him. There, the ground where Bai Zedong had stood had been carved into a deep chasm by the sword light. As for Bai Zedong himself, he had been utterly erased, evaporated by the Vajra demon-slaying sword. Yi Sheng remained speechless. Bai Zedong had exhibited an excessive amount of confidence. After unleashing a single strike, Bai Zedong barely made any effort to defend himself, resolutely enduring the blow with his own flesh.
Under such circumstances,
it would be nearly impossible to avoid being obliterated. Meanwhile, not far away, two figures stood suspended in the air,
transfixed and gazing at the scene before them as though caught in a dream.
It was hardly their fault, everything transpired far too swiftly,
occurring in the blink of an eye.
Bai Zedong approached Yi Sheng, chose his position, and then Yi Sheng struck him with a sword. It was as if they had coordinated their actions beforehand. I will stand firm, and you shall strike.
And then Bai Zedong was utterly annihilated. Zedong.
After a considerable pause, Bai Jinping finally regained his composure and looked towards the spot where Bai Zedong had once stood. All that remained was a deep scar etched into the ground.
Where had the invincible prodigy of the Bai family gone? Chapter 53, 50 Giant Axe Demons. Zikong.
Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu were utterly incredulous. They had been brimming with confidence, believing that with their presence, Yi Sheng would be incapable of stirring any significant waves.
They were certain of Bai Zedong's safety. However, their own invincible genius had been slain before their very eyes.
They barely had time to react, everything transpired far too swiftly.
You audacious fool!
Bai Jinping glared at Yi Sheng, his face flushed with rage, clearly infuriated. Bai Zedong was a promising talent of the invincible realm, and now he was lost. At that moment, Bai Jinping's heart was bleeding.
Bai Jinyu, however, was in shock as he exclaimed, "This young man's invincible prowess, is it not the mastery over 10 third-tier ghost generals? What is this sword skill all about?"
Bai Jinyu suddenly realized that this young man possessed not just one, but multiple invincible techniques. Everyone had underestimated him.
A prodigy.
Bai Jinyu's eyes shimmered with astonishment.
It was already extraordinary for an invincible expert to possess a single invincible technique.
He had never heard of any prodigy wielding two such techniques simultaneously. If he were to discover that all of Yi Sheng's skills were invincible techniques, Bai Jinyu's jaw would surely drop in disbelief.
Kill him! Bai Jinping bellowed, pulling Bai Jinyu back from his stupor. Ha!
Yi Sheng smirked, relishing the sight of the two enraged third-tier ghost general powerhouses. Just as Bai Jinping and his companion soared towards him, 50 gray orbs suddenly materialized around Yi Sheng, which he promptly hurled at the two.
Whoosh! 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 The 50 gray orbs shot forth like bullets.
In the midst of Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu's days, they astonishingly transformed in midair into 50 giant axe demons. Each stood over 3 meters tall, wielding rusted giant axes, charging forward with a furious roar.
The giant axe demons were all elite level ghosts of the third tier, level 50. Their strength was immense. Their ghostly forms were rugged and resilient. With a staggering number of 50, they surged forward like a small tide of ghosts, exuding waves of sinister energy and enveloping the area in dense ghostly mist. The spectacle was formidable. It was a far cry from the mere 10 third-tier specters they had previously encountered. "This is bad, they are third-tier elite-level ghosts." Bai Jinping's expression shifted dramatically. He reacted swiftly, striking out with his palm to repel a giant axe demon that charged at him. Yet, he was soon besieged by more giant axe demons. In an instant, Bai Jinping found himself momentarily immobilized. Bai Zhenyu was similarly ensnared, his mind in a whirl. Wasn't he, this kid, only capable of controlling 10 third-tier ghosts? Just the third-tier level 10, the mere 3,000 strands? Where did these third-tier level 50 elite ghosts come from? The sheer number left Bai Zhenyu astounded. 50 third-tier level 50 elite ghosts, this tactic had escalated. Even Bai Zedong, relying on his ghostly fire, would likely be overwhelmed by the tide of 50 third-tier level 50 elite ghosts, with no hope of survival. Bai Jinping seethed in fury, questioning why he should concern himself with such details. Eliminate these level 50 malevolent spirits of the third transition, do not allow this individual to escape. Otherwise, neither of us will have a satisfactory explanation upon our return. With Bai Zedong's demise, the gravity of the situation has undoubtedly intensified. The Bai family has suffered the loss of a formidable potential heir. Bai Zhentian collected his thoughts and prepared to exert his full strength. Although both were practitioners at approximately level 30 of the third transition, confronting level 50 malevolent spirits was relatively effortless for them, thanks to their impressive equipment. Each bore the shimmering glow of legendary orange, signifying that at least one of their items was of the third transition legendary grade. Such equipment would undoubtedly elevate their combat prowess to a truly terrifying level. Upon observing that the two were ensnared, Sheng turned and departed without a trace of hesitation, displaying remarkable decisiveness. He was acutely aware that attempting to eliminate them with 50 level 50 elite malevolent spirits was utterly unrealistic, unless they were to face 50 level 100 perfected entities. The mere fact that these 50 level 50 elite malevolent spirits could stall the two was already commendable. In a contest of equals, human practitioners are significantly more powerful than malevolent entities. Even with a disparity of 20 or 30 levels, they can annihilate these spirits. Due to the myriad of techniques available to human practitioners, coupled with the malevolent beings' lack of intelligence, rendering them easily manipulated, provided their numbers are not overwhelming. Should they swarm in vast numbers, human practitioners would have no choice but to flee, unable to withstand the onslaught. "Take your time, gentlemen, I shall not accompany you further." Sheng laughed heartily, turning his back and walking away with an air of composure, as if he had meticulously orchestrated this entire encounter, merely waiting for them to come seeking their own misfortune. This scene clearly infuriated Bai Jinping, who nearly lost his head to the colossal axe of a bull-headed demon due to his momentary lapse. After departing, Sheng continued his journey in search of level 2 boss-grade malevolent entities, intending to acquire a class-changing item, thus directly transcending to the third transition. However, obtaining such an item proved to be a formidable challenge. Over the next 3 days, Sheng vanquished over 30 level 2 boss-grade malevolent entities without yielding a single class-changing item. Instead, he managed to assemble a complete set of level 2 dark gold gear, replacing his previous level 1 dark gold set. In a secluded forest, Sheng sat cross-legged upon a sturdy branch, cradling a yellow skill book in his hands. Yellow bell charm? A defensive skill? He mused, examining the tome. This was yet another Taoist skill book acquired in recent days. The drop rate for skill books was inherently low, and even more so for those pertaining to his specific profession. Though he possessed a plethora of skill books within his spatial wristband, only a few were Taoist tomes. Ding! Detected a learnable skill, Yellow Bell Charm. Would you like to learn it? Yes, no? Without hesitation, Sheng chose to learn the Taoist skill, Yellow Bell Charm. Upon mastering it, he would likely acquire yet another devastating skill. Ding! The practice of the Yellow Bell Charm has been successfully completed. The Taoist skill, Yellow Bell Charm, Level 1, one of the defensive spells of Taoism, enhances defense by 25 and reduces damage from specters by 12. Description: it materializes a protective barrier in the form of a yellow bell, guarding against external harm. As the skill level increases,
the defensive capabilities can be progressively augmented.
The Taoist skills remain rather feeble.
Sheng cast a fleeting glance and shook his head in dismay. Although the yellow bell charm is a defensive spell,
its enhancements are disappointingly inadequate. A 25 increase in defense and a mere 12 reduction in damage from malevolent spirits? No wonder the Taoist profession is rated so lowly. Far inferior to certain A-tier and even S-tier professions.
Just as Sheng shook his head, an expected notification echoed in his mind.
A realization dawned upon him.
His expression brightened, knowing that his innate passive ability would be triggered.
Ding! New skill detected.
The innate passive heart of the Celestial Master has been activated. And the yellow bell charm automatically upgrades to the level of destruction.
Chapter 54, The Cataclysmic Skill, the Celestial Bell of Suppression.
The passive talent heart of the Celestial Master is triggered, and the yellow bell spell automatically upgrades to the cataclysmic Celestial Bell of Suppression.
The Celestial Bell of Suppression? Hiss! Sheng gasped in astonishment. Merely hearing the name evokes a sense of its formidable nature. Driven by insatiable curiosity,
he eagerly delved into the details of the new cataclysmic skill, Celestial Bell of Suppression. Cataclysmic skill, Celestial Bell of Suppression, LV1, a defensive skill, one of the highest level Taoist defensive spells.
Defense enhancement 15,000. Damage reduction from specters 25,000. Such an alarming boost to defense?
Sheng's eyes widened in disbelief.
The enhancement to defense is an astounding 15,000.
The damage reduction from specters is even more astonishing at 25,000.
In comparison, the yellow bell spell seems woefully inadequate. Sheng sighed.
The yellow bell spell only provides a meager 25 defense enhancement and 12 damage reduction from specters. It barely scratches the surface compared to the Celestial Bell of Suppression. The two are not even in the same league.
It is indeed the prowess of a powerful profession that reigns supreme.
Sheng reflected.
The Celestial Master is the world's top-ranking SSSS-level profession.
The amplification of skills learned is entirely incomparable to that of lower-tier professions.
Even the so-called freakish SSS-level professions pale in comparison.
They are utterly incapable of rivaling the Celestial Master. After acquiring several cataclysmic skills, Sheng gradually recognized the terrifying nature of the Celestial Master. The further he progresses, the more formidable the Celestial Master's powers become.
Just imagine, if the Celestial Bell of Suppression were to reach LV10, how terrifying would its defense enhancement be? At that point, who could breach such defenses? The Diamond Demon-slaying sword, once elevated to LV10, would wield an unfathomable might. Even the spirits summoned and restrained would be beyond imagination. A day later, on a dark plain,
a second-turn boss-level spectre was effortlessly slain by Sheng with a single strike of his sword.
The massive form collapsed with a thunderous roar, disintegrating into ghostly flames.
Once the second-turn boss-level spectre was defeated, Sheng eagerly scanned the area to see what it might yield.
Swish! 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 From the corpse of the second-turn boss,
a flurry of multicolored light beams erupted.
Among them were not a few dark gold beams.
Yet at this moment, Sheng felt little excitement upon seeing these dark gold beams.
He had already collected enough dark gold equipment from the second turn. No matter how many more dropped, they would be of little use.
What he truly desired was the second turn job transfer item. As Sheng's gaze remained fixed, suddenly, a breathtaking white beam emerged amongst the myriad of light beams.
Upon its appearance, it radiated a pearlescent glow, utterly resplendent.
Upon witnessing this white beam, Sheng could not help but beam with joy, bursting into hearty laughter.
Finally, it has appeared. It truly was not an easy feat.
Sheng strode purposefully toward the white beam.
Upon nearing, he waved his hand to collect it, also gathering several dark gold beams in the process. As for the other equipment, he could not be bothered to collect them. Let us go.
Summon the Thunder Tribulation and step into the realm of the third transformation of the Ghost General. Sheng's eyes radiated a piercing brilliance.
With his current combat prowess, he could effortlessly enter the third transformation of the Ghost General realm. The third transformation Thunder Tribulation posed no challenge to him whatsoever.
It was merely the inability to obtain the necessary transformation items that had delayed him until now. Once he ascended to the third transformation of the Ghost General realm, His foundational combat strength would increase by 1,000-fold. Yi Sheng felt a surge of excitement.
How could he not be exhilarated?
The third transformation of the Ghost General realm represented a qualitative leap.
A significant shift in the level of existence would occur. Otherwise,
his combat strength could not possibly be 1,000 times greater than that of a second transformation Ghost Master. Once Yi Sheng entered the third transformation of the Ghost General realm, with his foundational combat strength enhanced by 1,000-fold, and combined with the terrifying amplification of destruction-level skills, his power would witness a remarkable transformation. He would become exceedingly formidable.
The two pursuers must be closing in as well, right?
Yi Sheng glanced back and could faintly perceive two figures appearing on the horizon.
In recent days,
Yi Sheng had been evading the two by relying on the 50 ghostly entities captured through spirit binding and summoning, which had greatly hindered their progress, much to their frustration.
Once I enter the third transformation, it will be the end for these two.
Yi Sheng leaped forward, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he ventured deeper into the shadows. In the dark valley of the Netherworld Ghost Domain, after clearing the area of ghosts, Yi Sheng seated himself upon a large stone. With a flick of his wrist, a white light orb materialized in his palm, which he scrutinized closely. Inside the white orb lay a fragment of a golden bone. Mysterious ghost binding runes danced upon the golden fragment, and it even contained a trace of divinity.
Whose leg bone is this? What could be the cause of such an anomaly? Yi Sheng wondered. No matter, I should summon the thunder tribulation without delay. With that thought,
Yi Sheng resolutely crushed the golden fragment in his hand.
Crack!
As the golden bone shattered, strands of golden light floated from Yi Sheng's palm.
Rumble!
Dark clouds swiftly gathered above the valley.
In a moment, the heavy tribulation clouds enveloped the entire Black Valley.
Yi Sheng looked up, taking a deep breath.
Within the dense clouds, flashes of lightning danced, seemingly gathering for the impending 9 heavenly thunders. At this moment, 100 miles away, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu followed the guidance of their tracking talismans, arriving at this location.
Both wore grim expressions. A mere second transformation cultivator had managed to elude them for several days. If word of this reached the Netherworld city, they would surely be ridiculed and suffer disgrace.
A dignified third transformation ghost general could not handle a second transformation cultivator. Who would believe such a tale? This fellow is exceedingly slippery. Bai Jinyu complained, having never encountered such a troublesome second transformation cultivator.
Bai Jinping's face darkened. If it weren't for those 53rd transformation ghost generals, he would not have been able to evade them for so long. The mere mention of the 50 formidable third transformation ghost generals ignited his fury. He had originally thought that after eliminating a wave of 53rd transformation ghost generals, Yi Sheng would be devoid of such extraordinary abilities.
By conventional understanding,
for a second transformation practitioner to capture third transformation specters was already an act against the heavens. Even if it were possible, it should be exceedingly arduous. To gather 50 of them would likely require a considerable amount of time. Although Bai Jinping was astonished that Yi Sheng could summon 53rd transformation malevolent spirits, he did not take it seriously, believing that once they were all vanquished, Yi Sheng would be left helpless.
However, the unfolding events left him utterly astounded. The third transformation ghost generals in Yi Sheng's possession seemed to be inexhaustible. After he vanquished one wave, another would surge forth. The quantity remained steadfast at 50. Not a single one less. This left Bai Jinping's expression grim. He couldn't help but grumble that even invincible abilities couldn't be this outrageous, could they? Was capturing 53rd transformation malevolent spirits so facile? 100% success rate? How could that be possible? This fellow should be nearing his limits. Bai Jinping naively speculated. Little did he know that Yi Sheng was capturing them in real time, indeed achieving a perfect success rate. Brother, that fellow seems to be undergoing tribulation. Bai Jinyu suddenly exclaimed, gazing in shock at the distant sky. Chapter 55, The Celestial Master's Decree. The Divine Bell of Heavenly Suppression. What? Bai Jinping was taken aback, and abruptly turned to gaze into the distant sky, 100 miles away. There, above a dark valley, ominous thunderclouds swiftly gathered, soon enveloping the entire valley. Bolts of lightning brewed within the storm clouds, emanating a terrifying spectacle.
This scene was all too familiar to Bai Jinping. He had once endured this tribulation himself, having narrowly escaped with his life to attain the third transformation of the ghost general realm.
Stop this brat. Bai Jinping's expression shifted dramatically.
Yet Bai Jinyu chuckled, brother.
This fool is courting death.
Perhaps we need not lift a finger, he may very well perish beneath the thunderstorm.
One can never be too cautious.
Should he succeed in breaking through to the third transformation of the ghost general realm, it would be even more challenging to eliminate him.
Bai Jinping's countenance grew grave.
It is an opportune moment to annihilate him while he undergoes the thunder tribulation.
Let us go.
With that, Bai Jinping's internal power surged, and he soared into the air, racing toward the valley. Bai Jinyu, with no other choice, followed suit. Within the dark valley, influenced by the storm clouds above, the void was filled with the power of lightning, with balls of thunder swirling through the air. Yi Sheng's expression was solemn.
The third transformation thunder tribulation was far more terrifying than the second transformation. Each bolt of lightning that danced within the dark storm clouds was exceptionally thick. Its might even more formidable. Even the first heavenly thunder possessed greater power than the 12th bolt during the second transformation tribulation.
According to federal statistics,
less than 30% of those who attempt to endure this mighty thunder tribulation succeed.
It is indeed a gateway to death, having thwarted countless experts. The difficulty of breaking through to the third transformation of the ghost general realm is not to be underestimated.
Here it comes. Yi Sheng's pupils contracted. Suddenly,
the world around him blazed with light as a blinding bolt of lightning shot forth from the storm clouds, crashing down upon him without warning.
Boom!
The first bolt of heavenly thunder struck. In response, a golden sword light met it head-on.
The Vajra demon-slaying sword. Countless Bagua symbols flickered,
colliding with the first bolt of heavenly thunder.
Bang!
The collision sent tremors through the heavens and the earth.
Ultimately, the first bolt of heavenly thunder was dispersed by the terrifying might of the Vajra demon-slaying sword.
Not only that, but the sword light even surged into the storm clouds,
causing them to churn violently. Crack! The second bolt of heavenly thunder followed closely behind.
This bolt was even thicker, illuminating a radius of over 100 miles.
Yet,
it too was shattered by the golden sword light.
Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth.
Thunder rumbled incessantly as the entire dark valley trembled,
resembling a vast ocean of thunder.
Electric serpents darted chaotically, shaking the valley with immense power, causing countless boulders to shatter and crash down with a resounding roar. It was as if this place had descended into an apocalyptic nightmare. Amidst the relentless thunder tribulations, a solitary figure remained steadfast, calmly enduring one bolt after another.
Swish! Swish! Two figures appeared outside the dark valley, astonished as they beheld the horrifying scene within.
Bai Jinping was taken aback as he beheld Yi Sheng,
seated amidst the tumultuous waves of thunder, and exclaimed, "Indeed, it is this lad who is undergoing tribulation.
He has already reached the seventh bolt of heavenly lightning.
Remarkably, he appears to be handling it with ease." In contrast, Bai Jinyu's countenance bore an expression of panic.
Unlike the typical anxiety and fear associated with others facing tribulation, Yi Sheng's demeanor was astonishingly composed, as if he were not enduring a trial but rather enjoying a leisurely vacation.
This calmness alone instilled a sense of dread,
prompting a desire to eliminate him without delay. Otherwise, once this youth matures, he would undoubtedly become an unimaginable force.
Stop him!
Bai Jinping's urgency was evident. If this momentum continued, it was highly probable that this young man would withstand the ninefold tribulation and ascend to the third transformation of the ghost general realm,
becoming their equal. Boom!
Bai Jinping's figure transformed into a projectile, hurtling toward the dark valley, intent on seizing the opportunity to annihilate Yi Sheng and quash him in his cradle.
Bai Jinyu, too,
recognized that this might be their only chance to eradicate Yi Sheng and hurriedly followed suit. The two formidable third transformation ghost generals charged forth.
Within the Black Valley,
Yi Sheng glanced up and coldly chuckled upon seeing the two assailants. He had long been prepared. 50 gray orbs materialized around him. With a flick of his wrist,
the 50 orbs shot forth like bullets, intercepting the two attackers. These 53rd transformation vengeful spirits should suffice to delay them for a couple of breaths,
granting him ample time to endure 2 more bolts of heavenly lightning. After casting the 50 gray orbs, Sheng diverted his focus back to the impending tribulation above.
The orbs, upon being launched, transformed midair into 53rd transformation vengeful spirits, clawing and gnashing their teeth as they surged towards Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu. Here it comes again.
Bai Jinping seethed with rage at this tactic. The endless stream of 3rd transformation vengeful spirits wielded by this young man was insatiable.
They seemed to multiply infinitely. He could scarcely recall how many he had already vanquished. Meanwhile, Sheng continued his tribulation. After successfully enduring the 6th bolt, the 7th and 8th bolts descended in quick succession, all met with Sheng's calm resolve. However, once the 8th bolt concluded, he raised his head,
a serious expression crossing his face. The dark clouds of tribulation above had thickened to an extreme.
And the 9th bolt of heavenly lightning showed no signs of descending in the immediate future, instead brewing with ferocity. The final bolt of lightning drew near.
Sheng understood the gravity of the situation.
Among the 9 bolts of tribulation, the 9th possessed unparalleled might.
Many adept practitioners could navigate the first 8 bolts with relative ease but often met their demise beneath the final one, their efforts undone at the last moment. On the other side, Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu had finally dispatched the 53rd transformation vengeful spirits and now advanced towards Sheng.
In an instant,
Sheng found himself ensnared in a perilous predicament, facing not only the imminent 9th bolt of heavenly lightning but also the onslaught of Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu.
Child! Perish!
Bai Jinping's face contorted with malice as he approached the dark valley. Upon nearing Sheng's vicinity, he thrust his spear forward, unleashing a terrifying beam of light that surged through the air toward Sheng.
"Ah, you are doomed!"
Bai Jinyu chimed in, launching his own ferocious attack.
Both individuals,
formidable warriors of the 3rd transformation into the Ghost General realm, unleashed their full power, their might resonating with tremendous grandeur.
A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the heavens suddenly illuminated.
The 9th bolt of celestial lightning descended after a brief moment of brewing, aimed fiercely at Sheng, determined to thwart his ascent into the 3rd transformation of the Ghost General realm.
"What else do you possess to obstruct this?"
Bai Jinping's expression twisted into a grimace,
a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes.
With the 9th bolt of lightning combined with their joint assault, this young man was destined for demise.
"Block it!"
Sheng's raven hair billowed as beams of blinding light emanated from his eyes.
He recognized the critical juncture he faced. Should he withstand the combined strike of the 2 and the 9th bolt of lightning, he would ascend into the 3rd transformation of the Ghost General realm. Celestial Master S. Decree. Divine Bell of Heaven.
With a decisive shout, Sheng formed intricate hand seals.
In the next moment, a resounding chime reverberated through the cosmos. Suddenly, a resplendent golden bell materialized, enveloping Sheng's form in its protective embrace. Chapter 56, How many invincible techniques does this lad possess? The Taoist-subduing divine bell. This magnificent bell, gleaming with golden radiance, stands over 5 meters tall.
Its body is adorned with intricate Bagua inscriptions, and numerous mythical creatures materialize. Immortal cranes dance gracefully. The white tiger roars through the mountains, and golden dragons leap into the clouds. All these elements vividly showcase the extraordinary nature of this divine bell.
Yet, it is not sufficient.
Sheng suddenly raised his gaze, his eyes radiating with golden light. Though the defensive power of the Taoist-subduing divine bell has increased by an astounding 15,000, it remains at level 1. And its might has yet to reach its full potential. Relying solely on a single Taoist-subduing divine bell may not withstand the onslaught of the 9th thunderbolt and the combined assault of Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu.
More.
Sheng performed a series of hand seals.
Boom. Another resounding chime echoed as a new Taoist-subduing divine bell manifested atop the first.
The 2 layers of divine bells stacked upon one another.
Still insufficient. Once more.
Sheng, in a frenzy, sought to ensure absolute security, continuously forming seals.
One divine bell after another began to accumulate. 2. 3. 4. 9. When the 10th bell was finally stacked, Sheng's internal energy was exhausted,
rendering him incapable of summoning any further Taoist-subduing divine bells. In that moment, Sheng felt as if he were encased within a turtle shell, protected by 10 divine bells,
awaiting the impending cataclysmic strike. Boom!
A colossal spear of light surged forth, crashing against the layered town-subduing divine bells.
Following the spear, a blade of light swiftly followed, also wielding the power of 3 transformations, colliding fiercely. After these 2 assaults, the 9th thunderbolt arrived, moving at astonishing speed, and struck as well. Bang! Crack! The first town-subduing divine bell shattered instantly. Yet, it managed to diminish the might of the 3 attacks by a significant 2/10. Subsequently, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th town-subduing divine bells continued to splinter. However, by the time the 4th bell shattered, the assaults from Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu had already dissipated, their power exhausted. They were completely neutralized by the 4 divine bells. This may seem straightforward, yet it is truly astonishing. It is essential to note that Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu are formidable 3 transformation ghost generals, their foundational combat power exceeding Yi Sheng's by 1,000-fold. If one were to liken Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu to elephants, then Yi Sheng would be no more than the size of a lion in their presence. The disparity is monumental. Yet, to neutralize their full force strikes with merely 4 town-subduing divine bells is nothing short of miraculous. Impossible. Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu, witnessing their assaults thwarted, were momentarily taken aback. Their expressions filled with disbelief, as if they had encountered a specter. Previously, when Yi Sheng had employed spirit binding to delay them, they merely regarded it as a clever ruse. But now, Yi Sheng had confronted them head-on, effortlessly deflecting their full-force assault. Even with the 9th thunderbolt assisting, they were unable to overcome Yi Sheng. It was as if they were mere jesters, while throughout, Yi Sheng's focus remained solely on the 9th thunderbolt, never truly considering them a threat. Bai Jinping's heart felt as though it had been struck by 1,000 blows. He had been humiliated by a second-tier cultivator. In an instant, his face shifted between shades of green and white, a tumultuous display of emotion. The 3rd extraordinary technique? Bai Jinyu's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. How many unparalleled abilities did this young man possess? He was on the verge of a scream. He had witnessed at least 3 formidable techniques in a single individual. This was utterly unfathomable. For someone to possess even one such ability would mark them as a prodigy blessed by the heavens, destined for tremendous growth and immense combat power, serving as the foundation of a formidable force. Yet, what of Yi Sheng? Thus far, Bai Jinyu had witnessed him unveil 3 extraordinary techniques. If word of this spread, no one would believe it. Such a monstrous talent could not possibly exist in this world. If it did, how could anyone else compete? Leaving aside the astonishment of the 2, Yi Sheng paid them no mind, focusing instead on the resounding power of the 9th heavenly thunder. The 9th bolt of thunder was indeed remarkable. After shattering 4 heavenly guardian bells, it continued to demolish 4 more. With 8 heavenly guardian bells reduced to rubble, only 2 remained to shield Yi Sheng's form. This revelation astonished him. He realized he had acquired the heavenly guardian bells too late. Had he obtained them earlier, he would have had time to elevate their level. If he could enhance them to level 2, it was likely that the 9th bolt of thunder would not have been able to shatter even 1 bell. This was not mere boastfulness, but rather a conclusion drawn from past experiences. Each enhancement of a destructive skill brought about an exponential increase in power. The heavenly guardian bells were surely no exception. Yet, Yi Sheng felt a wave of relief as the 9th bolt of thunder, having obliterated 8 heavenly guardian bells, finally exhausted its might. The last flicker of electricity struck the remaining bell, producing a deafening peal before dissipating into nothingness. He had successfully passed through the tribulation. Yi Sheng could not help but burst into laughter. With all 9 bolts of thunder traversed, it signified his imminent ascension to the 3rd tier of the ghost general realm. No one could thwart him now. The ominous storm clouds in the sky began to disperse. The torrential rain brought by the tribulation came to an end, leaving the air imbued with a damp essence. Simultaneously, a charged scent wafted through the atmosphere, a result of the thunder tribulation scorching the surrounding stones and trees. This young man had successfully navigated the thunder tribulation. Bai Jinyu stood in a daze, gazing at the figure seated within the golden bell. He could sense that this figure was undergoing a transformation,
completing the leap from the second tier to the third tier of life. Once achieved, he would stand among them as a third-tier ghost general cultivator. His foundational combat power would increase by thousands of times. Bai Xinping's expression darkened to an extreme. This young man had nearly succeeded in transcending the tribulation right under his very nose. He had never witnessed such a prodigy before. During the tribulation, not only did he require no one to guard him, but even their full-force attempts to disrupt him had failed to hinder his success. This was simply unimaginable. It can only be said that the potential of the young man before them is astonishing, his talent remarkable, almost otherworldly. What profession does he hold? At this moment, Bai Xinping suddenly realized that the vocation of this individual might be somewhat terrifying. An S-class profession? No. He quickly shook his head, it was impossible. Simply possessing an S-class profession could not account for such extraordinary prowess. An SS-class profession? Bai Xinping's mind was in turmoil. What should we do next? He stood in a daze until a voice jolted him back to reality. It was Bai Jinyu speaking. Yi Sheng's successful tribulation had left the two of them momentarily at a loss, unsure of their next move. Particularly for Bai Jinyu. Looking at Yi Sheng's figure instilled a sense of dread. Retreat. Bai Xinping was exceedingly resolute. With Yi Sheng having successfully transcended and entered the realm of the third transformation of the Ghost General, the prospect of eliminating him was no longer feasible. Chapter 57, Breakthrough. Ascending to the third transition of the Ghost General realm. Bai Xinping retreated, his eyes filled with reluctance, yet he recognized the inevitability of the situation. When Yi Sheng had reached the second transition, they were unable to contend with him. Now that he had ascended to the third transition, they were on equal footing. Bai Xinping's mind was clear, his only viable option was to return to the Bai family and report this matter. They must dispatch stronger individuals to eliminate this prodigy. As he retreated, Bai Xinping's heart seethed with determination. This youth was far too formidable. The outside world was likely still unaware of his capabilities. If they did not strike while he was still weak, once he matured, no one would be able to restrain him. It would spell disaster for the Bai family. Bai Xinping steeled himself, but soon, a voice echoed from behind, causing him to freeze mid-motion. Where do you think you are going? The voice, chilling as if it emerged from the depths of a ghostly realm, held no trace of emotion and seemed to have locked onto the two men. This rendered them rigid. And they slowly turned to face the source. Amidst the charred black forest, the golden divine bell dissipated, revealing a figure rising majestically. At that moment, Yi Sheng's aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. He radiated the essence unique to the third transition of the Ghost General realm. Now standing on the same level as Bai Xinping and Bai Jinyu. His foundational combat power had surged by thousands of times, achieving a qualitative change. With a swift motion, Yi Sheng advanced, the energy within him surging like a mighty river. As he took each step, he seemed to ascend as if stepping on invisible staircases. The most significant distinction after reaching the third transition was his newfound ability to traverse the air effortlessly, an ability beyond the reach of second transition cultivators. Bai Xinping hovered in the air, scoffing derisively. Kid, do you believe that just because you've entered the third transition, you can contend with us? What a joke! Bai Xinping exuded confidence. Although Yi Sheng had reached their level, he was still merely a novice. Bai Xinping was convinced that while he could no longer kill Yi Sheng, the reverse was unthinkable. Was it so easy to slay a third transition cultivator? Bai Jinyu gazed at Yi Sheng, an unsettling feeling creeping up his spine. He harbored a sense of foreboding, particularly as Yi Sheng approached them step by step. The sensation intensified with each passing moment. Elder brother, perhaps we should leave for now. This lad is exceedingly strange. Bai Jinyu remarked, lacking confidence. He had been thoroughly intimidated by Yi Sheng's recent exploits. Look at your pitiful demeanor. What can he possibly do to us? Bai Xinping retorted angrily, embarrassed by his younger brother's cowardice. He is merely a novice in the third transition. Meanwhile, we have long been entrenched in this realm. At that moment, Yi Sheng felt an unprecedented surge of power. His foundational combat strength had increased by thousands of times. He had bridged the vast chasm between himself and Bai Xinping, Bai Jinyu, achieving parity. Now that they stood on equal ground,
Yi Sheng was filled with an unwavering confidence in his invincibility.
Though the Vajra demon-slaying sword remained at level 2, its attack power had increased by an astonishing 30,000. However, the fundamental strength had transformed, elevating it by thousands of times. Once again wielding the diamond-conquering sword, the resultant might was naturally unparalleled. This is easily comprehensible. Previously, when he was a second transformation cultivator, with a foundational combat power of 1, the diamond-conquering sword amplified that by an astonishing 30,000. Now, however, his foundational combat power has escalated to 1,000. This means an amplification of 30,000 based on that new foundation. The disparity in power between the two scenarios is fundamentally distinct and cannot be compared. Though Yi Sheng has only just stepped into the third transformation, he possesses a cataclysmic skill that guarantees his supremacy in any realm he enters, rendering him invincible among his peers. He ascends to the heavens in a single stride, establishing himself as the unrivaled force within that realm, specifically, the invincible state of the third transformation. Achieving such heights is no small feat. Others must at least reach the pinnacle of level 100 in the third transformation before they can even hope to contend. Yet, Yi Sheng has accomplished this at the very onset of his third transformation. While this may sound exaggerated, it is indeed a testament to Yi Sheng's capabilities. The augmentation provided by his cataclysmic skill is overwhelmingly formidable, allowing him to transcend the years of effort others must endure. With decisive steps, Yi Sheng approached without exchanging pleasantries, a long sword materializing in his grasp. Bai Jinping smirked, brandishing his spear, intent on teaching this young man a lesson about reality. They were both third transformation cultivators, and neither could easily best the other. In the next moment, Yi Sheng unleashed a strike. An extraordinarily exaggerated beam of golden sword light ascended, slicing toward the two. Upon witnessing this radiant blade, Bai Jinping's smile vanished instantly. He sensed an unfathomable power emanating from the sword light, one that he could not hope to withstand. The might of the invincible realm? How could this be possible? Bai Jinping's eyes widened in disbelief as he discerned the aura of invincibility within that sword light. It was utterly astonishing. Realizing the sheer power behind the strike, Bai Jinping instinctively chose to retreat. He was merely a level 30 cultivator of the third transformation, far from matching the strength of an invincible realm cultivator at level 100. It was inconceivable for him to withstand such a blow on his own. Only a true prodigy of the invincible realm could hope to challenge Yi Sheng. Yet, he could not comprehend how Yi Sheng, having just entered the third transformation, could possess such extraordinary combat prowess. It was utterly bewildering. Alas, the sword light was too swift. Despite the brothers Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu exerting all their might to defend themselves, they were utterly incapable of countering the strike that belonged to the invincible realm. With a thunderous roar, the earth cracked, a deep chasm carved into its surface, and vast expanses of forest were laid to waste. Once the golden sword light dissipated, blood rained from the sky. As for the figures of the Bai brothers, they had long since been reduced to mere fragments. The might of Yi Sheng's sword had effectively vaporized them. Crack! Following the execution of such a formidable strike, the long sword in Yi Sheng's hand shattered into countless pieces, cascading to the ground. It was far too fragile. Looking down, Yi Sheng could not help but shake his head. This sword was merely a second transformation dark gold grade weapon. Even weapons of such caliber struggle to withstand the might of Yi Sheng's sword after his ascension to the third transition. Their materials lack the requisite fortitude. It appears that only third transition weaponry will suffice. Yi Sheng shook his head. The enhancement post-third transition is monumental. The foundational combat power has surged by 1,000-fold, marking a profound qualitative leap. The gap between the second and third transitions is vast. 2 pieces of legendary grade third transition equipment? Yi Sheng cast his gaze around and beheld 2 items radiating a legendary orange luminescence, hovering above the fallen forms of Bai Jinping and Bai Jinyu. Yi Sheng recalled that these were the third transition legendary pieces adorned by the 2. Unlike the other equipment that had been shattered by his sword strike, these remained intact. Unfortunately, the spatial rings of the 2 had been destroyed. Yi Sheng shook his head in lament. At the sight of their demise, he found no trace of their spatial rings. Most likely, they had shattered along with the other gear.
Once a spatial ring is broken, its internal space detonates, causing items to be lost to the chaotic void of endless space, leaving no opportunity for recovery. This is an unavoidable circumstance. The fragility of the spatial ring is inherent. Chapter 58, Departing from the Xianming Pavilion. He bears a grudge. With a swift motion, Sheng collected 2 pieces of legendary orange equipment. Indeed, as expected from a 3rd-tier legendary grade, they proved exceptionally resilient. Sheng marveled at their durability. At this moment, he possessed a legendary spear and a legendary breastplate. Both had withstood the force of his strike without sustaining any damage, remaining in pristine condition. The spear, albeit powerful, was currently of no use to him as he lacked the requisite skills. The legendary breastplate required a 3rd-tier level of 30, which he could not yet don. After casting a brief glance at the 2 pieces of equipment, Sheng frowned slightly and stowed them away. With his current combat prowess rivaling that of a 3rd-tier invincible realm, possessing legendary equipment would certainly enhance his capabilities, though its absence was not detrimental for the time being. Moreover, both pieces of legendary equipment were not of the highest caliber, they were merely 3rd-tier level 30, not the supreme 3rd-tier level 100. Sheng shook his head. Legendary equipment is classified by levels, with each 10 levels representing a distinct tier. For instance, the weakest is the 3rd-tier level 10 legendary equipment, followed by 3rd-tier level 20. And so forth, culminating in the most formidable 3rd-tier level 100 legendary equipment. The value of these items varies accordingly. After securing the 2 legendary pieces, Sheng inhaled deeply. Relishing the potent energy coursing through him like a mighty river, his spirits soaring. At last, he had reached the 3rd-tier Ghost General realm. It had certainly not been an easy journey. With a hearty laugh that echoed far and wide, he reveled in his ascent. Having entered the 3rd-tier Ghost General realm, he was no longer a mere pawn. His strength and status had undergone a profound transformation. Even the Bai family would find it impossible to treat him with the same disregard as they had during his 2nd-tier days. In this realm, one was regarded as an elder within any faction, not to be underestimated. Suddenly, with a flick of his wrist, the golden steward token of the Xianming Pavilion appeared in his palm. Gazing at the token, Sheng couldn't suppress a cold smirk. Through this experience, he had discerned the true nature of these factions. When their interests were at stake, they would readily abandon you. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. With that realization, Sheng scoffed, questioning the purpose of remaining in the Xianming Pavilion. With a determined grip, he crushed the golden steward token with a resounding crack, fragments cascading through his fingers. Having shattered the token, Sheng sent a message to the Xianming Pavilion, formally announcing his departure. Once this was accomplished, he hovered in the air, a contemplative expression crossing his features. After a moment, a glint of cold resolve flashed in his eyes. After being pursued by the Bai family for so long, it was high time he collected some interest. Now a 3rd-tier Ghost General with the combat strength of a 3rd-tier invincible realm, he possessed the capability to eradicate the Bai family's 3rd-tier elder-level powers. Sheng pondered clearly. Since he was locked in a life-and-death struggle with the Bai family, it would be prudent to strike decisively, inflicting pain and devastation upon them. Thus, the looming crisis would be resolved. Sheng firmly believed he was not one to suffer in silence. When others lay hands upon him, they shall pay the price in blood, repaid tenfold. To the ancient land we shall venture. The Bai family possesses numerous strongholds there, and a multitude of 3rd-tier elders are congregated in this very place. After a moment of contemplation, Sheng resolved his next course of action. The ancient land is the most perilous region within the realm of the netherworld. There lie ancient ghost cities, each guarded by countless spectral soldiers and ghostly generals. Even the weakest of these spectral soldiers are at the pinnacle of level 100 in the 2nd tier, while the majority are formidable 3rd and 4th tier spectral warriors. Yet, danger often accompanies immense opportunity. The drop rates in the ancient land are exceedingly high. Golden tier equipment is commonplace, while dark gold gear is merely a trifle, easily assembled into complete sets. Most crucially, the ancient land frequently yields legendary level equipment. Occasionally, a red mythical level piece might even emerge, causing quite a stir. Consequently, a relentless influx of powerful individuals rushes toward the ancient land.
Many have reaped the rewards there, acquiring entire sets of legendary equipment and attaining unimaginable combat prowess.
With a complete set of legendary gear, one may ascend to the realm of invincibility.
Beyond seeking vengeance against the Bai family, Yi Sheng harbored aspirations of becoming stronger. Thus he too must embark on a journey to the ancient land. Without further ado, he lifted his gaze to ascertain the direction and soared into the sky, rumbling forth into the vast expanse. Time swiftly passed, and a day later, within the luxurious lounge of the Xianming Pavilion, an unusual tranquility prevailed. Two third-tier elders were engaged in a game of chess, smiles gracing their faces, while incense wafted gently from a nearby table, adding a touch of elegance to the atmosphere.
"Brother Huang, have you heard of that young man named Ji has boldly declared his withdrawal from our Xianming Pavilion?" remarked Chao Sui, placing a piece on the board with a chuckle. "Yi? Which elder's descendant is that?"
Huang Shen paused, momentarily unable to recall the young man in question.
Soon, realization dawned upon him. "Are you referring to that descendant being hunted by the Bai family?"
Originally, Yi Sheng, as a mere golden steward, would not have attracted such attention from the elders. However, due to the incident with the Bai family, his existence had become widely known.
"Indeed, that is him."
Chao Sui nodded, his expression darkening thereafter. This young man shattered the golden steward token and audaciously announced his departure from the Xianming Pavilion.
Now, this matter is known throughout the entire pavilion and has sparked considerable discussion. He shattered the golden steward token? Huang Chen frowned, a flicker of discontent surfacing in his eyes. The steward token is a symbol of the Xianming Pavilion and a matter of pride. To have it so brazenly destroyed is undoubtedly a grave disrespect to the pavilion. What audacity! He truly believes himself to be someone of significance? Huang Chen scoffed. Throughout the upper echelons of the Xianming Pavilion had never regarded Yi Sheng as anything more than a dispensable pawn. Yet now, the young man had audaciously shattered the golden steward token, effectively slapping the faces of the entire upper management. This was a clear declaration of their incompetence and ineffectiveness. There is resentment brewing within him. Chao Sui, holding a piece in his hand, hesitated to place it down, a cold smile perpetually gracing his lips. Huang Chen pondered for a moment and remarked, "Many are discussing this matter. After all, this individual is a promising talent at the second transition of invincibility. We should have taken measures to safeguard him from the very beginning, rather than relinquishing him so readily." There are numerous dissenting voices regarding the decision made by the higher-ups. Chao Sui chuckled lightly. "Brother Huang, this individual is neither a direct descendant of our Xianming Pavilion nor a relative of any fourth transition powerhouse. He is merely an external member. Such individuals are prone to harboring rebellious thoughts and may defect easily. Furthermore, our Xianming Pavilion boasts several second transition talents. We do not lack for his presence." Chao Sui expressed his disdain. When the discussion turned to the several second transition talents within Xianming Pavilion, Huang Chen sighed in exasperation. It remains uncertain how many of these individuals will successfully transcend their tribulations and step into the third transition. Ascending to the third transition is exceedingly arduous. Even for those at the second transition of invincibility, certainty is not guaranteed. Chapter 59, For the Glory of the Lu Family. Chao Sui Dao remarked. The methods of invincibility are diverse. Some are ill-suited for transcending tribulations, yet they are exceedingly difficult to counter in combat. Huang Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, transcending tribulations is incredibly arduous. One wonders how many will be eliminated in the process. Chao Sui dropped a piece and chuckled. However, the matter of Yi Sheng shattering the Golden Steward's token has already provoked the ire of a fourth-tier powerhouse. He has explicitly stated that no one is permitted to shelter this lad. Huang Chen laughed heartily, exuding confidence. Even if this fourth-tier powerhouse were to remain silent, no one would dare to accept him into their ranks. No one from my Xianming Pavilion would take him in. Chao Sui smiled. Indeed, this lad is being hunted by the Bai family. He should count his blessings. In Ghost Mountain City, within the Moon Spirit community, the Lu family was abuzz with laughter. Lu Shushan's voice echoed far and wide. Xiaoming has truly excelled, successfully overcoming the lightning tribulation and entering the realm of a second-tier ghost master. Our ancestral grave is truly blessed. In the living room, Lu Shushan laughed heartily, his expression radiating joy. Seated on the sofa, Lu Ming emanated the aura of a second-tier ghost master, though he had just stepped into this realm.
His energy was unmistakably present.
"Father, I told you I would bring glory to the Lu family."
Lu Ming grinned, a look of pride etched on his face. The Lu family had been passed down for generations without a second-tier Ghostmaster. He was the first. Just yesterday, he had triumphantly navigated the second-tier lightning tribulation. While it appeared rapid, the resources from the Tianfeng group made it quite reasonable. The levels were bolstered by powerful allies. And the tools for career advancement were accompanied by strong companions.
The true challenge lay in transcending tribulations.
Lu Ming was fortunate, though it was somewhat strenuous. He managed to overcome it without peril, achieving the second-tier Ghostmaster realm. Not far away, Lu Ma was weeping, wiping her tears as she lamented. The path of cultivation is far too perilous. Xiaoming nearly perished under the lightning tribulation. I say, we should abandon this path of cultivation. A stable job would be just as good.
Lu Ming's success in transcending tribulations had evidently frightened Lu Ma.
She only hoped for her child's safety, wishing to spare him from such dangers again.
Lu Shushan's expression darkened at her words, scolding, "What nonsense are you speaking? What do you, a mere woman, understand?
Only by growing stronger can one survive in this world of high stakes. Moreover, Xiaoming has triumphed against all odds to enter the second-tier Ghostmaster realm.
This is a monumental achievement. You should be rejoicing, not crying."
Lu Shushan's demeanor grew somewhat fierce. After all,
their family had finally produced a promising individual. How could they simply give up?
Lu Ming interjected, "Mother, please do not worry.
My A-class profession is exceptionally formidable.
The second-tier lightning tribulation is merely a trifle. Even the upcoming third-tier lightning tribulation will not pose a challenge." Lu Ming brimmed with confidence. Believing that the lightning tribulation was trivial, and he could similarly navigate the third tier to step into the realm of a third-tier ghost general.
After a moment,
Lu Ma ceased her tears, yet her concern lingered. Where could Xiao Sheng have gone? It has been nearly a month, and there has been no sign of him.
"Don't mention that boy to me." Upon hearing this, Lu Shushan's expression immediately soured.
Yi Sheng had seemingly vanished for nearly a month, as if he had evaporated from the mortal realm. Lu Shushan had hoped that Yi Sheng would secure a job and contribute some financial support to the family.
However, given the current circumstances, such expectations appeared utterly futile.
"Dad, I need to go on a trip tomorrow," Lu Ming interjected.
"Where to?" Lu Shushan asked, momentarily taken aback. "To Goody," Lu Ming replied. "Goody?"
Lu Shushan's confusion was palpable. As an ordinary person, he had clearly never heard of such a place, known only to advanced cultivators. After a brief explanation from Lu Ming, he continued, "After I successfully navigated the tribulation, Tianfeng Group designated me as a key talent for development. I am to lead a group of second-tier prodigies to Goody for intensive training, in preparation for the upcoming federal examination." Upon hearing this, Lu Shushan's expression shifted. And he voiced his concern. "If what you say is true, then even the weakest spirits in Goody are at the perfected second tier, with even stronger third and fourth tier spirits.
This sounds exceedingly perilous. Is there any way to avoid this?" Lu Ming smiled broadly. "Not at all. This is a rare opportunity.
Several third-tier ghost generals will be leading the expedition.
Safety is assured. Moreover, Goody is a treasure trove. I might even acquire a complete set of legendary equipment.
This would significantly enhance my chances in the forthcoming federal examination."
Upon hearing federal examination, Lu Shushan fell silent. The federal examination was a global assessment for admission into the prestigious Fengdu University, where prodigies from across the globe would converge for a fierce competition. The victors would gain entry into this esteemed institution, a dream destination for all young aspirants.
Lu Shushan was particularly mindful that graduating from Fengdu University would guarantee a position as a city lord at the very least, and for the exceptionally talented,
it could lead to roles of significant authority right after graduation, fundamentally altering their lives.
"Father, this opportunity at Goody is crucial. My chances of being admitted to Fengdu University hinge on this journey. Furthermore, with only a month left until the federal examination, time is of the essence,"
Lu Ming asserted,
aware of the weight of his A-grade profession and the need to excel in the examination.
Realizing this, Lu Shushan ceased to oppose him. "Just be sure to exercise caution."
"All right, I shall not delay further. I need to rest, as I will be departing with the third-tier elders tomorrow." Lu Ming stood, waved farewell, and retreated to his bedroom, leaving Lu Shushan and Lu Ma in quiet contemplation.
After a while, Lu Ma spoke up. Do you think Xiao Ming will encounter any dangers? Not at all. Did you not hear that third-tier elders will be leading the group?
Lu Shushan waved his hand dismissively, his eyes filled with reverence. Those are formidable third-tier ghost generals, capable of traversing the skies and possessing immense combat strength. With their presence, Xiao Ming's safety is assured.
And what of Xiao Sheng? Are we truly going to disregard him? Lu Ma expressed her concern.
Lu Shushan replied, he is merely out working, there is no inherent danger.
Why fret? Lu Ma cast a furtive glance around.
Her voice lowered to a conspiratorial whisper.
Shushan, do you truly think we can treat Xiao Sheng this way without the approval of those enigmatic figures?
They generously provide us with substantial funds each year, intended for Xiaoxing's care. Yet, we have diverted those resources to nurture our own Xiao Ming.
And now, you wish to send Xiaoxing out to seek employment? Are you not concerned about incurring the wrath of these mysterious benefactors?
Upon hearing the mention of these enigmatic figures, Lu Shushan's demeanor visibly shifted, betraying a hint of anxiety. The mysterious individuals referred to by Lu Ma were formidable beings, each exuding an aura as profound as an abyss. They never revealed themselves, always cloaked in dark attire, merely casting a distant glance at Yi Sheng before swiftly retreating, shrouded in an air of mystique. Each year, a sum of money would flow to Lu Shushan through clandestine channels. This was not only a token of gratitude for raising Yi Sheng but also a means to ensure a better life for him. Yet, these individuals were shrouded in secrecy, seemingly harboring some reservations that prevented them from lingering too long. They would merely observe from afar before hastily departing, oblivious to our clandestine actions.
In a hushed tone,
Lu Shushan remarked, they have never discovered what we have done. Lu Ma sighed deeply, a wave of guilt washing over her as she lamented, alas, I truly feel remorse for Xiao Sheng.
Chapter 60. A month later, we meet again at the federal examination. On the journey to the ancient land,
a ghostly fog ship sped through the waters. On the deck, Yi Sheng sat cross-legged in a flowing white robe. The ship seemed to be moving rather slowly. Yi Sheng shook his head, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with its speed. At present, his own aerial speed could reach 1,000 kilometers per hour, whereas the ghostly fog ship could only manage 850 kilometers per hour. However, prolonged flight severely drained his internal energy, compelling Yi Sheng to steer the ghostly fog ship towards the ancient land. It was time to acquire a more efficient flying artifact, he resolved quietly. Bored, Yi Sheng opened the class group chat to catch up on recent developments in the outside world. The chat appeared rather subdued, with few individuals engaging in conversation.
This stark contrast to the usual vibrancy piqued Yi Sheng's curiosity.
Indeed, the chatter had significantly diminished lately.
At that moment,
Zhou Ming voiced his frustration in the group. There have been fewer conversations these past few days. Shortly thereafter, a message popped up. Zheng Gang had replied.
With the federal examination drawing ever closer, everyone is busy preparing. Zheng Gang continued.
I heard from Jiang how that all the students at the 3rd Transcendence Ghost General level have already entered the ancient land. They wish to make a final push to become stronger.
Even Jiang Hao left for the ancient land 2 days ago.
Zheng Gang's words carried a hint of loneliness. Since Jiang Hao's departure, he had found himself without anyone to converse with. As for him, he lacked the qualifications to venture into the ancient land.
To enter, one must possess at least the 2nd Transcendence Full Circle level, or be accompanied by someone else. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to seeking death. Zheng Gang was merely at the 2nd Transcendence 50th level, still quite far from achieving Full Circle. The ancient land, Zhou Ming exclaimed.
His own strength rendered him equally unqualified for such a journey. Yi Sheng observed their exchange, gleaning from their fragmented dialogue that those at the 3rd Transcendence Ghost General level had all unanimously ventured to the ancient land. This was to be expected, for the ancient land was the quickest place to enhance one's power. Especially for the formidable 3rd Transcendence Ghost Generals, it was indeed a treasure trove. And there was no reason for them to refrain from going.
If fortune favored them, they might even assemble a complete set of 3rd Transcendence legendary grade equipment,
undoubtedly granting them a significant advantage in the federal examination.
The federal examination. Fengdu University.
Yi Sheng sat on the deck, lost in thought. The federal examination was a global event established to gain admission to the premier institution of the Federation, Fengdu University. At that time, the world's elite would converge for a fierce contest.
Jiang Hao and his fellow Third Transcendence students were clearly intent on attending. Even the Fourth Transcendence Ghost sect member, Sheng Guaning, was preparing to participate. All of his classmates aspired to enter Fengdu University. Fengdu University was not merely an educational institution. It represented the pinnacle of the Federation's social hierarchy.
Yi Sheng mused. Fengdu University gathered countless prodigies and anomalies from across the Federation, along with numerous offspring of the powerful,
all convening in one place.
According to Yi Sheng's knowledge, 90% of the high-ranking officials in the Federation are graduates of Fengdu University.
It can be said that Fengdu University is akin to the Wangpoa Military Academy of the past.
Gaining admission guarantees that one will ultimately become a lord of a city or an inspector with significant authority, presenting opportunities to ascend to the upper echelons of the Federation's power structure.
This underscores the significance of being accepted into Fengdu University.
With only a month remaining until the Federation's grand examination, Yi Sheng felt a sense of urgency. He was determined to participate in this pivotal event, with aspirations of success. However, he acknowledged that his current strength was still somewhat inadequate.
The upcoming examination would see countless formidable contenders, including those like Sheng Guaning,
who had attained the fourth transition in the Ghost sect.
The competition would undoubtedly be fierce. Although being at the third transition seemed formidable, it was ultimately insufficient.
With a month at his disposal, he aimed to elevate his realm to at least the fourth transition in the Ghost sect, standing on equal footing with Sheng Guaning. Yi Sheng gazed into the distance, as if he could already envision the ancient lands. To achieve such a significant enhancement in a short span,
only the ancient lands could assist him. He closed the class group chat, choosing not to dwell further on it. In a month's time, he would reunite with his former classmates at the Federation Grand Examination. He could only wonder at the expressions of astonishment they would reveal upon seeing him. Half a day later, a ghostly mist ship finally entered the ancient region.
The atmosphere was shrouded in a yellow haze, with spatial fissures intermittently tearing open, unleashing terrifying spatial storms.
This was the ancient land?
On the deck of the ghostly mist ship, Yi Sheng surveyed the surroundings, his expression grave. The spatial barriers of the ancient land appeared exceedingly unstable, frequently ripping apart to expose the chaotic currents within. Caution was paramount, should he inadvertently enter a spatial fissure.
He could easily become lost in the endless chaos of the spatial currents.
Yi Sheng adopted a careful and prudent demeanor. This was merely the periphery of the ancient land. He had yet to reach its core. Shaking his head, he continued to navigate the ghostly mist ship onward.
Concurrently, within the ancient region, amidst the yellow-hued atmosphere,
a colossal flying warship advanced cautiously, skillfully avoiding the perilous spatial fissures along its path. This immense vessel measured over 100 meters in length and stood 50 meters high. Its prow resembling the menacing head of a ghostly dragon, while the body took the shape of the same fearsome creature. This warship was renowned as the Ghost Dragon's Great Morning, a costly creation, forged by the collaboration of over 1,000 master craftsmen. Designed as a large flying magical artifact suitable for carrying a multitude of passengers. Only the wealthiest of factions could afford such a vessel, rendering it unattainable for ordinary powers.
Inside the hold of the Ghost Dragon's Great Morning, hundreds of figures sat uneasily in meditation.
Upon closer inspection, it became evident that all these figures were, without exception,
perfected practitioners at the second transition. This was indeed astonishing. What power could muster such a multitude of perfected second transition practitioners at once? Deeper within the hold,
several third transition ghost general practitioners were seated, escorting these perfected second transition individuals to the ancient land. Among them, a middle-aged woman of the third transition opened her eyes. Casting a glance at the hundreds of perfected second transition practitioners, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. The number of formidable warriors in the ancient moon tower is ever increasing. Feng Yuqin smiled, as she was one of the elders escorting this group. They were tasked with guiding these hundreds of promising disciples to the ancient grounds for training. Each disciple was exceptional, all selected were of the second transformation, complete realm. It is hoped that among these hundreds of second transformation, complete realm warriors,
One or two may emerge as third transformation ghost general realm. Fortuitously expressed her aspirations. Third transformation ghost general realm warriors are a rarity for any faction. And the more, the better.
At this moment, among the hundreds of figures, one was restlessly shifting, appearing somewhat tense. The journey ahead leads to the exceptionally perilous ancient grounds.
And to claim otherwise would be disingenuous.
If Yi Shengrua were present, she would undoubtedly recognize her. This individual is none other than Gu Yuqing, who had previously collaborated with him in the Icewind Valley.
Gu Yuqing possesses the strength of the second transformation, complete realm.
And she had earnestly fought for a spot in the ancient Moon Tower's expedition to the ancient grounds.
Yet, upon arriving at the ancient grounds,
she still felt a twinge of anxiety.
Chapter 61, The Passage of the Shadow Soldiers. We have entered the ancient lands. Beside me,
a group of disciples from the ancient Moon Tower gazed out through the ship's window. The world outside had transformed into a hazy yellow expanse,
a testament to our entry into the ancient lands.
We were merely on the periphery. The true heart of the ancient lands, the Shadow City, lay ahead. It is said that the shadow soldiers within the entire city are of the second tier, fully realized, and they come in waves. The crowd murmured amongst themselves. Some nodded with solemn expressions, affirming the truth of this claim. Yet, that was merely the weakest of the shadow cities. The more formidable shadow cities are teeming with third-tier shadow soldiers, and even fourth-tier ghost generals.
That is truly terrifying.
It is rumored that the shadow energy there is as dense as a tangible substance.
Is this truly a place we can venture into?
Some were struck with fear, their faces turning pale.
Another person reassured, what is there to fear? The risks are proportional to the rewards, though the ancient lands are perilous. The chances of obtaining rare treasures are extraordinarily high. Legendary grade equipment is said to drop daily. This is our opportunity. Indeed.
I sacrificed half of my fortune to bribe an elder for the chance to come here, a young man lamented.
Not far off. Gu Yuqing listened to the discussions with a sigh.
Those of them at the second tier, typically regarded as competent individuals, now felt like novice recruits,
requiring escort into the ancient lands.
For instance, Gu Yuqing, who was usually addressed with respect in her role as steward, now felt diminished.
Gu Yuqing shook her head,
gritting her teeth, stating, this time, I must find a way to advance to the third-tier ghost general. She had lingered in the second tier for many years. Even the necessary promotion items were prepared, yet she hesitated to shatter them, lacking complete confidence in overcoming the tribulation. This journey to the ancient lands was also to procure a legendary piece of equipment or two to enhance her chances of success in the tribulation.
Have you noticed those rifts in space? Someone chuckled. Yes, I saw them. What of it?
Replied another, puzzled. The first person explained. It is said that these rifts connect to the depths of the ancient lands in various shadow cities, and occasionally, shadow soldiers traverse through them.
If we encounter them, we are most likely doomed.
Such a jinx.
How could we be so unfortunate? Someone retorted. Is it truly that dangerous? A few grew fearful, their voices trembling.
Observing the fear among them, another person spoke up reassuringly, everyone, do not worry. The ghost dragon is well defended, and with elders Fortuitously and others accompanying us,
we will be safe.
As he spoke, he cast a warning glance at the fearful speaker, admonishing, do not speak such nonsense. The individual promptly fell silent. Gu Yuqing withdrew her gaze, looking towards the deeper part of the ship where several third-tier elders resided, a hint of gloom shadowing her expression.
Deep down,
she harbored a sense of foreboding, as if something unfortunate were about to unfold. Gradually, the passengers in the cabin grew weary, losing their enthusiasm for conversation. The atmosphere within the entire cabin grew heavy with silence, as no one dared to utter a word, all hoping to reach the heart of the ancient land swiftly. There lay the base of the ancient Moon Tower, along with a multitude of its esteemed elders. Once there, safety would be assured. Amidst the drowsiness that enveloped the group, the vessel, Ghost Dragon's Great Woe, suddenly shuddered violently, as if struck by some colossal entity, jolting all those who had been dozing into wakefulness.
What has happened?
Some opened their eyes, their expressions filled with uncertainty.
It is unclear. Someone shook their head.
Gu Yuqing also cautiously opened her eyes, yet after the fierce tremor, the ghost dragon's great woe regained its steadiness. At that moment, someone peered through the window, glancing upward. Before exclaiming in a quavering voice, "Look! What is that?" Upon hearing this, everyone crowded to the window, lifting their gazes outside. The sight that greeted them rendered their faces ashen. Many were wide-eyed with terror. It is the passage of the Yin soldiers. We have encountered the Yin soldiers' passage. Damn it! In an instant, chaos erupted within the cabin. At this moment, if one were to observe from the distant sky, a terrifying scene would unfold. The ghost dragon's great woe was advancing when suddenly, a rift in space tore open above it. Subsequently, that rift seemed to spill forth a torrent of black water, which surged violently towards the warship. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that this was no ordinary black water, it was a tide of Yin soldiers. Due to their overwhelming numbers, they poured forth from the rift, creating the illusion of cascading dark waters. Faced with such a multitude of Yin soldiers, the ghost dragon's great woe instinctively retaliated. Dark energies erupting to incinerate swaths of the soldiers. However, the sheer quantity of the Yin soldiers was insurmountable. What was worse? All the soldiers emerging from the rift were of the third transformation, their formidable might far beyond what a single warship could withstand. They swiftly engulfed the vessel. Boom! High above, the ghost dragon's great woe held out for but a brief moment before exploding into a fireball. Hundreds of figures urgently leaped from within, plummeting like raindrops toward the forest below. Among them was Gu Yuqing, descending like a cannonball towards the earth. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. While the others were still in slumber, the vessel was obliterated in an instant. Then, in a daze, she followed the throng, hurtling toward the ground. Although she was merely a second transformation cultivator and unable to soar through the air, her robust physique prevented any fatal fall. Moments later, boom! Gu Yuqing crashed into the ground like a projectile, creating a substantial crater. Her face was pale, and disregarding the intense pain in her legs, she looked up towards the sky. There, a brutal battle unfolded. The elders from the ancient moon tower, who had been escorting them, were engaged in a fierce struggle against the sudden onslaught of Yin soldiers. Heaven above! We truly encountered the passage of Yin soldiers. And they are third transformation soldiers. That ill-fated crow's mouth! Someone shouted in terror. Faced with the onslaught of the third-tier ghost tide, these second-tier cultivators were utterly powerless to assist. Alas! It is Elder Fortuitously, who has been pierced through the limbs by the ghostly chains, captured. Some individuals, their eyes filled with anguish, gazed skyward at the fierce battle unfolding above. Gu Yuqing raised her head, her eyes instantly suffused with crimson. There, she beheld Fortuitously engaged in a fierce struggle against the ghost tide, yet several third-tier perfected realm specters had fixated their attention upon her. The chains in her grasp had penetrated Fortuitously's body, binding her in place, rendering her struggles futile. The other elders were equally preoccupied, unable to render aid. Boom! In the next moment, the disciples of Gu Yuelu witnessed the most dreadful scene imaginable. Fortuitously was dismembered by several perfected realm specters, her body exploding into countless fragments. And the sky began to rain blood. Elder Fortuitously. Upon witnessing this harrowing sight, countless disciples of Gu Yuelu were overcome with grief and despair. Meanwhile, over 100 miles away, a ghostly mist ship slowly approached. Chapter 62, A Casual Sword. The crisis averted. Yuqing. In the sky. An elder of the ancient moon tower gazed in despair as Fortuitously was dismembered by the third-tier ghostly soldiers, unleashing a heart-wrenching cry. Below, many disciples of the ancient moon tower wept bitterly. In times past, Fortuitously had shown them boundless kindness, embodying the essence of a benevolent elder, yet now they witnessed her fall before their very eyes, powerless to intervene. Why aren't you fleeing? An elder of the ancient moon tower shouted, his eyes glistening with tears, urging the disciples below. The other elders strained to hold back the tide of ghostly soldiers, terrified that they would descend upon the disciples and slaughter hundreds of second-tier perfected realm practitioners. If the third-tier ghostly soldiers were allowed to surge downwards, not a single one of the hundreds of second-tier perfected realm disciples would survive. The elders understood all too well that these disciples represented the accumulated foundation of the ancient moon tower over many years. Their loss was inconceivable.
Scatter and escape. Save whoever you can.
One elder cried, his tears mingling with blood.
We cannot hold them off for long. Indeed. Hurry, go. We will hold them back.
Another elder coughed blood, a gaping wound in his chest, yet he wore a smile, striving to alleviate the fears of the disciples below.
In this dire predicament, none of the elders chose to flee. Masters. This scene sent the second-tier perfected realm disciples into a torrent of tears. Boom. In the skies above.
Yet another third-tier elder succumbed, torn apart by the ghostly soldiers, and a rain of blood began to fall.
He 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 he. The eerie laughter echoed from above.
These ghostly soldiers,
hailing from the ghost city, were unlike ordinary specters. Each wielded ancient weapons, swords, bows, chains, and more.
Under the leadership of certain ghostly generals, they maintained a disciplined formation,
advancing and retreating with purpose.
They seemed to retain the instincts of warfare from a past life, proving exceedingly formidable. A robust young man stood aloft,
witnessing yet another elder's demise. He turned calmly to the hundreds of ancient moon tower disciples and urged, everyone, flee.
We must not let the sacrifices of our elders be in vain.
Indeed. Let us go. Some gritted their teeth, their hearts bleeding.
Yet they could think of nothing else at that moment, leaping away towards the distant horizon. Among the crowd, Guyu Qing bit her crimson lip,
her face etched with sorrow.
As she fled toward the nearby forest, she glanced back periodically.
When the final elder of the ancient moon tower fell,
she resolved not to look back any longer and ran with all her might.
With the elders no longer able to impede them,
the third-tier ghostly soldiers were about to descend like a swarm of locusts, ready to enact a massacre.
Just then, someone shouted in astonishment, causing many to halt in their tracks. Look! What is that? Oh my! A ghostly mist ship is approaching us. Is he insane?
As this person shouted, numerous individuals paused and turned to look. Guyu Qing, unable to suppress her curiosity, glanced back. Above, a ghostly mist ship glided leisurely through the air, its course directed straight towards the throng of third-tier ghostly soldiers. It was as if the vessel's master was oblivious to the impending army, treating the third-tier ghostly soldiers as mere phantoms, continuing on their path without a care.
Has he lost his mind? Unexpectedly, the ghostly mist ship advanced towards the tide of third transformation spectral soldiers. Was the captain unafraid of being torn to shreds by this formidable wave? The disciples of the ancient moon tower were left in a state of bewilderment. What manner of individual could be at the helm of this vessel? Did he truly fail to perceive the overwhelming tide of third transformation spectral soldiers? Moreover, the sky was currently drenched in a rain of blood. This was the blood of several elders from the ancient moon tower, a stark testament to the brutal scene that had just unfolded. They could not fathom how the ship's captain could be oblivious to such a sight. If he was indeed aware yet chose this course, there were only two possibilities. Either the captain had been rendered senseless by the terror of the tide, forgetting to alter his direction and drifting forward in a daze, or the captain simply did not care for the impending tide of third transformation spectral soldiers. But how could that be? This was a tide that had already claimed the lives of several elders from the ancient moon tower. What sort of person could afford to disregard such a peril? The onlookers stood in stunned silence, watching as the ghostly mist ship sailed slowly towards the tide. As the ship drew nearer, many closed their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending disaster. They seemed to foresee the vessel shattering and the captain being consumed by the bloodthirsty tide. Boom! At that moment, the captain of the ghostly mist ship finally made a move. A golden sword light erupted from the vessel, radiating brilliance akin to a golden sun rising, accompanied by swirling hexagram runes, as it effortlessly cleaved through the obstructing tide of third transformation spectral soldiers. Ah! Many disciples of the ancient moon tower felt their eyes sting from the blinding light and instinctively shut them. Yet, a greater number widened their eyes in astonishment as they beheld the golden sword light engulfing the tide completely. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the golden sword light vanished. The world descended into an eerie silence. Many, still with eyes shut, felt a sense of bewilderment. Guyu Qing, her lashes fluttering,
had also been blinded by the brilliance and now attempted to open her eyes. With a swish, as numerous individuals opened their eyes, they were immediately struck dumb by the sight before them. The tide of third transformation spectral soldiers, which had surged like a swarm, had vanished. Ashes from the annihilated soldiers fell from the sky. A solitary ghostly mist ship hung motionless in the air, surrounded by emptiness. Had the tide of third transformation spectral soldiers been obliterated by a single stroke? Many halted in their flight, unable to believe their eyes as they gazed at the scene. Who was the captain of that ship, possessing such immense power? The crowd stood in astonishment, grappling with the incredibility of it all. The very tide that had proven insurmountable to several elders of the ancient moon tower had been effortlessly dispatched by the captain with a mere flick of his sword. The disparity in strength was simply unfathomable. One individual suddenly wore a bitter expression, gazing at the ghostly mist ship, lamenting that if only he had arrived a moment sooner, the elders might have survived. Indeed. Alas, it was all too late. Many resonated with this sentiment. As the crisis abated, some began to weep openly. The loss of several elders from the ancient moon tower had been excessively brutal. Gu Yueqing too wore a somber expression. At this moment, a tall young man rose voluntarily and clasped his fists towards the ghostly fog ship hovering in the sky, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for saving my life. I, from the ancient moon pavilion, shall forever remember your kindness." Observing this, others followed suit, bowing in appreciation. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Gu Yueqing, suppressing her sorrow, lifted her gaze and similarly clasped her fists towards the ghostly fog ship, her voice ringing clear as she said, "Thank you for your life-saving grace." In the sky, the ghostly fog ship lingered. Upon hearing the continuous expressions of gratitude from below, the disciples of ancient moon pavilion witnessed the mist enveloping the ship gradually dissipate, revealing a figure on the deck. Clad in a flowing white robe, the figure sat cross-legged, exuding an ethereal presence. This scene left many disciples of ancient moon pavilion breathless, pondering the reason why this venerable figure had chosen to pause for them. Gu Yueqing also gazed upward, though a sense of familiarity with the white-robed figure stirred within her. Chapter 63, How Could It Be Him? On the deck of the ghost mist ship, Sheng sat cross-legged in his white robe. After effortlessly vanquishing the formidable wave of third-tier soldiers that obstructed his path, he glanced downward. Although the wave was powerful, it was no match for the might of Sheng's sword, now elevated to the third tier. It was members of the ancient moon tower. Sheng leaned forward, casting a sweeping gaze below. He was somewhat familiar with the ancient moon tower, having previously interacted and briefly collaborated with them in the Icewind Valley. There were no grudges or enmities between them. His earlier intervention was solely due to the obstructive wave, not an intent to save anyone. As Sheng surveyed the scene below, he paused slightly, spotting a familiar figure among the hundreds of grateful faces. Was it her? Gu Yueqing? What a coincidence! Sheng was astonished, not expecting to encounter an old acquaintance from the Icewind Valley here. He remembered Gu Yueqing well. During their time in the Icewind Valley, she had showcased formidable combat prowess alongside the disciples of the ancient moon tower, adorned with a striking red silk ribbon. Even Sheng, at that time, had held her in high regard. But now, Sheng shook his head. The balance of power had shifted dramatically. He had not only ascended to the third tier of the ghost general realm but also possessed invincible strength at that level. Yet Gu Yueqing? She remained at the second tier, fully realized, equipped with second tier dark gold gear. She would now have to address him as senior. Swish! In the next moment, Sheng was seized by a thought and maneuvered the ghost mist ship downward. "Look! The ghost mist ship is descending!" exclaimed several disciples of the ancient moon tower below, their eyes wide with astonishment at the unexpected arrival of the ship. Gu Yueqing also looked up, puzzled. She had anticipated that the ship's master would leave after dispatching the wave of third-tier soldiers, but she was taken aback by its descent. However, as she observed the ghost mist ship approaching her, she froze in surprise. It was coming towards her? Gu Yueqing was astonished. As the ship drew nearer, the figure on the deck gradually came into clearer view. Soon, many could discern the identity of the figure, and Gu Yueqing recognized him as well. Yet, Upon seeing Yi Sheng on the deck, her mind erupted in disbelief.
Impossible. How could it be him? Gu Yuqing instantly recognized Yi Sheng. Feeling as though the entire world was turning upside down. She could not fathom that the master of the ghost mist ship was Yi Sheng. How could it possibly be you? Gu Yuqing was bewildered. How could she not recognize Yi Sheng?
It had not been long since the events of the Icewind Valley. The memories were still vivid. The scene of Yi Sheng annihilating Bai Tingyu with 10 strands of 3,000 silken threads remained etched in her mind. The shock of witnessing someone capable of controlling third-tier malevolent spirits at the second tier was unforgettable, leaving her profoundly astounded.
And then,
Yi Sheng found himself pursued by the Bai family, causing a storm of chaos throughout the city, and Gu Yuqing had heard the news as well.
At one point, she believed that Yi Sheng was doomed. Yet now, he not only survived, but seemed to have ascended to the formidable third transition of the Ghost General realm, exhibiting extraordinary combat prowess. Just moments ago, with a single strike, he vanquished a horde of third transitioning soldiers, surpassing the combined strength of several third transition elders from the Guyu Tower. Am I dreaming?
Gu Yuqing felt as though she were ensnared in a dream, with everything before her appearing strikingly surreal, especially as she beheld Yi Sheng commanding the ghostly ship. It intensified her sense of being trapped within a dream from which she could not awaken. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through as the ghostly ship came to a halt before Gu Yuqing, lifting her flowing hair.
Gu Yuqing, we meet again,
came a familiar voice from the ship. She looked up to see Yi Sheng regarding her with a cryptic smile. Yi brother.
Gu Yuqing instinctively addressed him. However, under Yi Sheng's penetrating gaze, she quickly corrected herself, oh no. Yi Senior.
The present Yi Sheng had transformed beyond recognition after gazing at him. Gu Yuqing found herself unable to fathom his depth. She sensed his aura was as vast as an ocean, and coupled with that earlier strike, it was evident that Yi Sheng was extraordinarily powerful. Not only had he entered the third transition of the Ghost General realm, but he was also an undeniable powerhouse among them. His combat strength had reached an unimaginable level. Yi Sheng spoke with indifference, come with me.
To where? Gu Yuqing was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Yi Sheng frowned, why so much nonsense?
As he spoke, he reached out, and Gu Yuqing felt her body ensnared by an overwhelming force, rendering her utterly defenseless. Before she could comprehend, she found herself inexplicably drawn onto the ship. Whoosh! After capturing Gu Yuqing, Yi Sheng paid no heed to the reactions of the other disciples from the Guyu Tower, as he steered the ghostly ship skyward,
soaring into the distance.
In the blink of an eye, they vanished into the far-off mist, leaving the disciples of Guyu Tower exchanging bewildered glances, unsure of what had transpired. Senior sister Gu Yuqing has been taken away, one youth exclaimed, dazed.
Another remarked, it seems the senior was acquainted with Gu Yuqing long before. Is that so? Could there be any danger? Someone voiced their concern.
No, given the senior's strength, if there were any ill intentions, he would have acted long ago.
Why wait until now?
It was a reasonable assertion, and many nodded in agreement. A robust young man surveyed their surroundings and declared, everyone, we find ourselves deeply entrenched in this perilous ancient land, we should contemplate our next course of action. As soon as he finished speaking, the disciples of Guyu Tower wore expressions of distress. Without the protection of the third transition elders, this ancient land had become exceedingly treacherous. On another side, a ghostly ship glided through the hazy yellow mists of the ancient land. On the deck, Yi Sheng sat cross-legged.
Beside him,
Gu Yuqing awaited with a complex expression, uncertain of why Yi Sheng had captured her, yet too apprehensive to disrupt his contemplation. She clearly remembered that this individual was ruthless and merciless, far from being a tender-hearted person.
You do not inquire why I have captured you?
Yi Sheng spoke up.
I dare not ask.
Gu Yuqing lowered her head, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, speaking earnestly. Her beauty was commendable. If rated on a scale of 10, she would undoubtedly score an 8. Coupled with her slender figure, she could be considered a rare beauty. However, cultivators were often embroiled in bloody conflicts and had little time to pay attention to such matters.
You are from the direct line of the Guyu clan. Are you not?
Yi Sheng turned to look at her, only to find her small face inexplicably flushed, which piqued his curiosity.
Could it be that the temperature aboard this ghostly vessel was too high? Why was she blushing?
Yi Sheng furrowed his brow, sensing the temperature and wondering.
It is not hot, is it? Why is she blushing?
Yes, I am a direct descendant of the Guyu clan, Guyu murmured softly, her head still bowed.
Chapter 64, The Figure Emerging from the Flames.
Indeed, a member of the direct lineage.
Yi Sheng pondered.
To his knowledge, only those of the direct bloodline could bear the surname Guyu, a privilege reserved for the scions of the ancient clan. Subsequently, Yi Sheng articulated his intent. Casting a detached glance at Guyu, you, as a direct descendant of Guyu Tower, undoubtedly have access to its intelligence network.
I require you to procure a report regarding the Bai family's influence within the ancient lands.
The mention of the Bai family's intelligence rendered Guyu momentarily speechless, as she swiftly grasped the implications of her situation. The man before her had captured her, not for personal gain,
but to extract vital information from the Guyu Tower's intelligence division concerning the Bai family. What? Is there a problem?
Yi Sheng's cold gaze bore down on her.
An icy aura emanating from him.
Having reached the third transformation, his demeanor had undergone a significant transformation, imbued with an unsettling chill.
And no problem. Guyu stammered slightly.
Yi Sheng's request merely sought information on the Bai family's activities in the ancient lands, posing no threat to Guyu Tower.
Furthermore,
given the formidable power of the Bai family, she believed that even if Yi Sheng acquired this intelligence, it would amount to little more than a mere inconvenience for them.
Go and procure it, Yi Sheng instructed indifferently. The vastness of the ancient lands made it a daunting task to assess the Bai family's influence.
A challenge compounded by the difficulty of locating their base. However, with the assistance of Guyu Tower's intelligence, the endeavor would become far more manageable, sparing him the frustration of floundering like a headless fly, wasting precious time that was of utmost importance to him.
In a mere moment,
Guyu returned with a dossier from the Guyu Tower's intelligence network, detailing the distribution of the Bai family's power within the ancient lands.
Yi Sheng opened it, nodding in satisfaction, secretly acknowledging the formidable capabilities of Guyu Tower's intelligence apparatus. The document meticulously outlined the Bai family's operations,
including the precise location of their base and the number of formidable individuals at their disposal, as if it had stripped away their very defenses. Armed with this intelligence, Yi Sheng's path became considerably clearer. A cold smile crossed his lips as he pinpointed a target based on the information: Huangpu Mountain.
This location served as a significant base for the Bai family within the ancient lands, concealed amidst its grandeur.
With a swift motion, Yi Sheng retracted the ghost mist ship and seized Guyu, propelling himself through the air at remarkable speed.
The ghost mist ship, despite its capabilities,
was limited to a speed of only 850 kilometers per hour. Yet, having attained the third transformation of the ghost general realm, Yi Sheng could soar at an astonishing pace of 2,000 kilometers per hour. With time of the essence, he resolved to traverse the skies directly to eliminate the Bai family's base, exacting a toll that would make them painfully aware of the repercussions of provoking him. As night enveloped Huangpu Mountain, its beauty was breathtaking, with cascades of dark yellow waterfalls creating a serene tableau.
However, within one valley,
the sight of flames reaching toward the heavens and the echoes of anguished cries shattered this tranquil beauty.
Huangpu Mountain, the Bai family's stronghold, was undeniably a bastion of power,
where hundreds of second transformation disciples honed their skills, guarded by at least a dozen third transformation elders, who ensured that no one dared to act recklessly.
At this moment,
the Bai family stronghold was engulfed in flames, the sky raining blood.
Concrete structures collapsed one after another, the ground strewn with lifeless bodies.
A once formidable base now resembled a scene from the apocalypse, reduced to ruins.
Please, don't kill me, you madman!
A scream echoed from deep within the base, but it swiftly faded into silence.
Once the final cry dissipated, an eerie stillness pervaded the Bai family stronghold. The crackling of flames filled the air,
and from the fiery glow emerged a figure clad in white, wielding a bloodied longsword. The stench of blood clung to him. Yi Sheng's expression was as cold as steel. In that moment, he resembled a butcher who had just completed his grim task.
Not far away, a figure cowered in the shadows, trembling from sheer terror. A footfall echoed beside her, crushing a stone underfoot. "We must leave this place." Sheng appeared before the woman, his voice chilling as if it had risen from the depths of the netherworld. Upon hearing his voice, Guiyuqing curled into herself even more. Too terrified to lift her gaze, her body quaking incessantly. It was only when Sheng bent down and gently patted her shoulder that she let out a sharp scream, her face paling in fright. She looked up at Sheng, perceiving him as a demon. "Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me." Guiyuqing, her hair disheveled, repeated this mantra. Just an hour prior, Sheng had stormed into the Bai family stronghold with Guiyuqing, ruthlessly taking action to slaughter over a dozen elders, including the third-tier perfect elder, Bai Tingyue. Guiyuqing knew Bai Tingyue, having once visited alongside Elder Guyu with him. Yet tonight, she witnessed Bai Tingyue's head severed by Sheng. Furthermore, over 100 second-tier perfect disciples met the same fate, their blood saturating the very air. Throughout this harrowing ordeal, Guiyuqing watched, the man before her a heartless butcher, coldly reaping lives without uttering a single word. In her lifetime, she had never encountered someone so decisive in slaughter. With a clang, Sheng tossed aside the bloodied sword and shook his head before sitting cross-legged. He surveyed the blood-soaked Bai family stronghold, his gaze filled with complexity. He scarcely recognized himself anymore. Since arriving in this world, his demeanor had grown increasingly hardened. This was an unavoidable consequence. He had long been locked in a life-and-death struggle with the Bai family, having attempted to take his life multiple times. They regarded him as mere vermin. Even a mud doll would exhibit some ire under such relentless pursuit. Had it not been for a few hidden cards, he might have already succumbed to the Bai family's relentless hunt, his head severed and used as a ball in their cruel games. Sheng's sudden silence cast an unusual stillness over the area. Noticing the quiet, Guiyuqing cautiously lifted her head from her arms, stealing a glance at Sheng, and unexpectedly caught a fleeting glimpse of confusion in his eyes. "Let us depart." The momentary flicker of confusion in Sheng's eyes vanished, his expression hardening once more. In this world, only the fittest survive, the insignificant are merely fodder for slaughter, allowing no room for excessive lamentation. To grow stronger is the only path to supremacy. "Where are we going?" Guiyuqing asked, her voice trembling. She had come to reassess the man before her. What once felt casual now left only a sense of reverence. "You will know once we arrive," Sheng replied, lifting his gaze to the blood-red moon above. Moments later, the two departed from the Bai family's stronghold. Before leaving, Guiyuqing glanced back, witnessing the Bai family's base strewn with corpses and engulfed in flames. She understood that this was far from over. The massacre of the entire Bai family stronghold would undoubtedly incite a tremendous uproar. Upon learning that Sheng was responsible, not only would it infuriate the Bai family, but it would also send shockwaves throughout the entire Xianming pavilion. Chapter 65, Brother Jianggong, Huangpu Mountain is approaching. Sheng and his companion rose and made their way outside, leaving behind the blazing inferno of the Bai family base. The flames illuminated the night sky, casting a crimson glow that could be seen from afar. After walking a short distance, Sheng suddenly looked up, frowning as he gazed into the distant sky. "Senior, someone is approaching." Guiyuqing, beside him, felt a surge of tension as she noticed the figures heading towards the Bai family base. She was uncertain whether her anxiety stemmed from her own fears or from concern for the two incoming individuals. The aura of this killing god beside her was still palpable. It seemed like a death wish to confront him now. Why must they arrive at the Bai family base at this very moment? Meanwhile, in the distant night sky, two figures glided through the air, appearing relaxed and oblivious to the fact that a formidable killing god awaited them. Both were at the third transition of the Ghost General realm and had taken on a trivial task to visit the Bai family base to explain a certain matter. "Brother Fu, your eloquence is unmatched. You must take the lead when we meet Bai Tingyue," Jiang Gong said with a smile, confident that he lacked his colleague's rhetorical prowess. Fu Yuan clasped his hands behind his back and replied with a smile, "Brother Jiang, you are being too modest. We are both serving the Xianming Pavilion, after all. The merits will be shared equally once the task is accomplished." Upon hearing this, Jiang Gong laughed heartily, appreciating Fu Yuan's straightforwardness. Fu Yuan continued, "This matter is not difficult.
That lad Yi Sheng has already withdrawn from the Xianming Pavilion. All we need to do is clarify the situation to the Bai family. Any issues can be directed at Yi Sheng. The Xianming Pavilion will not intervene. Elder Bai Tingyue will certainly be pleased to hear this. Jiang Gong nodded in agreement. Indeed. It's all this lad's doing, it has nothing to do with our Xianming Pavilion. He could not help but reflect on the unexpected chaos caused by a mere second transition cultivator. How audacious to provoke the Bai family. It was as if he sought his own demise. Jiang Gong shook his head. The Bai family was notorious for their vendettas. Whenever a Bai family disciple ventured out, their background was well known, and none would dare lay a hand on them, even if they crossed paths with a great cultivator. Such cultivators, upon learning of the Bai family's connections, would only dare to offer a light reprimand, never seeking to take a life. They understood well that slaying a Bai family member would unleash a relentless storm of retribution. Fu Yuan shook his head. That boy is merely a reckless youth, lacking discretion. But having provoked the Bai family, he has signed his own death warrant. Even if he flees to the ends of the earth, the Bai family will hunt him down. Indeed, no one can save him now, Jiang Gong concurred. Huangpu Mountain is drawing near. Fu Yuan remarked with a grin. Ah, brother Fu. Do you see that flicker of flame in the distance? It seems to be coming from deep within Huangpu Mountain, Jiang Gong said, fixing his gaze on the mountain, where he noticed the glow illuminating the depths. Fu Yuan furrowed his brow. At his reminder, he caught sight of a flicker of flame deep within Huangpu Mountain and remarked, "It appears to be in the direction of the Bai family stronghold. Is it on fire?" The two exchanged a glance and, in unison, quickened their pace towards Huangpu Mountain. Moments later, as they drew closer, their expressions changed dramatically upon witnessing the Bai family base ablaze, flames reaching high into the sky. The acrid scent of charred matter wafted through the air, intermingled with a faint whiff of blood. A gust of wind intensified the metallic tang. What could have transpired? Fu Yuan's countenance shifted alarmingly. The Bai family base was known for its formidable warriors, including the likes of Bai Tingyue, a peak third transformation powerhouse. Who could possibly bring such ruin upon this stronghold? Yet here it was, engulfed in flames. Wait, there are people amidst the flames. Jiang Gong suddenly widened his eyes. He observed two figures emerging from the fiery glow. Brother Fu Yuan, let us inquire what has transpired at the Bai family base. Indeed. Fu Yuan nodded without hesitation. Surely. The inferno could not be the doing of merely two individuals. With a swift motion, Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong soared through the air, landing gracefully on the ground. They beheld a young man clad in white robes and a woman with an unusual demeanor. Upon landing, Jiang Gong immediately clasped his hands towards the white-robed youth, urgently inquiring, "Good sir, what has happened at the Bai family base?" Yi Sheng cast a sidelong glance at him, his brow furrowed, yet remained silent. Meanwhile, Gu Yuqing regarded Jiang Gong as if he were a simpleton. After touching down, Fu Yuan's gaze fell upon Yi Sheng, and his expression shifted. He discreetly tugged at Jiang Gong's sleeve, feeling a surge of anxiety. The murderous aura emanating from the white-robed youth was palpable. And Fu Yuan noticed a long trail of blood left on the ground where the youth had walked. Not far off, a bloodied, curved longsword lay abandoned. And the youth's hands were similarly stained. If Fu Yuan's instincts were correct, the tragic state of the Bai family was inextricably linked to this white-robed figure. "What brings you here?" Yi Sheng's voice emerged, as chilling as a whisper from the abyss. He sought to ascertain whether the two were affiliated with the Bai family. "We are from Xianming." Jiang Gong instinctively began to reveal their background, but Fu Yuan swiftly intervened. We were merely passing by." "Yes. Just passing through." Fu Yuan awkwardly laughed. "I am Fu Yuan, and this is Jiang Gong. We are not from the Bai family. We were merely curious upon witnessing the flames." "Brother Fu Yuan?" Jiang Gong was taken aback, unable to comprehend Fu Yuan's pretense. They had indeed come to the Bai family. How had it now transformed into a mere coincidence? Fu Yuan paid him no mind, feeling a pang of exasperation at his companion's lack of wit, and offered a strained smile towards Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng scrutinized the pair, nodding slightly, recognizing that they were indeed not affiliated with the Bai family.
He then seized Gu Yuqing and, with a rumble, took to the skies, vanishing into the distance.
Only Fu Yuan remained, haunted by lingering fears. While Jiang Gong was still bewildered and struggling to comprehend the situation. "Let us proceed to the Bai family's base and uncover the truth," Fu Yuan declared.
Not waiting for Jiang Gong as he took the lead towards the Bai family's compound.
Jiang Gong called out from behind, "Hey, brother Fu Yuan.
You haven't yet explained what just transpired." However, seeing Fu Yuan remain silent, he had no choice but to follow. The two hurriedly made their way into the inferno engulfing the Bai family's base. What awaited them was an unimaginable sight. The buildings lay in ruins, a wasteland of debris, with flames raging in every direction. The lifeless bodies of the Bai family's descendants were strewn about. Is this truly the Bai family base? What on earth has occurred?
Jiang Gong stammered as he surveyed the scene.
"Follow me,"
Fu Yuan suddenly exclaimed, his expression turning grave as he spotted a familiar corpse.
Resembling that of Bai Tingyue, a figure of the third transformation and complete realm. Chapter 66, A Madman. He is a madman. Before the ruins of a collapsed building. Flames illuminated the scene in a vivid crimson hue.
Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong stood, gazing down at a lifeless body on the ground. The corpse bore a gaping wound in its chest, the heart utterly shattered by the force of a sword. The face of the deceased, even in death, was etched with a mixture of terror and disbelief, as if it had witnessed something unfathomable before succumbing.
"It was undoubtedly Bai Tingyue," Fu Yuan murmured,
his voice trembling as he stared at the body below. Jiang Gong appeared as though trapped in a dream, muttering, "How could this be? Bai Tingyue was a perfected third-tier cultivator, who could possibly have slain him?
What transpired at the Bai family's stronghold? And what of the 10 or more elders of the Bai family who have also been slaughtered?"
Fu Yuan's complexion turned pale as he glanced nearby,
spotting the bodies of several Bai family elders strewn about.
Suddenly, from a pile of rubble, a hand emerged, pushing aside the debris with a scraping sound. A faint voice emerged from beneath the stones.
"Someone is still alive."
Fu Yuan was momentarily stunned, then his expression shifted with urgency. Without further thought, he and Jiang Gong rushed toward the source of the sound.
Upon arrival, Fu Yuan waved his hand,
unleashing a surge of energy that cleared the stones from atop the person trapped beneath, revealing a blood-soaked figure who was violently coughing up blood.
However,
upon seeing Fu Yuan and Jiang Gong, the individual reacted as if possessed, crying out in terror, "Don't kill me!
Don't kill me!" He frantically retreated, heedless of the sharp debris around him. "Fear not. We are elders of the Xianming Pavilion.
Tell us what has transpired,"
Fu Yuan implored, grasping the individual firmly, desperation lacing his voice.
He was intensely curious about what calamity had befallen the Bai family stronghold to result in such devastation. The man gradually calmed as he recognized Fu Yuan was not the source of his fear, yet his eyes remained vacant as he muttered incessantly, "A madman.
He is a devil." "Yes, a devil." "Who?"
Fu Yuan demanded, growing impatient. The incoherent ramblings of the man suggested that a single individual had decimated the entire Bai family stronghold.
But how could that be? Who possessed such formidable strength? Not only had they slain Bai Tingyue but also mercilessly butchered over 10 third-tier elders of the Bai family? Could it be a fourth-tier ghost sect expert? Yi Sheng. It is him. He is a madman, a madman.
The Bai family descendant screamed, then clutched his own hair in a frenzy, lamenting.
How did my Bai family provoke him? We have awakened a madman.
With a thud, Fu Yuan cast the man to the ground. Incredulity etched across his face as if he had just heard an absurd tale.
Yi Sheng? How could that be? Fu Yuan was left in a daze. Jiang Gong,
standing beside him, was equally astonished.
Was it truly Yi Sheng? Is he not merely a second-tier novice cultivator? How could he possibly annihilate the entire Bai family stronghold single-handedly?
Jiang Gong lowered his gaze to the lifeless body of Bai Tingyue on the ground and remarked, Bai Tingyue was a cultivator of the third transformation's consummate realm.
How could he be an opponent? Could it be he has also entered the third transformation realm? Yet, that seems implausible. How could someone of Bai Tingyue's caliber be a match for one just stepping into the third transformation?
Jiang Gong felt overwhelmed, grappling with the myriad of uncertainties before him. As if the scene unfolded like a surreal dream.
No. No.
That madman possesses the combat prowess of the invincible third transformation. He is far too powerful. At that moment, the surviving members of the Bai family spoke in a frenzied manner, their faces twisted in horror, eyes reflecting profound fear. It seemed they could still perceive the figure clad in white, brandishing a bloodied long sword, embodying an invincible presence as he navigated the Bai family stronghold. Even Elder Bai Tingyue struggled to last a single exchange against him.
Yi Sheng is of the third transformation, the invincible realm? What nonsense are you spouting?
Fu Yuan exclaimed, kicking him in disbelief. Clearly, Yi Sheng was a cultivator of the second transformation, even if he had fortuitously survived the tribulation. He would merely have just entered the third transformation realm. How could he possibly have ascended so swiftly to the invincible third transformation? Suddenly, a thought struck Fu Yuan.
Jiang Gong, do you recall the white-robed youth we encountered earlier?
Of course, what of it? Jiang Gong replied, puzzled. He still believed that the two were mere passers-by.
Drawn to the Bai family stronghold out of curiosity, what was remarkable about that?
Fu Yuan, reflecting on the visage of the white-robed youth, swiftly operated his communication device. With a flourish, an image materialized before them, revealing the very face of Yi Sheng. Upon seeing this, their expressions shifted dramatically. The likeness in the image was identical to that of the white-robed youth they had just encountered.
It was indeed him. Yi Sheng. I stumbled upon him.
Fu Yuan's complexion drained of color, and Jiang Gong was left in a state of shock, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped the clutches of death. They had unwittingly crossed paths with Yi Sheng, who had just decimated the entire Bai family stronghold.
Jiang Gong swallowed hard and said, Fu Yuan, we owe you our gratitude. Otherwise, we might not be standing here now.
A chill of dread lingered within him. Just moments ago, he had nearly revealed his affiliation with the Xianming Pavilion. Everyone knew that after the incident involving the Bai family, the relationship between Yi Sheng and the Xianming Pavilion was far from harmonious.
Who could predict how Yi Sheng might react upon discovering their identities?
Fu Yuan forced a smile, equally shaken. He had sensed the palpable murderous intent emanating from Yi Sheng, prompting him to conceal their identities. In hindsight, his quick thinking had evidently saved their lives, otherwise, they might have become mere victims of Yi Sheng's wrath.
Let us depart.
This place is no longer safe, Fu Yuan declared, casting a grave glance at the inferno engulfing the Bai family stronghold.
Indeed, this place is unsettling, Jiang Gong shuddered, acknowledging the heavy aura of resentment that permeated the surroundings.
As the two prepared to ascend into the skies, Fu Yuan suddenly halted.
Wait.
We must take this surviving member of the Bai family with us, he declared.
Jiang Gong, with a puzzled expression, inquired, why would we take him?
The poor fellow is so terrified he has lost his wits.
Are we to return with a madman?
Fu Yuan replied earnestly, you and I have both been here. Without a witness to affirm that this matter does not pertain to us, I fear we shall struggle to explain ourselves upon our return.
With that,
Fu Yuan turned to the surviving Bai family member, intending to take him back and hand him over to his kin. This would ensure that the Bai family understood that this incident was solely the doing of Yi Sheng, thus extricating both of us from this affair.
Upon hearing this,
Jiang Gong found the reasoning sound and agreed, then let us bring him along. He stepped forward and lifted the surviving Bai family member from the ground. With the Bai family member in tow, the two ascended into the air, hastily departing from the scene.
However, during their return journey, both were engulfed in heavy thoughts. They realized that once this news reached home, it would undoubtedly stir a considerable uproar.
At the very least, the fact that Yi Sheng had entered the realm of the invincible third transformation was monumental news.
What would the upper echelons of the Xianming Pavilion think upon learning of Yi Sheng's extraordinary prowess?
After all, they had once treated him as a mere discarded pawn,
cast aside without a second thought. Chapter 67, We Committed a Grave Error. On the following morning, a delicate veil of mist shrouded the towering Xianming building,
which soared over 100 stories high. The area in front of the Xianming building was already bustling with activity, with a constant flow of people in the lobby. On the 52nd floor, in a luxurious lounge, two elder stewards, Chao Sui and Huang Chen, leisurely sipped tea, savoring the rare tranquility of the morning.
Shao Sheng. Do we have today's newspaper?
Chao Sui set down his teacup and looked up at a tall female secretary clad in a sleek black uniform. The secretary, with her hands gracefully clasped in front of her, smiled and replied, "Elder Chao, it is still early, the morning papers have not yet arrived." Chao Sui shook his head, expressing his discontent with the increasingly lackadaisical attitude of the staff below. Huang Chen took a sip of tea and chuckled, "Brother Chao, why the haste? In my opinion, there is nothing of great interest in the morning papers. The Nether Ghost domain has been devoid of significant events for far too long. Even if there were news, it would only be about some mythical grade equipment unearthed from the ancient lands, and such reports become mundane after a while." Huang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. The various factions within the Nether Ghost domain maintained a delicate balance, and substantial incidents had become rare. Each force exercised considerable restraint, and rogue cultivators posed little threat. Indeed, the morning papers are merely a reiteration of the same old tales, lacking novelty. Chao Sui nodded in agreement, feeling a hint of boredom. As he spoke, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to ask, "I wonder how the Bai family's pursuit of that kid Yi Sheng has fared? It has been several days, yet we have received no news. Quite peculiar." Huang Chen nodded in agreement, acknowledging the oddity. It is indeed strange. Logic dictates that if the Bai family had eliminated this youth, they would have boasted about it. Yet, it has been days since Bai Jinping and his brother set out with an unparalleled prodigy in pursuit, and we have heard nothing. Could something have gone awry? That seems unlikely, Chao Sui countered. The Bai brothers are formidable cultivators, well versed in the third transformation of the ghost general realm. It would be improbable for them to stumble in such a matter. As the two conversed, the female secretary turned to leave the lounge to fetch the morning papers. Moments later, she hurried back, clutching 2 copies of the morning edition, her face betraying a hint of panic. "Xiao Sheng, what troubles you?" Chao Sui inquired, noticing her distress. Huang Chen also looked on with a smile. "Esteemed elders, a significant event occurred last night." The secretary stammered. "A significant event? What could possibly be so momentous?" Chao Sui laughed lightly, his demeanor calm. Huang Chen joined in, "Do enlighten us, what could cause you such concern?" The secretary continued, her voice trembling, "Last night, a base belonging to the Bai family was annihilated. Over 100 cultivators at the second transformation were slain, along with more than 10 elders, including Bai Tingyue. A third transformation cultivator. What?" Upon hearing this, Chao Sui abruptly rose to his feet, his face a portrait of shock. The calm demeanor he had just moments ago was utterly shattered. Meanwhile, Huang Chen, sipping tea, was so taken aback that he spat it out in disbelief. His eyes wide with astonishment as he affirmed, "What did you say? Even Bai Tingyue has perished in battle? Which faction is responsible?" Chao Sui inquired anxiously. The annihilation of a Bai family base could only be the work of a formidable force. This would surely lead to a complete estrangement from the Bai family. Indeed, this signifies an all-out war against the Bai family. Huang Chen groaned, feeling the gravity of the situation escalate. The forces within the ghostly underworld had maintained a precarious balance, and any disruption could unravel the entire fabric of their world. However, the two men were taken aback as the female secretary shook her head, declaring, "No. It is not a faction, it is a single individual." One person? Both men were momentarily dumbfounded. How could one individual obliterate an entire Bai family base? Was this some sort of jest? Who could it be? Chao Sui was growing increasingly impatient. Why couldn't the secretary convey the information in one go instead of making them extract it piece by piece? Then, the secretary revealed a name that left both men staggered, Yi Sheng. Even as she spoke, her breath quickened. Moments before, she had stepped out of the lounge to grab the morning paper and found the entire Xianin building abuzz with hushed conversations, all centered around the name Yi Sheng. Initially, her curiosity piqued, she had leaned in to listen. Upon hearing the news, her first reaction was disbelief. But after reading the details in the morning paper, she was left utterly stunned, prompting her hurried return. Could this be false information? Chao Sui's immediate thought was that it must be a fabrication or a case of mistaken identity by the ghostly report. The notion was simply too surreal.
As far as he knew, Yi Sheng was still being pursued by Bai Jinping and his brother. How could he possibly have diverted to the ancient grounds and annihilated a Bai family base? Moreover, how could a mere second-tier cultivator possess such extraordinary capabilities? Could there have been an error? Huang Chen echoed, skepticism etched across his face. It is true. The secretary insisted emphatically. She stated that the ghostly report had made it abundantly clear, corroborated by a survivor from the Bai family. Most crucially, 2 elders from the Xianin pavilion had also been involved and could attest to it, claiming they had seen Yi Sheng with their own eyes. Impossible. Chao Sui seized the ghostly report from the secretary's hands and scrutinized the front-page headline. Huang Chen's gaze followed suit. Moments later, their expressions gradually dulled into disbelief. The contents of the ghostly report left no room for doubt. Not only was there a survivor from the Bai family, but also the 2 elders of the Xianin pavilion. Jiang Gong and Fu Yuan had witnessed Yi Sheng firsthand. Was this event truly authentic? Chao Sui felt as if he were caught in a dream, grappling with the staggering implications. If this were indeed the case, it could only mean one thing: Yi Sheng had ascended to the 3rd tier of cultivation. Furthermore, his combat prowess had reached an unfathomable level of invincibility. Only in this manner can all be accomplished. With this thought, Chao Sui recalled events from a few days prior. Recently, Yi Sheng had departed from the Xianming pavilion, and both had merely scoffed, considering him just a minor second-tier cultivator, who indeed took himself too seriously. His departure was inconsequential to the Xianming pavilion. Yet now, it appeared that the pavilion had inadvertently overlooked an extraordinary prodigy, pushing forth a figure brimming with immense potential. Upon hearing this, Huang Chen murmured to himself, Yi Sheng has stepped into the 3rd-tier realm? Such a defiance against fate? What have we done? Have we truly cast aside such a remarkable genius from the Xianming pavilion? As he spoke, Huang Chen's hands trembled, and his heart ached. A 3rd-tier invincible prodigy. Such a being is not to be possessed by ordinary forces. Each one is a treasure of unparalleled rarity. The Xianming pavilion had once had the opportunity to claim such a genius, but now, Brother Chao Sui, we may have committed an egregious error. Huang Chen lamented. Chapter 68, The Tremors of the Xianming Pavilion. Upon hearing the words, Chao Sui opened his mouth, yet found himself utterly speechless. If the matters concerning Huangpu Mountain were indeed true, then Yi Sheng's potential had reached an unfathomable magnitude. Had they braved the pressure from the Bai family and spared no effort in preserving him, investing resources in his cultivation, the returns would have been astronomical. Alas! It was too late to dwell on such thoughts now. In an instant, the upscale lounge was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Both Chao Sui and Huang Chen were at a loss for words. Not far away, the female secretary wore an expression of complexity. It seemed that the Xianming pavilion had missed out on a prodigy. Due to the grave misjudgments of the higher-ups, they had inadvertently driven away a talent. After perusing the morning report, Song Xiaotian leaped onto the sofa, exuberantly waving his arms and laughing heartily. I told you Yi Gu is incredibly strong. I certainly did not misjudge him. Not only has he entered the 3rd transformation, but he has also annihilated an entire base of the Bai family. Ha ha! How exhilarating! Song Xiaotian was as animated as a child, embodying the accomplishments on the newspaper as if they were his own. It was a pity his grandfather had ventured deep into the ancient lands, otherwise, he would surely be astounded. Song Tianhui, a formidable 4th transformation ghost sect master, had departed for the ancient lands and had entered the Yin city within. In Yin city, communication was impossible, all means of contact vanished, rendering them oblivious to the outside world. Song Xiaotian felt a tinge of regret, pondering how his grandfather would have been awestruck had he known of these events. As usual, Zheng Gang reported to the Xianming Tower. Upon entering the lobby, he observed groups of people huddled together, animatedly discussing something with fervent expressions. This sight puzzled Zheng Gang. What could have transpired? Scratching his head in confusion, he realized it had been quite a while since he had witnessed such a scene and wondered what significant event could have stirred such excitement among the crowd. He decided to approach a cluster of individuals to satiate his curiosity. As he neared a gathering, he leaned in to listen. He caught a voice gleefully exclaiming, "The higher-ups are truly dumbfounded, they have driven away a genius." Indeed, another chimed in.
Had they put forth their utmost effort to retain him, our Xianming Pavilion would have gained another unparalleled third transformation prodigy. It is rather strange. This individual's talent is simply astonishing. Not long ago, he was merely a second transformation cultivator, yet in the blink of an eye, he possesses the combat prowess of the third transformation. Quite surreal, wouldn't you agree? A chorus of nods and sighs followed. If you ask me, it's our higher-ups who are utterly foolish, lacking discernment and failing to retain talent. Hush. Keep your voice down. Do you not fear being reported for slandering the higher-ups? You might end up regretting it. The man scoffed. What is there to fear? If the Xianming Pavilion continues down this path, failing to retain genuine talent, a day of decline is inevitable. Zhang Gang stood at the periphery, listening, yet growing increasingly perplexed. What did they mean by driving away a genius? What foolish higher-ups were they referring to? Excuse me, my friend, what exactly has transpired? Zhang Gang gently tapped the shoulder of a gentleman in front of him, inquiring about the commotion. The man, momentarily interrupted, glared at Zhang Gang but softened his demeanor upon noticing Zhang Gang's status as a second-tier cultivator. What is it? Zhang Gang pressed on. May I ask what has transpired? Why is everyone so agitated? He glanced toward the clusters of people gathered in the hall. Upon hearing this, the man exaggeratedly exclaimed, You haven't heard? The village internet CAF. A significant event unfolded last night. What kind of event? Zhang Gang was momentarily taken aback, genuinely questioning if he had missed something critical. The man, brimming with excitement, waved a newspaper in his hands, declaring, Just last night, the Bai family's base in the ancient lands was completely annihilated. Not a single soul was spared, it was brutally vicious. Our underworld domain hasn't witnessed such occurrences in ages, wouldn't you agree this is monumental? What? The entire Bai family base was exterminated? Zhang Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. The man nodded vigorously. Over 100 second-tier perfected realm cultivators, along with more than 10 third-tier elders, including a third-tier perfected realm practitioner, none survived. It said that the flames engulfed the Bai family base all night, and by morning, those who arrived found nothing but charred ruins. When the Bai family members saw the scene, they immediately knelt down in anguish. This is the most devastating loss the Bai family has ever faced. Zhang Gang stood in shock, realizing the enormity of the situation. What force could be so ruthless? This was tantamount to declaring war on the Bai family, a relentless vendetta. Who could be behind such an act? Zhang Gang's breath quickened, sensing that the long-quiet underworld domain was on the brink of upheaval, potentially affecting the Xianming Pavilion as well. To his surprise, the man shook his head vigorously, saying, It's not a faction, it's just one individual. Brother, merely one person annihilated the entire Bai family base. He gestured dramatically, lamenting that he hadn't been present to witness the massacre firsthand, surely an astonishing spectacle. One person? Zhang Gang was bewildered. The thought of a single individual decimating an entire Bai family base sounded surreal. Who could it be? Coming to his senses, he gazed at the newspaper in the man's hand, asking, May I borrow the morning paper for a moment? This astonishing news had piqued Zhang Gang's curiosity. Eager to uncover the identity of the formidable individual responsible for such a cataclysmic event. Take it. The man generously offered, having already perused the paper. Zhang Gang accepted it with trembling hands, unfolding the newspaper to examine the front page. Look at the headline. The man kindly pointed out. Thank you. Zhang Gang expressed his gratitude, quickly scanning the headline's content. Upon finishing the text, he felt as though struck by lightning. Immediately, like a wild duck grasped by the neck, he let out a piercing scream. What? It is Yi Sheng who has done this. Has he ascended to the realm of the third transformation of the Ghost General? Zhang Gang's scream was so sharp that it startled the person beside him. That individual, calming his racing heart, gazed at Zhang Gang's frenzied expression and couldn't help but murmur, Why is he more agitated than I am? It was no wonder Zhang Gang was so astonished. He never anticipated that the one responsible for the massacre at the Bai family base would be Yi Sheng. While others may not have understood Yi Sheng, he knew him all too well. It was he who had brought Yi Sheng to the city of Netherworld, and subsequently introduced him to the Xianming Pavilion.
Chapter 69. I remember you have an elder brother named Sheng. 1,000 miles from the city of the underworld. A colossal ghostly dragon warship soared through the skies, heading towards its destination. The vessel bore the bold inscription Tianfeng Group. At this moment, within the ship's cabin, hundreds of young individuals were seated. Each of these youths was a second transformation cultivator, endowed with immense potential. They had been selected and contracted by Tianfeng Group, representing the elite of their generation, possessing significant value for cultivation. Is this truly the ghostly domain of the underworld? From his seat, Lu Ming gazed out the window. A look of awe etched across his face. Throughout the journey, he had witnessed an abundance of ferocious second transformation ghost tides. Occasionally, they even encountered a third transformation malevolent spirit, howling across the heavens and the earth, attempting to assault their ghostly dragon warship. Yet, each time, the formidable defensive system of the vessel repelled the threats. The ghostly domain of the underworld is indeed perilous. Lu Ming shook his head. In comparison, the wilderness outside Ghost Mountain City seemed like a novice village, utterly trivial. How about that? You've broadened your horizons, haven't you? Ha ha. Beside him, Zongshan chuckled, having once served as Lu Ming's review officer for his contract. He had guided Lu Ming in leveling up in the wilderness outside Ghost Mountain City, becoming somewhat of a mentor. Now, however, Lu Ming had ascended to the realm of a second transformation Ghost Master, placing them on the same level and drawing their statuses closer than ever. Yet, due to their past camaraderie, their relationship remained amicable. I've truly broadened my horizons. Lu Ming nodded, feeling contemplative. He felt as though he had once been a mere country bumpkin, and now he had finally witnessed the grandeur of this world. Those third transformation malevolent spirits were simply unseen in the wilderness outside Ghost Mountain City. Zongshan remarked with a grin, this is merely the beginning. The real ferocity resides in the ancient Lanzine cities. That is where the true malevolent spirits dwell. Our journey to the city of the underworld is only a brief respite. After a day, we shall proceed to the ancient land. Be prepared. Indeed. Lu Ming nodded, a hint of pride shimmering in his expression. He felt that he had touched upon a higher dimension of existence, no longer merely an ordinary person. Sheng and I are no longer of the same world. Lu Ming mused. Since childhood, he had enjoyed comparing himself to Sheng. But now, he had left Sheng far behind, and this elder brother could never catch up to his pace. His future would only grow brighter. He would gain admission to Fengdu University. Perhaps even become a regional overseer, wielding considerable authority. From henceforth, his life would be transformed. As Lu Ming pondered these thoughts, a smile involuntarily crept upon his lips, a refreshing sensation blossoming within. Zongshan, unaware of Lu Ming's musings, felt compelled to offer a word of caution upon seeing his expression. The ancient land is exceedingly treacherous. Although we have several third transformation elders from Tianfeng Group accompanying us for protection, we cannot entirely evade danger, especially upon entering the ancient region. Should we encounter the passage of soldiers, even the third transformation elders might not survive. At that point, we can only rely on luck and hope for the best. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's smile swiftly vanished, and he ceased to dream of the future. The ghost dragon sailed towards the city of shadows, and the cabin fell into a profound silence. At that moment, a third-tier elder from the Tianfeng Group approached, surveying the young disciples with a smile. Esteemed young ones, today's edition of the Underworld Report has been published. Since you have ventured into the ghostly realm, it is imperative to stay informed about the current events here. Please retrieve your communication wristbands and take a look. It will provide insight into the recent happenings in the ghostly realm. In the cabin, the young disciples promptly produced their wristbands, following the elder's guidance to access the morning edition of the Underworld Report. Zongshan performed the same action, opening the report and turning to Lu Ming with a grin. Take a look. It's a wonderful opportunity to broaden your horizons. Those featured in the Underworld Report are no ordinary individuals, each one is a person of significance in the ghostly realm. If we happen to encounter such figures, we must tread carefully. Lu Ming nodded, understanding that the ghostly realm was far from the humble confines of Ghost Mountain City. And he too followed the elder's instructions to access the report. Remarkable. A complete annihilation of an entire base. Zongshan exclaimed,
his eyes widening in disbelief after reading the headline. At that moment, the young disciples in the cabin began to murmur among themselves upon seeing the news.
Astounding! Over 100 second-tier perfected realm practitioners were wiped out overnight? One young man exclaimed, astonished. Second-tier perfected realm practitioners are far stronger than any of us. How could they be exterminated so completely?
Another individual, shaking his head, added, and there were also over a dozen third-tier elders among them, including a third-tier perfected realm elder.
Truly unbelievable. Indeed. Who could have done such a thing? They must be extraordinarily powerful. Did you not see?
The report clearly states it was a master named Sheng who single-handedly infiltrated the base and eliminated everyone.
Isn't Sheng one of the prominent figures in the ghostly realm?
He is incredibly formidable.
I wonder how old he is. Another pondered aloud.
To have slain a third-tier perfected realm elder, he must be at least in his 40s or 50s.
Nonsense. It explicitly states here that he is a young man under 20.
In the cabin, discussions erupted,
all revolving around the name Sheng.
Zongshan leaned back in his chair, reflecting on the morning report. This Sheng is indeed remarkable.
Moreover,
the ghostly realm is truly powerful, capable of eliminating over 100 second-tier perfected realm practitioners with ease, and so many third-tier elders.
Incredible. Meanwhile,
upon seeing the name Sheng, Lu Ming was struck with awe, momentarily frozen in place. The Sheng depicted in the report shared the same name as his elder brother. Zongshan, as if recalling something, turned to Lu Ming with a smile. By the way, I remember you have an elder brother named Sheng as well.
Could it possibly be the same person? Absolutely not. Lu Ming vehemently shook his head. What a ridiculous notion. How could his inept elder brother possibly be so formidable? To single-handedly annihilate an entire base, slaughtering hundreds of second-tier perfected cultivators, along with more than a dozen third-tier elders?
Especially with one of those being a third-tier perfected cultivator. Such a feat is utterly implausible. There is no way it could be accomplished by his worthless brother. He is utterly incredulous.
There is simply no connection to be made.
Lu Ming chuckled effortlessly, saying, no, my brother is merely an ordinary person, and he is currently uncertain about where to find employment. How could he achieve such earth-shattering feats?
Impossible. Absolutely impossible.
Lu Ming shook his head vigorously, like a clapper drum. However, Zongshan laughed, ha, if it truly were your brother. It would be remarkable indeed.
He would legitimately be a figure of renown in the realm of the underworld. Indeed, but alas, it is not.
Lu Ming's lips twitched slightly, forcing a smile.
Chapter 70, He Truly Has Come.
Yinshui Mountain, situated on the outskirts of an ancient land, is a formidable mountain steeped in heavy yin energy, making it an ideal haven for the nurturing of spirits. However, 3 years ago, it was seized by the Bai family, who established a stronghold there. At this moment, a figure sat cross-legged atop Yinshui Mountain. The figure was youthful, with a long sword hovering before him. The sword's blade was entirely pitch black, swirling with turbulent black mist, voraciously devouring the accumulated yin energy of Yinshui Mountain as if it were harnessing the local energy to nurture itself. As the yin energy flowed into the dark sword, its power appeared to grow increasingly formidable. If a discerning individual were present, they would surely exclaim in astonishment. This black sword was, in fact, a rare crimson myth-level equipment, for enveloping the blade was a faintly alluring crimson hue amidst the black mist. Young master, we should perhaps retreat. An elderly servant advised from behind the young man, his face etched with concern. Why should we retreat? The young man, Bai Zijian, opened his eyes and sneered. The servant replied that Sheng is currently at the height of his power and seems to possess information on the various bases of our Bai family. I fear he may come to Yinshui Mountain, and at that time you may be in danger. Upon hearing this, Bai Zijian let out a hearty laugh, dismissively retorting, would I fear him? I would welcome him to Yinshui Mountain. Ha ha ha. His laughter was brimming with confidence. He was a prodigy of the Bai family, a 3-turn invincible realm master. Since embarking on his cultivation journey, he had never tasted defeat.
Do you look down upon me?
Bai Zijian suddenly turned his gaze towards the servant, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity.
The servant hastily waved his hands in explanation. No. How could I dare to look down on the young master?
It's just that there is no need for us to engage in a life-and-death struggle with a barefoot madman. It is simply not worth it. The barefoot madman naturally referred to Yi Sheng.
After listening to the explanation, Bai Zijian snorted coldly and then sneered.
It is said that this man possesses the combat power of the invincible realm. I truly wish to meet him. The servant cautioned. It is indeed likely he is at the invincible realm, otherwise, he would not have been able to kill your uncle Tingyu.
Young master, we have no need to. Then it becomes even more interesting.
Bai Zijian interrupted the servant, laughing heartily. I will wait here for him and see if he dares to come. As the two conversed, the distant sky was shrouded in mist. Suddenly, a section of the fog began to churn violently, and a ghostly ship emerged from within. Bai Zijian, possessing keen perception, immediately sensed the anomaly and directed his gaze towards the ghostly ship. The servant's eyes flickered with a glimmer of insight as he too turned to face the ghostly vessel.
The ghostly ship? He truly has come. Bai Zijian sneered.
A spark of exhilaration igniting in his eyes. He feared that Yi Sheng would not dare to appear.
Now that he had arrived,
Bai Zijian felt a thrill surpassing all others. In his heart, avenging the Bai family was secondary. The prospect of slaying an invincible realm master was what truly inflamed his blood, adding a vivid stroke to his journey of invincibility.
Youth master, The servant attempted to persuade once more.
Silence. Bai Zijian huffed coldly, his gaze fixated on the ghostly ship as it gradually navigated through the mist.
At this moment,
the Bai family base beneath Inshur Mountain detected the ghostly fog ship, triggering a piercing alarm that threw the entire base into chaos.
The madman has arrived. Is it the King of Shadows? How bold of him to come.
Someone scoffed, with the Zijian present, he is doomed. I shall sever his head to honor the fallen disciples of the Bai family. Within the base, many raised their heads, gritting their teeth in fury at the sight of the ghostly ship, wishing to devour its master alive. Clearly, their hatred for Yi Sheng was palpable.
In the sky,
the mist surrounding the ghostly ship gradually dissipated, revealing the vessel and two figures on its deck. Yi Sheng, clad in a white robe, sat cross-legged,
his gaze profound as it fell upon Inshur Mountain.
Beside him, Gu Wuqing stood like a dutiful handmaiden, her head bowed in trepidation, fearful of being recognized and implicating Gu Yuelu.
Senior Yi,
Gu Wuqing stammered, her voice laced with apprehension.
According to intelligence,
a formidable three-turn invincible prodigy from the Bai family resided within Inshur Mountain, nurturing a legendary red sword of immense power for years.
Yi Sheng, upon learning this, had resolutely chosen to come here to confront the Bai family's three-turn invincible prodigy.
He remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the mountain's peak, where a youthful figure sat in meditation, exuding an aura characteristic of a three-turn invincible realm, inducing a sense of dread in onlookers. Particularly alarming was the black longsword hovering before him, radiating a mesmerizing red halo that instilled fear. Yi Sheng recognized this longsword as an exceedingly rare three-turn legendary red sword.
You are Yi Sheng?
The figure atop Inshur Mountain, Bai Zijian, laughed heartily, his tone brimming with arrogance as he looked disdainfully at Yi Sheng on the ghostly ship's deck.
Indeed. Yi Sheng nodded, his expression as tranquil as a still lake, devoid of any ripples.
Their gazes clashed in the air, igniting sparks that sent the surrounding gloom into a violent swirl. Both were prodigies of the three-turn invincible realm, standing at the pinnacle of this domain. Only a battle could reveal the stronger of the two.
Madmen. Both of them are madmen.
Gu Wuqing cast a glance at Yi Sheng,
then at Bai Zijian atop Inshur Mountain, murmuring to herself.
She found it incomprehensible why these prodigies were so eager for conflict. Their excitement at encountering an equal surpassing even that of meeting a woman. Yi Sheng rose, stepping onto the deck, hovering in midair as a longsword materialized in his hand. Observing this, Gu Wuqing steered the ghostly ship back. She knew that the next moment would undoubtedly be a scene of earth-shattering intensity. Remaining here would only result in being swept away by the aftermath. She had to retreat quickly.
Gu Wuqing's foresight proved accurate.
Just as she withdrew several dozen miles away, An unimaginable spectacle erupted from the side of Inshur Mountain. Golden swordlight surged like a tide, engulfing the mountain. On the opposite side, black swordlight surged like a towering mountain, colliding with its counterpart. In that instant, Inshui Mountain was engulfed in a cataclysmic scene. Gu Yuqing gazed in astonishment as it appeared as though two suns were colliding, one black and the other golden. This fierce battle raged on for an extended period, lasting until the cloak of night descended. As dawn broke the following day, a ghostly mist ship swayed precariously through the air. The biting cold wind swept around Gu Yuqing, causing her to shiver involuntarily as she instinctively tightened her clothing. She then looked down to see Yi Sheng, clad in a flowing white robe, seated motionlessly on the deck. His robe was stained with several drops of blood, both his own and that of others. Senior Yi. Gu Yuqing's lips parted, as if to speak. Yet no words escaped her. Chapter 71, The Power of the Invincible Realm. Gu Yuqing moved her lips, at a loss for words. Yet, as she recalled the events of the previous night, a hint of admiration flickered in her eyes. Last night, Yi Sheng had engaged in battle with Bai Zijian, the renowned prodigy of the Bai family in the Invincible Realm. Subsequently, three formidable figures emerged in the night sky, each as powerful as Bai Zijian, all being prodigies of the Bai family within the same realm. It seemed the Bai family had set a trap here, awaiting Yi Sheng's arrival. In this confrontation, four individuals united their strength against Yi Sheng. Throughout the ordeal, Yi Sheng faced them single-handedly without yielding an inch. Ultimately, it was the old servant concealed beside Bai Zijian who unleashed his power at the Ghost Sect's fourth transformation, capturing Yi Sheng. However, Yi Sheng managed to thwart him with a golden divine bell and ultimately escaped. This battle resulted in the entire Inshui Mountain collapsing, transforming the surrounding area into a scorched wasteland. Many from the Bai family's base suffered dire consequences and perished as a result. To stand alone against four prodigies of the Invincible Realm was indeed an astonishing feat. Gu Yuqing gazed at the figure clad in white before her, murmuring to herself. This was the Invincible Realm. Each individual could claim supremacy at the same level. Yet, Yi Sheng had confronted four of them without faltering. She could hardly fathom how he accomplished such a feat. What an extraordinary being he was. On the deck, Yi Sheng was reflecting on the lessons learned from this battle with his eyes closed. His power still felt somewhat lacking. Opening his eyes, he gazed into the distant mist, his expression contemplative. After this battle, Yi Sheng had discerned the true nature of the Invincible Realm. For instance, Bai Zijian's combat strength reached an astounding 600 times that of an ordinary third transformation perfected practitioner. Indeed, 600 times. Bai Zijian possessed a complete set of third transformation legendary equipment, in contrast to a piece of dark gold gear that could only amplify power by 10 times. A legendary piece could enhance it by 50 times. With 6 pieces of armor, that amounted to 300 times the power. Furthermore, 6 pieces could activate the set attributes. Once the legendary set attributes were activated, they provided an additional 100-fold increase in power. Thus, a complete set of third transformation legendary equipment granted 400 times the power. Additionally, Bai Zijian wielded a third transformation mythic weapon. The amplification from mythic equipment was even more staggering. Just one could elevate power by 100 times. Yi Sheng pondered, combined with his own invincible techniques, this ultimately resulted in a remarkable 600 times the power. This was the origin of the Invincible Realm with its 600 times strength. The three figures that appeared subsequently were all at this level. 600 times the power. This could truly be termed as the Invincible Realm. As for himself, Yi Sheng contemplated. In this battle, he had relied on the Diamond Demon Subduing Sword. With his ascension to the third transformation, the level of the Diamond Demon Subduing Sword had also risen to LV3. Its attributes had experienced explosive enhancement. Yi Sheng pulled up his skill panel and observed, Destruction Level Skill, Diamond Demon Subduing Sword, LV3, a single target attack skill, one of the pinnacle Taoist Demon Subduing Sword techniques. Attack power increased 60,000. With an astonishing increase in damage against supernatural beings by 80,000 and a remarkable enhancement of attack power by 60,000. Yi Sheng found himself at a pivotal moment. Previously, when the King Kong Demon Slaying Sword was at level 2, it provided a mere 30,000 boost to attack power.
Now,
with the upgrade, the attack power surged to 60,000, doubling his previous capability. However, Yi Sheng shook his head. While a 60,000 increase might seem extravagant, it merely equated to a multiplication factor of 600. This was a straightforward arithmetic calculation. In essence, Yi Sheng, relying on the King Kong demon-slaying sword, had just grazed the level of invincibility, placing him on equal footing with the celestial prodigies like Bai Zijian.
Nevertheless, mere equality in strength would not suffice to withstand the onslaught of 4 opponents. Yet Yi Sheng possessed more than just this invincible edge. During this period, he had managed to elevate the heavenly suppression bell to the same level 3. The skill, a pinnacle defensive technique of Taoism, boasted an impressive defensive enhancement of 65,000 and a damage reduction against supernatural entities of 75,000. Upon witnessing this, Yi Sheng could not help but inhale deeply. The defensive power of the heavenly suppression bell had reached an astonishing 65,000, translating to 650 times its base value. This extra 50 times surpassed the critical threshold of invincibility. One must not underestimate this additional 50 times, after attaining the 600 times of invincibility. Any further enhancement, even by a single unit, was exceedingly challenging. Surpassing this threshold rendered it exceedingly difficult for the 4 assailants to breach his defenses, securing his position in an undefeated stance. Even the concealed old servant, unleashing the power of a 4th transformation ghost sect, could not contend with him. This outcome was likely far beyond the expectations of the Bai family. Despite orchestrating such an elaborate scheme, they failed to retain Yi Sheng, which would likely incite their ire to the point of fury. Yi Sheng chuckled softly, gathering his thoughts. After this battle, he comprehended the distinctions that lay between himself and those of invincible stature. I still possess ample room for growth, Yi Sheng mused. It was crucial to recognize that he had merely utilized the King Kong demon-slaying sword to match the prowess of Bai Zijian and his ilk, achieving a battle power of 600 times. Yet, it was important to remember that Yi Sheng was still at roughly the 3rd transformation, level 10. Since entering the 3rd transformation of the Ghost General realm, he had yet to elevate his rank further. He had not even reached the pinnacle of level 100 in the 3rd transformation. Moreover, he was still adorned in a set of 2nd transformation dark gold equipment, which could only be described as subpar. However, should he reach level 100 in the 3rd transformation and acquire an entire set of legendary equipment of the same tier, the cumulative battle power could potentially exceed 1,000 times. At that juncture, Bai Zijian and his so-called invincible peers would likely find it exceedingly difficult to withstand even a single strike. A battle power exceeding 1,000 times would undoubtedly allow him to contend with those of the 4th transformation ghost sect without hesitation. At the very least, the elderly servant by Bai Zijian's side, an ordinary 4th-tier ghost sect practitioner, would undoubtedly prove no match for him. It would be splendid if he could acquire a complete set of 3rd-tier mythical equipment. Yet, this fleeting thought barely lingered in Yi Sheng's mind, as he understood the difficulty of such an endeavor. However, Yi Sheng had already procured a 3rd-tier mythical weapon. With a swift motion, Yi Sheng revealed a longsword emanating a crimson aura. The sword's body was entirely obsidian, swirling with a turbulent black malevolence. Should Bai Zijian lay eyes upon this weapon, he would surely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood. In the battle at Yinshui Mountain, Yi Sheng did not leave empty-handed. Before retreating, he had dealt a heavy blow to Bai Zijian and seized the 3rd-tier mythical weapon from his grasp of the Shadow Demon Sword. Upon its extraction, the Shadow Demon Sword immediately radiated an icy chill, permeating the surroundings and coating the nearby deck with a thick layer of frost. Gu Yuqing, standing behind Yi Sheng, felt the frost creep up her legs. The intense chill made her shiver involuntarily, prompting her to instinctively step back, distancing herself from the ominous aura of the Shadow Demon Sword. Chapter 72, The Mythical Weapon Acknowledges Its Master. It is a 3rd-tier mythical weapon. Gu Yuqing lowered her gaze towards Yi Sheng's hand, her eyes filled with envy. This is a mythical weapon. Moreover, it is of the 3rd tier, worth a fortune. Most importantly, it is exceedingly rare. Only the most powerful factions stand a chance of acquiring it. Ordinary wanderers may find it difficult even to catch a glimpse. Originally wielded by Bai Zijian, this sword has now been seized by Yi Sheng.
Gu Yueqing distinctly remembers that when the sword was taken, Bai Zijian, ignoring his own injuries,
wore a face more pain than if he had consumed excrement, erupting in fury. The Shadow Demon Sword?
Yi Sheng examined the third-tier mythical weapon in his grasp.
Sensing its intense resistance to him. Once equipped at the legendary level, it would acknowledge its master.
A mythical weapon even generates a spirit, attaining a form of consciousness.
At this moment,
Yi Sheng found himself unable to control the Shadow Demon Sword. Firstly, he lacked the requisite level, mastering it required a complete third-tier level 100. Whereas he was only at third-tier level 12. Secondly, it had already recognized Bai Zijian as its master, the weapon spirit refusing to cooperate, rendering this sword little more than a solid piece of scrap iron, incapable of unleashing any power.
Gu Yueqing noticed this as well, stating, "Senior Yi,
this sword has already acknowledged its master.
Only by slaying its current master can the mark be erased and allow for a new master to take control." Upon finishing,
her expression was one of deep regret. Although the Shadow Demon Sword had been acquired, it would likely remain unusable.
Unless Bai Zijian were to take his own life,
Yi Sheng would have no opportunity to reclaim its allegiance.
Yi Sheng nodded, fully aware of this.
His initial intent in seizing the sword was merely to inflict discomfort upon Bai Zijian and simultaneously diminish his combat prowess. Without the Shadow Demon Sword, Bai Zijian's power would struggle to reach 600 times, making him far from invincible. Unless the Bai family were to provide him with another third-tier mythical weapon.
Nevertheless,
regardless of the circumstances, having taken such a precious treasure as the Shadow Demon Sword would undoubtedly cause immense distress to the Bai family.
Weapon spirit?
Yi Sheng caressed the long sword in his hand, feeling the strong resistance emanating from the spirit, which was akin to a soul entity, eluding his control.
A weapon spirit?
He pondered whether the technique-constrained spirit and deploy generals would have any effect on it. Yi Sheng furrowed his brow, considering this notion. A weapon spirit is a presence similar to a soul, somewhat akin to ghostly entities. Since constrained spirit and deploy generals can capture such entities,
it might also yield extraordinary results with a weapon spirit. With this thought ignited, Yi Sheng resolved to give it a try.
While ordinary ghost-controlling skills might prove ineffective, constrained spirit and deploy generals is of a destructive level, possessing various miraculous attributes. There might be unexpected surprises in store.
In an instant, Yi Sheng's eyes shifted from their original inky blackness to a deep gray. The still constrained spirit and deploy generals was activated.
The target was now the spirit within the Shadow Demon Sword. Beside him, Gu Yueqing observed Yi Sheng with curiosity, puzzled by his actions. She could only feel a peculiar force enveloping the Shadow Demon Sword. Even her own soul seemed to sense a subtle control exerted by some unseen power. This sensation was quite uncomfortable, prompting Gu Yueqing to instinctively take a few steps back, distancing herself from Yi Sheng.
After a brief moment,
Yi Sheng suddenly erupted into a long, hearty laugh.
Following this, Gu Yueqing widened her eyes in astonishment as she beheld an incredible sight.
The previously motionless Shadow Demon Sword began to dance around Yi Sheng like a playful fish, exuding an unmistakable sense of joy. If Gu Yueqing was not mistaken, it was evident that the Shadow Demon Sword had recognized its new master. How could this be possible?
Gu Yueqing stood frozen in disbelief. It was a well-known fact, even to a child, that a mythical grade weapon could only discard its original imprint by eliminating its former owner before recognizing a new master. Yet, Bai Zijian was clearly still alive. How could the Shadow Demon Sword acknowledge a new master? In an instant, Gu Yueqing's worldview was utterly shattered by the scene before her.
"Come here." Yi Sheng, seated cross-legged on the deck, smiled as he beckoned with his hand. The Shadow Demon Sword, which had been fluttering like a fish,
obediently flew into Yi Sheng's grasp.
Holding the Shadow Demon Sword, Yi Sheng reveled in the playful spirit within, bursting into another round of hearty laughter.
The ability to command the spirit was indeed advantageous.
One could directly control the spirit, rendering the original owner's imprint irrelevant.
I wonder what expression Bai Zijian would wear upon witnessing my mastery over the Shadow Demon Sword.
Yi Sheng laughed heartily, his mirth resounding. Soon after, Yi Sheng composed himself,
pondering his next course of action.
With his silence, the ghost mist ship was once again enveloped in a profound stillness. Gu Yuqing felt a twinge of anxiety as she stood behind Yi Sheng. During this time, she had been serving as free labor, navigating the ghost mist ship. She wondered when Yi Sheng would finally allow her to leave. After a brief moment, Yi Sheng spoke, "You may go now, you have worked hard during this time." "What?" Gu Yuqing was taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. The Demon King was actually willing to let her depart? Yi. Senior Yi, I. Gu Yuqing fumbled for words, suspecting that Yi Sheng was merely testing her resolve. "What? Do you hesitate to leave?" Yi Sheng furrowed his brow, looking at her. "And no, not at all." Gu Yuqing hastily waved her hands. She would have preferred to leave at that very moment. Although her time with Yi Sheng had expanded her horizons, having obliterated the Bai family base and encountering transcendent talents of the third transition, such experiences had also been exceedingly intense. A single misstep could lead to a perilous fall into the abyss. Yi Sheng's level was far beyond what she could handle, every day was fraught with anxiety. And she felt it best to return to her familiar circle. Before long, Gu Yuqing departed, summoning her flying artifact and hastening into the distant sky. Watching her retreating figure, Yi Sheng fell into contemplation, pondering his forthcoming plans. To Yin City. Yi Sheng raised his head to the boundless sky. Yin City was the heart of the ancient lands. His arrival in these ancient territories was primarily aimed at ascending in strength within Yin City, in preparation for the upcoming federal examination. However, due to settling accounts with the Bai family and collecting some interest, his timeline had been somewhat delayed. Now that he had vented his frustrations, it was time to attend to serious matters. Furthermore, after the battle at Yinshe Mountain, Yi Sheng gained a profound understanding of his own shortcomings. He resolved to acquire a set of third-tier legendary equipment to further bolster his combat prowess. With the 600-fold power of the Vajra demon subduing sword at his disposal, coupled with a complete set of third-tier legendary gear, his combat strength could potentially escalate to an unprecedented thousands of times that of ordinary warriors. Armed with such formidable power, he would truly attain an invincible state in the realm of third-tier warriors, surpassing all others. At that point, even the likes of Bai Zhejiang could be subdued with a mere gesture. Furthermore, it was imperative for him to elevate his realm to the pinnacle of third tier, achieving level 100, otherwise, he would be unable to wield the Yin demon sword or don many of the essential armaments. Yi Sheng shook his head, dismissing these thoughts. He then adjusted his course and steered the ghost mist ship towards the direction of Yin City, slicing through the void. Chapter 73, The Blind Date? The several levels of the third transition. On the journey to the City of Shadows, one must traverse a vast expanse of 3,000 miles of void. This void is a true vacuum, impervious to ordinary flying artifacts, requiring a vessel of the caliber of the Ghost Dragon to cross it. The 3,000 miles of emptiness resembles a black starry sky, with enormous ships gliding slowly through its depths. Among them, Yi Sheng is aboard one such Ghost Dragon. The ship's captain is an elderly man with white hair, adorned in a traditional Tang suit, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, having occupied high positions for many years. He is the chairman of a third-rate conglomerate. While his organization may not be particularly formidable, falling short of first-rate powers like the Xianin Pavilion, it possesses considerable financial strength. When Yi Sheng's ghost mist ship was halted, the old man happened to be passing by and graciously invited Yi Sheng aboard, offering him passage to the City of Shadows. The interior of the ship is lavishly decorated. "My young friend, is this your first visit to the City of Shadows?" Duan Honda, the elderly man with white hair, inquired with a smile as he sat across from Yi Sheng. Beside him, a young girl rolled her eyes, her gaze toward Yi Sheng tinged with a hint of defiance. "Indeed, it is my first time," Yi Sheng replied with a smile, feeling obliged to reciprocate the old man's warmth. "My young friend, your talent is truly remarkable. You have entered the third transition at such a young age," Duan Honda exclaimed, his admiration evident as he regarded Yi Sheng with appreciation. He had already discerned that Yi Sheng was a formidable third transition ghost general. At such a tender age, his level of cultivation was undoubtedly impressive, which was part of the reason the old man had chosen to stop the ship and extend his invitation. "Your granddaughter is not lacking either," Yi Sheng responded politely, his gaze shifting to the young girl beside Duan Honda. Indeed, her talent was commendable, having also entered the third transition.
although she was just beginning. There was no doubt that she was a third transition ghost general. If one were to speak solely of rank without considering combat power, the girl was approximately at third transition level 20, surpassing Yi Sheng's own level 10. Upon hearing this, the girl cast Yi Sheng a look that seemed to say he was somewhat perceptive. Just moments ago, her grandfather had nearly exalted Yi Sheng to the heavens. Yet to her, his aura only suggested he was around third transition level 10, slightly weaker than her. Naturally, she felt a twinge of dissatisfaction at a stranger receiving such praise from her grandfather and harbored thoughts of competing with Yi Sheng. Duan Hongda, amused by Yi Sheng's mention of his granddaughter, chuckled heartily. Yes, my granddaughter is indeed exceptional, she too has reached the third transition ghost general realm. He then looked at Yi Sheng and his granddaughter, adding meaningfully, you young people should engage in more exchanges. Of course, developing a romantic relationship isn't out of the question. Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng was taken aback. Even with his composure, he couldn't help but awkwardly smile, surprised by the old man's candid suggestion. Grandfather, what are you saying? Duan Xiaojia let out a soft sigh, her face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. She mused quietly to herself that although the young man opposite her was quite commendable, whether he was truly worthy of her esteemed self remained to be seen. My young friend, I speak only the truth. Duan Hongde chuckled heartily. At the level of his granddaughter, finding a suitable partner indeed posed a considerable challenge. Most of those near her age lacked sufficient prowess, and even the more distinguished individuals were merely at the second transition. Unworthy of his granddaughter who had already achieved the third transition. Those of equal standing were often older, making the search even more difficult. This predicament left Duan Hongde, who had long sought to arrange a match for his granddaughter, quite perplexed. Encountering a young talent like Yi Sheng was a rare opportunity, prompting him to seize the moment to bring the two together. Both Yi Sheng and Duan Xiaojia fell silent, noticing the awkward atmosphere. Duan Hongde let out a hearty laugh and shifted the conversation, turning to Yi Sheng. As it is your first visit to Yin City, you must be quite unfamiliar with it. Allow my granddaughter to introduce it to you. With that, he nudged his granddaughter, Duan Xiaojia. Grandfather! Duan Xiaojia exclaimed, exasperated, realizing her grandfather had unwittingly orchestrated a matchmaking scenario for her. She glared at Yi Sheng in silence, her annoyance palpable. Observing this, Duan Hongde offered Yi Sheng an awkward smile and said, well, perhaps I should take over the explanation. When the topic turned serious, Duan Hongde's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Though both of you have reached the third transition and are considered prodigies, you must exercise caution in Yin City. Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng looked over, eager to uncover the dangers that lay within Yin City. Duan Hongde regarded both Yi Sheng and his granddaughter earnestly. Although you two are prodigies, the number of exceptional talents in Yin City is overwhelming. Merely stepping into the third transition can only be deemed as third-rate. There are far more formidable individuals than you. Third-rate? Yi Sheng chuckled, intrigued. Old man, what then constitutes second-rate and first-rate? Duan Hongde explained. Third-rate refers to those of you who have just entered the third transition. Second-rate encompasses those at level 50 of the third transition. As for first-rate, it naturally pertains to those who have achieved the pinnacle of the third transition at level 100. I see. Yi Sheng nodded, finding the classification quite straightforward. Duan Hongde added, of course, besides first-rate, there are also super first-rate individuals. These are the true figures you must never provoke. Super first-rate? Yi Sheng was taken aback, then smiled and clasped his hands in respect. Old man, I would love to hear more. Duan Xiaojia rolled her eyes and interjected, super first-rate refers to the invincible realm. Who could possibly be stronger than them? Invincible realm? Yi Sheng was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter, having expected something more elaborate. Duan Hongde, oblivious to the nuance in Yi Sheng's expression, nodded and smiled. Indeed. Super first-rate denotes invincible realm of the third transition. These individuals are the true rulers at this level. Just one of them is an extraordinary figure, a true force to be reckoned with in Yin City. In comparison, you still have a long way to go. Duan Hngd spoke, enumerating the names of several formidable figures of the third tier of invincibility, advising Sheng to steer clear of them whenever possible, cautioning him not to provoke them, lest he find himself ruthlessly suppressed with no recourse for explanation. As he counted on his fingers, he mentioned PEG's PIN, LG's LWD, Huangg's Huang WNYU, and BEG's BIZGN. Sheng listened intently, seizing the opportunity to gain insight into the power dynamics of YNCHing. As Du NHNGD continued his enumeration, Sheng was surprised by the considerable number of third-tier invincible prodigies. When he heard Du NHNGD mention BIZGN, an unusual glimmer crossed Sheng's eyes. BIZGN? He silently shook his head, contemplating the current plight of BIZGN. Without the YNMGN, his combat prowess had significantly diminished, making it arduous to maintain the 600-fold strength characteristic of the third tier of invincibility. He had fallen behind other invincible prodigies of competing factions. Unless the BI family provided him with another third-tier mythical weapon, his invincible status would be difficult to uphold. While remaining inactive might be prudent, any action would inevitably reveal his true capabilities. Meanwhile, Dian Xiaji listened to the names of these invincible prodigies, her gaze growing increasingly enamored. With each name mentioned, admiration flickered in her eyes, as if these individuals were her idols. However, when she glanced back at Sheng, her expression shifted to one of disdain, seemingly conveying that in comparison to these invincible prodigies, he was utterly insignificant, light years away from their prowess. Chapter 74, Entering the Duan Family. Sheng paid no heed to her infatuated demeanor. Duan Hongda spoke with a sense of nostalgia, remarking on the multitude of prodigies in the world. To thrive within the Shadow City, a secret realm, one must at least reach the first tier level, achieving the pinnacle of the third transformation. Naturally, only by attaining the super first tier can one truly command respect and admiration. However, that is an arduous feat, requiring not only exceptional equipment but also an unparalleled means of power. Duan Hongda continued, there are many who can reach the first tier, but the number of those who can ascend to the super first tier is exceedingly rare. He gently ruffled his granddaughter's hair, his confidence in her abilities tempered by the harsh reality of the requirements for true invincibility. To achieve such heights is no small task, it demands extraordinary talent. Not everyone is capable of it. With a smile, Duan Hongda turned to Sheng, advising, once you arrive in the Shadow City, a secret realm, it would be wise to maintain a humble demeanor. The term Shadow City was unfamiliar to Sheng, who replied, thank you for your guidance, old sir, as he clasped his hands in respect. Duan Hongda gazed out of the ship's window, exclaiming, we are nearing the end of the 3,000 miles of the void. Sheng joined him in looking outward, knowing that passing through this expanse would lead them to the Shadow City, a secret realm. Half a day later, the ghost dragon finally emerged from the 3,000 miles of the void. Through the ship's window, Sheng beheld a breathtaking scene, a city where ancient towers floated in the air. The sheer number of these structures coalesced into a sprawling metropolis, grander in scale than Ghost Mountain City by at least 20-fold. Is this truly the Shadow City, a secret realm? Sheng marveled, feeling it did not quite resemble his expectations. No, this is the floating city, Duan Hongda corrected him. The floating city? Sheng inquired, puzzled. Duan Hongda chuckled, explaining, initially, this floating city did not exist. Various factions erected ancient towers merely to provide resting places for their members within the Shadow City, a secret realm. However, as more factions ventured into the realm, the number of constructions multiplied, gradually forming this city. Additionally, the high drop rate of resources in the Shadow City has fostered a thriving commerce, leading to its ever-expanding scale. Duan Hongda spoke with enthusiasm, his ordinary background belied by his remarkable business acumen, which had enabled him to cultivate a third-tier group with considerable influence. What makes these structures float? Sheng inquired with curiosity. It's quite simple, Duan Hongda explained. In the void, there exists a mineral known as void stone, which can counteract gravity, utilizing local resources. The floating city was constructed. Beside them, Duan Xiaojia cast a disdainful glance at Sheng, who appeared rather ignorant, and remarked,
This is the outpost of the Yin City's secret realm. After cultivators return from their perilous adventures within the realm, they take respite here.
However,
do not say I did not warn you, the hotel prices here are exorbitant.
Do not find yourself unable to afford a stay. Duan Hongde, chuckling heartily,
extended an invitation. Since you have arrived, young friend Yi, you might as well rest in my ancient building. There is no need to seek accommodation elsewhere.
Isn't that a slap in the face?
He continued, casting a meaningful glance at his granddaughter and Yi Sheng.
Once you settle in, you youngsters can engage in more conversation.
Yi Sheng was about to decline when Duan Hongde interrupted him. With utmost seriousness, he uttered a surprising proposition. If you do not mind, young friend Yi,
perhaps you could wed my granddaughter and join the Duan family.
Sighing, he added, my family line has run dry with her generation. He reassured, rest assured.
Upon joining the Duan family, my vast estate will be yours. Grandfather.
Duan Xiaojia's face turned crimson as she lowered her head, unable to meet Yi Sheng's gaze. Yi Sheng was momentarily taken aback, caught between laughter and tears. This was utterly absurd. Just as he was about to refuse,
Duan Hongde interjected, we have arrived, let us disembark.
Oh, I almost forgot to mention, after traversing 3,000 miles of void, all communication devices become ineffective here. Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng glanced at his communication wristband and indeed found it devoid of any signal, rendering him unable to send any messages. He had been forewarned about this. His classmates at the third transition had lost contact upon entering the Yin City's secret realm.
Let us go, we shall disembark. Duan Hongde stated.
Yi Sheng rose and followed him towards the exit of the spacecraft.
The Gue Long de Shan landed on a helipad, not far from a towering ancient building exceeding 20 stories in height.
All of these were properties of Duan Hongde. In terms of financial resources,
this astute businessman was second to none.
As the cabin opened, Duan Hongde and Yi Sheng emerged.
Ha, we have someone to greet us. Duan Hongde laughed boisterously.
Yi Sheng turned to see a middle-aged man in scholarly robes and a younger individual waiting there. The middle-aged man exuded a formidable presence. Clearly a formidable figure at the third transition's peak, his aura sharp and infused with a hint of malevolence. He was no ordinary person. The younger man, though somewhat weaker,
was still an accomplished second transition cultivator.
Achieving such a level at a young age was no small feat, however, compared to Yi Sheng.
Duan Xiaojia seemed slightly less formidable. Upon spotting Duan Xiaojia descending from the spaceship,
the young man's eyes lit up with evident admiration. He was clearly a suitor of hers.
Xiaojia, you have returned,
Su Shaoan exclaimed, approaching her with a grin,
resembling a devoted pup.
Yet Duan Xiaojia, upon seeing him, wore an expression of disdain and retorted, Su Shaoan.
Call me Duan Xiaojia, Xiaojia is not for you to utter.
She placed her hands on her hips, barring him from advancing. Su Shaoan appeared awkward as he turned to pay his respects to Duan Hongde, grandfather Duan.
Ah, Shaoan. Duan Hongde smiled. And who might he be?
Su Shaoan suddenly cast a wary glance at Yi Sheng, her eyes betraying a hint of unease.
Duan Hongde was seated quite close to Yi Sheng, and judging by his expression, he seemed to hold a considerable admiration for this unfamiliar youth.
This realization stirred a sense of discomfort within Su Shaoan.
Old master,
you must have had a long and arduous journey. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a Confucian robe approached and performed a respectful gesture towards Duan Hongde.
Duan Hongde chuckled heartily, not at all.
Disciple, why trouble yourself to personally welcome me?
It is only fitting.
The disciple replied with a smile.
I owe you a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for you, I would not be who I am today. Dissipate such formalities, my dear disciple. Let us not dwell on the past. Duan Hongde laughed heartily. Then, he turned his attention to Yi Sheng, introducing him with a sense of pride. By the way, allow me to introduce you.
This is Yi Sheng, my young friend. Despite his youth, he has already attained the third transformation of the Ghost General Realm, displaying remarkable talent.
Chapter 75, A Humbling Encounter, He Will Return. Oh? Is that so?
Su Mentu gazed in astonishment at Yi Sheng.
Yi Xiaoyu, this is Su Mentu. Duan Hongde introduced Yi Sheng with a smile, adding, he is your senior, having long since attained the pinnacle of the third transformation. Moreover, he possesses a battle power of 300 times. Even within the In City secret realm, Mentu is quite renowned. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult him. We are all on the same side.
Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng regarded Su Mentu with surprise. A battle power of 300 times. This implied that the scholarly middle-aged man before him must possess legendary grade equipment of the third transformation. Such an achievement is not to be taken lightly. At the level of the third transformation, he undoubtedly ranks among the elite, nearly rivaling the invincible realm. Su Mentu, with a composed demeanor, clasped his hands in salute and remarked, "The title of senior does not suit me." As he spoke, Su Mentu scrutinized Yi Sheng with a discerning gaze. After a thorough examination, he calmly withdrew his gaze, a flicker of disdain passing through his eyes.
Yi Sheng's aura suggested he was merely at the 10th level of the third transformation, and his equipment was woefully inadequate.
Clearly, he was a novice just stepping into the realm of the third transformation. Compared to someone like him, who had battled for years within this realm, Yi Sheng was significantly lacking and hardly worthy of further attention. The only aspect that warranted consideration was Yi Sheng's potential, being so young yet already in the third transformation. He exhibited a degree of prodigious talent. Yi Sheng returned the gesture with a smile. Meanwhile, upon learning that Yi Sheng was indeed a third transformation warrior, Su Xiuan couldn't help but be taken aback. His gaze towards Yi Sheng became increasingly vigilant. Yi Sheng's presence undoubtedly presented him with a rival. One who might very well steal away his beloved Duan Xiaojia. He had pursued her for many years. "Xiaojia, I have reserved a table at Fengyue Tower to treat you to the finest delicacies," Su Xiuan said, trying to curry favor. "I won't go. Stop bothering me." Duan Xiaojia turned her head away, only to catch sight of Yi Sheng and recall her grandfather's words about the marriage proposal, causing her face to flush crimson once more. In comparison to Yi Sheng, Su Xiuan was evidently lacking. At the very least, Yi Sheng was of her caliber, while Su Xiuan was merely at the perfected second transformation, a significant disparity that rendered him unworthy of her. At that moment, Yi Sheng suddenly announced, "Old Master Duan, I must take my leave. I apologize for the disturbance along the way." "You wish to leave?" Duan Hongda was taken aback, followed by a frown. He felt that Yi Sheng was somewhat ungrateful. He had already extended such goodwill, even proposing that Yi Sheng marry into the Duan family, intending to bequeath their vast estate to him, yet he was met with this lack of appreciation. Despite his profound composure, Duan Hongda could not help but feel a twinge of frustration. Su meant to cast a calm glance at Yi Sheng, inwardly acknowledging that the young man had some awareness. He had already discerned that Duan Hongda was keen on Yi Sheng's talent, wishing to marry his granddaughter to him. Meanwhile, he had his eyes set on Duan Hongda's substantial estate, hoping for his son Su Xiuan to wed Duan Xiaojia, all part of his slow and careful scheming. Yi Sheng's sudden appearance had also instilled a sense of caution in him. Seeing Yi Sheng preparing to depart, Su Xiuan let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "Good, good." "Humph. You wish to leave?" Duan Xiaojia felt a mixture of embarrassment and anger. She never anticipated that Yi Sheng would leave without a trace of sentiment. "Several friends. Farewell." Yi Sheng smiled as he bid adieu, fully aware that he could not linger any longer. Should he tarry a moment longer? He feared he might truly become a part of the Duan family. In an instant, Yi Sheng ascended into the sky, soaring towards the horizon. Duan Hongda gazed at Yi Sheng's retreating figure and, unwilling to give up, called out, "Yi, my young friend, should you find yourself without a place to land, you are more than welcome to return to my establishment. My previous words still hold true." Moments later, as Yi Sheng's silhouette faded from view, Su Menta cast a glance in the direction of Yi Sheng's departure and remarked with a half-smile, "Old Master Duan, it seems this young man is ungrateful." Duan Hongda squinted, replying, "Ah, youth. It is natural for them to be proud and headstrong. Once he encounters setbacks in the In City secret realm, he will know to return." "Indeed." Su Mentu nodded, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze flickering towards the horizon where Yi Sheng had vanished, lost in thought. The In City secret realm lay 1,000 miles beyond the floating city. After leaving the floating city, Yi Sheng set his course straight for the In City secret realm. Maneuvering the ghost fog ship, he traveled at remarkable speed, arriving within an hour. There, before him,
loomed the ominous Yin city.
Draped in a flowing white robe, Yi Sheng sat cross-legged on the deck,
faintly spotting a colossal black city rising like a mountain on the distant skyline.
The city, shrouded in mist, resembled a monstrous beast poised to devour those who dared approach.
Even from afar, a palpable aura of malevolence enveloped him.
With a swish, Yi Sheng quickened the pace of the ghost fog ship,
cutting through the layers of mist until he drew close to the imposing black city.
Upon nearing,
He was struck with awe. Is this truly the Yin city? Yi Sheng was momentarily taken aback.
Before him stood a magnificent black fortress, formidable as a great wall, obstructing the advance of all who approached.
Towering hundreds of meters high,
the city walls were adorned with black banners fluttering in the wind. The ramparts teemed with shadowy soldiers and ghostly generals, their sheer numbers causing a surge of Yin energy to rise, enveloping the sky in a torrent of dark clouds, obscuring even the blood moon above. In front of this grand Yin city, Yi Sheng beheld tens of thousands of powerful warriors seated in meditation.
Some closed their eyes in deep concentration, while others gazed intently at the imposing fortress, seemingly pondering how to breach its defenses. At that moment, a voice rang out in alarm.
"Look!
Someone is attempting to storm the city."
Yi Sheng turned his gaze towards the commotion. He witnessed a contingent of over 50 individuals scaling the colossal walls, each moving with agility akin to that of agile monkeys. Casting a quick glance, Yi Sheng recognized that all 50 were perfected second transformation cultivators, not a single weakling among them, united in their endeavor to breach the gates. As these 50 charged forth, the city walls responded with a flurry of heavy crossbows, unleashing bolts of darkness.
Boom!
Several members of the group, unable to evade in time, were struck by the bolts, exploding into a mist of crimson. The remaining warriors seized the moment to ascend the walls, only to be met with an avalanche of shadowy soldiers. Swish! 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 Among the tens of thousands of monks,
many opened their eyes to observe, eager to discern whether these few individuals would succeed. It remained uncertain if this small team could breach the city. One could only hope for their success. Should they manage to infiltrate,
they would be able to conceal themselves within the city's intricate environment and commence a gradual hunt of the shadow soldiers.
If fortune favored them, they might even uncover legendary grade equipment.
Indeed, the crux of the matter lay in overcoming the formidable barrier of the city walls.
Yet, this was an exceedingly daunting task. The crowd murmured.
Suddenly, amidst the discussions, a figure was violently hurled from the city, drenched in blood and bearing an expression of terror, fleeing with remarkable speed. As for the other skilled fighters who had ascended the battlements, they had all fallen silent, meeting their demise atop the walls. Out of the 50 or so who embarked on this venture, only one had miraculously survived.
Chapter 76, A Dire Mortality Rate. Alas! Another expedition has met with failure.
Before the Black Citadel, the crowd could not help but sigh at the scene before them.
The Shadow City's secret realm proves to be exceedingly challenging to traverse.
Yi Sheng furrowed his brow in contemplation. According to the intelligence from the ancient Moon Tower, the reason the Shadow City is referred to as the Shadow City's secret realm is that it encompasses not merely a single citadel, but rather an independent space filled with countless cities. Some of these cities are inhabited by second-turn fully realized shadow soldiers and ghost generals, while others are occupied by those of the third turn.
However, to enter the Shadow City's secret realm, one must first conquer the formidable first citadel before truly stepping into the secret realm. As for the citadel before him,
Yi Sheng's gaze swept across it. The shadow soldiers and ghost generals within were all at the second-turn fully realized level.
This citadel presents formidable challenges for second-turn cultivators but is considerably easier for those of the third turn. As for Yi Sheng, it would be a mere trifle for him. What a pity!
At that moment, a voice emanated from beside Yi Sheng.
Turning his head, he beheld an elderly man clad in a gray robe. This elder was a second-turn fully realized cultivator, piloting a flying vessel.
Several brawny men stood aboard his ship,
arms crossed in a show of camaraderie.
At this juncture, the vessel came to rest beside Yi Sheng's ghostly mist ship.
Young friend, I presume this is your first visit to the Shadow City's secret realm?
The gray-robed elder inquired, seated comfortably as he gazed at Yi Sheng with a smile.
How could you tell? Yi Sheng's brow furrowed.
He had not exhibited any telltale signs.
How could this elder discern that it was his inaugural visit to the Shadow City secret realm? Ha ha ha. This lad insists it's not his first time.
Upon hearing this, the brawny men erupted into hearty laughter, pointing at Yi Sheng. The gray-robed elder raised his hand, silencing their mirth, and with a smile,
he turned to Yi Sheng to explain, "Young friend, you bear no ancient city mark upon your brow, which is evident proof that this is indeed your first visit, something anyone could ascertain." Ancient city mark? What is that?
Yi Sheng was taken aback, finding himself in a realm of ignorance. This detail had not been included in the intelligence from the ancient moon tower. It appeared to be mere foundational knowledge, unworthy of documentation, leaving Yi Sheng uninformed.
With a flourish, the gray-robed elder and the brawny men pressed their fingers to their foreheads.
In an instant, a sandy-hued city mark materialized at the center of their brows, exuding an aura of mysterious energy, appearing quite extraordinary.
"Young friend, this is the ancient city mark," the gray-robed elder explained with a smile.
"Only those who have stepped into the Shadow City can manifest it upon their brow."
"I am grateful for your guidance." Yi Sheng clasped his hands in appreciation and boldly inquired, "May I ask what purpose this ancient city mark serves?" With a cheerful demeanor, the gray-robed elder responded,
"Once inside the Shadow City secret realm, no matter how far or deep you venture, possessing this mark enables you to teleport back directly to this first citadel." As he spoke, he gestured toward the ground beneath them.
"Ah, I see."
Yi Sheng nodded in understanding, then turned to the elder.
"May I inquire what brings you and your companions to seek me?"
Yi Sheng's expression was impassive as he regarded the several second-tier perfected cultivators approaching him with evident intent.
"Do not misunderstand."
The elder in gray robe waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at the dark citadel.
"Did you happen to notice the 50 individuals who just attempted the challenge?"
"Indeed, I did," Yi Sheng nodded in acknowledgement.
The elder continued, "We have come to extend an invitation for you to join our team." "Join your team?"
Yi Sheng furrowed his brow, preparing to decline. A burly man chuckled, "Young one,
this is an opportunity you may never encounter again.
Otherwise, as a novice, no other team would accept you. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention.
We are a 100-member squad."
The other sturdy men erupted in laughter, adding, "Indeed, if you miss this chance, it may never come again. Others wishing to join us must pay substantial sums to forge connections. In 2 hours, we will set forth." They continued to laugh heartily,
as if Yi Sheng were benefiting from their generosity.
As the burly men conversed, the elder in gray squinted, scrutinizing Yi Sheng. Yet, he found it peculiar that he could not see through Yi Sheng's facade. This situation could arise in 2 scenarios: either Yi Sheng possessed an exceptionally high cultivation level, or he had mastered the art of concealing his aura, perhaps employing a treasure for this purpose.
Regardless, anyone who could elude his perception was no ordinary individual.
Which was one of the reasons he sought Yi Sheng's company. "My young friend, our squad boasts a remarkably high success rate within the citadel. With a mere 20% mortality rate," the elder declared, his expression betraying a hint of pride.
20%! This signified that out of 100 individuals, only 20 would perish.
Such a low mortality rate was difficult for other teams to achieve, with many suffering a staggering 50% casualty rate.
The elder continued to tempt. "Once we enter the citadel, we can remain hidden.
Those spectral soldiers are quite foolish and will not be able to find us.
Subsequently,
we can collaborate to quietly hunt the spectral soldiers, significantly increasing our chances of obtaining loot."
"Indeed, young one," another burly man chimed in.
"If we secure even a single legendary piece of equipment, this venture will be far from a futile risk, and we shall all profit immensely."
Ha ha ha.
The group of robust men appeared exhilarated, as if they had already unearthed some remarkable treasure. Yi Sheng observed them and recognized that these individuals represented the mainstream of this world, the vast ranks of lower-tier cultivators. For him, acquiring equipment was merely a matter of time, but for these men, it was a treasure of utmost importance. They relied on risking their lives to seize equipment in hopes of striking it rich. Thus, places like the Shadow City, with their high drop rates, became a veritable paradise. Of course, the price was an exceedingly terrifying mortality rate.
What do you say?
Take a chance, and you may never have to worry for the rest of your life.
One burly man tempted, recounting tales of a brother who had once struck incredible fortune, obtaining a mythical piece of equipment within the Shadow City, which was later sold to a powerful faction for an exorbitant sum, providing him with wealth that could last a lifetime. In this modern era, many have embraced a life of leisure, and Sheng lamented that he too could indulge in such a lifestyle, provided fortune favored him. With a sigh, he intended to dismiss the individuals surrounding him, recognizing that he was fundamentally different from them. The path he was destined to tread was beyond their comprehension. At that moment, a sudden wave of gasps erupted from the imposing gates of Yin City, capturing the attention of Sheng and others. Initially assuming that someone was attempting to breach the gates, he looked up only to behold 7 or 8 figures soaring through the sky, their passage causing the very air to tremble, inciting awe among the tens of thousands of cultivators gathered before the first Yin City. The elderly man in gray, momentarily disregarding Sheng, gasped in astonishment upon witnessing those figures, exclaiming, "These are the prodigies of several major powers at the third transformation of the invincible realm." Sheng's gaze swept over the scene, and his expression quickly shifted to one of surprise, for among those 7 or 8 figures, he recognized 2 familiar faces. Chapter 77, The Influential Figures of the Shadow City's Secret Realm. Before the first Shadow City, tens of thousands of cultivators gazed upwards in unison. They cast their eyes upon 7 or 8 figures soaring through the air, each displaying an expression of solemnity and reverence. These were the pinnacle of the third transition invincible realm. Such individuals were undoubtedly elite in the Shadow City's secret realm. Sheng looked up, observing that the 7 or 8 figures did not conceal their formidable auras as they traversed the void, their overwhelming presence stirring the air as they advanced toward the first Shadow City. Each possessed a battle prowess of 600 times. An elder clad in gray robes gazed at these figures, his expression animated, exclaiming, "These are the prodigies of the third transition invincible realm from several major factions. It seems they are about to re-enter the Shadow City's secret realm, and this place is bound to witness another tempestuous upheaval." As he spoke, he turned to Sheng, boasting, "My young friend, these individuals are truly the influential figures of the Shadow City's secret realm. Countless young aspirants idolize them, yearning to follow in their footsteps. I share a considerable rapport with a few of them." Sheng cast him a sidelong glance, maintaining a tranquil demeanor devoid of any expression. Several robust men, witnessing this, assumed Sheng was struck with astonishment, and they erupted into laughter, saying, "This lad must be utterly amazed. Quite normal. Such prodigies of the third transition invincible realm are seldom seen, and only in the Shadow City's secret realm can one encounter them. It is only natural for someone witnessing such powerful beings for the first time to be left in awe." The burly men laughed heartily, as if they were city dwellers and Sheng a mere bumpkin, unfamiliar with the world. Sheng chose to disregard them, his gaze fixated on one among the 7 or 8 figures. This individual was all too familiar to him. "Bai Zijiang? He has come as well." Sheng smirked coldly. Among those invincible figures, Bai Zijiang's silhouette was unmistakably present. However, at this moment, Bai Zijiang appeared rather grim, his face clouded with a frown, as if burdened by heavy thoughts. Observing this, Sheng's lips curled into an odd smile, surmising it might be related to the loss of the Shadow Demon Sword. Such a legendary weapon of the third transition, having been stolen, would certainly dampen anyone's spirits. Sheng's gaze shifted, landing upon the young figure beside Bai Zijiang. This individual, elegantly wielding a feather fan and donned in white, resembled a refined young gentleman. In contrast to Bai Zijiang, this person wore a perpetual smile, exuding an air of unruffled composure. "Bai Ziwen. He is here too," Sheng murmured, recognizing the young man in white. During the battle at Yanshui Mountain, the Bai family orchestrated a scheme. Aside from Bai Zijiang, 3 figures of the invincible realm emerged in the shadows to encircle him. This was one of them. Though he appeared delicate, the feather fan in his hand wielded tremendous power. With a single flourish, the wind surged violently, transforming into a tempest of blades capable of cleaving a small mountain in two, a display of terrifying might. Had it not been for the protective charm of the heaven-suppressing divine bell, he might well have fallen victim to his attack. Sheng never anticipated that these two would also arrive at the Shadow City's secret realm. He gazed at their figures, lost in thought. Upon reflection,
He surmised their intentions, likely linked to the loss of the Yin demon sword.
Without it, Bai Zijiang had plummeted from invincibility. Their expedition to the secret realm of Yin City was probably aimed at acquiring a new third transformation mythical weapon to regain their former glory. Yi Sheng's conjecture was remarkably accurate. Indeed, this was Bai Zijiang's objective.
High above, 7 or 8 figures traversed towards the first Yin City, completely indifferent to the tens of thousands of cultivators below them. When they occasionally glanced down, it was as if they were observing mere ants. They were third transformation invincible prodigies. Their realm so elevated that those below were simply not on the same plane.
Among them, Bai Zijiang and Bai Ziwen walked side by side.
Bai Zijiang's countenance was dark and brooding, almost dripping with discontent. Bai Ziwen, fanning himself with a feathered fan, smiled and reassured, Zijiang, it's merely a third transformation mythical weapon.
Acquiring another one is trivial, there is no need to dwell on it.
Bai Ziwen's smile was captivating. And his distinguished demeanor elicited a flurry of admiration from many female cultivators below, who erupted into shrieks, calling out his name with fervor that far surpassed that directed at the other invincible figures. Nearby, the invincible prodigy of the Huang family, Huang Wanyue, scoffed at the scene,
exclaiming disdainfully, "Pretty boy, relying on looks.
Vulgar.
Brute."
Bai Ziwen shot him a sidelong glance, fanning himself with a smile, retorting, "Careful, or I might crush you." Huang Wanyue grinned broadly, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth, swinging his arm that was thicker than a thigh, as if to demonstrate what true strength was.
Bai Ziwen merely chuckled, recognizing the fool's nature in disregarding him, returning to converse with Bai Zijiang. Hearing this, a flicker of pain crossed Bai Zijiang's face. Such words were easy to utter, yet that was a third transformation mythical weapon, specifically a weapon. It was exceedingly rare. Furthermore, the Yin demon sword had been nurtured by the Bai family for a decade, its accumulated power never having the chance to manifest before being snatched away by that scoundrel. The thought of Yi Sheng incited a rage within Bai Zijiang that nearly made him spit blood. It had utterly humiliated him within the Bai family. If even a weapon could be taken from him, what remained?
Bai Zijiang had intended to petition his family for another third transformation mythical weapon. But the scornful gazes around him quelled that thought. Despite the Bai family's vast resources, such weapons were not easily obtained. Consequently, without the Yin demon sword, his battle prowess had dwindled from 600 times to 500 times, no longer qualifying as invincible. Mentioning Yi Sheng, a cold glint flashed in Bai Ziwen's eyes.
"We will find him."
Then, a smile reappeared on his face as he comforted Bai Zijiang, "I have good news for you.
Brother Zihan has heard about your predicament and has prepared a new third transformation mythical weapon for you.
Its power is not significantly inferior to that of the Yin demon sword."
"Really?" Bai Zijiang exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy. "Indeed, it is true."
Bai Ziwen's let out a hearty laugh, saying, "If you do not trust me."
"Can you not trust brother Bai Zihan?"
"Of course, one could trust him."
Bai Zijian's spirits lifted significantly.
Among the younger generation of the Bai family,
Bai Zijian held Bai Zihan in the highest regard. This was not merely due to Bai Zihan's few additional years,
but rather because his prowess surpassed that of all his peers.
Within the enigmatic realm of Yin City, Bai Zihan was an extraordinarily formidable presence.
Adorned with a complete set of 3-turn mythical gear, it was said that his combat strength shattered all limits, surpassing even the invincible realm, achieving a staggering 1,000-fold power. In the depths of Yin City, he reigned over an entire city, and none dared to provoke him. He was one of the few titans among the ranks of the 3-turn realm.
Chapter 78, Walking Alone Towards the City of Shadows.
I undoubtedly believe in brother Bai Zihan's words. Bai Zijian chuckled heartily, his mood instantly brightening. Bai Zihan treats his brothers exceptionally well, caring for them with great consideration.
Moreover,
while acquiring a mythical-grade weapon may pose a challenge for others, for Bai Zihan, who commands an entire city, it is merely a trivial task.
Bai Ziwen,
waving his feather fan, remarked that once we enter the secret realm of the City of Shadows, we shall seek out Brother Zihan.
At that moment,
your combat power will be restored to 600 times, allowing you to re-enter the realm of invincibility.
Bai Zijian nodded,
his eyes glinting with a murderous intent as he said, "I hope he can come."
"He?" Bai Ziwen chuckled, aware of whom Bai Zijian referred to. As they spoke, amidst the gazes of tens of thousands of cultivators, a group of three-turn invincible prodigies prepared to cross the first city of shadows. Below, several burly men turned to Sheng, grinning. "Young man, watch closely and observe how these invincible prodigies traverse the city of shadows. Indeed, witness their unparalleled prowess." The robust men laughed heartily. An elderly man in grey robes also glanced at Sheng, smiling. "For us, it requires 100 individuals to breach the secret realm of the City of Shadows, yet these invincible prodigies can effortlessly pass through. It would be beneficial for you to learn and broaden your horizons." Sheng's gaze remained calm as he watched the figures of Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen, pondering his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 figures approached the first City of Shadows. Tens of thousands of cultivators held their breath. Although they understood that this first City of Shadows could not hinder them, they could not suppress their anxiety. Swish! 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 As the 7 or 8 invincible prodigies crossed over the first City of Shadows, the shadowy soldiers stirred like a tidal wave. They readied heavy crossbows, intending to unleash dark bolts to bring the airborne figures crashing down. Sheng had witnessed the power of these crossbows. They could obliterate two-turn perfected cultivators in an instant, leaving them no chance to flee. In a flash, the 7 or 8 figures hovered above the first City of Shadows. A dense barrage of dark bolts surged upward, cascading like raindrops towards the group, seeking to annihilate them. In the face of this extraordinary strike from the first City of Shadows, the expressions of the several three-turn invincible prodigies, including Bai Zijian, remained indifferent, showing no regard for the impending attack. "Let me handle this!" A hearty laugh echoed. It was Huang Wenyao, the invincible prodigy of the Huang clan. His robust figure brandished a massive golden sword, as if reveling in the moment, he casually swung it downward. Boom! With his sword stroke, a colossal sword shadow, spanning dozens of meters, rapidly formed, descending like a mountain. It effortlessly obliterated the myriad dark bolts and carried a cataclysmic force as it crashed into the City of Shadows. Boom! The heavy sword shadow struck the city, causing the first City of Shadows to tremble violently. The intense shockwave reverberated outward, destabilizing the tens of thousands of cultivators outside, who looked on in astonishment. They sighed inwardly, realizing the vast chasm that separated them from these invincible prodigies. After Huang Wenyue unleashed a sword strike, a profound silence enveloped the bustling Yin city. 7 or 8 figures continued their journey without the slightest hesitation, evoking envy among the tens of thousands of cultivators present. They risked a 50% chance of death to gain entry into the elusive Yin City's secret realm, while these third-tier invincible prodigies traversed it as if strolling through their own backyard, effortlessly stepping inside. It was truly exhilarating. As the 7 or 8 invincible beings vanished from sight, several burly men sighed in admiration, pondering when they would ever reach such a realm. "Kid, did you learn anything?" One of the robust men turned to Sheng, laughing heartily. He sought to see a look of shock on Sheng's face. Unfortunately for him, Sheng remained impassive, his expression devoid of any ripple, as if the astonishing sword strike wielded by Huang Wenyue meant little to him. Following a brief moment of silence, the walls of Yin City were once again teeming with shadowy soldiers. These soldiers appeared to be inexhaustible, returning to their original numbers within mere seconds, as if they could resurrect infinitely within the confines of Yin City. However, during this fleeting interval, some individuals seized the opportunity to successfully breach the city's defenses, lying in wait to gradually hunt down the shadowy soldiers. These individuals seemed to possess considerable experience, poised to act when the third-tier invincible prodigies attempted to navigate through. The grey-robed elder felt a pang of envy. He had missed this opportunity due to the haste of the situation, leaving him unprepared. Others, realizing the chance too late, attempted to infiltrate the city but were swiftly cut down by the returning tide of shadowy soldiers, resulting in a gruesome spectacle of bloodshed. This grim scene served as a cold splash of water for those who harbored similar intentions, halting their advance. Sheng withdrew his gaze, preparing to set forth. He had dallied too long and was eager to enter the Yin City's secret realm to enhance his abilities. "Young friend, have you made a decision? Would you care to join my team? In 2 hours, we shall commence our venture." The grey-robed elder smiled. Not far behind him, a group of nearly 100 individuals was assembling, comprising the Elderess team. This group was formidable, with over half of its members reaching the pinnacle of the second tier. Each of them eyed the first city with a fierce determination, ready to risk their lives. Several of the burly men grew impatient. As the moment of reckoning approached, their expressions hardened. "Kid, this is your final chance," they declared, unwilling to wait any longer. Yi Sheng's absence would not significantly alter their plans. The gray-robed elder, maintaining a calm demeanor, regarded Yi Sheng with a smile, confident in his ability to recruit him. This newcomer had not encountered much of the world. A mere display of his team's strength would surely compel Yi Sheng to eagerly join their ranks. However, the elder's smile soon faded as he observed Yi Sheng shaking his head. Without further engagement, Yi Sheng stored away the ghostly fog ship and proceeded alone toward the first city. His demeanor exuded a calmness reminiscent of a solitary traveler. What was his intention? The elderly man in gray was bewildered, evidently unable to comprehend the significance of Yi Sheng's actions. A few burly men also wore expressions of confusion. What was he planning? It remained unclear. However, it appeared he was determined to venture into the city alone. One individual, with a gaze filled with uncertainty, murmured. To brave the city alone? Was he courting death? Another exclaimed, his mouth agape, convinced that Yi Sheng had lost his sanity. At this moment, the area before the first shadow city was eerily quiet. After multiple failed attempts at breaching the city, streams of blood had cascaded down from the walls. A grim reality that had compelled many to confront the truth. They were not the invincible prodigies of the third transformation. This first shadow city was not a place they could simply invade at will. For a time, silence enveloped the vicinity of the first shadow city. Tens of thousands of cultivators resumed their cultivation, daunted by the prospect of another attempt. Yet, amidst this stillness, a figure clad in white emerged unnoticed, exuding an ethereal grace as he strolled towards the first shadow city. Chapter 79. Everyone was stunned. What had happened? Before the first shadow city, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings as tens of thousands of cultivators began to meditate once more. Among the crowd, a group of youthful faces still bore expressions of shock, clearly affected by the recent events that had unfolded. These young individuals donned uniform combat attire, emblazoned with the emblem of the Tianfeng group. How about that? These third transcendence invincible prodigies are formidable, aren't they? Zhang Shan remarked, casting a glance at Lu Ming, who appeared visibly stunned. Indeed, they are quite impressive. Lu Ming nodded, his admiration genuine. He had always considered his own talents exceptional, possessing an A-level profession, yet in the presence of these third transcendence invincible prodigies, the disparity became painfully evident. If one were to describe it, Lu Ming felt as though an insurmountable chasm existed between them, a gap that could not be bridged merely through diligence. It was an innate gift, irrevocably established upon his class change. The realization of this truth filled Lu Ming with a profound sense of defeat, diminishing his confidence. Previously, he had brimmed with self-assurance, believing his future was boundless, but after witnessing these third transcendence invincible prodigies, he recognized the limitations of his perspective. With his talents, he feared he could scarcely touch the hems of their garments. Zongshan seemed to perceive Lu Ming's turmoil and offered a reassuring smile. There is no need to feel disheartened. These invincible prodigies are but a select few, the apex of the pyramid. You possess an A-level profession. Even if you are weaker than them in the future, the difference will be negligible. Yes. Upon hearing Zhong Shan's words, Lu Ming's eyes regained their luster. And he nodded emphatically, rekindling his confidence. As Zhong Shan had pointed out, the invincible prodigies were exceedingly rare, the majority still resembled individuals like him. Lu Ming did not aspire to invincibility, he merely sought to attain respect within the realm of the invincible. Ha ha. It is good that you have come to this understanding. Maintaining the right mindset is crucial. Zongshan clapped Lu Ming on the shoulder, his expression one of satisfaction. Having traversed this path himself, Zongshan had witnessed far more than Lu Ming. The world was rife with prodigies. If one were to compare themselves to all of them, they might find it impossible to endure even a single day. At that moment, amidst the silence, an unexpected voice broke the tranquility. Look quickly. What is that person doing? The exclamation roused many nearby, prompting them to open their eyes and gaze towards the first shadow city. Zongshan, too, was drawn by the commotion, exclaiming softly as he turned his attention to the first shadow city.
There, in the previously empty expanse before the city, a figure clad in white robes emerged. The solitary figure strolled leisurely towards the first shadow city.
What does this individual intend to do?
Zongshan pondered, his brow furrowed in confusion. This white-robed figure was approaching the shadow city alone.
Was this a foolhardy endeavor?
Others typically gathered teams of over 100 for such an undertaking.
Lu Ming, equally perplexed,
turned his gaze towards the figure. Yet, as he beheld the silhouette of the white-robed figure, he found himself momentarily entranced. The silhouette evoked an overwhelming sense of familiarity within him, reminiscent of countless encounters from his childhood.
It bore an uncanny resemblance to his elder brother, Yi Sheng. How could this be?
Lu Ming shook his head in disbelief, finding the thought laughable.
How could his inept brother possibly be in such a place? Where exactly was this? This was the ancient land. Moreover, it was the perilous realm of the Yin city.
Those who could venture here were at least second-tier cultivators. Yi Shang likely hadn't even reached level 50 of the first tier. As the figure clad in white advanced towards the first Yin city,
an increasing number of observers took notice.
At that moment, the vicinity before the first Yin city was deserted, with thousands of cultivators meditating in silence.
The sudden appearance of a figure in white was truly striking. It was impossible not to notice. What could this person possibly intend? Some experts furrowed their brows in indifference, unable to comprehend the actions of the white-clad figure. It seemed he was attempting to breach the city? Breaching the city?
Upon hearing this, many scoffed in derision.
How could that be? Does he think he is invincible? Absurd! Ha ha!
After their remarks, a chorus of laughter erupted.
Then what is his purpose? Someone sneered. Perhaps he seeks to draw attention. Such ostentatious displays are not uncommon. Indeed.
Many nodded in agreement, recalling instances where attention seekers had engaged in similar antics, leaving others unfazed.
Soon he would retreat on his own. There was no need for concern.
After one individual concluded, he closed his eyes. Not far away, Zongshan, having overheard the discussions, chuckled. It appears this person seeks to establish a sense of presence.
That seems likely.
Lu Ming nodded, though his gaze remained fixed on the figure in white.
Suddenly, the realization struck, he truly intended to breach the city. No way! Someone shouted. The voice echoed far and wide, capturing everyone's attention. Swish! Swish! Swish!
Among the thousands of cultivators, many opened their eyes in unison to look. Under the collective gaze, the white-clad figure stepped forward, astonishingly ascending into the air.
Each step forming a staircase towards the first Yin city. In the blink of an eye, he reached the skies above the city. What? Many were taken aback, unable to process the unfolding scene.
Then, an even more astonishing spectacle presented itself to the crowd.
Once above the Yin city,
the figure in white ceased to conceal his aura, instead unleashing an overwhelming presence characteristic of an invincible realm.
With a flourish, he inscribed a symbol in the air and unleashed a mighty palm strike.
In the next moment, the skies above the first Yin city darkened ominously. Thick clouds gathering as countless bolts of lightning surged within. Some could vaguely hear the figure in white intoning, Tian Shi's edict.
Annihilate. In the next instant, boom! A blinding whiteness engulfed everyone, as torrents of lightning descended in unison upon the first Yin city.
The cacophony of thunder rendered all ears deafened.
Time seemed to stretch indefinitely.
As tranquility returned to the heavens and earth, the blinding white light gradually dissipated, restoring the crowd's vision.
When the crowd finally grasped the scene before them, their jaws nearly dropped in astonishment. The first shadow city was utterly vacant.
Indeed, it was devoid of even a single shadow soldier. The banners atop the city walls had turned to ashes, and the entire city exuded a burnt odor, shrouded in dark smoke as if it had been cleansed by a tempest of thunder. The figure clad in white had long since vanished.
What transpired?
Tens of thousands of cultivators stood in stunned silence, their minds momentarily incapacitated.
None could comprehend the unfolding events, as everything transpired with bewildering rapidity.
A mysterious figure in white emerged, ascending step by step into the air above the Shadow City, where it unleashed an overwhelming aura of invincibility.
Thunder roared across the sky, purging the first Shadow City until it was immaculate.
Following this, the figure departed with composure, fading from sight.
Remarkably, this entire sequence unfolded in less than a minute. All present gaped in disbelief at the spectacle.
No one had anticipated that after the departure of several invincible prodigies, another would materialize out of thin air.
Most astonishingly,
this invincible presence appeared strikingly unfamiliar.
Not a single person among the assembly recognized him. In an instant, the area before the first Shadow City fell into a profound silence, as all were rendered speechless. Chapter 80, The Leader, That Young Man is an Invincible Realm.
After a considerable period, some individuals, gazing at the desolate first Shadow City,
swallowed hard and finally regained their senses.
They began to whisper among themselves, discussing the recent events.
Gradually, the murmurs grew louder, creating a wave of sound before the first Shadow City.
Clearly, they were all shaken by what had just transpired.
In one corner of the crowd, an old man in a gray robe also snapped back to reality, turning to the burly men behind him, bewildered as he asked, "What just happened?"
The robust men appeared equally stunned. One of them moved his lips, his voice hoarse as he stammered, "Boss, that young man is
an invincible realm. Invincible realm." The gray-robed elder was taken aback.
He could scarcely believe that the young man he had always regarded as a novice was, in fact, a fearsome tiger beyond imagination, comparable to the admired figures of the third transition invincible realm he had witnessed earlier.
I didn't misspeak, did I? As silence enveloped them,
the elder suddenly noticed that his hands were trembling slightly.
It was fear. He realized he had been dancing on the edge of a knife,
mistaking a ferocious tiger for a harmless rabbit.
Could it truly not be so?
The burly men felt a bitter taste in their mouths, a sensation akin to their scalp tingling. The gray-robed elder had always been exceedingly polite, yet they had foolishly bounced between life and death.
Now, having survived,
they suspected they might have exhausted the merits accumulated over 10 lifetimes.
Meanwhile, in another location, Zhongshan and Lu Ming were equally dumbfounded. They stared blankly at the empty first Shadow City.
The scene before them was simply explosive.
Had there been a massacre? Zhongshan wore an expression of disbelief.
The first Shadow City had not been subjected to a massacre for over a decade,
and that had required the combined efforts of several invincible realm prodigies. A massacre, in this context, meant annihilating every shadow soldier within the city without leaving a single one behind.
While it appeared straightforward, achieving it was, in fact, exceedingly difficult. Shadow soldiers possessed a semblance of immortality within the Shadow City. They could be killed but would resurrect shortly thereafter, rejoining the ranks of the Shadow soldiers.
It felt as though they were inexhaustible. To execute a massacre, one had to eliminate them all in an instant, preventing any from reviving. Breaching a city was one thing, but few could claim the ability to carry out a massacre. Moreover, the figure in the white robe had accomplished this alone. A prodigy indeed. Zhongshan couldn't help but recall the unparalleled grace of that white-robed figure.
Lu Ming stood in a daze.
His recently restored confidence had, without a doubt, sustained a devastating blow, an overwhelming critical hit.
It shattered his self-assurance into a million pieces. Even with the strongest of confidence, he could never believe he could achieve what that white-robed figure had done, annihilating an entire Shadow City. This feat transcended mere talent.
The power of that white-robed figure bordered on the demonic.
Lu Ming groaned softly, a sense of inadequacy rising within him.
Why were there so many monstrous prodigies in this Shadow City, a secret realm?
Suddenly, a profound sense of helplessness enveloped Lu Ming. While the two were lost in thought, chaos erupted before the first Shadow City. Some individuals, having regained their senses, beheld the desolate city and were overcome with ecstasy. They realized that if they did not seize this rare opportunity to enter the city, when would they?
Were they foolish? In an instant, countless figures sprang forth from the crowd, eager to grasp this once-in-a-lifetime chance to infiltrate the first Shadow City.
Each individual surged forward with remarkable speed,
lamenting the lack of an additional leg from their parents.
Observing the actions of these people, others soon awakened to the situation.
Friends called out to one another,
and several groups hurriedly made their way toward the first shadow city.
At that moment, the city was eerily empty, devoid of danger.
The opportunity to conquer a city was a rare occurrence, one that might not present itself again for centuries. Thus, tens of thousands, disregarding their shock, created an extraordinary scene, surging like a tide toward the first shadow city. Among them, an elder clad in gray led the charge, followed closely by several burly men. Having missed one chance to enter the city, they were determined not to let this second opportunity slip away. A thunderous roar echoed as the crowd surged forward.
A breathtaking spectacle. Lu Ming stood in awe at the chaotic scene and turned to Zhang Shan, asking, "What should we do? What should we do?"
"Charge!"
Zhang Shan exclaimed, diving into the throng. Lu Ming instinctively followed suit. Once they merged into the crowd, they became inconspicuous. Upon crossing into the first shadow city,
Yi Sheng entered the realm of the shadow city.
Was this the environment within the shadow city?
In a void, Yi Sheng stood in his white robe, frowning as he surveyed his surroundings. The shadow city was a self-contained space that exuded an eerie tranquility. Dense, gray ghostly mist enveloped the area, obscuring distant sights and making it difficult to discern direction. Suddenly, Yi Sheng felt an itch at his brow and reached up to touch it. He discovered a miniature ancient city seal imprinted on his forehead, emanating a mysterious yellow aura.
This must be the ancient city mark, Yi Sheng pondered,
sensing a potent transmission power from the mark. It seemed that with just a thought, he could harness this power to leave the Shadow City realm and return to the outside of the first Shadow City.
How convenient!
Yi Sheng nodded, dismissing further contemplation. Having entered the realm of the Shadow City, he knew it was time to attend to serious matters. He had already squandered too much time. With a swift movement, Yi Sheng ceased using the ghostly mist vessel and took to the air.
He chose a direction at random, breaking through the void with a resounding roar,
plunging into the thick gray mist beyond, disappearing from sight.
Half an hour later, in an unfamiliar territory,
Yi Sheng halted after searching for 30 minutes and finally made a discovery. Before him loomed a colossal black city. Black banners fluttered atop the walls,
teeming with a tide of ghostly soldiers and generals.
Due to the overwhelming presence of spectral soldiers and ghostly generals, an astonishing aura of malevolence and ominous energy surged forth, making it exceedingly difficult for ordinary individuals to approach. These were all third transformation, level 100, fully realized spectral soldiers. Yi Sheng cast his gaze over this formidable city of shadows, which surpassed even the first shadow city, and a look of delight replaced any initial surprise in his eyes. This was precisely what he sought. A mere ordinary shadow city could hardly facilitate his rapid ascension. Only the city, teeming with third transformation, level 100, fully realized spectral soldiers, could fulfill Yi Sheng's ambitions. It would enable him to swiftly advance to the third transformation, level 100, fully realized state without squandering excessive time. With this city at his disposal, he could rapidly step into the third transformation, level 100, fully realized realm. Yi Sheng's spirit soared, and without further contemplation, he took a decisive step forward, disregarding the fierce spectral soldiers atop the city walls, and charged into the heart of the city. This time, he aimed to elevate his level within this stronghold, rectifying his previous shortcomings and reaching the third transformation, level 100, fully realized state. At that point, he would be poised to wield the legendary third transformation weapon, the Shadow Demon Sword, thereby amplifying his combat prowess 100-fold. Let this be the beginning of his ascent. Chapter 81, The Perfection of the Third Transformation in the ensuing 2 days. A realm of perfect third transformation at level 100, known as the Shadow City, was besieged by relentless thunder. Throughout this period, the skies above the city were perpetually shrouded in dense storm clouds. Beneath the inky blackness of the thunderous clouds, a figure clad in white robes sat suspended in midair,
utterly motionless.
Only when the shadow soldiers below resurrected in waves, akin to a surging tide, did he perform the thunder tribulation, summoning countless divine bolts from the heavens to strike down upon them. The relentless onslaught decimated the shadow soldiers within the city as if cleansing the ground. And with each cycle, Yi Sheng amassed an immense amount of experience, significantly elevating his levels.
Yet, he found the progression dishearteningly slow. After another round of divine lightning,
Sheng successfully ascended to level 70 of the third transformation.
However, this pace left him wanting. Opening his eyes, he gazed at the city below,
now wreathed in black smoke, furrowing his brow slightly. Upon reaching the third transformation as a ghost general, the rate of leveling up had dramatically diminished,
requiring an exorbitant amount of experience for each advancement.
It was far from the rapid pace of the first and second transformations. Yet, this was an inevitable reality. As one ascended to greater heights, the path to advancement grew increasingly arduous.
If others were to learn of Sheng's discontent, they would surely be exasperated.
In just 2 days, he had rocketed from level 10 to level 70 of the third transformation, an achievement unparalleled in this world. Most would require a decade or more of diligent effort to reach such a level. Sheng had traversed in mere days what took others years to accomplish.
So what right did he have to feel unsatisfied?
With a flourish, Sheng opened his skill panel, glancing at the level of his 9 heavens divine lightning skill, and shook his head in bemusement. It had reached level 3. This particular skill was one he rarely employed, yet within these 2 days, it had ascended to a formidable level, significantly enhancing its potency.
Destruction level skill, 9 heavens divine lightning, LV3, one of the supreme Taoist secret arts.
Summons divine lightning from the heavens to purge impurities and vanquish evil, covering a radius of 100 miles.
Attack power increase, 40,000. Damage to ghostly entities, 60,000.
Note, upgraded from lightning summoning technique, due to its immense power and extensive range, use with caution. Sheng surveyed the details and shook his head once more. Despite feeling that the upgrades were somewhat sluggish, he acknowledged there was little he could do about it. He had already maxed out his experience points, having vanquished third transformation level 100 entities exclusively for himself. There was no further experience to be gained, he could only grit his teeth and persevere.
With that,
Sheng sat cross-legged beneath the ominous thunderclouds, closed his eyes, and awaited the resurrection of the shadow soldiers below.
In the days that followed,
as the Shadow City faced repeated onslaughts, Sheng's aura grew ever closer to perfection. One fateful day, after a wave of divine lightning, a blinding white light enveloped him,
signifying his ascension.
At last, his essence reached its culmination, and he successfully advanced to the perfect realm of third transformation at level 100.
In terms of rank alone, it can be deemed first-rate. Ha ha. At last, it has culminated.
Sheng opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air, and let out a hearty laugh, his mood finally lifting. After several days of diligent effort, he had successfully elevated his realm, thereby eliminating any deficiencies in this aspect. He was now capable of wielding the third-tier mythical weapon, the Shadow Demon Sword. With a swift motion, Sheng flipped his palm, and a long, black sword radiating an enchanting crimson glow materialized in his grasp. The sword was entirely obsidian, swirling with dense black mist.
Even from a distance,
one could sense the terrifying energy contained within this blade. Holding it in his hand, Sheng closed his eyes to attune himself to its essence. The spirit within the Shadow Demon Sword had long been under his control, the most challenging aspect had become the most effortless. Now that his level was adequate, Sheng attempted to equip the sword. With a whoosh, once the Shadow Demon Sword was donned, he immediately felt a surge of formidable power coursing through him. His combat strength was amplified 100-fold. Should he employ the Vajra Demon Subduing Sword, his power could ascend to a staggering 700 times.
This would utterly transcend the realm of invincibility. At this moment, if he were to reenact the battle at Inshui Mountain,
he feared he could not only suppress the 4 peerless talents of the Bai family but might even inflict severe damage upon them. Sheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Upon reaching the realm of invincibility, even an additional 100-fold increase in combat strength represented a qualitative leap. It was akin to the heavenly bell of suppression, which, with its mere 650 times defensive power, rendered the 4 unable to breach its defenses. Moreover, with his current power elevated to 700 times, this surpassed the previous increase by 100-fold. Truly, it was worthy of being a third-tier mythical equipment. As Sheng pondered, he also contemplated the implications of such a potent third-tier mythical weapon that could elevate his strength by 100-fold. How formidable would it be to assemble an entire set of third-tier mythical equipment? Surely, even a complete set would yield combat capabilities exceeding 1,000-fold.
Shaking his head,
he recognized the difficulty of gathering a complete set of mythical gear, even for formidable factions.
After donning the Shadow Demon sword,
he discovered an additional special feature of this blade, sword nurturing. To his surprise, the sword possessed this unique capability.
Sheng caressed the blade's body,
realizing that sword nurturing involved seeking a location rich in yin energy, allowing the Shadow Demon sword to continuously absorb this essence. Accumulating enough yin energy would enable it to unleash an unimaginably powerful strike at a pivotal moment. Sheng examined the sword nurturing attribute of the Shadow Demon sword. Sword nurturing, accumulating energy. Upon sufficient accumulation, it can unleash an unparalleled strike. Attack power increases by 10,000.
Current accumulation, 10 strikes.
He glanced over it and could not help but admire its brilliance. The concept of sword nurturing was easily comprehensible.
At a critical moment,
the strike delivered would see an attack power enhancement of 10,000. This equated to a 100-fold increase in combat strength. This would elevate the original 600 times of invincibility temporarily to 700 times, breaching the threshold of invincibility.
However,
such a substantial enhancement in combat power does not come without its costs.
Cultivating a sword is indeed a formidable endeavor.
To amass the formidable might of a single sword, one must nurture it in a place thick with yin energy for 3 years.
3 years to gather the essence of one sword? That is an excessively long duration.
Sheng shook his head.
While this sword cultivation appears potent, the price is also steep. It is no wonder that during the battle at Inshur Mountain,
Zijian hesitated to unleash a strike. It was, after all, the sacrifice of 3 years of sword nurturing that weighed heavily on him.
Sheng chuckled heartily. Zijian refrained from utilizing sword cultivation, ultimately leading to an unexpected boon for him, Sheng.
Moreover, this sword cultivation has already accumulated 10 swords.
Evidently not solely the result of Zijian's efforts.
It is clear that this is a culmination of the Bai family's endeavors over the years.
Now,
having seized it all in one fell swoop, it has all turned to his advantage.
Indeed.
The ability to enhance his combat power 100-fold in a short span will prove invaluable in critical moments.
Sheng nodded in affirmation.
With these 10 instances of sword cultivation, he possesses an additional trump card. Currently, he wields a combat power of 700 times, in decisive moments. Combined with this sword cultivation's 100-fold enhancement, he could unleash a strike with 800 times the power.
Such a blow, even against an unsuspecting opponent at the pinnacle of invincibility, would surely lead to their demise.
It is indeed quite practical.
Chapter 82, A New Cataclysmic Skill. The Enchantment Seal.
Sheng sheathed the Shadow Demon sword, and with a flick of his hand, a legendary orange equipment materialized in his palm.
This extraordinary item resembled a small sun, radiating immense energy that could be sensed from afar.
Unlike the second transformation legendary equipment, this was a third transformation legendary item, specifically, a top-tier, level 100 third transformation legendary piece. Legendary equipment is categorized by levels. Some are merely third transformation level 10, while others reach level 50, with a new tier every 10 levels.
Naturally,
the third transformation level 100 legendary equipment stands as the most formidable and is the most challenging to obtain, the coveted Molten Fire Helmet. Gazing at the fiery helmet hovering in his hand, Sheng stroked his chin thoughtfully. This legendary piece had emerged during his recent endeavors.
While leveling up,
he had not only amassed experience but also gathered a plethora of equipment. With a swift motion, Sheng stowed away the Molten Fire Helmet and summoned 7 or 8 more legendary items into his grasp, all equally remarkable third transformation level 100 pieces.
The quantity was indeed impressive.
Unfortunately, they were scattered and did not form a complete set. A couple of them were duplicates of the same type.
Sighing,
Sheng shook his head in mild exasperation. Although he had acquired a substantial number of legendary items, he was unable to assemble a cohesive set. This was an inevitable predicament, as forming a set is inherently challenging.
Nevertheless, the drop rate within the Shadow City secret realm was extraordinarily high.
Sheng marveled at the bounty he had obtained over the past few days, an impressive array of top-tier third transformation legendary equipment. It was unfathomable to consider such riches in the outside world, where one would need to vanquish hundreds of third transformation bosses to achieve similar results. Yet here in the Shadow City secret realm, defeating mere minions sufficed. He stored the third transformation legendary items away, noting that they were not particularly suited to his needs. Curious if any new skill books had dropped over the past few days, Sheng opened his spatial bracelet and began rummaging through a collection of skill books, searching for those pertaining to Taoist skills. After a thorough search, his expression brightened as he uncovered a pale yellow skill book. Leaning down to inspect it, he read, Taoist Manual Demon Subduing Palm? This discovery brought a smile to his face, as it promised yet another formidable technique. He wondered what invincible abilities would stem from mastering the demon subduing palm, particularly since it was a palm technique, an area in which he felt quite unversed. Beep. Detected learnable Taoist skill, demon subduing palm. Do you wish to learn it? Yes, no? Yes, Sheng murmured softly, opting to learn the Taoist skill, demon subduing palm. Beep. Demon subduing palm learned successfully. Common skill, demon subduing palm, LV1. One of the intermediate palm techniques of Taoism. Attack power increased by 150. Damage to ghostly beings increased by 320. As one's skill level ascends, the percentage of damage incrementally enhances. Sheng merely cast a fleeting glance and then disregarded it. The attributes of the demon suppression palm were predictably low, which was of no surprise and certainly not worthy of attention. What he anticipated was the subsequent activation of the heart of the Celestial Master, which would evolve into a cataclysmic skill. Ding! New skill detected. The passive talent heart of the Celestial Master is triggered, automatically elevating demon suppression palm to the level of cataclysm. Indeed. It has arrived. Sheng held his breath, a tinge of nervous anticipation coursing through him. Each instance of a cataclysmic skill bore its own uniqueness. Yet he was left wondering what this iteration would present. Ding! The passive talent heart of the Celestial Master is triggered, automatically elevating demon suppression palm to the cataclysmic seal of the demon hand. Seal of the demon hand? What could this be? Sheng was momentarily taken aback. He hastily accessed the skill panel to discern the distinct attributes of this seal of the demon hand. Cataclysmic skill, seal of the demon hand, LV1. One of the premier Taoist methods for sealing demons and banishing spirits. Attack power increased 12,000. Damage to ghostly entities increased by 20,000. Sealing power, hunt ghostly beings. Accumulating energy, once fully charged, unleash a strike with an attack power increase of 10,000. Note, current skill level allows for accumulation, 1 strike. Accumulation progress 0. Sheng scanned the details, momentarily lost in thought. The attack power enhancement of the seal of the demon hand was somewhat inferior to that of the diamond demon suppressing sword, however. It possessed an additional unique capability, sealing power. Yet this sealing power struck Sheng as oddly familiar. How was it so reminiscent of the Yin demon sword? Upon closer examination, Sheng discovered notable similarities between the two. The mythic great Yin demon sword thrived on the absorption of Yin energy to nourish itself, once sufficiently charged. It too could unleash a strike with an attack power increase of 10,000. Conversely, the seal of the demon hand harnessed the hunting of ghostly beings to gain sealing power. Once fully charged, it could also deliver a strike with an attack power increase of 10,000. Did this mean the seal of the demon hand was tantamount to a mythic grade weapon? Sheng stroked his chin, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. At that moment, below in the city, after a period of recovery, the ghostly soldiers and generals had once again populated the entire area. Had they respawned? Sheng glanced down and remarked, "What a perfect opportunity to test the might of the seal of the demon hand and discern any differences." He was convinced that the seal of the demon hand was not merely equivalent to a mythic-grade piece of equipment. Sheng took a deep breath, slightly adjusted his posture, and his eyes sparkled with intensity. He then directed a palm strike towards the city below. The seal of the demon hand required no elaborate prelude. Unlike the 9 heavens' divine thunder, which necessitated intricate hand gestures to invoke celestial phenomena, the seal of the demon hand could be unleashed directly. Boom! As Sheng struck the air towards the city below, an astonishing scene unfolded. Before my eyes, a colossal golden hand rapidly materialized in the void. Its size akin to a towering mountain, with intricate patterns vividly etched upon its surface, adorned with countless shimmering hexagrams.
Descending like a golden peak, it bore down upon the world below.
From a distance, it bore a striking resemblance to the Tathagata's poem seen by Sheng in a past life as cinematic experience. With a thunderous crash, the immense golden hand descended upon the city, causing countless structures to crumble. Some spectral soldiers attempted to ascend and retaliate. Yet upon making contact with the golden colossus, they were obliterated by an unfathomable force.
Ultimately, the golden hand imprinted itself upon the ground,
triggering a cataclysmic collapse within the city, the earth giving way, annihilating innumerable ghostly warriors and generals, reducing them to mere ashes.
Once the hand's descent concluded,
Sheng observed the vast cityscape, now marred by a deep indentation where the colossal hand had struck.
Strangely, the ghostly city seemed to possess a self-healing capability.
A gray energy pulsated, and the massive crater along with the fallen edifices began to slowly mend themselves. Sheng, however, paid little heed to this phenomenon. Having grown accustomed to such spectacles,
the entire ghost city appeared almost sentient, capable of resurrecting its spectral soldiers and restoring its damaged structures.
Sheng let out a soft exclamation, having discerned a subtle difference in the demon-sealing great handprint, Chapter 83, the ancient city of bronze. Sheng opened the skill panel for the sealing magic great handprint. Upon noticing one particular item, he fell into a stupor.
Had he truly amassed sufficient power for a single strike? So soon?
Sheng's gaze lingered as he discovered that the sealing magic great handprint had indeed gathered enough energy for one impactful blow. The accumulation speed was astonishing,
far surpassing that of the demon sword.
It is worth noting that the cultivation of the sword for the demon sword required a full 3 years to gather enough energy for one strike.
However,
the sealing magic great handprint had achieved this feat in less than a breath of time. Such speed was incomparable to that of the demon sword's cultivation. It seemed that the number of spectral entities hunted was not overly demanding. Sheng mused as he lowered his gaze towards the city below. He observed that a considerable number of soldiers and ghost generals still thrived, as the previous strike had only eradicated about 20% of them.
This indicated that the accumulation of sealing power was not arduous.
In fact, during battles, as long as one chose to engage in the domain of ghostly tides, one could ceaselessly amass a single strike with a battle power of 100, merely by eliminating a fraction of the spectral beings.
Yet, was the accumulation speed truly swift? Sheng pondered and concluded that it was not. The current sealing magic great handprint was merely at LV1.
Destruction level skills possess a characteristic, with each level increase,
there are monumental transformations and enhancements. Now that he had reached the third transition, the sealing magic great handprint could at least be elevated to LV3. He wondered what changes might occur upon reaching LV3. After a brief moment, he collected his thoughts, cast a glance at the city below, and remarked, "Once I reach the third transition at level 100, it would be pointless to remain here. It is time to explore other cities within the city's secret realm. Upon reaching the third transition at level 100, my next objective would be to acquire equipment.
I need to obtain a complete set of third transition legendary gear to bridge the gap between myself and those invincible prodigies of the third transition.
Moreover, what I require is a full set, not disparate pieces of third transition legendary equipment. Assembling a complete set is no simple task."
While he had already acquired a considerable amount of third transition legendary gear, gathering a complete set would demand significant effort.
"Let us depart." Sheng stood up,
glanced once more at the city below, and then disregarded it, casually selecting a direction to soar into the air.
In the city's secret realm,
the ghostly fog was exceedingly dense, making it challenging for ordinary individuals to discern their bearings. Furthermore, the entire expanse of the city's secret realm was vast, seemingly without anyone having discovered its boundaries. Within this extensive territory, numerous cities were scattered, not limited to just one. Half a day later, Sheng halted his steps. After a thorough search, he encountered another city. At that moment, not far in front of him, a magnificent city loomed, emanating an overwhelming aura of menace. It was teeming with soldiers and ghost generals, instilling a sense of dread that compelled one to keep their distance. Sheng hovered in the air, his brow furrowed as he gazed at this peculiar city. He discovered that this city was extraordinarily distinct.
The entire city radiated a bronze-hued glow. Initially,
Yi Sheng thought he might be seeing things.
How could a ghost town emanate such a radiance? Yet, upon further inspection, it became undeniable.
This ghost town indeed radiated a bronze glow. Not only the entire city, but even the spectral soldiers within it exuded a similar bronze luminescence.
How could this be? What sets it apart?
Yi Sheng murmured.
Once he entered the secret realm of the ghost city, the intelligence provided by Gu Yueqing became obsolete. Given Gu Yueqing's status, she lacked access to the information within the secret realm.
Thus, Yi Sheng found himself in utter ignorance regarding this mysterious ghost city that glowed with a bronze hue,
unaware of its unique characteristics.
Yet, as he gazed upon it, his perceptive abilities remained intact.
In his perception, the spectral soldiers radiating a bronze glow possessed an undeniably formidable aura.
Yi Sheng discerned that these bronze spectral soldiers had combat prowess that was 100 times greater than that of ordinary level 103rd transformation spectral soldiers,
exceeding the strength of typical level 103rd transformation spectral soldiers by 100 times?
Yi Sheng was astonished. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before.
Meanwhile,
Sun Cheng soared through the air, his demeanor relaxed. As a third transformation perfected practitioner with 200 times the combat strength, he was well versed in the secret realm of the ghost city. For several days, he had been wandering through this realm, seeking a prime location to acquire equipment.
Ahead lies a bronze-level city? Haha, what splendid fortune! It's just perfect for me to farm some gear.
Sun Cheng's gaze turned towards the distant city, which radiated a bronze glow. Upon seeing it, he felt a surge of elation, proclaiming his good luck. He then flew towards the bronze-level ghost city.
However, upon approaching,
Sun Cheng furrowed his brow. To his dismay, someone had arrived before him. What bad luck! He halted, frowning at the figure in white robes who hovered in mid-air before the bronze ghost city, seemingly puzzled by the sight before him.
Ah, a newcomer?
Sun Cheng's seasoned eyes quickly recognized that the young man in white was indeed a novice, gazing at the bronze ghost city with confusion. Such an expression was characteristic of a newcomer, reminiscent of his own first encounter with the bronze ghost city in the secret realm. Since he was merely a novice, Sun Cheng thought it only fair to take advantage of the situation.
This bronze city shall be mine.
He chuckled to himself, soaring towards the young man. Sun Cheng's speed in the air was remarkable, considering he was a third transformation perfected practitioner with 200 times the combat strength. Such an individual, in the outside world,
would command significant respect.
In a moment, Sun Cheng approached the bronze ghost city and discerned the figure in white more clearly.
He laughed, saying, "Young man, this bronze city is far too perilous. It would be prudent for you to leave it to me. You'd be much safer seeking out ordinary cities instead."
Yi Sheng turned to look at Sun Cheng, and upon seeing him, his expression shifted from surprise to delight. He was troubled by his lack of understanding of the mysterious realm of Yin City, and yet, here came someone presenting themselves to him.
This scene, however, left Sun Cheng somewhat perplexed.
The young man before him exhibited no signs of wariness upon seeing him, rather, he gazed at him as if he had encountered a treasure. The gleam in his eyes sent a shiver down Sun Cheng's spine.
"What are you staring at, kid?" Sun Cheng inquired, feeling increasingly uneasy under Yi Sheng's intense scrutiny.
Yi Sheng spoke up, "Tell me, do you possess a profound
understanding of the Yin City secret realm?" Sun Cheng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively nodding. Of course he understood.
Yet, upon responding, he realized the absurdity of his actions.
What was he doing? Why was he answering this young man's question? "Kid, what are you talking about?"
"If you have any sense, you should leave this place immediately," Sun Cheng retorted, his embarrassment morphing into anger. In the next moment, Yi Sheng took action. He had no intention of engaging in futile conversation, he sought to conquer through strength.
Chapter 84, Senior, may I follow you? Outside the bronze ancient city,
a figure descended like a cannonball, crashing into the earth below with a resounding boom that sent tremors rippling across the ground. Yi Sheng, clad in a flowing white robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing down upon the land.
At this moment, a deep pit marred the earth's surface.
Sun Cheng lay within the pit, feeling as though every bone in his body was on the verge of shattering, groaning softly. His eyes, filled with terror, or fixed upon the white-robed figure suspended in the sky.
Invincible realm.
A mournful cry echoed in Sun Chang's heart as he lamented his misfortune. He had encountered a prodigy of the invincible realm. Just moments ago, he had been filled with confidence, eager to teach this unfamiliar young man in white a lesson.
Yet, in the next instant, the young man unleashed the aura of the invincible realm.
A single palm struck down upon him, as effortless as swatting a fly,
driving him deep into the earth.
The overwhelming force felt like a tidal wave, leaving him bereft of any desire to resist.
Heaven help me! How could I cross paths with such a monster?
Sun Chang moaned from within the pit, his mind racing as he contemplated his escape.
Fight? That was out of the question. What a joke!
This was the invincible realm, boasting a combat strength 600 times greater than his own. He could contend with a fourth transition ghost sect powerhouse, while he himself possessed merely 200 times the strength. He was no match for such a prodigy. His 200 times strength might hold some weight in the outside world, but before such a being, he was nothing more than an insignificant insect.
Are you done pretending? If you are, come up and speak. A detached voice resonated.
Yi Sheng cast a cold glance into the pit, aware that this old fellow was merely feigning. His earlier strike had employed less than 10% of his strength, enough to cause significant pain but not sufficient to inflict any real harm.
Excellent!
Sun Chang exclaimed with delight upon hearing this, dropping the pretense. He surmised that Yi Sheng had no intention of taking his life, otherwise
that earlier strike would have been far more lethal, likely ending him in an instant.
With a whoosh, Sun Chang surged from the pit. Moments later, he approached Yi Sheng. Head bowed, maintaining a respectful distance, too fearful to draw too near. This was a prodigy of the invincible realm.
A true figure of renown within the Shadow City's secret realm. As a mere minor character,
he seldom had the opportunity to exchange even a word with someone of such stature. However, Sun Chang was puzzled. Yi Sheng appeared unfamiliar to him. He had never before laid eyes on this individual. It was well known that the invincible realm was limited in number. After years of mingling within the Shadow City's secret realm, he had encountered nearly all of them, yet among the many, Yi Sheng was an enigma.
Where did this invincible realm figure emerge from? Why have I never seen him before?
Sun Chang's mind was awash with questions, yet he remained respectful, refraining from any further transgressions.
I have questions for you.
Yi Sheng's gaze swept over him. Sun Chang quickly donned a smile and replied, Senior.
What would you like to ask? As long as I possess the knowledge, I shall speak without reservation.
Yi Sheng turned his attention back to the bronze ancient city, voicing the query that had been troubling him.
Upon hearing it, Sun Chang was momentarily taken aback. Senior, this is your first time entering the Yin City secret realm. Isn't it? Sun Chang stammered.
The fact that Yi Sheng was inquiring about the Yin City level surprised him, as this was merely common knowledge within the secret realm.
Yi Sheng nodded, feeling no need for discretion. Sun Chang's expression shifted to one of understanding, and he began to elaborate.
A few minutes later, Sun Chang finished his account. His head bowed in silence. Yi Sheng gazed thoughtfully at the ancient bronze city, contemplating the complexities of the Yin City secret realm. Indeed, it was not so straightforward.
Within this realm, the ancient cities were categorized into different levels: ordinary ancient city, bronze ancient city, silver ancient city, gold ancient city, dark gold ancient city, legendary ancient city, and mythical ancient city.
Each city housed Yin soldiers and spirits of varying strengths.
In an ordinary ancient city, the Yin soldiers nearly reached the ordinary third transition of full circle. However, in a bronze ancient city,
the Yin soldiers possessed combat power exceeding that of ordinary third transition full circle soldiers by a staggering hundredfold. Silver ancient city boasted soldiers with double that power, while the gold ancient city had 300 times the power.
This continued until the red mythical ancient city,
where the soldiers wielded an overwhelming 600 times the strength, truly terrifying. Yi Sheng turned to Sun Chang and inquired, So?
Does it mean that the Yin soldiers in the red mythical ancient city possess power at the invincible realm level?
Sun Chang nodded earnestly, affirming, You are absolutely correct, Senior. The mere presence of an ordinary Yin soldier there is formidable, possessing 600 times the combat power.
For an ordinary cultivator like myself,
With only 200 times the power, it would be nearly impossible to withstand even a single strike.
He continued gravely, moreover.
The sheer number of these soldiers is overwhelming, akin to a tidal wave. Even those at the invincible realm must tread carefully within such cities.
Sun Chang sighed,
expressing that it was wise to avoid such ancient cities whenever possible.
Of course, these high-level cities are not easily encountered. They are exceedingly rare. Sun Chang added. Aside from the dangers, are there no benefits? Yi Sheng inquired. Certainly, there are.
Sun Chang responded, a glint of greed appearing in his eyes. The higher the level of the city, the more astonishing the loot. Especially in the red mythical ancient city, acquiring third transition mythical equipment is the most feasible.
However, these cities are too rare and overwhelmingly powerful.
Only those at the invincible realm dare to venture inside, unless one were to enter the terrifying dark zone. Sun Chang left his statement unfinished. Yi Sheng, unsure what the dark zone referred to, chose not to press further, trusting that he would learn what was necessary in due course.
You may leave now, Yi Sheng said, having gleaned all he needed from Sun Chang. There was no further purpose in keeping him.
However, Sun Chang hesitated and murmured,
Senior, may I accompany you?
He looked at Yi Sheng with a mixture of trepidation and hope. Before him stood an invincible figure.
Should he manage to align himself with such a powerful ally, prosperity would surely follow.
Most notably, this individual was evidently a newly emerged powerhouse,
destined to stir monumental upheavals within the enigmatic realm of Yin City.
However, Yi Sheng cast a cold glance, clearly lacking any interest in carrying a burdensome companion.
Witnessing this, Sun Chang's expression fell into disappointment, realizing that Yi Sheng was disinclined to include him.
With a resigned gesture, he respectfully clasped his hands and discreetly departed.
Once Sun Chang had left, Yi Sheng's gaze shifted towards the ancient city, which emanated a bronze glow. 100-fold increase in combat prowess? A multiplied rate of rewards? Intriguing.
Yi Sheng ceased to ponder further and stepped forward into the air, making his way towards this bronze ancient city,
eager to witness the effects of such a remarkable enhancement in combat capabilities.
100-fold increase in strength, while this ancient city might pose a peril to others. For someone like Yi Sheng, endowed with a foundational combat power of 700 times, it presented no threat whatsoever. Perhaps only a red mythic ancient city could bring forth any semblance of challenge.
Chapter 85, Astonishing Harvest. For several hours, Yi Sheng lingered in the bronze ancient city, methodically annihilating the bronze-level specters to acquire their equipment.
Simultaneously, he sought to enhance his proficiency in the cataclysmic skill, Seal of the Demon Hand,
eager to observe the transformations that would accompany its elevation. Boom! A violent tremor shook the bronze ancient city once more. With the shockwave, numerous edifices crumbled under the onslaught of the Seal of the Demon Hand, and swaths of bronze-level specters were obliterated as if they were mere grass. Despite their 100-fold combat prowess, the bronze-level specters could scarcely withstand a single strike from Yi Sheng. Once again, the city lay empty. Yi Sheng,
perched in midair above the bronze ancient city, cast a glance downward at the now desolate expanse and shook his head in discontent. The number of specters present was woefully insufficient for his needs. Each time he unleashed several strikes of the Seal of the Demon Hand, the specters were eradicated, leaving him to scan the area for any legendary orange equipment that might have dropped. As for items of other hues, Yi Sheng found them unworthy of his attention.
Collecting them held no merit. Moments later, another wave of specters resurrected in the ancient city below.
Yi Sheng looked down, prepared to cleanse the area once more.
But his brow furrowed in dismay.
This time, upon their resurgence, the bronze radiance enveloping the entire bronze ancient city had inexplicably dissipated.
Indeed, it had vanished. The once resplendent bronze ancient city had reverted to an ordinary ancient city. The specters that had spawned were now mere ordinary third transformation full circle specters, stripped of their 100-fold might.
Had it regressed?
Transformed into an ordinary city?
Yi Sheng surveyed the scene and shook his head. He recalled Sun Chang mentioning that a bronze ancient city would not retain its bronze status indefinitely. Over time, it would degrade.
A bronze ancient city could devolve into an ordinary one, while a silver ancient city might become a bronze city,
or even fall straight to the level of an ordinary city. This indicated that within the entire realm of the spectral city, The classifications of ancient cities were not fixed but rather subject to random fluctuations.
There were even instances where a city might transition from being an ordinary ancient city one moment to a red mythical level ancient city the next. Everything was governed by chance, devoid of any fixed pattern. In such circumstances, encountering a red mythical level ancient city would require an extraordinary stroke of luck.
Well, let us assess the spoils. Upon witnessing the transformation of the bronze ancient city into an ordinary one, Sheng lost interest in further clearing the area. Instead, he opened his spatial wristband to begin tallying his gains. As Sun Sheng had noted, the drop rate in the bronze-level ancient city had indeed seen a significant increase. After several hours of grinding, Sheng had amassed over a dozen pieces of third transformation legendary equipment, each a pinnacle of 100-level legendary gear. With a swift motion, he summoned a multitude of shimmering orange orbs, each containing a legendary item brimming with immense energy. Among these numerous pieces were helmets, chest armor, robes, leg guards,
and various other components. Sheng's attention was primarily focused on whether these items could coalesce into a complete set.
After a thorough examination, he shook his head in disappointment. The recent revelations predominantly consist of scattered pieces, failing to form a complete set. Only the Golden Armor series has managed to assemble 3 items: the Golden Dragon Robe, the Golden Dragon Helmet, and the Golden Dragon Boots. Sheng gathered the remaining fragments and gazed upon these 3 pieces of equipment.
The Golden Dragon Robe, resplendent in golden hues, is adorned with intricate golden dragon patterns and boasts exceptional quality.
Its attributes are impressive and appear to suit him well. The Golden Dragon Helmet and Golden Dragon Boots are similarly gilded, embellished with golden dragon motifs. 3 additional items from the Golden Armor series are required, should they be found.
The full set could be completed, thereby activating its set attributes.
Sheng noted the absence of the golden belt, golden leggings, and golden bracers.
Weapons are unnecessary,
as only 6 pieces are required to activate the set attributes. Sheng stroked his chin, contemplating the 3 pieces of golden armor before him. Recognizing this series as the closest he had come to forming a complete set, he hoped for smoother progress ahead. With a shake of his head, he mused that assembling a complete set is indeed a formidable challenge. If someone like him, who relentlessly slays monsters, finds it difficult, it must be even more daunting for others. This is indeed the case. While many possess legendary gear, it often remains in disparate pieces, making it challenging to activate set attributes. Resolving to think no further, Sheng arose and took to the skies, departing from the city to continue his search in other regions. The bronze ancient city was somewhat insufficient in level. Discovering a silver ancient city or even one of a golden tier or above would certainly yield better results. In the following period, fortune smiled upon Sheng as he encountered 3 silver ancient cities. These cities emanated a silvery glow, with even the shadowy soldiers bearing silver hues. The drop rates were commendable, several times higher than that of the bronze ancient city. Sheng cleared them until he reached a point of diminishing returns before departing. During this time, he also stumbled upon a golden ancient city and absolute treasure. Upon entering, it is noteworthy that a small party had discovered the city alongside Sheng. Yet, upon witnessing his overwhelming prowess, they swiftly retreated without a trace of hesitation.
Recognizing their wisdom, Sheng did not press the matter.
Eventually, after clearing several ancient cities, Sheng reaped considerable rewards, successfully obtaining the golden belt and golden bracers of the Golden Armor series. Only the golden leggings remained elusive. Above the golden ancient city, Sheng sat cross-legged in mid-air. With just 1 piece, the golden leggings, remaining, the Golden Armor series was on the brink of completion. He exhaled deeply, stowing away the 2 legendary pieces. Sheng then accessed his skill panel. After such an extended period, the Demon Sealing Grand Hand Seal had finally reached LV3. Its attributes underwent a profound transformation. Destruction level skill, Demon Sealing Grand Hand Seal, LV3, one of the pinnacle Taoist sealing techniques. Attack power increased by 48,000. Damage to ghostly entities increased by 60,000. The power of sealing demons, hunt the spirits, accumulating energy, and upon reaching full capacity, one may unleash a strike with an astonishing attack power increase of 30,000. Note, the current skill level allows for accumulation of up to 3 strikes. Accumulation progress, 3 strikes have been amassed. Yi Sheng cast a glance, nodding in satisfaction.
After reaching LV3, the power of the Great Seal finger increased to an impressive 48,000.
This represents a remarkable enhancement of 480 times. It far surpasses the 12,000 of LV1.
However,
compared to the 60,000 of the Vajra demon-slaying sword, it still falls short.
Yet,
Yi Sheng's gaze turned towards the essence of this devastating skill.
The power of sealing demons.
The power of sealing demons, hunt the spirits, accumulating energy, and upon reaching full capacity, one may unleash a strike with an impressive attack power increase of 30,000. Upon reaching full capacity, one can unleash a strike with an attack power increase of 30,000.
Yi Sheng took a deep breath. Just this aspect alone is incredibly extraordinary.
30,000 for a single strike. This equates to a battle power increase of 300 times.
Chapter 86, The Horrific Thousandfold Power.
In essence, should Yi Sheng harness the sealing power to unleash the sealing handprint, the might of his strike would escalate to an astonishing 78,000, a staggering 780 times the force of a single palm. Coupled with the 100-fold might of the third transformation mythical weapon, the Shadow Demon Sword, his combat prowess would soar to an impressive 880 times. This far surpasses the capabilities of the Diamond Demon-slaying sword. However, such extraordinary strength could only be manifested through 3 strikes. Thereafter, he would require further acquisition of sealing power.
An 880-fold power is undoubtedly remarkable. Yi Sheng inhaled deeply, recognizing the rapid enhancement of his strength. Moreover, this figure has transcended the realm of invincibility. Opponents like Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen would be effortlessly vanquished without a chance to resist. Yet, he remained unsatisfied.
If he could assemble the Jinpan series, his strength would experience yet another qualitative leap. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Yi Sheng cast his gaze downward towards the golden ancient city. The city below shimmered resplendently, resembling an ancient metropolis crafted entirely from gold.
Even amidst the eerie mists of the ghostly city, it stood out with dazzling brilliance. At this moment, the ancient city lay desolate.
The previous wave of specters had been purged by Yi Sheng, awaiting the arrival of the next wave.
He wondered if the upcoming refresh would result in a downgrade of the golden ancient city.
Yi Sheng waited patiently. If a downgrade occurred, he would have to continue his search.
Currently, he had little interest in the bronze ancient city, finding its meager enhancement rates unworthy in comparison to the golden ancient city. Encountering a dark gold ancient city would be even more fortuitous.
Yi Sheng stroked his chin, pondering the rarity of such places.
Perhaps his luck had simply not favored him during this time, leaving him regretful. Swish! 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 Moments later,
the empty streets of the city began to manifest clusters of ghostly soldiers. As they reappeared, their numbers gradually swelled, eventually filling the entire city once more. The refresh had occurred. Yi Sheng looked down, discovering that the golden ancient city remained enveloped in golden light, still radiating with brilliance. The specters that had respawned within the city were equally shrouded in a golden glow.
The golden ancient city had not downgraded. Excellent! Yi Sheng's expression brightened. Without further hesitation, he invoked the sealing power and struck down with the sealing handprint. With a multitude of specters below, even a single application of the sealing handprint would lead to immediate replenishment, creating a seamless continuity in his assault. Eradicating these specters with the sealing handprint proved far more gratifying than with the diamond demon-slaying sword. As the sealing handprint descended, the entire city succumbed to an apocalyptic fate, enduring a cataclysmic blow. Boom! The city trembled violently as it was struck by the sealing handprint. Buildings crumbled, and the earth quaked. Even the formidable golden-level specters, boasting 300-fold power, could not withstand the might of Yi Sheng's 880-fold strike, their forms disintegrating in an instant. Boom! Boom! Boom!
One palm strike after another rained down from Yi Sheng.
Until every shadowy soldier within the golden ancient city was utterly vanquished, he did not cease his efforts. Subsequently, his gaze swept across the surroundings, eager to assess his newfound treasures. 3 legendary pieces of equipment. In the distance, 3 resplendent orange beams of light ascended from the city. dazzling and radiant, swiftly capturing Yi Sheng's attention. With a swift motion, Yi Sheng reached out. And the 3 beams of legendary orange light immediately transformed into streams of orange brilliance, rushing towards him. Whoosh! 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 The 3 streams of light hovered before Yi Sheng, suspended in mid-air. As he focused his gaze, he yearned to discern the legendary equipment that had materialized. Upon closer inspection, Yi Sheng's expression was overtaken by sheer exhilaration. Among the 3 legendary orange items, he beheld the one he desired most. The Golden Plate series Golden Plate leggings. It was the final piece of the Golden Plate set. Ha ha ha! It is complete! What incredible fortune! Yi Sheng laughed heartily, feeling an immense sense of joy. He had never anticipated that the refresh of the Golden Ancient City would yield the last piece of his desired set, allowing him to complete the Golden Plate series in one fell swoop. Amidst his laughter, Yi Sheng retrieved the other 5 pieces of the Golden Plate series. Alongside the Golden Plate leggings, 6 legendary orange orbs encircled Yi Sheng, swirling around him, each emanating a formidable wave of energy that distorted the very fabric of reality as they passed through the void. Any onlooker would surely be envious of this spectacle. This was a complete set of 3rd-tier legendary equipment. Moreover, each piece represented the pinnacle of 100-level 3rd-tier legendary gear, second only to mythical equipment, making them the most potent gear available at that stage. Such value could not merely be described as priceless. Come! Yi Sheng bellowed with fervor. The 6 legendary orbs, as if drawn by an unseen force, transformed into projectiles, hurtling towards him at high speed, each seamlessly equipping itself. As each piece adorned him, Yi Sheng's aura began to ascend dramatically, compensating for his previous deficiencies in equipment. A single piece of legendary gear could amplify one's combat power by 50-fold. Once all 6 pieces of the Golden Plate series were donned, Yi Sheng's aura surged by a staggering 300 times. Simultaneously, with the completion of the Golden Plate set, its attributes were instantaneously activated. With a resounding boom, his combat power surged again by an additional 100-fold on top of the previous 300. In an instant, the Golden Plate series elevated Yi Sheng's power by an astounding 400 times. Ha ha ha! Yi Sheng laughed exuberantly. With this legendary set, his combat prowess had become utterly formidable. The 100-fold power of the 3rd-tier mythical weapon, the Shadow Demon Sword, combined with the 400-fold power of the Golden Plate series, brought his daily combat strength to an impressive 500 times. In battle, should he wield the Diamond Demon Slaying Sword at 600 times power, the two would stack, effortlessly reaching an astonishing 1100 times combat power. Such a terrifying might! The so-called invincible realm would appear as mere ants before him, easily crushed beneath a single finger. Should he unleash the sealing power of the sealing palm, his strength would soar even higher. His power could attain 1280 times. Even Yi Sheng could not help but feel a tremor of astonishment. How utterly extravagant! What would become of those in the realm of invincibility? Moments later, the Golden Ancient City below refreshed. Regrettably, after this renewal, the golden radiance faded completely, transforming it into an ordinary ancient city, devoid of value. With a sweeping glance, Yi Sheng understood it was time to depart from this place. In a swift motion, he rose and vanished from the ancient city. After exiting, he carelessly chose a direction and soared through the air. Amidst the vast ghostly fog, Yi Sheng traversed the skies in his resplendent golden robe, adorned with exquisite dragon patterns woven in golden threads. This was the appearance bestowed upon him by the Golden Pan series of equipment. How ostentatious! Yi Sheng shook his head. Donning the Golden Pan series made him resemble an ancient emperor. Then, with a mere thought, the golden robe shed its brilliance, transforming into an ordinary white robe. At the legendary level of equipment, altering one's external appearance at will is hardly a challenging feat. Chapter 87, The Red Mythical Ancient City. Amidst the vast, ethereal mists, Yi Sheng traversed the skies while contemplating his next strategic move. With a combat power exceeding 1,000, he had reached an extraordinarily formidable level. Within the realm of the third transition, it was difficult to encounter any worthy adversary. His next objective was to break through to the fourth transition of the Ghost Sect. Yi Sheng mused.
If he continued to pursue equipment of the third transition, it would necessitate obtaining a full set of red mythical grade gear.
However, such an endeavor seemed unnecessary. Ascending to the fourth transition was the true path.
After reaching the third transition, the disparities between major realms were at least 1,000-fold. The difference in combat power between the second and third transitions was indeed 1,000 times, allowing third transition warriors to effortlessly crush those of the second. The same held true for the fourth transition of the Ghost Sect, where the foundational power was already elevated by 1,000-fold compared to the third.
Thus, transcending major realms was the rightful pursuit. If circumstances allowed, one should not linger excessively within a single realm. Yet, within the secret realm of the Een City, he had not encountered even a single third transition boss-level spectre.
Sheng felt a headache coming on, accompanied by a sense of confusion.
The spectral soldiers within the Een City secret realm were undeniably formidable.
For instance, the golden-level spectral soldiers in the Golden Ancient City possessed a combat power of 300 times. Such power was likely more fearsome than that of a third transition boss-level spectre.
Yet, this was of no use.
It was common knowledge that only boss-level specters could drop transition items. Ordinary specters, no matter how strong, could not yield such treasures. This was a decree set by the highest of rules. What perplexed Sheng was that he had already slaughtered numerous ancient cities within the Een City secret realm. He had encountered countless spectral generals, yet had not seen a single third transition boss-level spectre.
How strange! Was it truly the case that there were no boss-level specters within the Een City secret realm? How could that be?
Sheng felt a sense of bewilderment and was eager to find someone knowledgeable to inquire further. Sheng soared through the air, moving with remarkable speed,
boldly navigating the dense ghostly mists without fear of danger. With his current formidable combat power, he was able to act with impunity. Half a day later,
Sheng came to a halt, suddenly exhaling softly in surprise. He gazed ahead and discerned, through the thick mists, faint strands of enchanting red light emanating from the distance. The red hue was not overwhelming, it merely tinged a vast expanse of grayish mist into a mesmerizing crimson. Observing this red glow,
Sheng felt a flicker of doubt. Was the mist truly dyeing itself red? Could it be that there was a mythical ancient city ahead? How could that be?
Upon contemplating this, Sheng found himself somewhat unsettled.
If there were indeed a red ancient city ahead, it would be a stroke of extraordinary fortune. A red mythical ancient city was a rare find.
One would need exceptional luck to encounter such a marvel.
Should he come across it?
There was a high probability of acquiring mythical grade equipment.
Mythical grade equipment. Sheng's breath quickened. Each piece of mythical grade equipment was extraordinarily precious,
particularly as they could not be purchased even with ample wealth. In terms of enhancing combat power, a single piece of mythical grade equipment could amplify one's strength by 100-fold,
far surpassing any legendary grade gear.
It could be said that mythical grade equipment was a coveted treasure.
Sheng ceased his ponderings and, in an instant,
propelled himself forward through the dense ghostly mist, eager to uncover what lay beyond.
Was it truly as he surmised, a mythic crimson city?
With remarkable speed, Sheng traversed the thick fog, emerging into a breathtaking sight. Before him stood an ancient city, radiating a vibrant red luminescence, resembling a resplendent crimson sun. The spectral warriors within also emanated a striking red glow, exuding an aura of enchantment. This spectacle left Sheng momentarily breathless, akin to the exhilaration of winning a lottery.
As he marveled at the existence of a genuine mythic crimson city. However, his astonishment quickly turned to concern. Someone had arrived before him.
Sheng halted, peering into the depths of the Red City, where he discerned a figure engaged in fierce combat with the spectral soldiers below.
This figure was no ordinary challenger.
Those daring enough to enter a mythic crimson city were formidable beings of invincibility.
It was Huang Wenyue.
Sheng recognized him instantly,
having encountered him during his perilous venture into the first Shadow City. Huang Wenyue had once traversed alongside other invincible beings like Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen, seeking entry into the Shadow City as secret realm. During their expedition through the first Shadow City, he had unleashed a golden heavy sword that obliterated a significant portion of the spectral forces, leaving thousands of cultivators in awe. Sheng had observed the event and remembered his name, never expecting to encounter him again in this place.
Shaking his head, Yi Sheng stepped toward the Crimson City, eager for a closer view. Within the city, Huang Wanyuet appeared to be struggling. The spectral warriors, each possessing a battle power 600 times greater than that of an ordinary foe, posed a formidable threat. They were relentless, and the sheer number of these spectral soldiers made the task daunting even for an invincible being. A single misstep could prove fatal. Huang Wanyue, despite his own extraordinary battle power, appeared to be laboring under the onslaught. Yi Sheng, choosing to remain patient, observed Huang Wanyue's struggle, seizing the opportunity to gauge the standards of these invincible beings. The attacks seemed standard, reflecting the typical battle power of an invincible being. Yet they were insufficient against the overwhelming might of the spectral soldiers. Huang Wanyue, a robust figure suspended above the Crimson City, wielded a golden heavy sword, unleashing a series of strikes that resembled towering mountains cleaving through the air. Such a force would have decimated foes in any other city, however. Within the bounds of this mythic Crimson City, it fell short. The spectral warriors, each boasting 600 times the battle power, withstood the onslaught, quickly neutralizing Huang Wanyue's efforts, rendering his attacks ineffective. The struggle against these spectral warriors appeared exceedingly arduous. With a thunderous clash, another golden sword strike descended, and this time, Yi Sheng was taken aback. With a single strike, a multitude of crimson phantoms was vanquished, releasing a cascade of equipment akin to raindrops. 700 times the offensive power? Yi Sheng raised an eyebrow, realizing he had underestimated Huang Wanyue. Subsequently, Huang Wanyue would sporadically unleash this tremendous force, annihilating swaths of the red phantoms and consequently yielding more equipment. Although the efficiency of exterminating the crimson phantoms was somewhat sluggish, progress was nonetheless evident. Yi Sheng shook his head. Despite Huang Wanyue's ability to manifest 700 times the offensive power, it appeared to be a form of secret technique, constrained by time. He could only unleash this formidable force at intervals. 700 times was truly his limit, Yi Sheng remarked. Nevertheless, this combat prowess was significantly superior to that of Bai Zijian and Bai Ziwen. His defense was unparalleled. Observing Huang Wanyue, Yi Sheng noted his exceptional defensive capabilities. To endure within the mythical ancient city of Crimson for such an extended period without being expelled was entirely reliant on his defensive strategies. Surrounding him were 4 massive golden shields, gracefully hovering and rotating, effectively deflecting assaults from all directions. Chapter 88, Who Are You? The Astonishing Huang Wanyue. Currently, Yi Sheng's gaze is exceedingly sharp, instantly perceiving that Huang Wanyue's defensive technique can achieve a staggering 700 times the defensive power. 700 times the defensive power. This is not some secret method, it is a stable accomplishment. This enables him to remain invincible even in the realm of the undefeated. The reason Huang Wanyue has not been expelled by the Crimson Spectres for so long is precisely due to this defensive capability, allowing him to stand his ground. It is exhausting. Yet, Yi Sheng shakes his head. With his current combat prowess, he finds these undefeated realms somewhat beneath his notice. Yi Sheng's sudden appearance naturally draws Huang Wanyue's attention. His fierce gaze sweeps towards this direction. Upon seeing Yi Sheng, Huang Wanyue's aura becomes menacing, and he growls, "Brat! Get lost quickly, or I'll make you wish you hadn't come." As he speaks, his eyes blaze with fury. He glances at Yi Sheng, mistakenly considering him merely a passerby, a strong individual who has come to observe his battle. But who is Huang Wanyue? He would not allow anyone to spectate his fight like a mere spectator. His temper is quite volatile. Yi Sheng chuckles, then strides towards the Crimson Ancient City. "You seek death," Huang Wanyue exclaims, his anger igniting. This brat, after being scolded, dares to approach him instead of retreating. Is he courting disaster? Or does he simply underestimate Huang Wanyue? "Brat, you court death." Boom! Amidst his frenzy, Huang Wanyue seizes a moment to slash at Yi Sheng with a sword, intending to casually eliminate this nuisance. A golden heavy sword phantom cleaves through the air, carrying the force of 600 times as it strikes towards Yi Sheng. Seeing this, Yi Sheng effortlessly unleashes a sealing palm imprint. A colossal golden hand materializes in the void, pressing forward. The hand is immense, its intricate patterns vividly visible.
with countless hexagrams swirling and a cascade of golden light pouring forth like a waterfall. Boom!
The palm collides with Huang Wanyue's golden heavy sword phantom, effortlessly obliterating it.
And continues its terrifying momentum toward Huang Wanyue. This is bad. Who are you? Huang Wanyue's expression drastically changes. His spiritual perception is formidable.
And as the golden giant hand easily extinguishes his golden sword phantom, a chilling sensation overwhelms him. The sudden appearance of this figure in white robes is incomprehensibly powerful. The might of that golden hand far exceeds his expectations.
9 shield. 6 faces. Huang Wanyue disregards the crimson specters below.
This unforeseen turn of events compels him to concentrate all his energy in response.
With a resounding roar, he unleashes his ultimate trump card.
The 4 surrounding golden shields instantly transform into 6, encasing him entirely in a protective barrier, preparing for full defense. In the next moment, the sealing palm imprint descends,
crashing against Huang Wanyue's 6 golden shields. Boom!
The 6 shields shatter instantaneously, unable to withstand the overwhelming force of the sealing palm imprint.
Ah!
Under the oppressive grip of the demon sealing great hand, Huang Wanyue's body shattered, fissures appearing all over his blood rapidly enveloped him.
In that fleeting moment,
his gaze towards Sheng was filled with palpable terror. With a resounding crash, Huang Wanyue was struck and propelled downwards like a cannonball, crashing violently into the ground below. A thunderous roar erupted, causing the entire city beneath to tremble, stirring up clouds of dust. Sheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, peering downwards. Huang Wanyue's figure had vanished, having plunged into the depths of the earth, leaving his fate uncertain.
Come out. Do not feign death. Sheng remarked indifferently, casting a glance.
As he spoke, golden light radiated from his palm, ready to imprint another seal upon the earth below.
Previously,
his demon sealing great hand had not been unleashed in full force, he had only utilized 50% of his power, intending to keep Huang Wanyue for further inquiries. Thus, while the attack appeared formidable, it was never intended to claim Huang Wanyue's life. The young man lingered in the pit, evidently attempting to deceive Sheng into believing he was incapacitated, hoping to escape unnoticed. However, sensing the renewed brilliance of Sheng's palm, the individual in the deep pit recognized the futility of his ruse and immediately cried out for mercy.
Spare me, esteemed elder. I shall come out at once.
Swiftly, a figure surged upwards from the depths of the pit, bloodied and disheveled, soaring into the sky, fearfully gazing at Sheng, who donned a pristine white robe.
A Titan-level being. Where did this Titan-level entity emerge from? Huang Wanyue quivered, stammering as he regarded Sheng. Upon hearing his words, Sheng was perplexed. Titan-level? What is that?
Huang Wanyue was momentarily taken aback, realizing that the young man before him appeared entirely oblivious, even to the concept of Titan-level, a state beyond invincibility.
Esteemed elder.
Huang Wanyue began, but was interrupted by Sheng, who waved his hand dismissively. He chose not to inquire further, instead focusing on the crimson mythic-level ancient city below,
intending to address that first.
In Huang Wanyue's astonished gaze, Sheng's palm glowed as he directed a mighty strike towards the red ancient city.
This time,
Sheng exerted his full strength, harnessing the power of demon sealing. The might of the demon sealing great hand surged to an astonishing 1,280-fold.
The impact of a 1,280-fold strike was terrifyingly immense.
A golden handprint descended like a mountain, shattering countless crimson specters as if they were mere porcelain.
Any that came into contact with the golden imprint disintegrated into ash.
Although the red specters possessed formidable strength, boasting an impressive 600-fold combat power akin to that of invincible beings, they were utterly insignificant against the overwhelming force of 1,280-fold. They crumbled at the slightest touch. Sheng unleashed his palm upon the red city below, which appeared to be facing utter annihilation. Buildings collapsed, the ground fractured, and innumerable crimson specters, comparable to invincible beings,
continued to shatter into oblivion.
Huang Wanyue stood in stunned silence, internally acknowledging the might of the Titan-level powerhouse. What was an arduous task for him to vanquish was effortlessly executed by Sheng, akin to slicing through vegetables. In but a brief moment, the entire crimson citadel was swept clean, its once boisterous clamor vanishing into an eerie silence. The ancient Red City certainly lived up to its mythical reputation, for the drop rate was astonishingly high. A sweeping glance revealed an abundance of equipment scattered throughout the city, with numerous legendary orange beams illuminating the surroundings.
Moreover,
Yi Sheng was taken aback as he beheld a singular crimson beam soaring from the depths of the citadel, radiating a captivating red light that pierced the overcast sky,
casting it in hues of scarlet. An extraordinary find.
Huang Wanyue also observed the striking crimson beam, his eyes widening in astonishment, quickly transforming with a tinge of envy. That was, without a doubt, a piece of mythical-grade equipment. It had indeed materialized. Yet, that coveted item now belonged to Yi Sheng, who dared not seize it.
Left only to watch in longing.
In the ethereal skies above, Yi Sheng's heart leapt with joy. He had not expected to uncover a mythical-grade piece of equipment. With a determined gesture, he reached out, and the crimson beam from the depths of the citadel instantly coalesced into a radiant orb, soaring towards him.
Chapter 89, The Battle Power of Yi Sheng.
The Colossal Level. With a swift motion, a crimson orb fell into Yi Sheng's palm.
Huang Wanyue gazed at it with envy.
Even within the Red City, the probability of acquiring a mythical-grade equipment was not guaranteed.
It required considerable fortune, otherwise, mythical-grade gear would become excessively commonplace.
Yet, the nature of this mythical-grade equipment remained a mystery to him.
Huang Wanyue's eyes incessantly darted towards Yi Sheng's hand. Yi Sheng, too,
felt a twinge of curiosity and lowered his gaze to examine the orb in his palm.
The Lawn Feather 9 Phoenix Crown?
A fleeting disappointment washed over him as he recognized it. Although it was a mythical-grade item endowed with formidable attributes, it was designed for females, rendering it unusable for him.
Is that the 9 Phoenix Crown?
Huang Wanyue discerned the item in Yi Sheng's grasp and shook his head, lamenting that it was not a mythical-grade weapon. Yi Sheng shot him a glance, understanding his unspoken thoughts.
Mythical-grade weapons were the rarest and most valuable. Should one possess a legendary set and activate its attributes, dismantling it for a mythical-grade piece would result in a loss of those attributes, ultimately diminishing combat power. It would only be worthwhile to dismantle a legendary set if one had equipped 2 or more mythical-grade items. Weapons, however, were an exception. They did not factor into the activation sequence of a set. Individuals like Huang Wanyue, who were at the invincible level, typically donned a complete 3-turn legendary set along with a 3-turn mythical-grade weapon. This configuration ensured a stable battle power of 500 times. When combined with their own invincible abilities, their power could soar to 600 times, granting them entry into the realm of invincibility. Huang Wanyue chuckled, Senior. While this 9 Phoenix Crown may be of no use to us, it can fetch a high price. Such female equipment often commands an additional 20% in value. He grinned mischievously. Yi Sheng stowed away the Lawn Feather 9 Phoenix Crown and cast a faint glance at him, inquiring, What do you mean by colossal level? His voice was devoid of warmth, and he fixed Huang Wanyue with a chilling gaze, suggesting he would not hesitate to eliminate disobedience. Sensing the palpable aura of menace from Yi Sheng, Huang Wanyue forced a smile and replied earnestly, Above the invincible realm lies another tier. This is the colossal level. Only those whose battle power exceeds 1,000 can be deemed colossal level. Each possesses a full mythical grade set, capable of effortlessly vanquishing those at the invincible level. However, colossal level individuals are exceedingly rare, as not everyone can acquire a mythical grade set. As he spoke, Huang Wanyue shook his head in contemplation, his eyes gleaming with hope, pondering when he might attain the colossal level himself. Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng's gaze flickered. A battle power exceeding 1,000 signifies the colossal level? With his diamond demon-slaying sword, he could normally exert a power of 1,100 times. If he employed the sealing power of the sealing great handprint, he could achieve an astonishing 1,280 times. If Huang Wanyue's assertions held true, he had indeed surpassed the standards of the colossal level by a significant margin. Yi Sheng shook his head, astonished to discover that a level even stronger than the invincible realm, the colossal level, existed. It was something he had never heard of before, though upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. Such colossal entities as these are likely beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Their rarity is astounding. They truly represent the pinnacle of a certain realm. Yi Sheng pondered this, and the atmosphere became profoundly quiet. Beside him, Huang Wanyue waited in silence, having discerned that although Yi Sheng possessed formidable combat prowess, he appeared to be utterly inexperienced. akin to a novice in the Shadow City secret realm. This naturally piqued his curiosity. How could such an unseasoned individual elevate their power to the colossal level? It was utterly astonishing. It felt surreal to encounter such a titan. Where could he possibly have emerged from? As Huang Wenyue mused internally, he continued to wait patiently. Yi Sheng, regaining his focus, inquired why there were no third-tier bosses to be found in the Shadow City's secret realm. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenyue looked up at Yi Sheng and cautiously asked, "Are you hoping to obtain a class change item?" Yi Sheng nodded, deeming there was no need for pretense. Subsequently, Huang Wenyue elucidated the situation. As Yi Sheng listened, he gradually grasped the concept. It turned out that only ancient cities of dark gold grade and above would spawn boss-level specters. Other ancient cities would not produce them at all. Even among ancient cities of dark gold grade or higher, it was not guaranteed that bosses would appear every time. The most advanced ancient city Yi Sheng had encountered recently was the current red mythic grade ancient city. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he had not encountered any third-tier bosses. Only ancient cities of dark gold grade and above can spawn boss-level specters? How troublesome! Yi Sheng furrowed his brow. Ancient cities of dark gold grade were already scarce. Coupled with the fact that class change items were not easily procured, under such circumstances, it seemed uncertain when he might obtain a class change item. He was eager to advance to the 4th-tier ghost sect and did not intend to linger in the 3rd-tier realm for too long. Noticing Yi Sheng's frown, Huang Wenyue's eyes sparkled with realization. He understood the source of Yi Sheng's concern and remarked, "Senior, there are indeed solutions." Yi Sheng turned his gaze toward him. "The Dark Zone. The Dark Zone can resolve this issue." Huang Wenyue chuckled. "However, venturing into the Dark Zone can be perilous. Of course, for someone of your stature, it should not pose much of a challenge." "The Dark Zone?" Yi Sheng glanced at him. Seeing this, Huang Wenyue continued to explain. The Dark Zone is an exceptionally unique and treacherous area within the Shadow City secret realm. All cities within the Dark Zone are black. Black cities? Yi Sheng frowned, having never heard of such a concept before. Huang Wenyue nodded earnestly. Black cities are even more perilous than red mythic grade ancient cities. The specters and generals within possess combat power 700 times greater. They are a forbidden zone for the invincible realm. Huang Wenyue's expression grew serious as he spoke of the Dark Zone. Specters and generals with 700 times combat power? Yi Sheng was somewhat astonished, realizing that such a place existed within the Shadow City's secret realm. Huang Wenyue stated, "Every black city is guaranteed to spawn boss-level specters. To acquire the coveted class transition items, venturing into the Dark Zone is undoubtedly the most prudent choice, eliminating the need to rely on mere chance in the outskirts." Upon hearing this, Yi Sheng formulated a plan in his mind. A journey to the Dark Zone was essential for him. Time was of the essence, as he needed to swiftly obtain the transition items and ascend to the 4th-tier ghost sect realm. Only then could he hope to excel in the federal examination without falling behind his peers. From his subsequent inquiries, he learned that within the context of the federal examination, the 3rd-tier ghost general realm could only be regarded as second-rate. Many prodigies from the 4th-tier ghost sect realm would be present to compete. Yi Sheng was acquainted with one of them, the esteemed Sheng Guaning of the 4th-tier ghost sect realm. Huang Wenyue, with a glimmer of cunning in his eye, suggested, however, the Dark Zone is notoriously difficult to locate. Without a knowledgeable guide to lead the way, it would be quite challenging to reach there. Might I recommend that you visit my ghost market? I can arrange for a guide to accompany you, thereby saving you considerable time in navigating the route. After making this proposal, Huang Wenyue cast a cautious glance at Yi Sheng. He sensed that this was a pivotal opportunity. If he could manage to align himself with such a formidable figure, it might just catapult him to success. Despite appearing invincible on the surface, he was merely one of many who thrived in the realms of the Een City secret. The true power within the Een City secret lay in these towering figures. Chapter 90, The Influence of the Ghost Market. A guide? Yi Sheng cast a sweeping glance at him, feeling a flicker of interest. His aimless search was likely to squander a considerable amount of time. Having a guide could undoubtedly save him considerable effort. Huang Wenyue, under Yi Sheng's piercing gaze, dared not exhale, bowing his head in anticipation. Good. Yi Sheng nodded. Upon hearing this, Huang Wanyue exhaled deeply. And when he lifted his head again, his face was alight with joy. He had feared that Yi Sheng might refuse, but with this initial agreement, subsequent matters would be far simpler. Senior, shall we set off for my ghost market?
Huang Wanyue laughed heartily, his robust frame and straightforward nature evident. Previously constrained by Yi Sheng's presence, he felt liberated by Yi Sheng's consent and became considerably more loquacious.
I am Yi Sheng. Yi Sheng frowned, unaccustomed to being addressed as senior by others.
Huang Wanyue was taken aback for a moment, then cheerfully clasped his fists and said, Then I shall dare to call you Brother Yi. Brother Yi, please follow me, my ghost market is not too far from here.
With that, Huang Wanyue soared into the air, heading toward the distance.
Yi Sheng glanced down at the city below. After he had decimated it, the crimson glow that once enveloped the ancient city was gradually fading,
soon rendering it an ordinary settlement devoid of value.
Whoosh! Yi Sheng no longer lingered, stepping forward to follow. Eager to utilize Huang Wenyue's seasoned guidance to swiftly delve into the shadowy realms, unwilling to waste any time. Finding a guide was evidently the most cost-effective choice at this juncture. In the midst of the vast ghostly fog, two figures traversed the air with remarkable speed.
Huang Wanyue,
exuding a formidable presence, commanded attention, causing many passing cultivators to steer clear, fully aware that this was a being of unparalleled strength, not to be trifled with.
Huang Wanyue was indeed well acquainted with the secrets of the Yin city.
Even with the dense fog obscuring vision, it seemed of little consequence to him. He could discern directions with clarity, propelling forward at high speed. Half an hour later, Huang Wanyue chuckled heartily, glancing sideways at Yi Sheng. Brother Yi, we have arrived. Yi Sheng halted, raising his gaze toward the horizon. Before him lay a human market nestled within a dark forest.
The market was substantial,
boasting a population of around 1,000. Rows of buildings provided cultivators with a place to rest momentarily. Yi Sheng observed the scene, noting the presence of numerous powerful cultivators navigating through the throngs, while others hawked their wares, showcasing their spoils from the Yin city.
A ghost market with 1,000 inhabitants.
Yi Sheng nodded. The scale of this market was indeed significant, and more importantly, all cultivators within were of the third transformation realm, indicating that those who could survive in the Yin city were far from ordinary. Beside him, Huang Wenyue beamed with pride. This ghost market belongs to me.
I established it single-handedly. You certainly possess a leisurely spirit.
Yi Sheng remarked, for if it were him, he would have no time to manage a ghost market.
That would be a sheer waste of time. Huang Wanyue shook his head, saying, Brother Yi,
you are unaware that the function of this ghost market extends far beyond its mere existence. It serves a significant purpose.
You may perceive it as a faction of influence.
Indeed, it is a force that belongs to me, Huang Wanyue, within the Shadow City secret realm.
A faction of influence? What do you mean?
Yi Sheng inquired, intrigued. With a serious expression, Huang Wanyue explained, in the Shadow City secret realm, only those at the invincible level are qualified to establish a ghost market.
Once established, 3 transformation cultivators will flock to it, gradually coalescing into a formidable faction.
When we unite as one, we can accomplish far more within the Shadow City secret realm.
For instance, the Dark Zone. Huang Wanyue's eyes gleamed with excitement. Though perilous, the Black Ancient City within the Dark Zone boasts a higher drop rate than the Red Ancient City. Simply slaying a Black Shadow soldier could yield mythical-grade equipment.
Most importantly, there are numerous Black Ancient Cities, unlike the randomly appearing Red Ancient Cities.
Anyone willing to take the risk can access them.
He continued, by banding together under the leadership of an invincible-level cultivator, we can gradually encroach upon the Black Ancient Cities. The rewards from this endeavor far outweigh the chances of lucking into the Red Ancient Cities. This is the true significance of establishing a ghost market.
Forming alliances, you say?
Yi Sheng mused, stroking his chin.
That indeed presents a viable strategy.
While the Black Ancient Cities may be fraught with danger, strength in numbers can yield bountiful rewards.
Ha ha. Huang Wanyue chuckled heartily. Of course, we cannot compare to you titans who can single-handedly vanquish an entire Black City.
We, on the other hand, resemble mice, relying on our numbers to nibble away at the Black Ancient Cities for our gains. As the two conversed, they stepped into the ghost market.
where many greeted Huang Wenyue with respectful bows. His willingness to accompany them in their ventures was a considerable favor. Leader Huang, you have returned. When shall we venture into the dark zone again? I find myself a bit short on resources lately, haha. Several individuals laughed and greeted Huang Wenyue. Soon. Huang Wenyue replied with a smile, nodding to each of them. Having faced life and death together for an extended period, they had developed a camaraderie that made their interactions more relaxed and comfortable. However, when he mentioned soon, Huang Wenyue's gaze turned to Yi Sheng. With Yi Sheng, a titan, leading them, their efforts would be significantly easier, allowing them to storm a black ancient city directly, which was far more efficient than merely nibbling away at it. Leader? Who is this? Someone inquired curiously, looking at Yi Sheng and directing the question toward Huang Wenyue. This is Brother Yi. Huang Wenyue introduced with a smile, refraining from elaborating further, as revealing Yi Sheng's titan status would attract unwanted attention from other invincible cultivators in the ghost market. Should they come to invite Yi Sheng? It would lead to unnecessary competition. Seeing this, the others paid little heed, assuming Yi Sheng was merely a renowned cultivator who had joined Huang Wenyue's ghost market, nothing remarkable. After the crowd dispersed, Yi Sheng inquired, "Are there many ghost market factions like yours within the Shadow City's secret realm?" Huang Wenyue pondered for a moment and replied, "Perhaps a few hundred." While the number of powerhouse figures is scarce in the Shadow City's secret realm, there are still hundreds of invincible beings. Most of them have established a ghost market to gather scattered third transition cultivators. Of course, a ghost market with a scale of 1,000 people, like mine, is quite rare, heh. Huang Wenyue chuckled, for his strength was indeed formidable. Gathering over 1,000 third transition cultivators is no simple feat. Hundreds of invincible beings? Yi Sheng was taken aback, but upon further reflection, he found it rather inconsequential. Given the multitude of factions assembling in the Shadow City secret realm, a mere few hundred invincible beings could indeed be deemed few. Huang Wenyue smiled as he recounted some well-known factions' invincible beings for Yi Sheng's enlightenment. However, Yi Sheng, intrigued, remarked, "Why did you not mention the Xuanming Pavilion?" The Xianming Pavilion is one of the top-tier factions in the Nether City, making it hard to overlook. Yet, during his recounting of notable factions' invincible beings, Huang Wenyue had entirely omitted any mention of the Xuanming Pavilion, which left Yi Sheng perplexed. Chapter 91, The Embarrassing Predicament of the Xianming Pavilion. The Xianming Pavilion? Ha ha. Huang Wenyue chuckled heartily, his face betraying disdain. Yi Sheng gazed at him, puzzled as to the source of his amusement. Huang Wenyue elucidated, the Xianming Pavilion currently finds itself in a state of disarray, particularly in the realm of the third transition. Previously, two formidable figures in the third transition upheld its prestige, establishing two ghost market factions. Yet now, Huang Wenyue shook his head. With Xuanqi ascending to the fourth transition ghost sect, the Xianming Pavilion is left with naught but the useless Xuanqing. It has become increasingly difficult for them to maintain their footing in the Shadow City secret realm. Ha ha ha. Huang Wenyue laughed heartily, viewing the Xianming Pavilion's plight as nothing short of a farce. How could such a prestigious force in the city of the underworld fall into such a state of disarray? Is that so? Yi Sheng furrowed his brow and inquired, if Xuanqing is indeed a formidable figure, how can he be deemed useless? As long as the Xianming Pavilion has a formidable figure, it can still support a ghost market faction. It shouldn't struggle to maintain its presence in the Shadow City secret realm. Huang Wenyue replied, true, Xiancheng is a formidable figure. However, each formidable figure possesses their own unique strengths. This rotund Xiancheng excels solely in withstanding blows, boasting an astonishing defense of 800 times. A remarkable talent. Yet, in terms of offensive capabilities, his prowess barely reaches 500 times. Huang Wenyue continued, when Xuanqi was still around, the two could collaborate, with Xianqing absorbing the hits while Xuanqi dealt damage from the rear. This synergy made them quite a formidable duo, leaving their adversaries at a loss. But now, with Xuanqi having ascended to the fourth transition ghost sect, they are left with only Xianqing, who can merely endure, rendering the Xianming Pavilion effectively incapacitated. Recently, Xianqing was pursued and, along with a number of Xianming Pavilion elders, fled deep into the Shadow City secret realm, their whereabouts unknown. Even the ghost market has been raided, leaving them in a state of disarray.
Unless they can nurture another adept in offensive capabilities within the third transition to collaborate with the rotund Sheng.
The emergence of such a powerhouse is no simple feat, is it? Sheng remarked, given the Xianming Pavilion's foundation. Could they not accumulate a formidable figure even with mythic-grade equipment?
Huang Wenyu shook his head, stating that it is not so simple.
Without the means to be invincible.
Even with mythic-grade equipment enhancing their combat power, they would merely be an oversized red specter, easily toyed with by true formidable figures.
They could even be slain and have their mythic-grade equipment seized. An absolute treasure trove. An oversized red specter?
Sheng was taken aback and couldn't help but chuckle.
Huang Wenyue's analogy was indeed apartment.
A red specter possesses combat power of 600 times.
However, this does not equate to invincibility.
When faced with a formidable opponent, they can still be slaughtered, albeit with greater difficulty. If the Xianming Pavilion were to elevate someone to a formidable figure through sheer equipment, their combat power would suffice. But lacking special means, particularly invincible means, they would still be subjected to relentless defeat. The means of invincibility not only amplify combat power by 100-fold but also form the very foundation upon which a formidable figure can establish their existence. Such matters must not be overlooked.
Huang Wenyue continued, moreover, Brother Yi, the reason why mythic-grade equipment is deemed as such lies in its extreme rarity. It cannot be as easily obtained as cabbages.
Many believe that once one enters the fourth transformation, they can easily discard their third transformation mythic-grade equipment.
However,
such equipment recognizes its master. Once it has acknowledged its owner, it becomes unusable by others unless the master perishes. Despite the profound heritage of the Xianming Pavilion, mythic-grade equipment is still limited, they cannot afford to be extravagant. Sheng nodded, recalling the Shadow Demon sword it too had recognized by Zijian as its master.
However,
when he encountered it, he managed to subjugate its spirit through spirit binding. Yet, such feats are likely achievable by him alone in the entire realm.
As the two continued their conversation, they ventured deeper into the ghost market. Sheng inquired, and what of those giant-level beings? How many exist within the third transformation in the Yin City secret realm? Huang Wenyue replied, giant-level beings are exceedingly rare, to my knowledge. There are fewer than 20 in the Yin City secret realm.
He glanced at Sheng with a smile, adding, but now, there is one more. Sheng chose to ignore his jest and instead questioned if these giant-level beings possess such formidable combat power.
Why do they not break through to the fourth transformation of the ghost sect? Surely, transcending the tribulation should be an easy feat for them? Sheng couldn't help but ponder.
For beings of their caliber, possessing thousands of times the combat power, the tribulation should not be a hindrance.
Yet, their hesitation to break through seemed rather peculiar.
One must understand that upon transcending to the fourth transformation, their foundational power would receive a terrifying enhancement,
far surpassing that of the third transformation. The advantages are simply too numerous. Huang Wenyue chuckled knowingly. He was aware of the reasons behind this.
It was not that they were unwilling to advance, rather, their backing forces prohibited it. Huang Wenyue explained, have you ever considered, Brother Yi, that as long as there are giant-level beings, they can continue to dominate the third transformation region of the Yin City secret realm? In doing so, their backing forces can reap a continuous flow of resources from the third transformation. For instance, third transformation mythic-grade equipment can be supplied to the newly emerging disciples.
Consequently, their influence and strength will only grow.
Thus, the giant-level beings are no longer fighting for themselves, but rather for the entire faction, sacrificing themselves to dominate this domain, monopolizing resources, and nurturing more outstanding disciples.
This is the essence of their existence.
Upon hearing this, Sheng was struck with sudden clarity.
So this was the reason. Huang Wenyue turned to Sheng, unable to contain his curiosity. Brother Yi, which faction do you belong to?
I am but a wandering individual, unaffiliated with any sect.
Sheng replied nonchalantly. As the two conversed, they arrived before a grand hall. Even amidst the desolate expanse of the Yin City secret realm,
the hall before them was adorned with opulence. Sheng, however, paid little heed to the lavish decor. Instead, His gaze swept over the formidable figures entering and exiting the hall. Each individual present exuded an aura of immense power. By discerning their auras, it becomes evident that the weakest among the third-tier cultivators possess a combat power of 200 times. Cultivators boasting 300 and even 400 times the combat power are also frequently encountered. A cultivator with 400 times the combat power. Sheng was astounded, his gaze flickering slightly. It is important to note that attaining such formidable power necessitates that these cultivators possess at least a complete set of third-tier legendary gear. Sheng had invested considerable effort to acquire a full Golden Shield series outfit.
Brother Yi, this venue is the headquarters, Huang Wanyue declared with a proud expression. What do you think? Isn't my ghost market influence quite formidable?
Sheng nodded, acknowledging its undeniable strength. The sheer number of powerful third-tier cultivators passing by was sufficient to indicate that Huang Wanyue had a considerable number of skilled subordinates.
Indeed. Huang Wanyue chuckled.
A ghost market of my scale, with 1,000 participants, is quite rare in the entire secret realm of Yin City.
I am one of the few. Chief,
you have returned. At that moment, a group of cultivators emerged from the main entrance of the venue, with one individual leading the way, resembling a towering iron fortress.
Upon seeing Huang Wanyue, this person greeted him with evident delight. Chapter 92, The Sudden Emergence of a Titan. Huang Wanyue's stature was already quite imposing. Yet the towering figure that emerged was even more colossal, enveloping Huang Wanyue like a shadow.
The two burly men embraced, which left Huang Wanyue feeling exceedingly awkward.
Chu Zong. Release me at once. This is utterly inappropriate. Huang Wanyue exclaimed, forcibly pushing away his loyal subordinate.
Chu Zong, with a simple-minded expression, scratched his head in confusion. Unable to comprehend his leader's sudden coldness, as this was not typical of their usual rapport. Beside them, Sheng observed with a smirk.
Huang Wanyue offered an embarrassed smile in Sheng's direction, attempting to clarify, it's not what it looks like.
Sheng interrupted him with a dismissive wave of his hand,
signaling that no explanation was necessary. Huang Wanyue's face flushed even deeper, as he found himself unable to articulate his thoughts.
Sheng paid him no mind and scrutinized Huang Wanyue's entourage. At the forefront stood Chu Zong, a human colossus towering nearly 3 meters high, exuding a terrifying aura. He possessed an astonishing battle power of 500 times. Only 100 times shy of achieving invincibility. Which indicated that Chu Zong not only bore an entire set of third-tier legendary equipment but also wielded a third-tier mythical weapon.
However, lacking any means of invincibility,
he could not attain the status of an invincible being. Huang Wanyue elaborated, this is my capable subordinate, though regrettably, he lacks the means of invincibility to become truly invulnerable. Sheng nodded at Chu Zong, then turned his attention to the others. The rest were also formidable. Each possessing 400 times battle power and donning complete third-tier legendary sets, yet without third-tier mythical weapons, their battle power could not reach 500 times. In the outside world, these individuals would be akin to elders of the Xianing Pavilion, or rather, they surpassed them in strength. Capable of shaking numerous factions with a mere stamp of their feet. Yet here they were, gathered under Huang Wanyue alone. Leader, who is he?
Chu Zong inquired.
His eyes wide as saucers, fixed on Sheng. The other strongmen also turned their gazes toward Sheng, their brows furrowing in scrutiny.
This is Brother Yi.
You all should extend him your courtesy. Huang Wanyue refrained from directly disclosing Sheng's identity, instead casting a cautionary glance at the group,
urging them to treat Sheng with respect and avoid unnecessary trouble.
Should they truly provoke Sheng, Huang Wanyue knew he could not shield his subordinates from the repercussions. Many pairs of eyes flickered with intrigue, especially among the more seasoned individuals who immediately recognized the warning in Huang Wanyue's gaze. Understanding the implications of inciting the young man in white robes,
the consequences could be dire.
However, Chu Zong, possessing a straightforward nature, grinned widely at Sheng and said, Kid, if you wish to join us, you must first pass my test.
Come, let us spar.
Chu Zong mistakenly believed that Sheng had been invited by Huang Wanyue to join their ghost market.
Fool! Show some decorum. Huang Wanyue's expression darkened as he admonished sternly. Inwardly lamenting, to challenge this prodigy beside you? Are you courting death? Chu Zong, taken aback by the rebuke, blushed and scratched his head, gazing at Huang Wanyue with a look of utter bewilderment. He may disregard the opinions of everyone else, yet he listens exclusively to Huang Wanyue. Furthermore, it was the first time he witnessed Huang Wanyue in such a furious state, leaving him momentarily flustered. If we're not fighting, then let it be. Why be so fierce? Chu Zong muttered. No matter. Yi Sheng waved his hand dismissively, turning to Huang Wanyue with a smile. I shall take a stroll through the ghost market and return shortly. With that, he intended to meander away, eager to explore the enigmatic ghost market within this shadowy city. Huang Wanyue quickly interjected, May I have someone accompany you? No need. Yi Sheng waved him off but added a cautionary note, ensure you expedite the arrangements for the guide. Understood. Huang Wanyue watched as Yi Sheng sauntered into the ghost market, his figure gradually fading from view. The onlookers, particularly the seasoned veterans, exchanged furtive glances. It was the first occasion they had seen their leader display such courtesy towards another. Their curiosity regarding Yi Sheng's identity intensified. Chu Zong, straightforward by nature and unable to restrain his thoughts, inquired, Leader, why are you so protective of this fellow? If he wishes to join us, I should teach him a lesson first to ensure he behaves in the future. With that, he brandished his enormous fist, producing a whistling sound. Some of the old-timers nodded in agreement, chuckling, Leader, who is this person that earns your favor so? Huang Wanyue shot an admonishing glare at Chu Zong, retorting. With your meager skills, you would only end up humiliated in a match against him. I'm not even his match. What? Several veterans gasped, their pupils contracting in disbelief. How could Huang Wanyue, a figure of invincibility, not be a match for that young man in white robes? Huang Wanyue was renowned for his unmatched prowess, wielding two formidable invincible techniques, one for attack and one for defense. His offensive secret art could unleash a staggering 700 times his usual combat strength, while his Jiuli shield provided a steadfast 700 times defense. Who could contend with him? Among the ranks of invincible warriors, Huang Wanyue's reputation was illustrious. Yet now he claimed that the stranger who had returned with him surpassed even his capabilities. Who was this individual? How strong could he possibly be? In an instant, Huang Wanyue's core subordinates found themselves utterly bewildered. What kind of prodigy had their leader brought back? Chu Zong's eyes widened in astonishment. Brother, is this fellow truly so formidable? He was somewhat incredulous. Seeing the eager expressions of his subordinates, Huang Wanyue decided to reveal the truth without further pretense, stating, This individual is a Titan-level being, possessing a combat strength of 1,000 times. He sighed, sharing the tale of his encounter within the ancient city of the Red Myth. He recounted how he was struck down into the earth by a single blow, his bones shattered. Had this individual not shown restraint, he would have perished, unable to return. If he was no match for this person, what chance did they stand? After delivering this revelation, Huang Wanyue's gaze swept over his core subordinates, particularly fixing a stern look at Chu Zong. A being of 1,000-fold combat strength? The core team was left in a state of stunned disbelief. Chu Zong's eyes widened in astonishment, rendered momentarily